ciobănie. Unui moldovan, unui ungurean și unui vrâncean.
Iar cel ungurean și cu cel vrâncean mări se vorbire, ei se sfătuire pe la pozesoare ca să vină mare pe cel moldovan.
Că-i mai ortoman.
Iar cel ungurean și cu cel vrâncean mări se vorbire, ei se sfătuire pe la pozesoare ca să vină mare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai Arceane orițe, ulele plăvițe, de 3 zile încoace, curat nu mai tace, iar bani nu mai place, curiești bun
Guță mioară. Îi drăguțule bace, dă-ți oile încoace.
Negruță voi, că iarba de noi.
Și umbra de voi.
Stăpâni, stăpâni, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de-o mare baciu
Și cu cel vrâncean. Uiță-i bersane puișoara lui, musticioara lui, pirișorul lui. Ura câmpului,
Yatoro has not spotted them yet, but Counterspell will allow him to walk away into the Manta. Now the Walrus punch in from Ruin. A big Sonic Wave! Lulls in there in time. They're not all dead yet though, but here comes Collapse with the two-man stun. Fly in big danger. He'll drop the Eclipse, but can he survive long enough? I think he might. He just might. Collapse will drop. Fly still surviving. Gets a double kill. Yatoro's in the chase though. Panto is as well. Fly is all by himself, and the Walrus punch out from Rue will hold him down long enough. Double kill for Yatoro. Make it a triple, but both are also caught out as Emo now trying to clean up. Will jump in on Rue, but is completely out of mana. And that's not good news for Emo, Jonathan. That is not very good news.
Oh, Emo.
Yeah. Oh, they're taunting him. That's not nice, Jonathan.
So
increasingly obvious.
the game could just end during this fight without them even being in the base itself. They get the lasso. That's a dead Panto to start things out. And they get Yatoro. Okay. Double buyback though. Laro's getting extremely low. He's going to get ticked out by Boom. Triple kill for Collapse. That's the one hero they could not focus, and he's going to take advantage of it. Felt like the days of old is going to see Boxy
again.
And that's a
Oh
death
my
for
god,
Ame.
man, he is actually 6 charges.
Damage, oh my god, Ame does not have Thunder, still with the Aegis of course.
Oh, they're getting so
healed up.
sandwiched.
There's the rebound, that is a dead FY. Already one support on the deck. Fissure going to block up quite a bit. As Ame completely out of mana, XXS doing a decent amount with that blade mount. Okay, looking for an opening. They get the Aegis to start things out. There's the rebound, finding the space to be able to kill off XXS, and that means the isolation onto Ame. Crush and an Echo Slam being used. Boxy's dead as a result. Ame, though, popping the Metamorphosis and dies shortly after. Ultra kill from Mickey.
Already 8k net with advantage for the side of Liquid as they are going to try and fight back against Nisha, but the Ravage going to put an end to all of it as Nisha just deletes Natsumi. And Skem can do nothing but just die as well as Mickey finds a double across the map. Make it a triple by the looks of it. Full team wipe.
Yeah, just
step by step away. Or this.
Oh, the fight. Primal Beast initiation right off the bat. The Helmet of Dying is already used. Black Hole is available still if they want to try to use it at the last moments of his life. Nullifier applied. That's going to be a lot of damage, but Natsumi destroys Satanic. That's 3 cores dead for PARIVISION. Just like that, it's a full team wipe.
Ice Path gonna land with the macro fire drop from Scam. 33's jumped in with the Doom, but what else can he do? The Pulverizer's out. He refreshed, but he gets nothing else off. They'll drop the Static Storm, but he catches nothing. As Pure, he'll try to do it himself. He'll jump right in onto Yopaj. Yopaj, though, still alive with the disruption save. BZM, meanwhile, being chased by a very angry bear, is now Natsumi. Right onto Pure. Some chicken joy for this game. Number 1, I think, Jonathan, is Pure. Gets away with that Raven's Veil. Shows himself on Scam, but is still probably gonna die.
Linking Hex
Serpent Ward and just jumping on a DM, throwing down that Omni Slash. They go to the Static Storm. They call themselves a Storm Spirit. They've got the Storm Splash to get the kill. All of a sudden, showing off this Aghanim Scepter that Disruptor just picked up. Stampede. Can they stop his TP? No, they can't. Ice Wall's down, Cold Snap on a Pike. They get the kill on El Micho. Stun from 9 class. That's going to be a dead Timbersaw. 9 class get the triple kill.
GPK. Oh, he went for the power rune. He got the regen, but it might cost his life. No save. He's there in time with the disruption, but GPK is still going to go down. He's rooted in place by Satanic. Meanwhile, though, they will find no one. But Satanic, he does find Karomi to boot. It's a 2 for 2. In fact, they found another. Miero also caught out. Will go down.
Spear again, connect.
Damn.
And he was there, and then he wasn't. Walrus Punch now hits, and ooh, is just dead. Never stood a chance. Triple kill here for Ghost. Oh boy. Snowball. And GG is called. Can he get a Rampage? He's got an Ultra kill. Do they have enough for a second go? They'll look to set up the call. That's what they've got. BKB popped here by Ame. The hook and the dismember. The control is there, and Ame's dead again. Oh, boom ball back. Perfect play from MOUZ. They're holding the high ground. Nothing to say. Caught with the call, and the telephone is ringing. It's for the lives of all the heroes on Xtreme. It's going to be a full team wipe at the end of the day. They hit this Hex. They've got the damage. The Parrot Cloak actually doing a lot. They're going to buy back on the Snapfire call. Connecting. Snapfire buying back.
Uh-oh, hello.
There goes. Has to drop the call down onto both of them. He's just going to get grabbed, and they'll try and jump away, but he's going to get caught out by the charge. Might hurt him big time. He's going to get Y turning up as well, but they're sort of holding their ground at 2 versus 3, BetBoom. They'll take out Y's Courier. Y's heal's going to be coming to an end, and he just dies through it. Katsuomi, he's falling low, they'll get him, but throughout it all, Kirin is surviving, gets the double kill, might just get the triple kill.
They'll move on to the melee, jump in from Got the Juice. Dragon Form is still 5 away. They'll stampede at the Hoof Stomp. Nico is gone as Kirin will wipe them out. It's got to be over. Na'Vi, they're still trying. They've committed some buybacks here. PMA, who'll chase down GPK. Can't even find that. Has got the juice now jumping in. Niku, he's in as well. They'll find GPK. There's your Omni Slash committed. Niku and got the juice. They're both gone.
That's it.
Kirin, he's too much.
You just throw all your gold in and nothing happens.
It's so amazing.
Oh, Sumail.
Sumail's gone. Pure, untested Ravage out. 33. 4-hero Ravage right by the fountain. And that should be all she wrote. Or is it? They'll continue trying to fight this one out. BZM will buy back, but so will Toby.
And looking like a butterfly as Ari with a good initiation onto the DK. Insta-gib. And just like that, Na'Vi now on the run. Bounty Hunter has the gem, so they can get it right back. And Pure sees that, they will snag it. 3 alive for Na'Vi as they try to retreat. The Shadow Strike from Niku, trying to buy some space. It's going to force the BKB on Got the Juice, as Pure with the Raptor Dance just eviscerating Got the Juice. That's a triple kill. Make it an ultra for Pure on Kez. All right, looking for the initiation, but it forces out the Static Storm. Huge ball from 33. Chop number 1. A good disruption to avoid extra damage on the carry for Got the Juice, but it's a lot of battle hungers applied right now. PMA with a very big Ravage, but it's not going to be enough. They get the call again on Got the Juice. A triple kill for 33. Looking for more now. Battle Hunger onto Niku. What the hell did he just chop? I have no idea, but he's going to get an Ultra now. Schofield leading the way. 33 is going to get impaled. There's a Pulverize again with the Black Hole on top of basically everybody. That's 3 dead in the blink of an eye. 4 dead. Tundra.
Okay. Divine gonna show up. Black hole onto 3. Whisper. There was never a doubt. There was never a doubt. Nightmare back on Arme.
Oh, Arme.
50 seconds. Surely you just go Rats.
Yeah.
You just go.
Yes, greetings, Dota fans. Welcome back to PGL Wallachia Season 6. It is the playoffs. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and of course, to break down playoffs, we need playoff caliber analysts. We have one of the bright hopes of North American Dota, formerly of NIP, and most recently Nouns. He is looking for a team. Hire him, he's great. It is Gunnar, and of course, everyone's favorite minion, Jenkins.
I did this for you.
For me?
Yes.
It's to make me feel fit.
I did.
More in.
Obviously, when you have younger members of the talent pool on there, you have to like ease them in gently. So Jenkins basically dressed up as a minion today to ease Gunnar in to what will be a very difficult.
I think Despicable Me is the best piece of art since Leonardo da Vinci.
I think it's pretty good
Who's
too.
it, DiCaprio?
As someone who's never watched it,
Who's the one in Django? Was that Da Vinci or DiCaprio?
that was DiCaprio.
Oh yeah, he's a great actor.
Was it his art? Or?
Why don't we take a look at the Swiss bracket? Here it is. This is what's been going on. This is how we essentially got to the playoffs in a long, convoluted way. Some great games yesterday, and some crazy stories that have emerged. I mean, let's just talk about, who do you want to talk about first? I thought, like, Heroic's a cool story.
Let's talk
right?
about Heroic. Come on.
Yeah,
Heroic was
exactly.
fun.
I was dangling it.
I've been waiting for that one.
I would say all the games the last 2 days were really exciting, and Heroic finished it off very good. They had some crazy games yesterday. I don't know if you caught them.
I caught them.
Comeback in the second game that I don't know if they should have won, but they won that game. And
They
then the
were
third
out. They were done.
Yeah.
Like the tournament was over for them, and they're still here.
Yeah, which is really, really cool.
Love this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously a bit sad for Xtreme, but, that's how that goes. And obviously as well, I think we can talk a little bit about Tundra. I think they're one of the really kind of interesting storylines because they went having these experimental drafts. We've talked about this a lot with, 33, Moomiander. They're going to cook a little bit in the kitchen, and sometimes, you don't always end up with a Michelin star dish.
That was just a little burnt, but
Yes.
I think they've kind of found their footing. I was worried about them getting exposed for their hero pool because the Axe and Timber would get banned and then they didn't look as strong, but they got Axe sometimes, so now they're back. They're getting their heroes again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of Axe, I've got a little bit of a PSA and apology situation. That
Yes, this is a formal apology. Anyone who watched yesterday's segment will appreciate this.
So we had some discussions about the Axe dunk and the various mechanics associated with it. Gunnar, maybe I'll quiz you a little bit because I know you know these mechanics because you're quite the nerd. But first, I want to show the what we're talking about here, which is, of course, Axe's dunk ability. Go ahead and zoom in on this. Axe spots a weakness and he strikes, dealing pure damage. 375, 475, 575. Of course, this is with the talent. So this auto kills whatever you're attacking. Culling Blade, death cannot be prevented by things like Shallow Grave, for example. And what's very important here is that, I'll go ahead and highlight this, armor. You're gaining armor for this, and you're gaining bonus move speed. So if you want, you can use this as an actual buff, which is what 33 did. And we were very confused about some of the mechanics. Slacks interviewed him and said, hey, I didn't know you could dunk the lone druid bear and you get the axe.
Why did Slacks ask that question, Jenkins?
No. Okay. Let's break it down. So first I want to show you, of course, this works through any sort of death defiance that you have. So you have Abaddon, for example. Of course, Abaddon ulti. This is going to be able to heal you when you're about to die. You have Dazzle with the Shallow Grave, and then you have Oracle with the Oracle ulti. Dead, right? It sets you to be dead, and then, of course, here we can see. I'll just zoom in. It's an idea to zoom in here. Off cooldown, because you killed a hero, right? So what counts as a hero? This is what we were questioning. So I went into a lobby and I tested it because in the interview with 33, he was very confused. We may have told him inadvertently, hey, man, you realize you can dunk Helm Dom creeps? And he said, wait a minute, you can? What are you talking about? And this came from the conversation where Slacks told me he saw a bear get dunked. Okay, so everyone's like, yeah, of course, bear can get dunked and you're going to get this off cooldown again. So I went through and I tested. You dunk the Visage Birds. Zoom in. Okay, actually, let me go back a little bit. It was on cooldown, but I refreshed, so took it off cooldown manually. So the Visage Birds do not work. They don't work. We went to the Warlock Golem. We'll try that out. Also on cooldown. I refreshed it there. We'll go for the Lone Druid Bear. Dunk it. Also on cooldown. This does not work with the hero illusions or the hero units. However, illusions, this is the special case. You dunk here, you dunk the illusion. Off cooldown. So that's the only exception is illusions. However, there are some caveats here that are very, very important that we did see 33 do yesterday. And that's how does it work with the illusion ability. So here we go. We can see here, once again, 575 damage, right? If you're under this threshold, you're dead. 575. But this is not how it works on illusions. Clear the screen here. I'll zoom ahead a little bit. So let's take a look at Naga Siren's HP, right? It's like 2,591. So she's going to need to be at like what, 20% HP in order to get dunked here, something like that. Not actually true. We'll go again here and look. 1,800 HP. Clear the screen. Look at that. It dunks, and it's off cooldown. So what's happening here? Why did this work? Why this worked is if you look at the Naga Siren illusion spell, 350. I'll just go ahead and zoom into that again. That's not what I was trying to zoom to. 350% damage is what you take. So you can take the number 575, multiply it by 3.5, and that's going to be the actual dunk amount. So you can pretty much dunk illusions from full HP if she's not running around with like Heart of Tarask, something like that. And I will show you that there's a little bit more here. One more clip. If you have any form of damage amplification, so I'm going to get Rapier doesn't count, Veil of Discord, the Divine Regalia, plus the Kaya and Yasha. And then all of a sudden, she has full HP on the illusions, and you can dunk them all, and it's off cooldown. So basically, the TLDR here is if you're in a game against an illusion hero's axe, just slam the dunk on the illusions. You're getting free move speed. You're getting free armor for your whole team. We saw 33 do it yesterday. He used it on Ancients. That was good. That did put it on cooldown. And all of the things in the game, except for illusions and heroes, are going to put it on cooldown. So 33, if you're watching this, please don't do it. Please don't dunk a Helm Dom creep and think that it's going to work. It's not going to work. But you can dunk illusions.
Excellent work, Jenkins. What a segment. You're out of breath after that.
I feel horrible. I feel horrible because I'm part of the reason that he's going to lose today.
I know. Imagine that. You might have affected the outcome of the tournament.
Yeah, well...
If everything goes well, Axe will be banned, and then it's not your fault.
What can you do?
Yeah.
What can you do?
Why don't we do another meta update as well? Obviously, we've been on this patch for a while, but there have been some interesting trends that we've noticed emerging over the course of this tournament.
Yes, sir. So we did indeed look at some of the trends on day one. Gunnar, you were on the evening panel up until now, so I don't know if you were feeling the same thing, but we thought, okay, Chen day one, very shocking. The win rate was low, but we had the theory it was going to increase as the better teams are playing Chen. DK, we also theorized that it was going to fall off a little bit. People would figure it out, and then it looks like this is true. 14% win rate on Chen, 46% win rate today, 100% win rate on DK, 44% win rate today. Tusk was an interesting one. Centaur was an interesting one. I don't think we predicted those trends. And Slardr's about the same.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is a lot of that is Slardar mid, right? Like, it doesn't seem so strong in the offlane.
The offlane one looks a bit weak. I think he kind of loses lane a lot of the time, and then he ends up just being more utility. Whereas the mid, I feel like actually you can use your damage because you get levels faster, you get your blink faster, you get your shard faster. I think also a lot of the offlaners do physical damage, so it pairs well with Mars, Bristle, stuff like that.
You know what's scary to me, though, about this hero is that we all have this feeling, right? Like, we on the morning panel, we're also seeing the Slaughter offlane do kind of bad, and yet the win rate is still good. So that means, like, how good is mid Slaughter if it's that good to make up for the fact that the offlane Slaughter consistently looks bad?
Yeah, and obviously, you know, it's got the ability to counter a lot of the heroes that other people have been picking as well. So it's been a strong pick overall and quite surprising. We'll take a look at the playoff bracket because obviously that's what it's all about here. It's all about the playoffs, and of course it is double elimination. So don't worry, you get 2 lives. But man, what a crazy set of games we've got. Obviously, we're going to be talking about PARIVISION versus MOUZ in just a moment. But You look at Spirit versus Heroic, super interesting game just based on everything we've seen over the course of the tournament. Of course, Spirit just went through 3-0, no problem. OG Esports, you know, T made a good point, I thought, about we shouldn't attribute all of the success to the org because ultimately they did just pick up, you know, an SEA team. But though overall, those players being here is a really good story, and it is good to see the OG brand back in a bracket like this. And then Tundra, they might regret cooking so much because their reward is, of course, to play Team Liquid, who also went 3-0. So just a great set of games, I think, today overall. And this, of course, is going to be the schedule. We're all just going to be here for the whole day. That's super cool. PARIVISION versus MOUZ is going to be the opener. Spirit versus Heroic after that. OG versus BetBoom, one of the most volatile teams left in the tournament, I would say. And, of course, just a banger right at the end. Liquid versus Tundra. That could be the final of a tournament, guys.
Yeah, I think the two series that stand out for me are the Heroic series. I think I don't really know what's going to happen. I think Team Spirit could either run away with the series or maybe Whisper play some mid Enigma that they're not expecting some crazy stuff. And then I also think the OG BetBoom series is really fun because both teams are buying rapiers and having some like kind of fun, interesting games. And I think that one is entertainment-wise.
You did the 81-minute game, right?
Yeah.
he's been on all the long games.
all the
now
long
he's on
games.
the morning shift.
Well, he's the youngest, so you know he's got
you can
stamina
handle
for
it.
I mean, I'm having a great time watching them.
Yeah.
I have one question for you guys on the morning shift.
Yeah, sure.
What are your thoughts on Shadow Demon here in the morning? When they wake up, the players wake up bright and early. You know, they have their coffee. Is it good for Shadow Demon? Is it
start
bad?
typing in SH. Oh yeah.
Is it good? Because
I mean, look, from my very layman perspective, I think it's been situational. I think when it's been first phase picked, it hasn't been good. And then when it's picked later in the draft as a response to something, it's been good. You know, like theoretically, it's been good, like as a save rather than anything else.
I would say that's my laid man perspective as well. Is like if you're picking it in response to Ringmaster, for example, and you're really benefiting from the purge, then it looks good. But I feel like teams are just whipping it out first phase, not really knowing what the place is going to be for it. And
I don't think it's that strong now. It's like, okay, we make stacks, but you need a bit more.
Is he like owning in scrims? That's
I don't know.
Question.
We watched it yesterday. It lost 5 games in a row. Like the final day, it was just picked, lose. I think the very final game of the day, on its 6th game in a row, it did win. But I think it's sporting like a 24% win rate overall in the tournament. Very not good.
At least that's up. It was like 12% 2 days ago.
Yeah. But it's getting picked a lot. And I also agree. I think people are picking it as a support when they don't really know what they want to pick. It progresses the draft, and I think there's better heroes to progress the draft. Even yesterday, I think some teams are ignoring Jakiro, we saw yesterday. I think some teams are ignoring Primal Beast. I think the teams that are not ignoring those, which... for example, I think Liquid is very good at just picking Liquid, Jakiro, or Primal Beast. I think those teams are the ones that are going to kind of continue to succeed in the tournament. And I think the teams that aren't really using the broken heroes, Centaur, Jakiro, Primal against Slardar, I would say those 4 are kind of, for me, the meta. I think if you're not willing to pick those early, it might be a struggle.
I agree. Yeah. I really thought that there was a period like 2 months ago or so where Collapse was playing a lot of Primal and other people weren't really playing it. And dude, in fights, he was just doing crazy shit that all I could think is like, there's no other hero that can do this amount of stuff in a fight that has this amount of like scaling and like kill potential. And then it was only him. It was only him playing it. Centaur's another one of those heroes that it felt like only Collapse was making it work. And then now other people are slowly realizing like there's something to these heroes. Yeah. If you can play like Collapse.
Well, we've seen over the course of the tournament, Centaur progress into being a first phase ban now as well. So it's definitely...
There's also teams that are abusing it. I think Miro is 6-0 on the hero, 5-0, 6-0, something like that. It's like the teams that are just picking the heroes just keep winning, and it's just blowing up the win rate because they're the only ones that are picking it. And I think that a lot more teams should take kind of a note of the book. And for Primal Beast, I think the hero's 10-2, I want to say right now, or 11-2. And it just has so many different parts of different heroes. You have Tanky Initiator that is willing to get jumped like a Tidehunter. You have a BKB Piercing Stun like Beastmaster. You have Roam and Cut, so you can't really get countered mid if you pick it mid. And you have high damage.
Resistance doesn't do anything to his ult.
Yeah, it pierces,
bullshit.
and you scale. Like you can go late game, you get 25 talent, you get more AoE for free. You get Refresher Orb, you can get like 10 stacks of the Pulverize AoE bonus, and you can just kind of win fights single-handedly for your team.
I think people realizing that you like the combo is you blink in, Pulverize, then immediately on the last tick of Pulverize, you use the Q.
Yeah.
That's when...
Have you seen the 4-staff combo?
The 4-staff combo.
The 4-staff combo.
No.
Okay, I found it on Reddit, and it's not that good. But basically, it's cool. It's cool. You shift Q your Q like normal, but before you do that, after your ult, you press 4-staff on yourself. And for some reason, because you're moving during your 4-staff, it activates your Q and it stuns them and does damage. But it doesn't actually use up your Q, so you can Q them twice in your combo.
What?
So it's like, basically what will happen is they get pulverized stun.
What does that have to do with 4-staff?
Because I don't know, it's like forced movement plus Q. But yeah, basically what happens is you pulverize them and then you Q them, but you're still charging up the Q, so you Q them again. So they get stunned an extra like 1.3 seconds.
So if you're charging the Q and you have, so your team.
No, it's only if you use it on yourself. It has to be like frame perfect.
Okay, so if you are using forced movement on yourself,
which is like
while charging the Q,
yes,
then it works.
There you go. I'm going to set you some homework.
Tumblr's toy.
Yeah, that's a weatherman segment.
I can
Tumblr's
show
toy
it.
would work too, right?
Yeah.
If you shift,
maybe. I haven't tried Tumblr toy, but yeah, I can show it later.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
There's your weatherman. Yeah, that's good.
But for now, let's talk about the opening series. MOUZ versus PARIVISION. Let's talk about the good news for MOUZ. Crystalis is back. Obviously, they've been using Ghost over the course of the tournament as a stand-in. And ultimately, it's a really cool story. They've had 2 stand-ins, managed to make it to the playoffs. They're getting their carry back. Let's just talk about that. I think that's a good starting point. Like, what does he bring? What does he do differently to Ghost that people at home watching will notice?
I think Ghost is a bit more of a traditional carry in the sense that he's gonna play like a Templar Assassin, and you see this guy, he's gonna 1v5 the game. Whereas Crystalis is more of an aggressive carry. That he still is gonna carry a lot of the games, but his hero pool is different than a normal carry. Like you can't pick him. You can't just like fit him into any team and pick him the same heroes that you would with your carries. You want to pick him Razor. In the past, it would be Bloodseeker. These like very aggressive, want to run at you, fight heroes, win the lanes. So I think it's a slightly different playstyle.
Yeah.
But obviously, he's their main carry player. They had success at previous lands. So as long as they can adapt back to their normal strategies, I think that hopefully they do better.
I also think it's really funny because obviously PARIVISION have been in this weird spot of they don't really know who to prepare for or how to construct their drafts because they didn't know who was going to be playing overall. So I think MOUZ have got away with a little sneaky one there, which I appreciate it.
To be fair, I'll say the one team that doesn't care that much about that is PARIVISION.
Yeah, also true.
Because I think number one, they've been working on themselves lately, and number two, they also have such a weird play style that it's not like they're countering anything. It's just 9 class making a metric shit ton of space, while the rest of the DM's getting sacked and Satanic is farming. It's such a weird, unique style of Dota from them.
And they don't have to worry about this. Obviously, Ghost's Lone Druid was, being respect banned a lot, so it was taking up a vital ban slot in drafts. But
I definitely think that's the biggest difference. I think pretty much every other hero here that they can still pick, but the Lone Druid's definitely more of a specialist. And then they gained his. The biggest one for me is Razor. I think every time I think of him, I think of Razor. And
same here, Monkey King.
King as well, yeah.
And I honestly do feel like Bloodseeker is not something that can be forgotten about because there's a lot of Pango being picked up offlane and mid, and it completely hard counters some heroes. So I just feel like you have to look out for it.
It's just hard because I think his like 3 specialty heroes aren't really particularly strong in the meta. The closest I would say is Monkey King. We've seen it to some success in the safe lane, but none of those heroes are like the thing you want to pick.
Okay, I gotta hijack the conversation because there's 2 minutes until the draft.
Yes.
I want to show something very important to the audience.
Oh, okay.
It's Pudge related because I don't care about all this other bullshit that's going on here that we're talking about. What's very important is that's not the right team. Okay, actually.
Do you want me to continue the conversation?
Yeah, go ahead. Mid one will play Pudge.
Right.
Mid one will play Pudge.
Yes.
Yamich Pudge. All
right, here we go.
I just had a bit of an aneurysm.
Another one.
I had a bit of an aneurysm.
Two Weatherman segments.
2 Weatherman segments.
One
Yeah.
session.
Okay, let me see if I can get this working. 1 second. Okay. Yamich Pudge, MOUZ. There they are. There's the MOUZ logo right up there. Yeah, great, guys. Okay, so he did this in a game, okay? We got all these stand-in situations. What do you got to do? You got to create chaos. You want to talk 9 class creating chaos? No. Yamich is the ultimate chaos creator. So I wanted to show some tech on Pudge, okay? How is it that they're able to pick this guy, right? Look what he has here. Look what he has in the inventory, Gunner. What's this?
Tangos?
No. What's this?
Boots of Speed?
He's got a smoke of deceit. He's got a ward. You want to be good at your pubs? You want to win some games on Pudge instead of just griefing? Standing in the trees, missing hooks, you piece of shit? Look what he does. Okay, goes mid with the smoke at his seat, puts it in the trees. Why? Doesn't want to be seen. Doesn't want to be seen with the smoke, because if they see the smoke, they know what he's about to do. And also, if he smokes early, he can't do this. Walks into the tower range. So for anybody that doesn't know, the tier 1 towers, they have more attack range at night than they have vision range. So if you walk into the tower and it doesn't hit you, boom, you know there's no ward there. You know they don't see you. So what does he do? He slams down a ward right there. A little bit unfortunate that illusion sees him right as the ward gets placed down, but you know, it is what it is. Even the thing is though, they see that he doesn't have a smoke in his inventory because it's right here. He placed it right on the ground there. So he's going to take that smoke eventually, standing there looking for maybe a potential hook into the tower. That's a good boy. That's a good pudge. Waiting. Why does he have the smoke on the ground, guys? What's that about? Okay, now he picks it up as the game starts, and then he smokes in case they have vision, and he goes to this little spot right here. And I'll show you in a second how to get into this spot and what the point of the spot is. Okay? And he tries to go for the hook on the Viper, and he misses. Unfortunate, right?
Yeah, it really is looking like one of my pubs right now.
Lots of so the thing is though, there's lots of tech that goes on here, and if he did that, what would happen? If that was successful, what is it that would actually happen here? Okay, so I wanted to show this hotkey first. He used this directional moving, move in a direction without pathfinding. This is how he got in the spot, because otherwise it's very hard to do. And go ahead and close that. So here's where you use the directional moving. You click this way using the directional moving. That way your hero does not run around this way. So this is what he was going for. They get stuck. And there's lots of spots on the map that you can do this. This is probably the best one. You need to do the smoke tech that he abused in order to make this work. And the only way to get out of it is to teleport out. And if you do that and you die, it's literally GG right off of that. So I just wanted to show that because it's the coolest tech that he does. He does a lot of other like semi-cool tech, but this guy is like absolutely abusing when it comes to Pudge. And I think this is what you have to do if you're going to make the hero work.
Yeah, I played a pub with a Pudge Pause 4 the other day, and he dropped his Blink Dagger to hide it, and then it got stolen. So
you know,
I've had some various results with that technology of dropping items, Jenkins.
Well, I mean, look, we might, it's something we might see today. Hopefully not as bad as what you're talking about, Gunnar. But I will say this, whenever you're watching PARIVISION, they're another volatile team. I mean, probably in terms of desks smashed, the #1 team here. Obviously, we've seen DeCarlos go crazy. He's now got a stress ball.
Satanic too.
And, well, I mean, listen.
And they're sitting right next to each other.
He actually leaned over to DeCarlos' desk to slam his desk after they won.
I'm sorry, but does he have 2 coffees?
Yeah.
Young man, that's too much caffeine in the morning.
I once played on a team with someone who would have 2 coffees and a Red Bull before every game.
Where's his... Where's Phil, the manager, to stop him from...
He's probably the one who got him coffees.
No, he's a good lad, that Phil. Oh, I did want to show this. These absolutely insane records. I know people don't like to see this because, you know, Satanic and DeCarlos, they have got their fair share of enemies out there with their all chats and so forth, but the kid is good. He is so good. He is literally #1 for everything in this tournament. But you look across the board at some of the other stats. I didn't want to show too much here. They're on a lot of the top 5s. And average assist, DeCarlos. Average assist, 9 class. Average assist, DM. Like, his team is making a ton of space for him. His team is showing up to fights and making sure that he survives in the fights to get all of those kills. And the interesting thing about Satanic's stats right now is that not only is he #1 in terms of kills, he's also #1 in terms of last hits. Like, the guy is just playing at a peak right now, which I feel like coming in to this tournament, I think it was day 1 we saw them lose, right?
Yes.
He was not looking good. So whatever they've done as a team, they're playing around him really well, and he is back to peak form.
Well, you know, obviously we saw them prioritizing the Kez, which I think on day 1 and day 2 didn't have a great win rate. And obviously we saw Satanic, I think, go 0-4 on the hero.
Yeah. Kez has looked a bit polarizing. I think there's some players and teams that make it look very good. I would say Liquid, Mickey, his Kez looks very good. They play very fast around it, but then there's other ones like the pure Kez, Satanic Kez, they kind of struggled a bit. Like, they look good at some points in the game, but I don't know if they've really had the ability to close it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just feels with that hero, if you like die once, your game is kind of
It's
over.
a very squishy hero.
Yeah.
So you want to be ahead enough that you kill them before they kill you. That's like the whole play style. But the second you fall behind, it's like, oh, they have too much armor, they have too much health, and then they just kill you.
Yeah, they just turn and press any buttons on you and you die.
You get Primal Beast, and then he just grabs you, and you're like, oh,
you're right.
I can't play the game.
It's super volatile, and I'm very sad. I'm very sad.
Why are you sad?
Because the Pudge is banned.
Yeah.
Oh.
Old Y dog. He's not getting to. He's a very young kid actually.
Also,
little
speaking
Y
of
dog.
Satanic's farm, we scrimmed him a long time ago. It was back, I think, when he was on Yellow Submarine.
Yep.
This was like almost 2 years ago. And he played Naga, and he had 20 CS a minute versus us. It was like one of the most CS I've ever. He had like 400 CS at 20 minutes, something like that. It was insane.
Pretty
good.
I have the exact experience with Sumail when he was on. I don't even remember what the team name was. It was on Tralf's team. I remember he was tier 2 and he scrimmed my team, and he was Storm, and he went literally like 36-0, and I was like, this person's not human, and then it turned out to be Sumail. Isn't it fun when that happens?
Yeah.
You just get the feeling that somebody's on like this other level, and then it turns out to be true. Yeah, it's something about Satanic. I don't know. That guy always knows what camp to go to, where like you're not going to find him, but he's also optimizing the farm. Like he has the best farming patterns right now, other than maybe like Yatoro.
I don't know how I personally feel about Marcy. I think it's seen a bit of struggle recently.
Also polarizing.
I think the 4-1 looks more consistent, but it's also, I think it's like player dependent. I think your 4 has to know what they're doing to actually utilize either the aggression or the defensive capabilities. And then the carry one, I don't know. It's like a very, I think sometimes the carry matchups can be bad for you, or sometimes like the supports, if they have BKB disable, they have some Juggernaut that like fights you through BKB, stuff like that. I think can get a bit iffy. I know teams value it a lot because it does have strong snowball potential, but to me, it's always pretty scary. And even when you're versus Centaur, this guy's eventually going to get an Ags. He's going to save the guy you initiate on.
Yeah.
He's too tanky for you to burst in the fights. And like
He stuns you when you go in.
Yeah. Already for now, I'm like favoring P-Vision's drafts just off the bat.
The thing is though, it's like I feel like the win rate of the hero is driven up by, and now it's even harder to play Marcy because you just sit.
Yeah, you can't. You don't have lifesteal.
Yeah, I think the win rate of Marcy is driven up by like Liquid playing it so much.
They just pick it every.
They
game.
just think it's good, and it looks like MOUZ. Like I would guess Crystallis lands, strolls into the hotel, just goes, guys, pick me Marcy. Like, oh, what have you been playing? Marcy. Like that's what I feel is like happening here. Maybe it will be Yamich, or they get like ranged carry and it's a 5 Marcy. That's possible, especially with these picks. But I also have a feeling like Crystal is just on the same page as Liquid, that thinks it's overpowered still. But I think that's like a polarized opinion.
I think you should still just stick a carry in this situation. I think it's fine versus Centaur. You can pick it with some strong 5. Maybe is Snap. They could Snap, I think, is acceptable. Also gives you save versus the Centaur. Like you can cookie out the guy who gets jumped. Sure, you can't get healed by the A, but Warlock.
Yep.
It's Kaori, you gotta remember.
Yeah.
This guy will slam it out no matter what.
It's always Warlock.
I mean, I think that's another way to secure the lane for the Marcy, which is a different playstyle. I think usually with the Marcy lanes, you kind of want to like win the lane because she's such an aggressive hero. She has like kind of mobility spell, and also you can pull them back. So you have like 2 different ways to get on top of them, force them to trade right clicks with you. Warlock is more of the 50-50 support. So if anything, this kind of incentivizes me for this to be a Marcy position 4, which means they want to like get it later in the draft.
Primal Marcy is also like a classic combo, right? You jump off the Primal Beast, you set up for him, and then you give him move speed to trample as well. It's really good.
Also, if it ends up being a support Marcy, you have save. Like the Primal Beast can go in, and then you can jump him out of the fight, and then he can get his BKB off, jump back in.
Yeah, that's true.
And I value Primal Beast a lot right now. I think this is one of the strongest heroes in the meta. I think it's very powerful, specifically on mid. I think especially when people started watching Maureen replays, learning when to creep cut, how to creep cut, when the ability to like dive the enemy mid, when it's to gank other lanes. I think he just has so much map movement. Like he doesn't play the game normal. It's not a real way. Quinn, back in the day, Quinn would get really mad at these type of heroes like Bristleback cutting the waves. I feel like Primal Beast is very much similar way.
It's dishonest.
It's a dishonest type of Dota. But I think because of that, it makes the hero very powerful. Because there's nothing really you can do about it. You chase him, you lose farm into
I think it's like you're countering him with your supports, not with the mid. Like what supports can rotate mid and kill him without like sacrificing the other lanes. And when you need to draft the side lanes in order to deal with the mid, you're in a situation where you're happy if you're Primal Beast and you're getting countered like that. Like full game countered, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Bane could be interesting.
I was thinking.
I know it's not a 9-class hero at all. I want to say I don't think I've ever seen him play Bane, but it looks very good. You have the grip for both the.
He's just gonna go Nyx, dude. It's 9-class.
Nyx.
Oh no, it's ban. Okay, no Nyx. Let's see. Is Monkey's out? They took that out.
Void
second
Spirit?
phase.
Oh, that is that. Oh, he's Slardar. 9-class is Slardar.
Okay.
So I actually had the pleasant experience of laning with this the other day. I played Timbersaw. He played Slardar. He bought boots level 1. He pulled the waves, which versus Warlock, that's one of the best things you can do. He can't Fatal Bond you if you're pulling waves because there's no creeps for you to get bonded to. And he doesn't really have high damage. Like, sure, if he can Shadow Word you, but it doesn't do that much. So it's free kind of creep scut or creep skip. And I think they get away. I would say their cores don't really synergize that well with Slardar yet. They don't have like high physical damage. But I think it's a melee hero. Like, I don't know. 9-class, you just want to pick him a melee 4 that runs around.
So they pick Nature's Prophet, presumably because it's good in lane against Queen of Pain mid. Do you think there's any world where they run Satanic as the Queen of Pain? Like Yatoro played that the other day, carry Queen of Pain. I think to dodge something. It was maybe a Huskar or something like that.
It was Huskar, yeah. And they picked Sniper mid.
Yeah, they picked Sniper. Yeah,
yes. Yeah. I think that's okay, but I also don't think this lane is dodgeable.
It's not
so
bad enough.
This matchup used to be really bad a long time ago. I remember I used to like this one a lot back when Nature Prophet would go trees, because it was impossible to last it as Queen of Pain. Yeah. But nowadays, because you're going Sprout, he's not really this like strong dominating laner anymore. He's more of a, let me try to get by and I'll TP to your side lanes and kill you. So if anything, that playstyle, the reason why I would see Queen of Pain in the safe lane is because you can't get ganked by Sprout. You can always blink out. So it's specifically, instead of being...
It's not to dodge the lane, it's
to dodge the ganks.
It's to make the carry ungankable. Yeah. Okay, sure.
But I think it's more realistic. It's probably a mid.
Yeah, that makes sense. Chrysalis has played a fair share of Nature's Prophet, right?
Yeah.
This is something that he's been.
Yeah, they have a. It is also a good lane matchup versus the Primal Beast mid, because there's kind of different options, right? So Primal Beast can go mid and Nature Prophet can go carry. Primal Beast can go off lane and Nature Prophet can go mid or carry. So I think Queen of Pain is just blind good versus anything that MOUZ can kind of cook up right now. I think they should still put the Primal mid, most likely. I think that is just too good of a role. But it's played a lot more in the offlane.
To be fair, I like the offlane Primal too, just because I feel like all the wave cutting stuff you mentioned about mid,
you can do it in the offlane.
You can just do it in the offlane. Yeah, like it's even level 1, you can get a Windlace and kill the entire first creep wave with like 1 extra right click on every creep.
Does Yamich play Muerta? I don't think he really does, right?
He's more of like the melee guy.
Okay, because I like the ranged kind of damage dealers with like a Marcy carry, Nature Prophet mid, Primal offlane, something that kind of can rotate around, has kind of like control spells for the Queen of Pain.
What about like a Willow, Dark Willow? Hoodwink type.
I like Hoodwink more than Willow. I think Willow's okay. The reason I say Muerta is because I think the silence is just pretty frustrating for people to deal with, especially with Sprout. Like, you Sprout a guy and then you have the silences, the ghosts like spinning around. It's hard for the Centaur and the Starter, who are like these fast heroes that want to like walk, be able to kind of get their spells off. No Pudge though, because it is banned. You're really sad about that one?
Too bad. That's really too bad.
He crowbarred in that Weatherman segment just in the hope we were going to see a Pudge, and then we didn't get it. So sad for him.
Okay, so it is a
Dragon Knight. Probably.
It's very interesting to see it get all this way. It's probably the latest the Dragon Knight's been picked this time.
Yeah, it's usually first phase picked.
I mean, into Ancient Apparition too is quite ballsy, I'll say.
Yeah, I think the region's not massive. I feel like the region is more of like a laning thing. But obviously when you end up getting Satanic late game, yeah, it's going to matter. But again, also the other thing that would be good versus TK is the Spell Amp that he's applying. But their team's very split. You have like Centaur and Queen of Pain that are kind of magic damage. And then you have Slardar, which is more physical.
Yeah.
And even the Queen of Pain, a lot of her damage comes out from her ult, which is pure, which they won't amp. So they don't really have the most synergy in terms of amplifying each other's damage. But they're going to pick a strong carry. That lets him do damage.
9-class Slardar. He really just does play whatever he's taking in pubs, huh?
Yeah, he does. Okay, so it's interesting. So it's Nature's Prophet mid, because he now knows it's Queen of Pain mid. It's hard for me to say. I like Primal Beast a lot. I think also Faceless Void is kind of an iffy hero. And it's Faceless Void paired with an Ancient Apparition, which is a really weak lane. So I think that if Boom gets kind of to free farm,
which I think he should.
He should. I think that he can kind of take over this game, get a bunch of kills, because there's not too much ways to stop his ult, right? It's only Slardar and Centaur stun. Yeah. But if you get one of those two, or you get, one of the cores split away, I think that MOUZ is the way to just like chain stun heroes.
Yeah, I mean, my gut says that MOUZ's lineup is like way easier to execute.
Yeah.
But if the game does go like hyper late game and PARIVISION is not behind, or if they have some sort of like comeback and end up with like a big gold lead, their lineup is very hard to deal with. Like Void, Queen of Pain, Insane in the late game, AA, you're going to burst anybody, Centaur cart. But like to get there, I feel like it's really hard. There's so much snowball potential on MOUZ, and they have a ton of stuns, they have good lanes, they're really easy to execute.
I'm a bit surprised on something is the Dragon Knife facet, because we've been seeing the blue one a lot more, which is health restoration.
Which one did he go for?
He went the green one.
Okay.
And so I thought in this game versus the Faceless Void, it could have been cool to actually see him go the Frost Dragon to kind of prevent his healing.
Yeah, we've seen it into the Morph a few times.
Yeah, we've seen it into the Morphling. And
my thoughts are like maybe he wants to end the game earlier. And
I could see it, and maybe the Nature's Prophet's more of like the real carry.
Yeah, exactly. Because like if they do go late game, I feel like Void just
they probably lose
beats everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Void AA especially.
So you got a grading for the drafts. Who do you like best?
I like MOUZ's a bit more. I think that it depends on how much Boom gets done, and if mid one's also able to probably gank the sidelines and get kills.
And what if you had to rate them both out of 10?
Out of 10?
Yeah.
P-Vision would be like a 7, and MOUZ would be like an 8 or a 9.
You sure it's not 6, 7?
We tried to set you up for your Zoomer meme. Anyway, with that said, I now have to throw you over to Suns fan and Cinder. And Suns fan, tell us a story about DeCarlos.
Well, he sure lights earwax, that's for sure, as we get into game number 1 of the upper bracket best-of-3 match between MOUZ and PARIVISION. Just in time for a pause, just in time to talk about DeCarlos some more. Cinderin.
Hello. How's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited to see some high tempo here, Shannon. It's always good to start off the day on these days with a potential 12 games to hopefully see the teams kick it into gear immediately. Now, yesterday ended with some very gruesomely long and I would argue slow games between Extreme and Heroic. So the players owe us some pace.
Yeah, are you upset about that? You had some plans last night, didn't you?
It happens. Sometimes you get unlucky.
You were supposed to be swimming in the sauna.
Oh, it would have been so nice. But hey, we'll just go in today instead. Am I right? By we, I mean not you.
No,
that's okay.
But thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, as always,
double-digit times, actually.
Yeah, I really want you to go.
It actually makes me want to go less.
I appreciate your company. What can I say?
Mid one playing the Nature's Prophet today. What's that?
You should be flattered.
I am. I'm always flattered by you.
Oh, really? I don't believe that for a second. So, the MOUZ line of this game, very quick. Nature's Prophet mid. We've seen mid one have some explosive early games sometimes on this. There was a very recent, like 7-minute rampage, which is quite rare.
Yeah.
That he found on that, and he has really good side lanes to gank for. The cores in DK and Primal both are happy to see rotations come over, and of course, should mention Crystallis is back, playing on carry here. So I think MOUZ say thank you very much to Ghost for the help, but hopefully for Crystallis, he is nicely recovered and ready to play his A game. I know for myself, if I am away from Dota for a couple of days, I feel like I can be very rusty in game number 1.
Yeah.
It can go very fast sometimes. It's like you're surprised that, oh, I didn't play for 2 days, and then you lose your mojo a little bit. Hopefully for Crystallis, he's had a chance to warm up
or you could be refreshed, you know? Sometimes you need that mental break. And hey, coming to a tournament where you're immediately in the playoffs, that's kind of a nice treat.
Yeah, maybe he's worried that he has to It's like two things. First of all, Ghost was doing a good job. She's like, oh, Ghost did well. I better look good. And, oh, I can't play first pick Lone Druid. So...
yeah, that's true. Not a lot of people can, though, to be fair.
Even better.
Yeah, we'll be playing the DK, as Gunnar was talking about. The Corrosive Dragon is the facet for him this time around. Mid one on the Nature's Prophet. Hasn't gotten the Moneybags tech quite yet, so still stuck on this old facet, unfortunately for all of us.
Very unfortunate.
That would have been great content for the entirety of the game on how many bags were missed.
And you could argue that the Sprout heal is the absolute worst in mid out of the 3 lanes for Prophet to have. Because like you're kind of rarely in range of it to get any benefits.
Yeah.
You're not connecting it with the surrounding trees for a lane partner or anything. So that is yeah, he still thinks it's just better. I mean, whenever you do ganks and show up for fights, it's like a little thing that might not seem that big, but sometimes it makes the difference between a kill or survival for an ally. 9 class. We talked a lot about MOUZ now. Obviously, PARIVISION, a completely different lineup, which I think is the most intriguing thing about this game, is PARIVISION are playing a totally different style to MOUZ. Their lineup is arguably a bit slower. We don't really see Centaurs rush Blink that much, so in terms of setup, you're largely relying on a Forest Slardar, I'm assuming, to get a Blink here, which takes a while. It is one of the better lane matchups you can play into, like Jenkins was talking about, is the Warlord. Excuse me, well, whether it was Jenkins or Gunner, they were right for once. Pulling against Warlock is very easy. So, should be able to get at least a decent amount of XP and gold down bottom for DM. You can see he's already level 3, as 9 class has been doing his shenanigans.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, 9 class is one of my favorite players for sure. Always playing these weird position 4s that sometimes they don't work. Well, when they do, everybody copies him, Cinderin. I guess the one exception is the Slark, which I was not happy with that entering the scene.
Well, they try to copy his Slark, but they can't do it.
True, but I'm just saying, in general, I was unhappy that that was even successful to begin with on any level. Just hard to watch. You know?
I think the main reason I was unhappy with it was that it inspired some people to play carry Slark, and that doesn't work. And when I say people, I don't mean in Pro Dota, because in Pro Dota they're clever enough to never pick that hero as a carry. But in some of my pub games, I feel like if I have Slark carry, I'm already...
It's a loss.
The game is already a 30% win rate from that one position.
Once they nerfed the Shard for the support Slark, well, for any Slark really, he just fell off the face of the earth. DM. Fatal Bond's applied right now, so we'll take a bit of damage. No kills as of yet in this game. Would you be expecting MOUZ to be able to get that first blood, considering their lineup is a lot more aggressive?
Lineups with mid-profit tend to get first blood more often than not, so I think so. But realistically, you're finding the kill top, if anything. I don't think bottom is likely to be anything you connect on in a meaningful way. It's one of the downsides of Warlock. Just kill power is not a big thing. What Warlock is good at is sustaining the lane and then having big team fight later. So it is important when you pick this hero that you cover that weakness. I think sometimes people draft in a fashion where you don't appreciate enough how much it matters to set Warlock up for success when you're playing him as a support, because a lot of the times teams are just focusing on, yeah, the support, if you enable your carry, you have a good lane, you're happy already. But for example, if this were to turn into a super skirmishy game, and that's all that happens and you never find team fights, Warlock can kind of lose his way a little bit in the game. But fortunately, they have drafted in a fashion that will set up the team fights. You've got DK to knock on the towers, and Primal Beast will be more than happy to look for a bigger scale fights. Now, on the side of PARIVISION, we're talking about this on the panel, the Faceless Void AA lane being very weak, which I, of course, agree with. Said Boom was going to have a good time farming, and that is correct. But so is Satanic. They're both just farming, and there is indeed that first blood in the expected lane of the top lane. They find him Yamage plus.
Imagine all the money bags that he could have had.
Yeah, that would have been like 10 gold.
You make it sound like it's bad. There's no way that it's worse than this facet. No way.
I think it depends. In the beginning, it's kind of whatever. It gets better.
Yeah, if you make it to 20 minutes on Prophet, which is a pretty safe bet, then it starts actually mattering. It's okay, Cinder. It's just gonna be one of those things where you're debating whether I'm right or not, and we're gonna see in the next month that it's gonna be the only facet taken.
I'm just happy to talk about something else.
Oh, that's true. I just had to bring up Moneybags one more time. contractual obligations from Gaben, of course. It is what it is. What can you do?
No one cracking level 6.
Yeah, no one is doing a little bit better on the levels right now.
This could be an interesting situation.
It's a damage rune. He actually picks up the rune after the Sonic Wave. Yamish does die anyway, though. It's probably the only difference it would have made. No one looking to re-aggress. Ice Feet does proc, and that's going to be another kill, this time to no one. So a 2-for-1 special. PARIVISION losing their support Slaughter, and the other 2 supports on the MOUZ side follow suit.
Yeah, really good news for no one that rune spawned bottom. Otherwise, he wouldn't have got it, and on top of that, it also helped him get the secondary kill. So, looking quite good for him still. If you have a look at the overall net worths, MOUZ are looking healthy in all 3 lanes. And as mentioned, Primal Beast is really the hero to look at. His win rate this patch, or this tournament rather, is insane. If I didn't misread it, I think the hero is 10-1. When we saw it in the pregame, of which I believe it was it 7-1?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, it's 10-1. It was just about the rolls. It's 7-1 in off lane and 3-0 in mid, I think it was. Easily the most successful hero of the tournament, without question. So
I'm going to make a prediction
give him a good start.
That this will be a loss for him.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, first of all, I feel like PARIVISION, they always get to late game. That's just my feeling. Chronosphere into AA Blast into Sonic Wave, that sounds real dirty. As the rebound does cancel the TP, Stampede comes out from DM, but it's a little too late mid-1 with a nice pickoff. But like you talked about, MOUZ, their big advantage is the early aggression. So how much can they get out of it? The call is brought to half HP. First item will be Blink for Boom.
Yeah, I like it a lot here. You need to be able to threaten the Faceless Void and the Quap, so you have to have some sort of catch. And Dragon Knight, realistically, will probably want to go for the standard carry items first, so will be the Armlet, Mask of Madness.
Onslaught into the Primal ult, doing a lot of damage to no one. Sonic Wave comes out, not able to get the kill. He does die first, as Boom will be able to trample to safety. So just like that, the caster's cursed Cinder, and 3 for nothing, as MOUZ now in a pretty damn good spot.
No need to worry, though. They always get to late game, Shannon, so it'll be okay.
I'll remember that.
Yeah.
I'm taking notes.
For sure, though, this is looking very, very healthy for the side of MOUZ. I'm trying to see, Yamich is only level 3 in spite of getting the Wisdom Shrine, but of course that is the trade-off that you get when you're giving Boom all the space in the world. Seeing the replay here, very nicely played here. Didn't even connect the Onslaught, but it was in Fog. Not needed, though. And as it stands, almost better that it missed, because now they use Sonic Wave too. So you have a little bit of a downtime now for the side of PARIVISION. Whenever Sonic Wave is on cooldown, that's another thing. In this state of the game, Queen of Pain kind of has to do everything when it comes to kills. Slaughter is a 4. He does very little damage. AA is level 4. And Faceless Void, this hero doesn't do damage until 30 minutes into the game. So if they manage to pressure no one and force him to use ults that don't even lead to kills, I kind of feel like you're going to be running the map.
Yeah.
It's uncharacteristically greedy for PARIVISION. Yes, they do like to get to late game, but usually we don't see them in this bad of a spot 9 minutes in. The mid tower is not long for this world either, I would think.
Yeah, Kaori on the Warlock, level 7. Yamich is level 4, but you can look at the other side for 9 class and Ducal. It's both level 4 right now, so definite XP advantage on the side of MOUZ is 9 class. Getting gone on. Chrysalis, good block from mid 1. I won't say it, Sinner, but you know I'm thinking it. You are too now.
I was just thinking whether any of them was benefiting from the heal there. Unfortunately, no.
Okay, the opposite.
Yeah. All right, on to more tower pressure with that kill on Slaughter. Well, Chrysalis actually will opt to back out. Started thinking about hitting a bit, but probably for the better, as rotation was coming down here. Yeah, safe to say that MOUZ are in a great position continually in this game. Haven't even taken a tower yet. That's the other thing. You're 3k up. There's so much unclaimed objective gold. This is just a raw lane win. And playing with Prophet and DK, you know those towers are falling soon. So I think in reality, this lead should turn into 5k within the next few minutes. And well, there's another stepping stone. Ducalis will be stepped on by Yamich on the Marcy. I've heard
And
a lot of fans would love that to happen to them.
Slardar with the Dragon Tail afterwards, so a very long stun duration and more than enough damage for MOUZ. 4K lead in a very dominating position right now. PARIVISION just getting completely punished for having such a slow lineup to start the game.
Wow, he almost got a sub-10 blink. I don't know if I've seen that for a very long time on Primal. Considering his build-up was phase boots and Soul Ring, this is exceptionally fast coming out from Boom. And it's just something... There's something satisfying about looking at the net worth chart for the Radiant heroes and seeing all 3 cores basically completely on the same level. This is not very common that you manage to get everybody at the top of the board and within striking distance of each other. It goes to show just how easy this game has been for mousesports so far. And, well, the top tower will be next on the menu, as Prophet will connect.
Silence onto Satanic, but they get the Stampede. He gets the Time Walk as well, and now the Chronosphere. Looks like they'll be able to pick up this kill. Nice Sonic Wave hitting both members of MOUZ. They get the Nature's Prophet and Boom afterwards. Huge kills for PARIVISION. Now that the AA Blast is online, they actually have the setup with the Chronosphere, and this is where their lineup could start to shine. Kaori attempting to run away, but the Corrosive Haze will provide all the vision they need to be able to chase him down in theory, but no one getting a bit low on mana. Doesn't want to take a chance as the death timers are pretty low.
That was a crucial moment for PARIVISION, just to throw a spanner in the works for a bit. If this kill on Satanic is successful with this Orchid rush from mid 1, they take the tower as well, and we're looking at a 5 or 6k lead instead of 2. But they didn't have quite enough damage in the tank between the Primal and Prophet, and it makes me wonder, the execution there, I didn't see it quite from the start. I feel like in theory, these 2 heroes absolutely 100-0 him, so something must have gone wrong there.
Pulverize initiation. They know that they don't have a lot of their ultimates at their disposal, so Boom gets a free pick off. The 3k lead for MOUZ.
Yeah. Still think the top lane play will just be repeated. You have no reason to not immediately go back there when you forced all the ults, and that is indeed the case. Mid 1 TP's top and starts going to work now. He has now shown off this Orchid, and I feel like in this position, some carry players might pivot and panic a little bit and change their build away from Maelstrom and get a faster Manta. But I don't think...
Oh, nice read from Kaori. Stopping the TP in its track, and now they have the Orchid that you just talked about.
This one he's not getting out of.
Good kill on Satanic. And Satanic knew he was there because he got the scan off, but good read from Kaori.
Back on track for MOUZ. See if they can steal the 14-minute Wisdom with Prophet if he's fancying a scan TP play. Because, as a matter of fact, PARIVISION aren't covering that that shrine. That would be a very nice steal. But he has TP'd mid instead.
Looking for the Crush.
The
Stampede, but gets blocked out by the Sprout. But they have the turnaround onto Yamich. Sonic Wave now as well as the Scream. So a 2-for-0 special for PARIVISION, and 9 class somehow lives. And that's very important because he's the one that's, like you talked about earlier, is going for that Blink Dagger ahead of the Centaur. Centaur is maybe a 3rd item Blink at this rate.
Yeah.
But he's still 1,000 away on 9 class, so there's still going to be some time.
Well, surviving there was a big help. He's 1 and 4, so... Did he get either of the kills? No, that was mid 1. Or excuse me, no one into Collis. Of course, this game is the battle of the ones. The mid 1 versus no one special. Who's the better one?
Good question. Well, right now, mid 1 doing a lot more hero damage, but of course that comes with the territory of having a global ult and global map presence.
Well, sometimes Quap it will be ahead of a mid Prophet at this state.
Look at this.
That department.
139. That is... Ducalis gets trampled down. Do you agree with this?
No. But Dota Plus loves Faceless Void and big ultis. I would agree with this. If this is the game state in 10 minutes, I agree. On gold, that is. I think MOUZ's lineup will not win this game past 45 minutes. I think it's going to be too hard. It's not that it's theoretically impossible. Obviously, DK and Prophet can become monsters in their own right. it's just the margin for error gets smaller and smaller as you go later. Any misstep is just chrono into AA ult, and it's a kill. Like, you have no saves on your team against the Void, which is a big part of why it's a good last pick in this game. You're paying a little bit up front for the massive potential in the late game by having this AA Void lane that is weak, but boy, do they get strong later.
Ice Blast is just so crazy this game. You got the healing from Dragon Knight, the healing from Primal Beast, and of course, everybody knows the Sprout healing is so powerful.
Yeah, and Shadow Word.
That one's not
Marcy's Lifesteal. There's healing on almost everybody.
Yeah, the AA Blast is so absurdly good. That PARIVISION continuing to play quite greedy. As
not like they have that much of a choice, I think.
Well, depending on the build-up, right? There's always different build-ups for these heroes. Like, Centaur could have gone for an earlier Blink.
Yeah, okay, you mean like that.
Void going for the Helm into Maelstrom right now. Gets Dragon-tailed into the rebound. AA Blast to try to counteract this. He actually gets off his Time Walk and the Chronosphere in time. They find 2 right off the bat, and now mid one with the Sprout. Not healing him too much. Double kill for Satanic. 3 for nothing for PARIVISION. Told you, Sidran.
What did he Orchid? He TP'd in with it on cooldown.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, that's just not on. You can't go for the Void next to his tower without the one reason you can kill him. What was that?
Well, maybe we'll see the replay.
Yeah, I would like to see that, because I clicked it. Prophet had, I think he had a couple seconds cooldown when he, or rather, he had just used it when he arrived. You see, don't tell me he misclicked it. Stun, stun. He just doesn't have it.
Yeah, I guess
it's not ready. And that's a big deal. Sure, I think you're still losing this exchange, by the way, obviously. But you would have at least got the kill that you went for. But that is a blunder and a half from MOUZ. This is on their initiative, but if you're jumping the Void next to his tower and 5 enemy heroes are missing, it's probably at least some sort of protection for the Void. You need the Orchid there 10 out of 10 times.
Kaori. 9 class now has his Blink Dagger, so initiation available. He's actually going to use the Chaotic Garfing, dies shortly after mid one. Okay, now they have the Orchid onto the Faceless Void. Satanic does die this time. And 9 class will also drop, so 2 for 1 in favor of MOUZ.
Okay, it seems in this game what you don't want to do is engage.
Yeah, initiators lose.
Going is bad. Don't start fights, just respond. Unfortunately for MOUZ, they have to start fights or they will just, you know, get outscaled. So it's a bit of a catch-22.
Apparently.
But the one thing that MOUZ have not found yet, in my eyes, is a structured team fight. It's been these scrappy like 2v1s or 3v1s that turn on their head, where PARIVISION bring more numbers because they are closer to their towers. They're taking the fights on their side. We haven't really seen that big team fight where they get to leverage Golem and Fatal Bonds and whatnot. So, but that's what I was saying. That's the thing about Warlock. If you don't set up those conditions... Oh, nice Force Staff here from Ducalis. Love that choice this game. It's very good against multiple heroes. Good against Sprout, good against Primal Beast charging in, Marcy. A real feels-good choice. And saved his life there, of course.
Yep, if we look at the net worth, though, still, MOUZ, the favorites at the moment.
But they haven't gained for the last 10 minutes. It was a 3K lead minute 7. So, when all's said and done, I think this is more than good enough for PARIVISION to get where they want to be. So I think pressure, in my eyes, on MOUZ for the upcoming 10 minutes to try to build a bigger advantage. Make sure you get the Tormentor in 20 seconds. Make sure you play on your Aegis. This 4-minute timer. Boom will stomp on a fish.
Yeah, we're about to hit 20 minutes.
Yeah, just MOUZ. Go get it now. There's no reason to hesitate. Maybe Ducalis will throw out a little Ice Blast, but I don't think they're going to get low enough that this is dangerous. Well, I say that. It actually really would be.
That would have been really good.
Surprised how much damage they took there.
Mid one using the Sprout to heal.
Yeah, there it is. This is what he took it for. This one moment.
So Yamich is the recipient of the Shard. And looks like a Stampede used for Ducalis to exit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So despite getting... That's funny. I don't remember the last time I've seen a Roche and Tormentor taken and no the lead has not been gained at all in terms of net worth. There's 9 class and no one. They cancel the TP, get the easy kill on Kaori. It was 3K before they took Tormentor, right?
Yeah, wait, what happened?
How is it? Well, there are just a bunch of bounty runes. I think we saw a few on the bot side, but...
Doesn't compensate for it. Did they take a tower or something? Wait, why didn't they get more gold? You're right. Huh, that's a little puzzling.
Boom able to TP out here. He's going to go for as the BKB for Lincolns.
Huh. It looks like they got 4 back-to-back bounties. Maybe that somewhat covers it. And of course the farming time, right? So.
Yep, we talked about how they have played greedy, and it's paying off now because these heroes can farm a lot faster.
I am surprised to see this from Satanic, actually. I think this guy makes very good itemization choices, and I'm not going to say Lincoln's is not the right choice here, but I kind of thought he would prioritize Manta, given the multiple utility of that. You can, if you're going to get jumped by Primal, you can react with Manta. You have it against the Orchid of Prophet.
Yeah.
And with Lincoln's, you can still just get Sprout Orchided and get caught, but obviously that counters Primal the most, and DK. So it's about picking your poison, you know? What do you think is more important? And he's saying it's more important that I have the solution to insta getting jumped by Primal.
Yeah, I mean, the melee, like Dragon Knight, Blink, Dragon Tail is really hard to react to.
Yes.
I would think.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe that's the main reason. Because Pulverizer's going to be the cast time and whatnot.
But if there's a player right now that I feel like would have the confidence that he would just consistently pull that off, it would actually be him.
How does Wrath of Nature work now with Lincoln's? Is it the first? It's just one of the tips?
You have to click on the hero as the first cast, yeah.
But it doesn't cancel the whole spell, right?
I actually don't remember that, but it should break the Lincoln's if you target the Void as the first.
Yeah, I would think it breaks the Lincoln's, but it doesn't break the entire spell.
Yeah, I think that's
Pulverize onto 9 class. It's off the crutch. There's the rebound, but the Chronosphere to come. Where's that AA blast? They have the Catacombic right on top of them. 9 class is dead. Big Sonic Wave. There's the blast on top of the Primal Beast, trying to exit at the moment. But he dies shortly after. 2 for 1. As Kaori going to get chased down by DM eventually, ticking slowly to that Shadow Strike. The Scream of Pain is what brings him down. Chrysalis still wants to fight despite being a human. 30 seconds left on this Aegis.
That
PARIVISION
time around,
looks like they're going to completely reset. So 3 for 2 in the end.
They finally hit a really good Fatal Bonds Golem combination, but the damage wasn't on top at the time. I thought it looked kind of promising. You're using the Golem to outlast some of the Chrono. If Prophet and DK can connect on meaningful heroes immediately after, that could have looked quite good for MOUZ, but weren't quite able to. I need to see the replay here of what really happened, because I thought this was kind of promising. You get in on the Slardar, sure, he doesn't die right away. This is a little bit crazy from Yamich, but you see the 4-man Fatal Bonds into Golem. Prophet isn't there. Oh, that's why. He's arriving now. If Mid-1 is part of that fight right from the beginning and he and DK connect on the correct targets, perhaps this is a bit of a different story.
Yeah.
Repeat same fighting arena here. Good Sprout.
Do a whole lot. Yeah, good Sprout to block in DM, gets pushed back into the river. He is so tanky, though. Are they actually going to turn this around? They are. Oh my god, DM lives. They kill off 2 supports and Mid-1. It's going to cost them a couple supports for the PARIVISION side. DM running around the tree, ring around a Rosie. Gets off the hoof stomp, no blink for a bit, but Chrysalis can't catch up, so the chase ends there.
This is super good news for PARIVISION. They just won a team fight without Chrono, and Void even. He wasn't even there. The reason MOUZ want to brute force another fight immediately is that they're recognizing just how important the Chronosphere is. But as you mentioned, DM, him being this farmed is crucial in these situations, having those multiple defensive items. I mean, look at his build.
Yeah.
It doesn't get much
weird not
tankier
seeing
than this.
Blink at this stage.
Lotus, Pipe, Vanguard, and Dom. And now he's going to go for the Crimson, so quadrupling down on the defensive aura items and utility. Not going to get... I mean, at this point, he might never buy the Blink, honestly. I don't even know if he'll buy it after Crimson either. He could consider going for something completely different. He could go something like a Scythe, if he wants to, as a way of dealing with counter-initiation. He could opt for Ags to protect his Faceless Void from the Dragon Tail combo like we talked about. At that point, you probably want to buy Blink after, though. If you go Ags, I feel like that item deserves a Blink. But yeah, curious to see where he goes from here. AC, I think?
I mean, when's the last time we've seen a game where Centaur doesn't get blinked the whole game and they win? Have you seen that recently?
I want to say yes, but
I can't remember.
I'm not sure.
Like eventually the blink comes.
But it's been funny to see the development of this hero.
Enjoyed it.
It used to be very one-dimensional. Every Centaur game was just phase boots into blink, but then obviously he got the facet. He got the facet to skip boots.
Don't
and that
remove
has
that.
allowed
It's awesome. Thank you.
for different build paths since then. There was a phase that Centaur was going Vanguard every game. There was a phase where Centaur was going Blade Mail every game. And now we have games like this where you sometimes Lotus Rush, sometimes you go Blade Mail Pipe, sometimes you go Dagger first. There's a lot of versatility. And I think that's part of the reason that the teams are rating Centaur as highly as they are, is when you pick this hero early in the draft, you're not telling the enemy team what purpose the hero has. Because they can buy everything. So you can't just counter that aspect of it and be like, oh, we're against Centaur, therefore we're buying this or that. In the past, when you're against Centaur, you're oftentimes either picking a save or you're picking something to keep heroes in place against Stampede. But guess what? If you're keeping heroes in place against Stampede, well, what if they're Pipe Crimson? It might not die anyway.
Kaori not going to be able to get out of this one with the Corrosive Haze upon you. Mid one was thinking about it, but not going to stick around too long as another support dies on the other side. So little scattered fights, but MOUZ now losing that lead in terms of net worth. And
remember when you talked about that 60-40 and whether I agreed? And I said in 10 minutes, if it's the same, I do.
Yeah.
Well, now they're 1K up, so I feel like this is like 70-30. Let's see what the graph says.
Remember when I said PARIVISION is going to get to late game?
Yep.
What do you think now?
I don't know. I'm not sure they'll get there. They might win before. Depends what you define as late game. What's late game in current Dota, would you say? In the past, late game had been like an hour, if you go back later. That was like
40 minutes, maybe?
40 minutes late game?
I think so.
I'm going to say for me, it's like 50-50 whether we get there, actually. I think it's possible that that PARIVISION kind of ride the wave right now. Roche is coming up in 20 seconds. Imagine you win a fight for this and get Roche. You're in such a dominant position all of a sudden. Close this out.
Yeah, I mean, the pit area, other than Chaotic Offering from the MOUZ side, I mean, look at PARIVISION's lineup.
Yep.
Chronosphere AA Blast, like that's all you need. That's already
Haze for it too.
Be far better.
Even though they don't, like the panel talked about, that the most obvious synergy with Slardar.
Yeah.
He still makes it a ton easier.
Eventually it synergizes with a Satan.
And they're looking for trouble, gonna smoke up, but both teams recognizing the importance of this Roshan, hoping to find the better initiation. Crystallis is starting to hit really damn hard. We haven't talked about him all that much this game, but he is super farmed on his Dragon Knight. Would love to put it to use, but the only thing he's gonna find for now is a troll. Now, no one is.
Ooh, Lincoln's pops to the Dragon.
Oh, this is bad.
For the rebound.
Get the fuck out, Dad. As someone would say.
About going in mid one and very deep. Satanic can come to use that Stampede to get away, re-engage DM. Now the hoof stomp. Sonic Wave onto mid one. The rebound save again. Pulverize onto DM. Chaotic Offering to follow. Satanic gets off the Chronosphere. AA Blast is coming. They're just going to focus onto Crystallis. Surely this is going to be a kill eventually. The Bash ensures it. So down goes Crystallis as Boom pretty much left to his own devices in the 1 versus 3 as no one scattered to the other side to take out Kaori. Double kill Satanic. That's 4 for nothing. PARIVISION just completely dominating every fight.
Yeah, disaster. The moment that fight was initiated, when I saw that Blink Dragon Tail on co-op, I already had a picture in my mind of how hard a MOUZ going to lose this. Like, if this is how you start, you break your smoke, you present your carry, and this Lincoln surprise on no one might have just won the game, really. That was a 6k swing plus an Aegis that MOUZ desperately need to try to finish this one off. And at this point, I'll say this. Either, if we... now it's not a matter of will PARIVISION get to late game. It's a matter of do they choose to. You're seeing the replay here. A nice save there from Yamich onto mid one. Will be the only hero living through this. And this Ice Blast, it wasn't even that great.
No.
A great placement. He hit only the DK. That could have been even better from
Feels like that's all that matters, though.
Yeah, it was irrelevant, but just goes to show that this fight can go even better. And of course, yeah, I guess the Queen of Pain in this game is doing a bajillion damage with the Ags, with all the setup, and of course with the Lincolns. Love No One's itemization in this game. I think every single item he's bought has had a very clear purpose and has performed just that.
Yeah, so now an Aegis for Satanic. Has the full Scotty now. Going for the Butterfly next. And No One talked about the Lincolns already to go along with the Ags. And halfway to a Shiva's. I mean, what items are MOUZ close to that could potentially turn things? The BKB not far off for mid one.
That's the concern. Is there anything at this point? Like
Boom's Ags, like there's not anything that crazy breaks here.
So not to paint too grim of a picture, but I genuinely don't think MOUZ can ever win a fight unless they kill Void first in this game at this point. Like I just don't see the type of initiation you can find here that is going to accomplish that. Let's say you get a clean jump on Quap next time and PARIVISION in formation.
Oh my, Amich has a
He's
BKB,
dead.
Shadow Strike,
Oh, okay, he has
TP.
TP. Right, he'll live. Ice Blast missing.
Still, BKB down.
Yep. And since there's an Aegis on Void, well, you're not going to find said fight for at least another 3 minutes. I think PARIVISION are just completely safe in this one right now.
Yeah, they can get all the buildings they want for now, for the next 3 minutes at the very least, if not more. Only one tier, I'm sorry, there's 2 tier 2s remaining. I'll expect those to fall soon.
And yeah, if you think back, now that we're 30 minutes into the game, if you think back on what happened in this game, if you watch this replay as MOUZ, you feel like we lost this game on the 2 moves we made top. At this level of play, there's not enough margin for error that happens in this game. The top tier 2 fight where they go on 9 class, or excuse me, on the Satanic without having Orchid ready on Prophet, die 3 heroes, and the one before that where they initiate on him at the top tower and also die 2 or 3, just took all the steam out of their lineup. I was very optimistic about them a few minutes in because they really accomplished what they set out to do, and maybe even overperformed in the first few minutes. But you just can't have those slip-ups at this level, especially against this type of lineup. PARIVISION were just ready for them and countered a couple of plays, and now they're ready for mid one. They just need to wait.
Mid one will take an AA blast with a Stampede. It's almost a solo kill from an AA.
Yeah,
man, oh man. That is not good for MOUZ. 70 seconds of no mid one.
Time for Poogies.
Yeah, it's the Poogie time. So tier 2. Down and out. Satanic, high ground attempt number 1.
All right, Shannon, I'm going to say under 40. So you're not getting your late game.
Yeah, but in essence, what I was saying is that the heroes will be relevant.
I'm sure you'll spin this in a way to be right.
Of course. I'm a spinster. Wait, that's not the right word.
Spinster.
Wait, what is it called in politics?
A spin doctor?
Spin doctor, yeah.
A spinster.
Let's ignore that. Dragon Tail from Chrysalis, last-ditch effort coming out from MOUZ, but there is the Chronoster onto 2. There's no AA blast, though, but the Primal Beast taking so much damage, and the Sonic Wave finishes him off. A rebound save, as now the AA blast is coming, and it hits beautifully done. Yamich, BKB is not going to be enough. This could be a full team wipe for PARIVISION, and honestly, that should just do it.
See you next game, MOUZ.
They're not going to call it yet, it seems.
They're going to make them, though.
Yeah, this melee will refresh the fortifications, so they'll get 1 freebie. But of course, you can see Roshan's banner will nullify that completely. Dragon Knight with a buyback, but no ult for another 50 seconds, so not sure what they're waiting for. This should be able to be finished here. Can't imagine a way, as Primal Beast will be up in 15, so maybe with the buybacks. Dragon Tail coming out. Ancient exposed. AA Blast is back up again, though, and yeah, time to call GG, I think. That's a dieback for Chrysalis. As mid one dies 1 more. They just want to get a few more deaths to their name, it seems. As finally the GGs come out. You can't ban my heroes. Oh.
All right. 9 class, maybe you don't want to...
Usually you say that when you win the series, not just the single game.
Yeah, or the tournament.
Love it, though. Absolutely love it. So, yeah, game 1 to PARIVISION, Cinderant.
Yep. Well, perhaps 9 class is right. Perhaps it's not worth it, and you would be better off focusing on banning other heroes. I think the Centaur in this game was instrumental to how everything worked out for PARIVISION. So perhaps MOUZ are going to make a strategic adjustment in that. But honestly, if you ask me, I don't really think this was a draft problem. It became a draft problem when the mid-game failed, but they were in a good position in the early game. 2 key moves failed top, and they lost all steam.
You can't ban his heroes, Richard.
Turns out you can't because he plays everything. But he's absolutely right. Don't know about the old chat, a little bit dubious, but whatever. Anyway, it was a great game. That's the important part. A great game to start us off.
Wait, I didn't see the all chat. What did he say?
Said you can't ban my heroes, Jenkins.
Who said that?
Who do you think said that?
Who do you think said that? 9 class.
Was it not Satanic?
No, it was 9 class.
Oh, it was 9 class. It's one of the 3.
I think it'd be really funny if they ended up losing the series and then he just has like a bad performance on some British heroes.
They ban his
heroes again.
They ban his heroes.
Yeah.
But no, look, I mean, look, it was a great game. It really pivoted on one team fight that I guess we'll highlight in a moment. But I mean, it was very back and forth, you know, and I guess PARIVISION ultimately, I sort of agree with the assessment of the commentators. Didn't feel like it was a draft problem until that team fight kind of failed, and then just a huge swing, 6k gold, Aegis given away, no way back into the game.
Yeah, I think there was a couple, just like the same play kind of kept happening for MOUZ, where they would jump without the correct resources or correct heroes, get baited to going in the void more often than not have the damage. Like here, for example, they go, he didn't have W on Primal Beast, he didn't have Trample, which is their damage to kill him with the Orchid. So then he doesn't die to the Orchid, turns around, gets a Chrono. And this play happens again, I think, pretty much 5 minutes later. There's just a few times I feel like mid one would TP in, try to go for a kill, not have the damage, end up dying, and I think PVision just played around their health pools a lot better than MOUZ.
Yeah, I was waiting for Gunnar to say it. To be honest, I also feel like this was an uncharacteristic, like, not great performance from mid one on Nature's Prophet. He has looked really good on pretty much everything that they've picked for him. This, by the way, was a super nice getaway from DM. But he was struggling. I feel like the way that PARIVISION was playing.
This fight too,
this is where they lose basically.
This was the Lincoln Sphere reveal on No One and Satanic. They both went for the Lincolns, and I think the idea is that like they had the same feeling that we had, of course, because they drafted the heroes, where they knew that if they just went late game, they would win. If they just survived the fights and the fights dragged on, they would eventually win because they have Queen of Pain. She's going to do more and more damage as the fight progresses. They have Faceless Void, who's going to turn around, be able to Chrono and kill almost any hero with the AA Blast. Of course, he can take these really long fights as well.
Here it is via Jenkins as well.
Yeah, this is good because I missed this. I was walking.
Confirm.
They always find some way to make people.
You can't ban my heroes.
What a dick! What a dick! 9 classes. Oh, they love playing the heal. I mean, these guys love playing the heal, and I think it honestly fits his play style. Like you can see so much of the personality of the players in the way that they play. 9 class is so annoying. He's just so annoying in general. Yeah, I mean, it was a good performance from him. A lot of other teams you'd see pick the Slardar and throw it to the forward position as like a flex, but as Gunnar said, he's legitimately just playing it in his pubs, and he just thinks it's good.
Yeah, I think he will play any melee hero's position 4. I don't know if there's a position 4 that like a melee hero that I haven't seen him play there. He plays Terrorblade in the past. He probably would play Phantom Assassin if it was good. He's played Slark, all the fun heroes.
I feel like he plays any hero that has some method of playing on the enemy side of the map and then like escaping, or playing on the enemy side of the map and being annoying. Like Terrorblade, for example, can do it because he uses illusions to manipulate waves and to kill creeps and to block camps and stuff like that, right? So the main hero can be in a safe position. Slardar, you have sprint, you have stuns, you can get away, you can like take the Watchers, you can run in, take Lotuses, like all of these random objectives that he goes for, put deep wards, steal enemy jungle camps, things like that. You can do it on Slardar.
We talked about mid one and saying it was an uncharacteristic performance. I think we've got the comparison for you here. This is kind of where we were at 30 minutes.
I mean, the thing you have to look at here is like 22,000 hero damage versus 26,000. It looks pretty close, but you have to realize Nature's Prophet has an ultimate that hits literally everything in vision. everything in vision on the map.
Even when you're not fighting. Like, you'll just click it to farm.
Even when you're not fighting. So there's like 10k extra hero damage that's probably coming from that. Like Nature's Prophet has a 5, always has high hero damage. Zeus always has high hero damage. Like Midwom just put on an incredible performance in this game. And I don't even know if it was like the sickest QoP game ever. It was just a fine QoP game. He's legitimately just really good at the hero and thinks that it's strong.
I think the casters highlighted it, but his item build is really good. So mid one, and some of the mids are going Vessel Rush on Nature's Prophet, but he went Earn into Orchid. So then mid one kind of countered with the early Yules to dispel the silence, and then because of that he only died once, I think, in the entire game. And then he went for the Lincolns, which is very good with his Dragonite and Primal Beast.
Yes.
So he basically was like unkillable while also doing a lot of damage, supported, I would say, by AA. Like the damage amp from the A kind of like put it over the edge.
With the QoP Ags.
With the QoP Ags, let everyone just die to the magic damage.
I think it's interesting too, like the facet that people are going on Queen of Pain right now, because there's some people that are going for the facet that does extra damage, but then you're dealing damage to yourself. And then there's other people going for the facet that no one went for, which is the one that is letting you return the blade mail damage and healing you.
Yeah, so it changed because people were going blade mail every game. I think blade mail has kind of fallen out of favor a bit, where people are skipping at some games. But you're still going that facet because the unfortunate one is the other one is you take damage and it forces you into a Dagon build just to survive. And I think in a lot of these games, Dagon, if you don't snowball, is a bad item. So this one's better just to have the choice. Like you have the freedom of whatever items you want to buy.
Yeah. Great performance from PARIVISION. Great game to start us off. For now, we are taking a break. When we come back, we're going to see if PARIVISION can make this match rodent-free. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
They get a kill to the toss. Now Chaotic offering. Ooh, with the cogs. And they'll bring in the ball lightning to try to get the kill. He'll pop the blade mail. He's still alive.
In our match against Roar, I think it was a pretty straightforward one for us. We got the heroes we wanted and the preparation that we wanted. We got some nice opening with Dragonite, which made the draft pretty easy. Second game, we got two strong support combination. We got Templar Assassin. It was a pretty straightforward game.
A rampage if somebody soaks the damage from the fountain.
The blink back.
Oh boy. Snowball. And GG is called.
After we faced out Roar, we then played against Team Spirit. Our first game, we played Laundry opening, which is Ghost specialty.
Watching Laundry is so silly.
Down.
Heroes in the
Last flies back. There's the Laurel initiation with the epicenter. They have the Ravage at the ready, but this is just so much damage.
Game 2, we did play the Huskar. We picked it against Cobra. Then they responded with a sniper, which we actually kind of expected, and we did not thought it's going to be a problem. Game 3, we decided we are going to open Pango. I think we both like the hero. They also like the hero. They can flex it. We as well. We decided then we are going to go with the Batrider. We knew what they are going to respond with. We knew some of the heroes they are going to pick. I think it was fine. The game was, I would say, in an okay state. Then on the gate movement, they are just outplaying us. I think they had a little bit of a better vision as well. Unless we are getting an early advantage with our draft, I think the game is going to be also a little bit hard and problematic.
Ami going to get a little bit low here. He's going to start to hit back over on a Boom, and the damage is there. He'll waveform forward. He gets another kill. Now it's going to be another double for him. They'll call GG.
Against Xtreme Gaming, in Game 3, I think we really got a good draft, exactly what we wanted. Game went well, then at some point there is a rush fight, where I think certain itemization and maybe positioning and the way we wanted to take the fight were not the best. They are going high ground. I think they actually overstay their welcome. We have a pudge.
50 seconds left of this Aegis. They might be able to play it right. Hook lands. They may not even wait for it. They might just go for it. They've got the Ravage coming in. Another Ravage flies out, and that locks up Ghost, but they just don't have the damage.
Insane hook on Gyro, and then we are forcing a fight near our tier 4s, which is a place where we really want to fight. We even, I think, use one buyback at some point. The fight is being taken slowly. We are actually insane comeback, and then I think we are just going mid, cruising through the lane and just winning.
Ghost, the break there, the Ravage, stops Boom this time! They go to the cookie follow-up, but they just don't have the damage to kill off Ghost! Oh, that's gonna be a 3-man stun, that's the end of this one.
In our last series against Navi, it was very back and forth. We did lose the first game. For the second game, we adapted. We are now first pick. We are getting Lone Druid, so when we are getting Lone Druid, we have the best Lone Druid player, so we are winning.
The opening is there for MOUZ, the big Ravage, the kill on Got the Juice.
Game over.
And that's GG.
Game 3 though, Game 3 it was an intense one. It was it was a passionate game for me. I was a little bit mad at some point.
Leipnir applied, Impale onto 2, the instant Hex on the Morphling though. They have the damage, that's #1 life for Got the Juice. They're gonna be able to turn things around now onto Niku as well. Got the Juice with the BKB, gets the hoofs, or gets the waveform away in fact.
What happened actually that surprised me is that they were very impatient, the Navi team. At some point they had the game, they were just so impatient, they could have just chilled, which is something that, let's say, Falcons do a lot. They didn't, they gave us a way back into the game, and then I think we played really well. Mid one played insanely, just like a beast.
The Ancient's gonna be exposed, but he's gonna be able to get the Fortify after they have the damage. Double kill for Ghost as he actually rage quits on Got the Juice.
In the playoffs, I think we don't really mind playing anyone. We are confident. We are ready to bring our own game, our own ideas. We have really good players, probably the best on the things that they do. Not probably, actually for sure they are the best on certain things they do. They are insane beasts, so we will do well.
Yes, PARIVISION ahead in the series against MOUZ. We learned you can't ban 9 classes heroes. Will they even try in this draft, gentlemen?
They banned Slark. That's one down. There's like 6, 7, 8 more to go.
Have you heard this?
See what you did there?
9 ass.
I don't get it. Can you explain?
He's being a bit of an asshole sometimes.
But can you explain the joke?
Or 9. I'll workshop that one.
9 bans.
I'll workshop that
9 more wins they need until they win the tournament if they stay in upper bracket.
Good counting.
I don't know. I don't think that's actually true.
Probably false, but
yeah,
I like
it's 7 total.
Yeah.
But
I think you might be right. They do
lower bracket
steal the Centaur, so they think. By the way, you Pudge banned out. You know, you say this, you can't ban my heroes. You're afraid of the Yamich Pudge. Come on. You can't say that when you're
okay. At that point, like you know,
quivering in your boots.
introduced to ban 0 heroes because they're not. You know, just don't ban anything. What if that was an option?
That is an option.
Well, without
you can just leave
but without wasting all your reserve time.
Oh, you don't want to lose the reserve.
Do you think that would actually ever be used?
I think that has happened once in like DPC.
Okay,
it might have been Arkosh Gaming though.
Okay, if you had the ability to not ban, like you could just skip your ban, do you think teams would ever do that?
I think so. To strategically like leave in a hero, so that way if they pick something, you get another option. Just leaving all the OP stuff.
Leaving every single thing in the game.
You know what's happening? Naga Siren's been ignored.
Ooh, that is interesting. And I
only bring it up because I know how strong you think the hero is right now.
Yeah, I think PARIVISION is like the one team. I mean, both of these teams are so specialized that the blatantly overpowered like scourge of competitive Dota hero can go through, and they still might not take it because they both have such specialty picks that they want to get early on.
They'll take it. They'll take Naga plus Medusa.
Yeah, but
phase.
I feel like you don't dangle. Like this is the hero that you always regret dangling it.
I already see that maybe even 14-15 or 15-18. It probably has to be 15 into 18.
Surely MOUZ takes Naga, but still.
I think they're going to take Naga on 14-15, and then they're going to set up for an 18 Medusa. They can't pick it earlier because Anti-Mage is in the pool. But Medusa Naga, it's one of the heroes that heals through A ult because you're healing through mana. Naga Shard gives Medusa mana. It's a very good combo. We saw Falcons utilize it a lot at TI to obviously great success.
Centaur is really, really strong.
I mean, PVision knows how strong that combo is. So I think here you can take Naga and maybe even Ember. It's just like the lane counter to Queen of Pain.
Good against the support too. The Ancient Apparition has nothing to really deal with an Ember.
Puck is the other option they could take.
But you also have to consider Quap can still go carry. Quap
That's why maybe the Puck is better because like sure they can counter pick it, but it's still Puck at the end of the day.
It can be a position 4 Quap as well. 9 Class has pulled it out. He was one of the first people to do the position 4 Quap actually. It's just not a melee hero, and then you end up with Quap AA supports. But it's like these rules don't really apply to PARIVISION. They don't care too much about like melee plus ranged or ranged plus ranged,
Yeah, I feel like it's still kind of a relevant rule, but that one's definitely, as people got better at laning, I would say the one who I saw it the most was 33 and Soxa.
Yeah.
Back in when they first played on Tundra together.
Yes.
I think they were the best dual lane at double melee in the offlane. And I think a lot of people kind of like saw them and learned a lot because before that, sure, it'd get picked up sometimes, but it was more often losing lanes, and they would show that you can win the lane if you kind of manipulate the jungle camps, if you manipulate how you pull the creep camps or creep waves.
Yep. Then it opens up like a lot of other heroes in the draft that you can now pick because you're not like shoehorning. We need a clockwork because we've ranged.
That's a cool hero.
Oh, I love this hero. I think this hero's blatantly overpowered.
We saw it a lot on day one, and then it just kind of fell out of favor.
Yeah, and the win rate is good.
Yeah, Boxy owned on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say, like, it makes sense here. You're playing against, like, 2 squishy ranged heroes. Queen of Pain is kind of, like, hard to get a hold of, and whether she blinks or doesn't blink, either you're, like, ulting and chain stunning her, or you're chasing her through the blink and catching her. And, okay, they go for techie. So they do go for the double range support. It's just not the one that we necessarily
It's the fun range.
It's the fun one, yeah. So, triple range so far. And I will say all heroes... So you can dispel Spirit Breaker's W with taser
reactive taser.
Yeah. Which makes it like decent.
Do you think he's gonna buy the shard? Does he ever buy the shard? I don't think he really does.
I don't think so.
The shard was cool in concept. Or is the Ags the one that you can cast on allies?
No, the Ags is the minefield side.
Oh, the minefield side, yeah. The shard is, I don't know, people pick it and it's kind of like you more often want to use it on yourself. And like protect yourself rather than using other heroes.
Okay, I think this is a cool pick from PARIVISION because I think DK. We talked about Ember and Puck as potential picks, and I think DK does well mid against both of them. So they might now put the DK mid and then swap the Queen of Pain to be carry, or offlane. I mean, DM can play it too.
I think more often than not, I think this is probably just a mid Ember versus both. Like you'll still farm versus the Dragon Knight. Like sure, maybe he'll slightly beat you, but it's better that. Your Queen of Pain has early levels, I would say, than the Dragon Knight. And let your Dragon Knight free farm versus Centaur, which he's versus Centaur Spirit Breaker. The way Spirit Breaker wants to play is pull waves, and so Dragon Knight can just tank.
You stay low level, yeah.
Well, you can just tank the creeps under towers Dragon Knight, as opposed to Queen of Pain is going to struggle a bit more to tank the creeps.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, good call.
I still like Medusa for MOUZ on this last pick because I think it's pretty good versus all the heroes that PVision has. I think it goes well with Centaur. I think that it's good versus AA.
It is like the highest win rate hero in the game versus DK right now.
And you can just ban anti-mage. You have to ban anti-mage, or it'll get picked.
So, if this is an AM ban, then it's surely a Medusa.
It has to be a Medusa.
It's an insta-pick Medusa.
And if it's not an AM ban, then
it's not a Medusa.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's
too much flex. It's easy to pick an AM.
He could pick Razor here, but it's not that good versus Queen of Pain. But maybe he doesn't care.
I feel like you just quap offlane then.
Yeah, you could just Queen of Pain offlane. They could even like end up with a Huskar last pick versus Amber. Do Dragonite safe lane.
Yeah, that's true. I think regardless, you can consider that.
Okay, Marcy again. This time carry, which last game we saw as a position 4. I think it's fine, I don't know. I feel like when you get to the later stages of the draft, it feels such like a meh hero. Like it doesn't counter stuff. It's not good versus stuff. It's just a good hero on its own.
Yeah.
So it feels like it's a waste of this later pick.
You can't really kill techies either because of the taser.
Yeah, he'll just you'd go on him even if you go on his offlaner. Like he can still disarm you. He can activate it early and disarm you from killing his offlaner.
I kind of feel like you try to punish the Ember mid. I mean, it's DM doing a lot of talking, so it looks like it's his hero.
I think you just want to BKB disable. Or
yeah, that's the number one thing against Marcy actually is the BKB piercing disable. And Enigma's out, Beast is out, Slardar's out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what offlaners. Some people pick Doom, but you don't really want to pick Doom into Centaur, I would say. Dawnbreaker was also another one, but it's kind of a weak hero right now. The other one that I've seen to pretty good success is Lycan, because you basically just do physical damage that deals with her. And they end up with carry Morphling.
So it is going to be
offlane something.
Offlane DK or offlane Queen? I feel like offlane Queen owns Marcy in lane. Okay,
Offlane
DK. Well, actually, that also should do fine against Marcy in lane.
If stun,
anytime she jumps you, just stun her and run away.
I'm actually a bit worried. I think the lane could get a bit weird, especially with a Spirit Breaker, because you can just bring a third hero to the lane.
That's true.
I think that if Marcy just like starts the fight, Spirit Breaker TPs and charges or gates and charges.
That plus a Jakiro.
Yeah, that with a Jakiro slowing you, like you're just gonna get walked down for 20 seconds in the lane. I get what they're doing. I think it's a very good Morphling game. It's very good versus Marcy, very good versus Ember, Spirit Breaker. Like Satanic can pop off 1v5 this game. I just think that DM got thrown to the wolves a bit.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Never been said before.
Never happened. Ever. How do we feel about the techies pick? It's kind of interesting, right?
It's a 9-class classic hero. Before he was picking all the weird stuff. Like this was his weird bread and butter. Was like Skywrath and techies. So he's really good at it. I think it's an underrated hero. The suicide facet does, or the blast off facet, I should say, does so much damage.
He has the scope one right now?
He has a squeeze scope. Okay, he never does things normal, does he?
Is that he's gonna change it, right? That's the one he still currently has. That's
where you get attack speed based on your ranged.
Yeah, something like that.
That's awesome.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen that one. I think they always take the blast off one, and they also take the like inventory.
Yeah,
that you get more items in your inventory. Like your backpack counts.
You just go all cast,
all branches.
Region.
Yeah, this one I have no idea, but it's 9 class. I'll trust him. I like PVision's draft if Satanic can pop off. I think he can 1v5 this game for him, like for his whole team. But I think if he's not able to do that, MOUZ is a more kind of well-rounded draft.
I would say this is a similar situation to the first one, where if it goes late, PARIVISION like handedly take the late game. It's easier to execute, but their draft is a bit weird.
I'm going to bring in our commentators. They're on the screen now. It's Sunsfan and Cinderin. I won't ask you about the draft, obviously, Sunsfan, because you just are obtuse.
People say you can't teach old dog new tricks.
That is
You
true.
just prove them wrong, buddy.
Yes. What about thanks? What about techies? Like the hero?
It is a hero in Dota 2. That's correct.
Do you like it?
It's fun. Yeah. I've actually never played it, Richard. Believe it or not. In my 20 years of playing Dota 1 and Dota 2, that's my one claim to fame.
That's an
never played
excellent piece
techies
of
in my
trivia.
life, Cinderin.
All right. Well, you'll learn how to play it in the game you're about to commentate, Sunsfan. Take it away.
Thank you so much. So techies is an intelligence hero. Believe it or not, Cinderin. Doesn't require a whole lot of intelligence to play, of course, but...
It was Slax's favorite.
Exactly.
After all.
Well, different version, of course.
Yeah.
As we get into the game...
It required even less intelligence to play, though, to be honest.
Number 2, MOUZ. Gonna try to extend this to a game 3, and of course, PARIVISION want to close it out and continue on their upper bracket run here. Do you like one lineup or the other, Center? This is going to be a carry Marcy, which does feel, you know how I feel about it. And I know TI with the Helm of the Dom, we got to see Marcy kind of shine in every single role. Position 1 can really fall flat. But like I said, TI opened up possibilities for her.
I think conceptually, I feel like this lineup, or excuse me, this game is in a similar spot to the previous one, where, and that's also was the take of the panel overall. Was what I gathered is, if the Dire just keep the game afloat, eventually the Morphling will become incredibly potent in this game, and I agree with that 100%. This time around, you don't have the Prophet to make the global moves. Instead, you have more of a catch and more damage mid coming out through the Ember Spirit. But I worry that if MOUZ today are perhaps a little bit iffy on the fight selection, that we could see kind of the same archetype of game, where maybe the lanes go well early and you get something going with your Spirit Breaker roaming around a bit, similar to the previous game where they found a couple of earlier kills with some good rotations from Prophet. You got to do good fight selection. I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, well, this time around for PARIVISION, they don't have that Chrono to go along with the AA Blast, but they do have Dragon Tail to set up some single target absolute demolition. Yeah, with the blast off as well. As we see 9 Class with his superior range. You can't ban his heroes. He picks techies.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just going to say this without any, not that this is, you know, I'm going to say without any thought going into it, but that goes without saying, of course.
I was going to say that's standard.
9 Class talking some shit. I feel like that usually ends up in a game loss afterward. I don't know how you feel.
Well, I think part of
you're a big fan of smack talk. You're a huge fan.
I am not, but I will say I think PARIVISION win in Pro Dot. I don't know what the win rate of this team is. Maybe it's like 60% something. So your theory is wrong, because 9 Class talks smack almost every game in some fashion. So it must work more than half the time.
Okay, fair enough. It could be confirmation bias. We've seen that time and time again.
It's easier to remember all the times it goes wrong, because you're like, ha, he deserves it for talking crap.
Like every time I open a Dota chest and I don't get a rare.
What's the, okay?
Confirmation bias, and that's the point.
Okay, I was like, this analogy makes zero sense other than just explaining what confirmation bias is.
That's right. There's plenty of people that don't know what that means. Like Jenkins.
Yeah. I'm happy to throw him under the bus for no reason, of course. He's done nothing wrong today, except, once again, asking to look weird. But again, I don't know what's more common, if it's 9 Class talking crap or Jenkins looking crap. Probably a even split.
Yeah, that's a tough one. We'll have to take a survey in chat. Let's get that survey created.
Who wore it better?
That would be fun. Maybe not for that topic specifically, but involving the chat in some way. Mid 1. Playing the Ember Spirit against No One's Queen of Pain. Seen this matchup quite a few times. So far, advantage No One by a bit. Of course, the Flame Guard will be able to tank up a lot of the Shadow Strikes.
Yeah,
he has not gotten yet. Well, we'll see if he ends up leveling at some point, but going to the farming build on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, this lane generally, I would say, goes relatively even, and I don't think there's enough value in going multiple points in Shadow Strike, specifically against Ember. I think against most mid-heroes that are melee, you really want to put the pressure, but Ember mitigates so much of it that you're better off just playing like this. I think it's the... I'm very much in agreement with the overall approach of No One here.
So we've seen the offlane DK a bit in this tournament. Kind of polarizing in terms of how much impact it can have on the game. What were your thoughts?
On which one, sorry?
DK offlane. Like, is this a game particular thing, or do you think this patch, you're just not a fan of it in general?
I mean, I personally think...
a bit of trouble. Rebound didn't hit anything, and now a Dragon Tail on top, and he's just dead to the mines. 9 Class gets the first blood, and even a TP from No One.
This is
top of Kaori. It won't turn into a kill.
This one is a rare miss from No one. I think this TP just isn't good. Wasn't needed for the Marcy kill. Just going to waste a bit of time. He's not going to get a rune on his way back either. He doesn't look too happy with it, to be honest, but it's all right. He'll head back to mid. He has a bit of a buffer, I suppose. He's going to just still draw his lane. Now they're even on XP. About offlane DK, as we're... I don't think nothing's going to come from this, really. I mean, I don't know. I think it's pretty good. I'm not too surprised to see teams picking it up more and more. Does well against a lot of safe lane carry matchups. I think the main benefit to offlane DK in a lot of situations is actually the way it interacts with a lot of position force this patch. Many of them really enjoy having a reliable stun setup in lane. Techies is one of those. It's a good example. But also, when offlane DK reaches a couple of levels, in a lot of matchups, he can actually be left alone, which is a big benefit in my eyes in Pro Dota, because we've seen, you know, heroes like Timbersaw and Centaur and whatever. In many games, it feels like whatever team can leave their offlaner earliest, pull ahead, because that means they can go through the gate, they can go gank mid, they can get 6-minute rune, 8-minute rune, all of this. DK fits the bill, so
yeah, makes sense.
I'll mind it.
Kaori. His way to the mid lane. As the 6-minute power rune is upon us, and it's going to be shield for mid one.
Yeah, kind of surprisingly with everything I just talked about that PARIVISION did not send techies for this. I mean, it wouldn't have worked because the rune was top, but he didn't even give his team a chance to get the bot rune if it were there. Now turning this into a bit of a push with the siege creep. 9 class going to show up to the party though, and this should be, as usual, whenever techie shows up, the party's kind of over. Never mind. They'll stick. Okay.
Yeah, 9 class out of mana. No one is still not level 6. He's going to get there.
Yeah, if you hadn't TP'd bot, you would have Sonic Wave. It actually is kind of a big deal here.
I think he'll get it on this creep, but the tower's almost dead already. As the siege continues to stay alive, and no deny coming from PARIVISION. So a free tower for MOUZ. Wasted rotations on the PARIVISION side.
Fully heads up to commit for that. I did not think that was possible to get this tower at 7 minutes in this game with what happened, but they make the right read. They bring their Jakiro. They use the siege creep. They recognize Quap is 5. And yeah, isn't it just funny sometimes how... Oh, this would be very big. God. Yes. Oh, wow. Okay.
That is big.
That is a huge steal. PARIVISION just weren't ready. It's funny sometimes in Dota when you see, obviously in the moment, there's literally zero chance that mid one thought about, or excuse me, no one thought about this, but in retrospect, the bad TP bottom cost him a full tower. Isn't that crazy? That happened 1 minute after he made that, what seemed like a slightly small mistake actually turns into a really big one. But also heads up from MOUZ to go for it. Satanic will be fine here, but okay. PARIVISION are in for a slow start. AA and Techies will be super low level. And Spirit Breaker, conversely, already level 5. This hero in a lot of games we see struggles to get a good timing on 6. But obviously also courtesy of his innates, this will be nice for Kaori now. Get some bonus XP.
Yeah, will be a
one of
top
the coolest
rune.
innates in the game, actually. It's
What's that?
The Spirit Breaker one. I mean, it's kind of simple, but
is it simple? We couldn't even remember what it was.
Oh, it's
or how to even explain it.
It's kind of cool that this is global. Like, there's no. Can you think of many innate abilities that just work inherently for like your team?
Money bags.
That's a facet. Nice try.
Oh, damn, you're right. Yeah, the innates. Well, not Marana, Marcy in this game.
True.
You call us?
Marcy's innate, yeah. That's right.
Getting blocked by Yamich. No one not healthy enough to really help out, and they're going to use Stampede on the side of MOUZ to ensure this kill. Funny enough, that's their first kill of the game. But feels like they are kind of owning right now.
Yeah, the early stage is definitely going the way they would like, which is, you know, similar to game number 1. MOUZ were also off to a hot start before things went south. And this one, the nature of their lineup is a bit different, though. They have the Centaur. Their mid hero is a playmaker rather than a follow-up. I guess Prophet is a playmaker in a way, especially when you rushed Orchid, so perhaps that's a bit of a difference. But
TA Oracle. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Can't get out of my head.
Back to the conversation.
Yeah.
Now, no one has gone for the different facet this game. The panel was talking about Gunnar in particular. Last game, no one went for the Reflect, the Bondage facet, and this game he has Masochist. So, as Gunnar mentioned, when you go Masochist, you have to get Dagon. I wonder why he went for Masochist this game, because in my eyes, this one looks more like a Bondage game than Game 1. You're playing against a lot of damage that the Reflect is going to be really valuable against. Maybe it's just the Ember matchup. Maybe he thinks this is better.
So you're a real fan of Bondage then?
I like both.
I see.
You know? How about you?
No, I'm very vanilla, honestly. Yamich, spotted Satanic jungling. They don't really have...
It sounded like you're answering it so seriously. That's funny.
Don't have that many options to kill the Morphling this early.
No, that's
for
the
Boom.
good news.
Like, how early is he going to get his blink? It's going to be the Helm into Pipe. Obviously, the charge is a nice way to initiate, but not a whole lot of burst to start the game. Kaori spotted. And no one's going to catch up. There's the Stampede into the Macro Pirate. Right on the Searing Chains. Very nice placement. No one's just dead. Now, this thing is just snowballing out of control for no one. It's his first death, but it just feels like he's had a pretty rough one to start things out. 2K lead for MOUZ, and spot 9 class as well here.
Would you agree that conceptually this feels like a bigger lead than Game 1, even though it's smaller numerically?
Yeah,
I really think so.
It does feel like it.
The
Rebound connection. 9 class gets Ice Path and killed off.
The big difference is, one thing is the levels, man.
I thought you were going to say the big difference is 9 class talked shit last game. And it's karma now.
Yeah, you love forcing that narrative.
Boom. Doesn't have Stampede. Do they have the damage? Turning into the Centaur to get the extra disable. Yeah. Attempted TP, not successful. So PARIVISION finally getting a relatively valuable kill.
They really need to get levels on AA. It's important that he's involved there and getting some XP.
And they're going to try to go on 9 class as well. Nether Strike, but not going to be too much follow-up, although Kaori does show up with a dual breath. And mid one, yeah, the 9 class knows he's going to die. Goes off for the blast off. Another Searing Chains. Oh, do they have to disable? Yep, Ice Path into the charge. No Nether Strike, but you can see the Spirit Vessel is actually going to be enough as Crystallis with the rebound just to take the kill. And no one really struggling here, and he talked about no level 6 for Ducalis. Well, he's going to be dying yet again. Double kill on Crystallis. Things snowballing out of control in favor of MOUZ.
It's really nice to see mid one playing Ember. I think this for me was my favorite hero to watch him on in years ago when he made a name for himself on Team Secret. It's even further behind even earlier than that, back on Fnatic. I think it was TI4, right? That was mid one's first TI, if I'm not mistaken. He's been around for a while. And yeah, the heroes I mainly remember him for all the way back then. It was a different time, obviously, but also TA. TA and Ember were two of his best. And it's a totally different style to Prophet. But the thing that I've always found was mid one's biggest strength is aggression. He plays very aggressively when he has an advantage and really tries to put pressure. Ember's the perfect hero for that.
Oh,
just relentless.
Yeah, disposed. No one does get
again.
the blink off, but that Spirit Vessel is a pain in his ass. That is death number 3.
He has no game now on Quap. This is miserable.
Bottom net worth for the cores at the moment.
Both supports are still level 5, Shannon. It's 13 minutes.
Yep, that Wisdom Shrine steal really makes a big difference.
9 class. He's gonna get his ass back to base. And yeah,
Tier 2 tower. We have enough to actually take this out cleanly at 13 minutes. Looks like it.
Jakiro in a nutshell.
I mean, the difference for me in this game is PARIVISION. I mean, obviously getting to late game will be a struggle, but even if they do, I don't feel like Morphling has the same kind of impact that a Void would, right? It's not really a wombo combo type of hero. It's more single target, I'll kill this guy.
It's less good for Quap and AA conceptually to enable them, but I think all in all, against the heroes he's facing, Morphling is better this game than Void was last game. It was just that they set up really nice fights to leverage the other heroes, but on a Satanic please save us level, This is a really good game for him. Okay, this would be a big
Dragon Tail,
find.
They finally have the Ice Blast.
He's not even gonna die.
Gets
is
the
he?
Remnant. It's gonna
Oh, well, he is. I think he's gonna dodge some damage here.
Oh man, that was close. Really close.
It was a good time to catch him, though, the Flame Guard there. Or maybe they even just burst him through the Flame Guard. I think it was
Okay,
running.
waveform already used for Satanic as the charge is coming. Hoof Stomp. With that Spirit Vessel, Satanic in a lot of trouble. DM can't do much to save his carry. He'll be able to get out himself, but the damage is done.
Yeah. PARIVISION being very quiet with their tipping and smack talk in this one might have the read akin to, you know, good old OG. We tip when we're ahead, and then we keep our heads down when we're behind.
I don't know. OG, I feel like, would do that regardless, though. That's what made them special.
Oh, maybe I'm mixing it up with another team, aka every other team that does the exact same thing of only tipping when they're leading.
OG,
Falcons, I
OG
guess.
would just be relentless with the voice lines just constantly, even if they're feeding.
I think Falcons is very similar. They're also generally not too loud with their voice lines when they're
Another
losing.
Steering Chain Spirit Vessel with the bash. Yamich has the ult, and no one dead again.
Crucially,
0 and 4.
The Vessel also countering the Dagon heal. We haven't talked about that. He's mainly buying against DK and Morph, but this is
true.
added benefit.
And Satanic spotted again. Searing Chain. This is just enough damage again. The blast off, he goes into the Ice Path, and he just kills himself effectively. I mean, the Ice Blast is going to hit several heroes, but it's too little too late. This is already going to be a high ground attempt. 7K lead for MOUZ. This is a dumpster stomp of a game.
They need to be careful not to overplay their hand here now, though. This is the one way to lose it, is to get overzealous. Mid one covering the perimeter. But yeah, looks quite good. They know there's no Ice Blast. Obviously, Quap has the entire package ready, but...
Yeah, no barracks, but, I mean, tier 3 at 16 minutes.
This is an
kind of unheard of in
down
this
right
patch.
now. And I think it's really difficult for no one to recover this game as Quap. Just by nature of, again, going back to it, losing the 7-minute Wisdoms made their supports a complete liability for the following 10 minutes, as we're approaching now. And MOUZ, on the other hand, just had every play in the world.
It's funny. I hope one of the analysts look at this game and make one of those post-game analysis videos where they go over the domino effect of that one play from no one going bottom and the chain of events that occurred after. And it's kind of crazy how a small mistake like that can just be amplified into what we're seeing right now, which is 9K lead at 17 minutes.
It's true. If he doesn't TP bottom, he doesn't lose his tower. Therefore, MOUZ probably don't make the aggressive invasion move with Ember, so you don't lose the Wisdom. So one level 5 Quap TP. It's so sick sometimes, the butterfly
Okay,
effect.
they're going to try the Ice Blast Sonic Wave. That's a lot of damage.
They
Pipe
used
is activated
everything.
mid one. Going to use the Remnants, try to dodge some of the ticks. It looks like he's fine. The range Rax is dead. Melee Rax, heavy damage applied, and they should be able to finish it now that PARIVISION has used everything at their disposal.
I mean, do we just go a second lane now? No Sonic, no Ice Blast, Dragon Form's expiring.
Kaori with one more right click should do it. They could also go for Roche at some point. They don't have a very good Roche team, though. I mean, Marcy's good. That's about it.
Yeah. I would like to see them not do that, because I think that's opening a potential avenue of a comeback for PARIVISION. If you go into the pit, you get caught off guard by, some sort of stun from Blast Off into Ice Blast, then maybe you could lose some heroes. If you don't go Roche at all and just keep playing aggressively on the map, you're never going to face that situation. But they're going to do it regardless. See if PARIVISION recognize that this is happening and try to make a move. If they don't, obviously it's great. You just get an Aegis, but
they know.
I guess my point is you don't have to do this to retain your lead. You could just play an aggressive map position instead.
The Ice Blast came out, but it's not going to dissuade them. They will scan to the north just in case, but we can see this will be a free Aegis.
If this had been a part of a 5-man smoke move and PARIVISION had made that read, or at least a 4-man where they're showing one hero mid to push out the wave, they could have potentially got 3 kills there and stolen the Roche.
Yeah,
but
potentially.
You need to have the idea. So
I mean, we saw how long. I mean, that Roche took quite a while.
yeah,
They had plenty of time.
I suppose from their perspective, they don't have Sonic Wave, so maybe you just feel like you can't do it. But and who knows? Maybe they couldn't mathematically even just because of the pipe on Centaur. Its early pipe blocks so much of the Dire's potential that maybe Sonic Wave has to be there for you to even feel like you stand a chance. Well, you're gonna have to put it to use soon here. This is one of the most one-sided games of the tournament.
Yeah, it's a shellacking and a half right now. I mean, Centaur top net worth. I didn't realize that. Boom is owning. Gracious. Has the blink finally, and 1,000 into his Ags. Okay, DM, Dragon Tail with the Ice Blast. This is just for the Centaur. Casually pops the pipe and the Stampede. He's good to go. Now the reset for MOUZ as we see the rebound coming in. Ducalis is the first to be taken out, and PARIVISION are going to be dropping like flies. Sonic Wave is dodged by mid one. Very nicely done. Dragon Tail does hit Yamich, but now they got the stun lock onto the Morphling. Satanic is down and out for 45 seconds. And honestly, this is GG territory. DM drops to the deck as well. This should be a second lane.
I'm really surprised that PARIVISION decided to initiate on Centaur there. I think that is probably the worst case scenario, is that you go on the tankiest hero in the enemy team standing by the outpost, and he just pops pipe, and you can't kill him. So you're effectively just throwing all your spells at a wall, and it has good structural integrity.
This will be a tier 3.
Yeah,
They still have 5 very shortly, but 30 seconds from Dragon Knight ult. Not going to pose much of a threat, so. And with 3 minutes on that Aegis, this is almost certainly a second lane now. How the hell do you recover from this? You think about game 3, perhaps. They're going to put everything onto the Marcy, but again, that Aegis was intact. Some mine's going to be greeting Crystalis, but they get the buildings. It was denied. Small silver lining for PARIVISION.
I was going to say, the way you recover from this is in the next game. You're happy you won game 1 so that you get another shot at not repeating this performance.
Do you think this was, I mean, we talked about the chain of events and all that, but looking back now, more draft-related, play-related combination?
I think it's a mix.
Talking shit and angering the Dota gods?
Yeah, it was all that, actually. Okay. Very superstitious person, as you know. So yeah, I believe Karma decided this game before it even started.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, obviously by nature of the lineup, I genuinely think the Wisdom Shrine was the biggest problem in this game out of all of them, and that and the mid-tier 1. So yes, in my eyes, the game was largely decided in the first 10 minutes. But I wouldn't say that was inherently obvious that it was going to happen from draft, right? So I think it's like a mix. You're in a position where if that were to happen compared to game 1, you're way more screwed. And then the reason it led to this was because of misplays. So bit of column A and column B. But yeah, this, I mean, once you're in that game state for this Dire lineup, it's so tough. Like, once again, the Centaur is just blocking their lineup so hard. He just pops the pipe, he stampedes out his teammates if they get blast offed on, and then that's it.
Yep, he is 1,000 from Ags. I don't think we're going to see it, though. As MOUZ can go for a final push if they want, or if they want to play a little conservatively, they could wait for Roche. Minimum timer's 4 minutes. Which is, at this stage is a big chunk of with the game time. It's only 23 in the game.
It's close to card on Centaur. I'm sure you're going to be excited about that.
I literally just said that.
Yeah. But you were excited, so I wasn't wrong.
You know what's funny? I don't actually bring it up every time you miss something. But I think you do that more than me, actually.
I don't know.
You point it out more than me.
Oh, point it out more. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But I think we're doing it roughly the same amount.
Maybe that's true. I don't know who cares less about the other person in our
yeah, it's a tough one.
In our cast to go.
Let's get a survey out to
probably
chat
the
now.
guy who's been invited like 10 times to come to Therman just doesn't do it.
Yeah, true.
Might be the guy who cares less about the friendship, which is understandable.
Can we get a survey?
Busy working on your game. I barely
chat?
play your game, so I'm also a bad friend.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's definitely true. You played it once and said it sucked.
That's untrue. I played it a couple of times and I had a good time.
I really like it. Doesn't open game for 6 months. It was so good though.
I'm just not that much of an early access guy. That doesn't mean it's a bad game. I'll play it on release. I promise. You have my word.
Hey, your word means a whole lot. Got so much wrong in these 2 games already.
Okay, name a couple of things I got wrong.
Well, you didn't think I was right in game 1, that it was going to go late.
Which it didn't.
Well, late for Void is early for everyone else.
You said 40 minutes. That was also wrong. Okay.
He had late game items.
That I literally asked you for a definition in the game of what you consider late game. You said 40 minutes.
I'm moving the goalpost to be correct. I'm doing the American thing here.
This is not how this works.
Well, in America it is, to be fair.
Oh, okay. Well,
you know, bad habits.
You're right about that. You know what? You're right.
All right, last-ditch effort from PARIVISION. They are getting, big Sonic Wave actually with the Ice Blast as Chrysalis has to get stampeded away. Is he going to survive this? Nice Yule's going to catch no one in the vicinity, gets the hoof stop, double kill for mid one. That's a buyback though from 9 class. So Chrysalis does live, doesn't have lifesteal, so, well, other than his passive. That's not a passive, whatever the hell it's called. Third skill, the E. Thank you, bodyguard, yeah.
The E.
The E. All right. Now he's at a respectable amount of HP.
With all the spells down, I mean, you're probably just pushing for Megas here, right? You don't need the Aegis.
I do believe that that is true. Even when the Clop comes up, there's no Sonic Wave. Mid one. Making some damage. We'll brush it off, though. Kaori continuing to apply the dot to the tower. I mean, that's the one thing there. Without the Marcy ult she does have now, building hitting is not the quickest in the world. Boom, with initiation. That's a dieback on the 9 class just like that. Ice Blast, one more for the road. It does hit 3 as we do see the card, in fact, used in this game.
Yeah, it's the second time.
We have seen it 2 times now. Well, technically I was correct, Cinderin. Yep. And now the pressure applied to the Morphling. Satanic is dead for 50, and he calls pipe GG.
And the final score of the game, 322 in. Oh no! Ducalis, why must
the
you ruin?
The true villain, Ducalis.
You ruined
you couldn't have survived one more time?
I mean, what are MOUZ doing? Why did they kill him? Just let him run.
Unbelievable.
Okay, well, that was a very quick affair. 25K lead in 26 minutes. This might be the single most one-sided game of the entire tournament, as a matter of fact, at least that we've cast without a doubt.
I feel like from what we've cast, this is the most one-sided game of the entire year. Genuinely.
Maybe that's a slight exaggeration, but...
Well, either way, Richard, I'm right, Cinderin's wrong.
Yeah,
what are your guys' takes?
Sure. Yeah, whatever.
I'll tell you, it was that one-sided. We had to run back. We were just like, we knew it was going to end. We just didn't know when. Pretty amazing response there from MOUZ. But obviously, you know, we did say that, you know, we kind of liked their draft and, you know, it was going to be easy to execute. And they did it.
Yeah. I thought the Dragonite offlane, I was worried about it. I said the Morphling had a 1v5.
Yeah.
he didn't have time to 1v5.
Yeah, exactly.
And I thought MOUZ's draft, like you said, it was kind of just easy to execute. Just kind of play your heroes, run at the enemy, have high damage, and just kill them.
Yeah, I mean, this is what pretty much every fight looked like. It was just constant diving under the towers, you know, poking and prodding from the side, like everybody coming in, grouping up in the same area. I mean, no one had such a rough game, like such a hard time. I mean, Ember versus Queen of Pain can sometimes look like this, but even like Crystal's getting involved there. Here's the thing. Everyone sounds surprised, which I'm a little surprised about. We got to put some goddamn respect on MOUZ. Like, I know Celery's not here, but to me, when I saw this team originally, I was like, I hope they're like the original Gaming Gladiators. I hope that was a Celery thing, because that would just be such a cool story. And then they were. They looked like prime Gaming Gladiators to me, where it is balls to the wall. Either they're griefing and feeding and the game is over, or they are obliterating you. And in this game, even without Celery, they're still doing that, where everybody's getting involved. The thing is, for the whole week, we've been watching Ghost play with this team. And we have said when Ghost is on an early game hero, they look really good. When Ghost is on a late game hero, I'm sure Lone Druid counts as a late game hero, but he plays it very fast. Like he'll literally TP in and bring the Baron for his team. That's when they lose, and I think it's because the whole team understands how to play around Crystallis. They understand how to play around a super fast carry. No matter what team he's on, Crystallis is always going to be balls to the wall, showing up to all of the lanes. And of course, it was all through mid one. Like mid one wins the lane. They identify this guy has a really, really good game. He can snowball. Sure, Marcy's not the greatest of heroes right now. You can't just whip it into a draft. But if you're talking snowballing carries, she is, right? If you play around the right heroes, it looks like this.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but when the scoreboard was just on screen, there wasn't a single kill on any of the cores for PARIVISION. It was only supports. Here it is. So that's how rough a game it was.
Oof.
I mean, definitely the most one-sided game of this tournament. Whether or not Suns fans right about being the most one-sided game of the year, I don't know, because obviously you'd have to include some qualifiers and
for them
and NA.
He said for like
the
them,
NA qualifiers.
The NA qualifiers has got to be.
I mean, does it count if there's a disqualification on the other team?
Yeah,
that's very.
That's kind of what it would take.
That's like half of.
Does it count if you were playing?
That's the disqualified teams. Actually, I've been to 3 times.
But what a fantastic response, and I want to talk about that. Obviously, you've got that all chat going in. PARIVISION very confident. They're in their
Yes,
group.
I forgot about that.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah. And now obviously it's like you can't ban my heroes. No, but we can dumpster you. So now what? And it just creates this nice little element for the game 3.
Maybe he's gonna try to do some ego like. I picked Techies, guys. It was fun. Techies isn't that good. It's not a melee hero. It's a bit different than my ball perk kind of thing. And
I also, I don't know how you can, other than maybe like mid one, but I feel like he's really mellowed out. He's a chill guy. I don't know how you can all chat against his team. Like Crystallis to me, and
he's so funny.
Most of this team seems like unshakable. At least the players that I do know their personalities, like they genuinely don't care.
Yeah. Crazy stuff. Not a lot to analyze. So you know what? Why don't we just go to a break? And when we come back, we're going to find out who are the mice and who are the men. We will see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Nice blast off from 9 class. Oh, he's getting right-clicked easily, though, by Yopaj.
Oh,
and that is the dieback onto the Techies now. Big bash onto Satanic. Pops the BKB. The focus fire is still applied. That is the death now of Satanic.
It's over.
A dieback. GG's called.
First game against OG was a bit rough for us, because it was our first game of the tournament. It felt hard to wake up 8 a.m. We was trying our best, but we didn't communicate well in key fights, and that's kind of why we lost. And I would also say we kind of underestimated them. And the second game was really, really close. It just was a tough game. We was winning, but then we lost second edges on top. It was too deep for us, and game became slower and slower, because in my opinion, our key power spikes was around like second edges.
Trample will be enough to take him out. And
holy shit!
GG's are finally called. It's not the way that we thought it would end.
I express myself too much, but it's also like fun. It's for memes. I'm the real person, and I'm sure it's also good for viewing, because like everyone understands I'm the same human being as everyone. Everyone can be in a way not toxic but angry, and they can smash their table, like even on the work, like in the office, something like this. So yeah. And I didn't hit my keyboard, so it's working well. Next series was against Cobra. We discussed a lot after our OG loss, and we progressed in our drafts, in our mindset, in our playstyle. And first game, I stayed against Tri-Lane. They came like Jack, Disruptor, Shaman. DM was fine, he said, hey, it's classic for me, he always stays with 9 class and they pulling waves, so here is triple lane, it's classic day for him. For me it was not classic day, and I'm like, okay, I will stack for you. Second game was really easy, because they didn't come Tri-Lane this time. They put their Sven off lane, the Ursa top, and we just we smashed them on lanes. And then slowly just proceed to finish the game.
Elmisho falls right of Atos, that's onto the Sven. BKB forced out of his hand, double stun, gets the kill on a 9 class. That's the Dagon, but Parker's gonna pay with his life.
Against Tidebound, also pre-game we at the evening watch the replays, what we need to fix, how we need to approach the game better, and we also came with good conclusions to the next game. So I think our draft was really good. We just was need to execute 12 spells, and we did it 2 times. Then we take Roshan, and our Dusa finished the game. Then second game, we was shocked. They picked Io Puch. We were sitting on draft, where this Puch is going? We were oh, Neo plays Puch offlane. Maybe they will go offlane. And until last pick, we was not sure where they're going. Game was just a bit slow, because Dusa needs items, and Walker is kind of slower hero than Ember. So we just took our time to get some good fights. Then they went to our forest around minute 19, dive too much. We come back from there, take Torm, take Rosh, and the game was perfect for us.
You can see the farm discrepancy is out of control. 3 dead, make it 4. It's a dieback on the DK. Shiro will be the last to fall, and PARIVISION gonna be able to 2-0 in pretty easy fashion.
About BetBoom series, I would say in first game it felt really chill. I would say it was one of the chillest games that we ever played until last fight. When they took Megas, we were okay guys, we need Crimson, we need Vlads, we stay behind Dusa, he gets Rapiers, then we can defend and all this stuff, yeah.
No one will rush in, the tier 4 towers, they're not going to last very long. This could be the final team fight. No one zipping around. Vortex of Kanomi, we got the Ancient in trouble. It's all over. It is all over. Satanic gets it done.
We was really happy. Guys was screaming, I was chill, because on the first day I was not chill, but this time I was chill. And I got also my, anti-stress ball, yeah. So I can use it to anti-stress myself after and between the games. So yeah, and yeah, first game I would say for me it's one of the best games we played as a team.
Oh, no one! He's found the big target. Keratic! Keratic is gone! Divine on the deck. They couldn't save him. They couldn't save him.
In second game, it felt for us that we are upper than them in mental stuff right now, because they lost a game that is unlosable for them.
GPK! Oh! Jumps right into his death.
Loses the Divine.
He's lost the Divine, handed it right to the loving arms of Satanic.
I would say overall it was really interesting journey on this group stage because we learn a lot, and I think we are on a good road right now on the tournament, because we approaching our mistakes and trying to fix them, and every teammate understands what he wants from the game, and we put it in same spot and do our structure, do our strategies, yeah.
To Carlos, after that last game, I'm sure the anti-stress ball is being squeezed very, very hard. And now they have to think about what they're going to do in this draft to kind of get through and remain in that upper bracket. Absolutely dominated in that second game. Never a nice feeling going into a decider.
I think I had some slight issues with the draft. I think the Dragon Knight moving to offlane was a bit weird for me. I think the Queen of Pain being picked pretty early also kind of felt a bit off. I think they just felt the success of it in the first game. He's oh, well, no one popped off in the first game. We'll just give him Quap again. But I think that the reason he popped off in the first game, because it was picked in a very good position in the draft, it was picked versus Primal Beast specifically, which he counters a lot of what he does. The ult can stop. It can break the charge. He lanes well versus it, so it wants to go off lane. And I want them to just, also the techies, I think it just hasn't really been the same archetype of position forward that 9 class plays. Like in the first game, he's playing Sardar, tanky hero, melee hero, goes in, starts fights, can run around the map, do his own thing. Now he's playing techies. He's kind of like backline. When he's absorbing the damage, he doesn't get anything from it because he just dies.
Here's a question for you, Gunnar.
Yes.
As a pro.
Okay.
Is it better when you're in these best of 3s, best of 5s? Is it better to lose a game as a stomp mentally or better to lose a close game mentally?
Stomp mentally. Because usually, depending on the team, sometimes teams will like fight more about like draft issues and they get really mad if you bring up the draft issues. They'll be like, oh, you can't just say everything was a draft issue. Like we could have played better, blah, blah, blah. But if your team's like fine, just being like, this was a drafting issue, or like, we messed up, we did some big things wrong, but it's like such a big error that you know that it's kind of hopefully a one-off.
Yeah.
And you can just write it off. Whereas when it's like a close game, in the back of your head, you're like thinking, oh, if I did this one thing differently, if I bought the different item, if I had a little extra gold, if one of my teammates hit his spell better, you know, it's like there's more things that you feel could have went right rather than, oh, we picked a bad hero.
Yeah,
we made a wrong choice. Like whatever.
It's easier, right? Like the Dota is a game where it's like the butterfly effect. You have a single thing that goes wrong, level 1, and all of a sudden somebody gets a Wraith Band in lane or a wand earlier. They use the wand to get a kill. That means the support can leave the lane. That support goes and wins another lane. You take the 2 tier 1 towers. You have no map. Like it snowballs like crazy, right? So if you're losing literally from the get-go, there's not so much to look at, right?
Yeah.
You can just go, okay, it had to have either been the draft or like the way we played the first 2 minutes of the lane, which is a very small data set to break down.
The worst thing is in scrims when you feed first blood to the enemy team, and then like one of your side lanes loses because of it, and you're thinking the whole time like, oh well, like did we play the side lane bad? They have a free 400 gold at the start of the game. It's like it just kind of messes up all of your ideas about the game, and it kind of just is like, okay, well, just don't feed first blood, guys. Like let's just play a real game of Dota. Or the worst is mid lane. The enemy mid gets first blood, and he just starts lane with like a bottle, and you're like, okay, man, this is not. And then you lose mid, and you feel like bad. You're like, this is my fault, guys.
You're losing mid, so the first water rune spawn, they can have the mana to push out the wave. They get both the water runes. And you're like, what is this? Because you can optimize around that. The supports can then go mid, knowing that their mid has an early bottle to secure the water rune, because then it matters more. The whole thing snowballs. So yeah, I don't doubt PARIVISION's ability to reset. I also don't doubt MOUZ's ability to take this game and not take it as like, okay, we stomped game 2. We're going to.
Well, the reason I bring it up, and I think it's an interesting conversation, is we've highlighted PARIVISION's volatility as well as BetBoom's. They're the 2 teams that they feel that you can get in their head and make them tilt, you know?
I mean, they were trying to get MOUZ's head in the first game with the
yeah,
alt chat.
right. Agreed.
I know from Astini, he's always been very good. Like when he was coaching my team about resetting between the games, win or lose. So I think obviously he's worked with these guys for a long time. They've had a lot of success in tournaments. I think even a few days ago when they had like a super crazy the game versus BB team that was like 80 minutes long with rapiers. The next game I think they reset. They played normal again and they stomped the second game. And so I think that they're probably, I would say they're trying to get back into the rhythm of being a consistent team, which so far they've struggled a bit post TI. But I think that hopefully they're getting back into their regular form.
And here we are, Jenkins.
I was going to say, I didn't want to interrupt Gunnar's flow of consciousness. I don't know how you talk about anything else. This is insane. Is this not crazy? I mean, you have to ban Ancient Apparition, right?
It's a support.
You think they're just running it as a support? Why, though? You forced the whole draft to be...
Come on, you've seen the 5 Husker.
Dictated around Husker. I know, but I'm not a believer in the 5
I'm a
Husker.
believer.
Really?
Yeah, I think support is powerful. You don't like it?
Well, tell us why you think it's powerful.
Okay, so the really annoying thing is surprisingly he does really well in the lanes. He starts with boots and he trades really well with the supports on the side. And then the way that his spells are set up, you can jungle really fast. And so you essentially are a jungler, which we don't really have in Dota. There's no more Enigma jungles, nothing like that. So Veno was in the game, but that got patched out. I think this is one of the few heroes that can actually do that from the support role. And so you pick one of your 2 side lanes to be really tanky, really strong hero that 1v2s. You leave him at like 3-4 minutes. You're like, you pulled the wave, you did your thing.
So you think this is Yamich?
I think it could be either.
Because you can bet your ass it's not Kaori playing support
Kaori could do it.
No way.
Why not?
Dude.
He plays
it's so
the Kaori Phoenix.
It's so out of his wheelhouse. It's so out of his
I
style.
believe in both of them.
Okay.
But
I could see Yamich pulling out.
I think Yamich is a little more. Yeah, so you could imagine they have like a centaur, right?
Uh-huh.
Something it's banned. It's banned.
Something
but
that can cut
just
waves.
for example, you pick this tanky here, you secure him these first like 3 levels, and then now your Huskar starts jungling ancients. And then now it's like 15, 16 minutes hits. You have a decently farmed centaur, you have your mid, you have your carry, and then you have another you have a Huskar jungle with like an armlet buying blink ag, starts solo killing heroes around the map. And all it takes is 1 or 2 kills on the support Huskar because people are out of position and not respecting it.
Oh yeah, baby.
Here we go.
Here we go.
It's gonna be the carry Huskar now with the Yamich Pudge for sure.
It could be a mid one Pudge.
It could be a mid one Pudge.
But it's Yamich. Come on, you give Yamich on your team. You're gonna give this guy Pudge.
Yes.
I mean, we have also seen carry Huskar. I mean, this team has only ran at mid so far. I love that they do this in the draft, and now it's all we can talk about. It's like a Pudge gets picked, we still have to talk about the Huskar. This is exactly the same situation that PARIVISION is in.
There's also something very cool about it in specific this drafting, which maybe they thought about, assuming that they thought about this, which is PVision plays 9 class on his heroes. He has his set hero pool, and he doesn't really play the range heroes. He doesn't play Jakiro. He's not going to flex. So now that there's a Jakiro first pick, he's not going to pick AA. Like, sure, if 9 class picks AA, Godspeed, man. Like, do your thing. But
luck, yeah, sure.
They're kind of confident. They don't even ban the AA. That they're not going to pick AA. Kind of seeing the 5. So I think it's maybe a concept that you can expose PVision's draft based on if they pick their position 5 early, because you kind of know what 9 class is going to pick.
That's true. It's like he said you can't ban my heroes.
So just play into them.
You can certainly play into them. That is awesome. That's really cool.
So in concept, Huskar carry does make sense versus PVision.
Yeah.
Because the melee 4s, Huskar is really good verse. He's good against these 1v1 offlaners because 9 class usually likes to leave his lane pretty early. And if you see the 5, you kind of know that there's not going to be an ancient apparition.
And then it's a preventative measure too. Like even though we're talking about Huskar carry, which probably it will be, still you can't pick Queen of Pain mid. You can't pick Ember Spirit mid.
You're scared of the Huskar. It can go
Storm mid. Yeah, all of these heroes they get dumpstered by Huskar mid, so it's blocking half the draft as well. And they go with the Carry Phoenix, the classic. Absolutely zero synergy. I mean, okay.
Okay, there's a lot of...
Sure, I'm just saying, like, there's no setup for Pudge Hook. I love that Yamich is just one of these Pudge players. It's like, yeah, whatever. Just pick Carry as hero, you know? It's like, no, there's no stuns here, right? But he doesn't feel like he needs...
I love Carry's Phoenix. I think he's one of the best Phoenixes.
I think he's the best Phoenix.
He could be the best Phoenix. Also, his item builds are really cool. He goes Hex a lot. Like, very first time, he goes, like, Tranquil Boots, Hex. He sets up his own egg defense kind of with it, and I just think he's very consistently good at the hero. And I think also this does set up for that like tanky strength offlaner that usually we see. They're going to have, I would assume, probably 3 strength cores based on the 3 strength heroes.
I was thinking Axe because he's like Centaur. He can cut wave. You can like leave him alone. He said, by the way, in an interview, the idea behind the Hex Phoenix rush is Phoenix just eggs in a fight anyway. You can't use items. So you just go for like the highest value item that you can get. Like a Hex will help you.
You press it and then you just egg.
You press it and you egg. Yeah, exactly. You can use it before egg and it sets you up for like for ganks. You're already not using items for the most part anyway. You're just rushing in and using egg. Excellent against Monkey King, by the way. Cut him off the trees. Slows attack speed. It means a Monkey King core now feels kind of awful. Not that it's going to be that. It's 9
No,
class.
it was 9 class. Yeah.
You pick Monkey King, it's almost always going to be 9 class.
Terrorblade for Satanic here. I think Terrorblade matches up pretty well versus Huskar because it's a lot of physical damage from range. I think Abba is also okay. It's actually a pretty good matchup with the innate ability. You know the
40% reduction.
40% health restoration, which is like such a weird one. I feel like it's pretty low impact to the majority of games. Like you'll only see it actually matter versus like a Satanic carry because he usually pops when he's low. But Huskar is almost always below that 35% threshold.
Yeah.
So reducing healing from Huskar passive, from the Phoenix, even like Pudge is getting healing from his ult. It's just like a pretty nice innate. And then the save that he kind of provides to his team. You can't purge either of the taunts.
Yeah.
So you can't purge Huskar ult or Axe Call, I believe. I don't think you can purge Huskar ult.
You can't.
So that's the things he can't save his team from, but
he can save himself. Like he's fine. He's more than fine.
He will be able to walk into the fight.
It's really annoying playing Axe into Abaddon. I remember that this was like a big counter for a while because Abaddon just presents himself and says, "Go ahead, taunt me." like Blink Blade Mail feels really bad, but this is where 33 went for the pipe build, where he would try to match his pipe timing with the Abaddon Radiance, and it is pretty good actually. So we'll see if MOUZ wants to run it that way with like the pipe off lane.
All right, no one needs a hero that can theoretically lane versus Huskar and is good in the game. People pick Lesh, which is a very volatile matchup because you do have the pure damage, which can burst the Huskar, but then also in the lane, if you kind of mess up, Huskar just like kind of shreds you with Burning Spears. Sniper is a classic. Viper.
Ooh, it's no one. I think Sniper is up there for him.
I'm a bit scared for Sniper because I think Pudge is actually pretty decent because Sniper's so slow, and if you hit the hook on Sniper, he just dies.
Can I ask you about the Bristleback ban?
It's a bit strange, but I think it's a carry Bristle because it lanes well versus the Beastmaster, and it's also like a physical damage carry that kind of pairs well with Huskar.
It's Crystallis. I mean,
it's aggressive carry.
It's an aggressive carry. That makes sense.
I think it's just a Beastmaster protect ban. Okay. Like they want the Beastmaster to have a good.
Did they also ban the Weaver then? If they're just.
It's like the Weaver, the Gyro. Those are the kind of heroes. I think
Gyro's a good one too. Yeah. Gyro Huskar.
They might have to ban something specific for what they want to play, but I'm trying to think of what else he could want. It's the annoying thing. The Pudge actually pairs well with the Huskar because the things that are good versus Huskar are bad versus Pudge, which are these like slow, high damage range heroes.
Wind Ranger is another one that I know people picked for a while against Huskar.
I'm kind of partial to the Viper.
Viper's insanely good, for sure.
You have Break.
There it is.
It's good against the other heroes too. Like Axe doesn't like playing into Viper. Pudge does not like playing into Viper. These heroes
a lot of
get
magic
in there,
resistance versus the Phoenix.
Yeah, you just don't get out. Like he'll ult you and kill you. Disable Axe passive.
Now they select Lush. Interesting. Okay. So my big question is going to be Viper skill build this game. I saw this matchup the other day, Viper versus Lesh. I think it was GPK versus Laurel. It was GPK Viper, Laurel, Lesh. GPK that game didn't go any points in the queue. And then Lesh ended up having more gold than him and kind of snowballed the game. So I hope no one in this matchup goes points in queue.
Yeah,
because I think that this is actually a very Viper favored matchup. This was in the past one of the better lanes versus Lesh. And I kind of want him to dumpster the lane rather than just 50-50.
Yeah, at least 2 points in the queue. I think that's
I think you don't need to max it per se, but like 2 points, win that lane, have the golden advantage from that, and then sure, max your W after and farm after.
When we've seen it, that's what we keep asking for. I think it was Divide that went like 0-1 and then went for the Q after dying and regretting not having the Q against like a DK.
Yep.
And I agree. Like there are some situations where it's just you just think like old Viper would dumpster here, but people are playing Thompson Viper right now.
Everyone's playing Thompson.
Everyone's playing Thompson. So yeah, I agree. I think no one is a experienced enough player to like identify that he needs to do this.
Because it was the same thing. GPK played not the exact same matchup, but he played Viper again in a matchup he could max his Q. I think it was per his Nature's Prophet. And he did go Q in that game. So I think he learned. I think people are learning through the tournament, and that's what I'm hoping.
We've got a little bit of time before we just get into the game. So overall, the drafts, where are we at? Who do you think's got it?
Good for MOUZ, I think. Like I think their lineup is easier to execute. I don't feel like Huskar is super countered either.
Well, you know what we can do now? First time of the day, it's a Slacks attack.
That's right. I prefer the term educational high MMR interview, but we will call it a Slacks attack. Thank you so much, Richard. Welcome, my friend. It's been a long time since I've seen you. How come you've been hiding? Where you been?
We hide on group stage. We lost last group stage. That's why you don't see us. We didn't go playoffs. Plus long vacation. That's all.
Well, things have changed now, and let's talk a little bit about this draft, because things certainly changed in that Game 3. You guys did not ban out the Pudge. You let them have it. It seemed to be very high-value ban. Why let them get away with it this time?
Other games we were second pick, so we had 4 bans. This one we had 3, so we had to let one go. They have high impact on Tusk, Tide, Mars, Pudge. I had to pick my poison. The poison was Pudge.
I see.
It's more fun also, right? It's the funniest poison.
Yeah. Everybody loves the fun poison Pudge. You know what I do in pubs? If I see someone pick a Pudge, I'll say to the other team, nobody picked Pudge. And then they pick it, and then it gets banned. Did you think about doing that?
5D chess. Maybe I could pick 2-9 class also, and it would cancel his Pudge. Would work like this. If it would work like this, I would do.
Write it down, Ice Frog. Okay, let's go ahead and ask one more question then. The Huskar coming out first thing. We've heard rumors of the Huskar position 4 and 5. You did not pick AA. Do you care to say why?
We tried to keep on comfort heroes, and we had a Duke on Jakiro already. I think A4 would be a bit cringe. And I think we have enough answers. It's not like only A the answer to Huskar.
Incorrect. AA is the only answer to Huskar. Write it down. Thank you so much.
Saw Bloodseeker.
No, don't need to know about it. Thank you so much. We got our casters. Don't talk about Bloodseeker. Off we go. Off we go.
Thank you. What an educational interview as we're going to witness first blood on Kaori. A good hook from Yamich, but it's not going to prevent the inevitable, which is a Phoenix death to Satanic's right click. So first blood goes the way of PARIVISION.
Well, one could argue it was not a good hook because it wasn't on the Phoenix.
A good hook is always when you hit the enemy.
Okay,
no matter the you could be hooking a Tidehunter that ravages your whole team. Good hook, everyone.
Yeah, well, lowering your expectations or your standards is definitely one way to feel like you have impact.
Oh, the reason I'm saying that, Cinderin, is because we have to lower our standards because this draft from MOUZ is awesome, and it reminds me of many Herald pubs as Boom in the top lane doing some damage, but he actually does get a kill with Yamich's help, and it's a 1-for-1 to start, as Satanic will be able to get the Aphotic Shield and the safety of the Tier 1, although Yamich gets a Courier. The worst Courier in the game, by the way, the Beaver, with the only model in the game with less particles, or sorry, less polygons than Morphling.
Fewer?
Less. Go ahead.
No, that's all I got.
Analyze what I just said.
I just did. I just told you made a grammatical error. That was the analysis. Actually,
what
it
do you
wasn't
think
a
of the draft
grammatical
for
error.
MOUZ?
You could have got me there because it wasn't a grammatical error.
I don't care.
But you're not smart enough, and you don't care, which is honestly probably the better.
More the latter.
Yeah, that's probably better. What do I think about the draft? I think overall, I look at the PARIVISION draft, and I think it's maybe a little bit more stable, so to speak, in the way that it sets up plays. You've got 9 class on his Monkey King. You've got Beastmaster, which I still think is just a bonkers hero. And you're going to be, the way you're playing the map is off of these tanky heroes. Beastmaster, Viper, and Abaddon will all be difficult kills, and you never really know where Monkey King is. So there's a lot of good map play, I think, for the Dire lineup. Oh, hang on, I'll finish off after this. Maybe 9 class will be in. Nah, he should be okay. He's just pulling the way of 9 class style. The thing for the Radiant, though, is if Axe has a good game, I think it has really big impact here. You're not really playing with much catch. Leshrac wants to buy Blink and go in there, but that's the main thing. You last picked Lesh in a game where you don't have obvious targets, right? Like, usually when mid one has popped off on Lesh, it's been because he can just jump the supports and kill them, or even cores. In this one, Viper's a pretty tough matchup for that. Beastmaster's not the easiest kill because he has all the summons. Abaddon is tanky. Nice hook there from Yamich. It hit something. That's the bar that we've set.
That's
9
right.
class. We burnt to a crisp. This lane is one of the more fiery lanes you can make in Dota. Phoenix plus Huskar.
That sounds like something I would say.
Bring your
Great analysis.
extinguishers to lane.
I mean, talk to me about position 1 Huskar, though. That is weird.
It's somewhat trendy in Immortal pubs. It has very few bad matchups, so you're generally going to get a good laning stage. One of my least favorite facets in the game, which is Cauterize, of course, because you take a hero who is inherently countered by putting healing reduction on him, and then you're like, oh, we're introducing facets. Let's give him a way of dispelling everything that heals him.
That doesn't work against AA, though, so
That's
Slacks
right.
is right.
Yep. I mean, Slacks was saying it as a joke, but it's never been closer to the truth that AA is the only Huskar true counter right now. Because a lot of the other ones, like Vessel or some sort of healing reduction abilities you put on the Huskar, he can just get rid of all of them with Cauterize.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but not too big of a fan of facets that help the hero too much with what has been its crux for its entire history, right? That's been the identity of Huskar, is get that healing reduction to kill him, and now you give him a counter to that aspect. I would way rather, if you wanted to make the hero better, then make him better, but don't put something like Cauterize on it.
All right, thanks for the TED Talk.
Yeah, well, what do you think?
I think it's fine.
I was sure you were going to say I don't care, but this is better.
I think it's fine.
made it somewhat sound like you have an opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of gaining something for debuffing yourself. I think that's cool. But yeah, I mean, I don't disagree exactly with what you're saying.
Oh, that's better than usual.
Satanic.
We'll take it.
It's called into the tower for some extra harassment on the MOUZ side. But in terms of counters, do you think they have enough on the side of PARIVISION, the Viper Strike being the biggest one?
Yeah, Viper is the biggest and only one, I think.
Oh, 9 class.
I guess Roar is okay.
Looks like he's going to tick out eventually, as Kaori gets credit for that one.
I mean, not to give you too much credit, but ever since he talked shit, he's gone like 1 and 10, I think.
Yeah, that's karma.
After game 1.
That's how it's done.
Last game, his techies was nowhere to be seen. In this one, he is on the receiving end.
You know, when I was playing Counter-Strike professionally, Cinderella.
Oh, here
the very
just a matter of time. You actually stopped. You didn't talk about it at this event yet.
Yeah, that's true. It's been over a year actually since I brought that up. We might have to hold that thought because we are getting close to the 6-minute round. Just remind me, because it's a very important topic, of course. Hook misses. D-Ward successful for no one. 9 class in the tree line. Only level 2 right now as the Viper Strike does hit the Phoenix, but that's post-dive with a Boundless Strike now and another Toxin. He should be able to walk away. Meanwhile, Yamich with the Rot, slow to a crawl, but he's going to be the one taken out by Ducalis instead. As you can see, no one's spitting all over mid one. Has the level advantage right now in that mid lane.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's an old meme at this point.
6-7.
6-7. We're both in the same. Man, we've been hanging around each other too much, I think.
I mean, it's good. It's always good to do references to stuff that almost all of your audience is too old for.
Yeah.
Like, we all know it.
Oh, boom. Under the tier 1, getting ganked. Yamish trying to help his cause. They lose Boom. Can they get Satanic? That would be huge. Instead, they're going to lose the Pudge as well. So double kill for Satanic. What a turn of events.
And Satanic is like, may I please have another one?
He's going to get another one. Ducalis steals it. Villain arc in full force.
For what it's worth, Satanic's attack might not have finished.
True.
It was starting to outrange the...
Oh, this is a 7-minute wisdom time as well. Oh, man. This could be huge for PARIVISION if they're able to steal and get their own. That is actually going to be the case. My good, this is such a big moment of the game. And PARIVISION getting all these kills, especially onto the carry. 4-0 start for Satanic, double Wisdom Shrine.
This is the makings of what just happened in game 2, but for the other team. You're looking at a Pudge and Phoenix that are going to be starved for experience, already level 5. Jakiro, towers are ripe for the taking. You're playing with Beastmaster, which is one of the best friends for Jakiro to have. A beautiful long duration setup to land all of your spells in. A guy who wants to go and push towers with Helm of the Dominator. This coming 10 minutes for MOUZ Sports are going to be a huge challenge. It's gonna look kind of tough, especially because I don't know if Huskar is going to reach the point of critical mass in time before you lose the tier 1s. And once Huskar starts losing some map control, it can be a little bit trickier to unlock the hero's potential. Kaori very selflessly leaving this region. He's super low on health. He has Tranks. So before you get any ideas, that was absolutely the thing to do. To give it to Lesh.
Yeah, mid 1. Needing to catch up a bit before things get out of hand. As nice stack for Chrysalis to take in this Ancients. We'll be having his armlet finished in the coming couple minutes. That's going to be the first power spike for this hero, although you can see 9 class will be spotting him. Up to TP is going to be fine for the Phoenix. Chrysalis, though, cannot finish the stack as 9 class pounding him. Could actually steal it himself, which would be pretty big for the level 5.
That is real. Oh, that feels so good. Obviously, not really so much for getting the experience yourself, but for knowing that you inflicted pain on a different person. That's what Dota's all about.
Yeah, of course. So back to what I was saying about Counter-Strike, Cinderella.
Yeah.
The thing that I loved most about competitive play is when somebody would talk shit to me. It was my favorite thing, because I know exactly how to deal with it. Number one, it gives you motivation, so I don't know why people do it a lot of the time. you're the right type of person, you take that motivation, you work harder to beat them. And you never acknowledge. You kill them with kindness. You say GG. That kills them. They hate that. Trust me. Crystallis. Inner fire. Trying to walk away. The roar is reserved for the Phoenix, though. Crystallis will get out, and Lesh actually in a tough spot, but able to TP away as well. So far, it's all PARIVISION. They get the tier 1.
I don't know, for some reason when you're talking about this trash talk in CS, I have a hard time believing that when people talk trash to your team that nobody talked trash back. My experience,
I'm saying me specifically.
Oh, you specifically, so not your teammates. So they would talk trash back.
I mean, depends.
And then you would tell them, guys, don't do it. Kill them with kindness. I'm so mature.
Well, it's not. It's more kill them with muteness. Okay? You don't say anything. You pretend that they don't exist.
Okay. Marcy's your favorite hero?
I'm not even kidding. This is actually a legit strat.
Yeah, I know.
And I enjoyed it. Because when you inevitably win, because they're giving you the motivation to do so, it feels so much better.
Right.
This is why anytime the Suns beat the Lakers, it just feels so good, you know?
Because the Lakers always talk trash?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, do they?
Well, the fans do. They're pieces of garbage. Subhuman, some would say.
Wow.
As a tier 1 tower for PARIVISION. 2 down. They're just going down each lane like dominoes as they fall.
It really sounded like a pub player there. Subhuman pieces of trash.
As you might have tell, I have outgrown the being mute.
Yeah, I was just like, wow, kill them with kindness, I guess.
Well, I'm not competitive anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, you're a competitive basketball viewer.
Yeah, but I don't have any, you know, impact on how the games go. Man, they are just going from lane to lane. This is going to be the 3rd tier 1. Now they smoke on the bottom side. Crystallis has his armlet. They would love to pick him off. They have the Primal Roar, but looks like he'll create enough space as he continues to farm away.
I mean, unsurprising development, right? This is the you didn't get any wisdoms and we have heroes that can push towers situation. It's very standard. I'm not surprised that MOUZ end up losing these towers, and well, gonna get a nice little omelet.
Yes, he is very dead. Another roar reserved for the Phoenix. So PARIVISION with a 2K lead, and if things continue down this trajectory, it's gonna get pretty hard for MOUZ.
If things continue down this trajectory, will 9 class say something after the game is over?
Oh, of course. I mean, that's the most predictable thing in the book.
But then it's gonna feel bad for MOUZ because then they can't get the comeback.
It will, but they'll get him in the end some way or another, you know?
They will hate watch the rest of his game.
Well, it's more, let's say they play at another, let's say they lose this, they play in another tournament against, or even later in this tournament, it's a double-elimination.
Oh, so you can effectively, it lasts forever until you beat him.
Yeah, because in fact, each time it fails, it will increase the satisfaction of the eventual win.
Right, okay. You've really put some thought into this. It must have meant a lot to you.
This, this is an old strat from when I actually cared.
If I didn't know any better, I would say this sounds a little bit like trauma dumping, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, I was bullied, Synderen.
Oh, okay. We don't have to get into any more detail. This is not meant to be a therapy session.
I mean, we can. I mean, we know how
if you have the voice line from Wildcard Gaming, we can do it. Otherwise,
which one is that?
Something like, I didn't think this was going to be a therapy session, whatever. Or this game is turning into a therapy session. I think it goes. It's actually really.
Yeah. Boom has the helmet dom. 500 into the blink dagger. Seeing less and less of the blade mail. It really is kind of situational now.
Yeah.
Or what?
I mean, this game is just not good, I think. So I don't mind it. I don't think it's very good against a Baden. I think it's mediocre against Viper and Beastmaster. Beastmaster out-heals it if he goes Ags. If he goes Auras, he doesn't really care. So, yeah, I definitely think it's the right choice here. For all intents and purposes, this is actually a pretty damn bad Axe game. Like, what's the hero even good against?
Creeps.
True. You pick it every game.
Oh, that's a Boots of Travel sighting from no one.
Hello.
The range creep. And that is another Wisdom Shrine. Yay. What a disaster. 4-0 Wisdom Shrines for PARIVISION.
Yeah.
Like, how do you deal with this?
Generally, the way you come back when you lose all the Wisdoms is through getting a couple of core kills with smokes. But once again, your support duo, who do you play around? Axe is not the greatest to do it with. The Huskar still needs to farm. Lesh doesn't have Blink yet. And even when you have these tools, the targets on the Dire are very... feel impervious, right? It's like... you kind of have to hit good hooks, but you're not... I don't know. You're not really finding the opportunities for... wow, that's a lot of gold, yeah. This just feels like a very stable, slow burn that MOUZ are going to struggle to deal with, and I'm not seeing a bright light at the end of the tunnel for a bit, because the item timings that are game-changing are also coming up for PARIVISION too. So they just got the Abaddon Radiance, the Viper almost has Ags, and Beastmaster almost has Overlord. So all of these items are coming out in the next minute, which further, as we talked about in one of the previous days, when looking at gold lead, it's really meaningful to not only look at the lead itself, but also what is being put to use and how much is in the bank. And all of the value that they're ahead is being spent. PARIVISION have almost no gold in the bag.
Well, I will say for MOUZ, and this is going to be a pivotal point for them, they have 2 Blink Daggers coming online. For the Lesh and the Huskar, they absolutely have to get value out of these immediately.
Lesh and Pudge, right?
What did I say?
Huskar, is he getting one too?
Oh, no,
he's not, right?
I meant Pudge.
Okay.
Pudge and Lesh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's this is usually when it's really go time, but again, you gotta find the right type of opportunities, and I think Hook has to be the way to do it. So let's see.
All right, not a good hook, and there's a damage rune for PARIVISION. That is a sad TP. Missed hook into immediate shame TP.
Yeah, that's Roche.
That is the reverse Nightfall, because Nightfall is very proud to BKB TP. So when you think of a pro player and the word shame, who comes to mind? We'll call that what that was.
Well, the first name that came to mind for me was Kebab.
Oh, yeah.
And that's because he should feel shame about what he did to me all those years ago. But
Talking about trauma dump.
But that is very personal. That is so. That's a very biased take. Let's put it that way.
Oh my God! You still think? I mean, I can't blame you. That is the most egregious thing I've ever heard in any pro match. I'm not gonna lie. Playing with one hand at TI. God, that is unforgivable. 9 class, pounding mid one. And he's going to be greeted by Satanic. What an easy kill for PARIVISION. This is such a stomp that I cannot believe it.
Well, I can. It's
Roar for Podge. This is how the whole game is going to go. They're not using... I thought they would group up and use these Blink Daggers, but instead they're just bleeding out across the map one by one. Aegis for 4 minutes, 6k lead for PARIVISION. Another tower in their sights. It'll be a tier 2. Boom, we have not seen. He has enough for Blink, but looks like he is going to opt for, what is that, a Lotus first? I mean, I don't know how you play without...
I'm trying to put myself in the position of MOUZ and imagine what archetype fight are you looking for that isn't just Yamich, please hit a hook. Like I don't see any other play, and that's worrisome when you're this early into the game. But it just looks like if PARIVISION group up as a ball and just run down lanes, they can't fight into them. They don't have the tools for it yet. And at the same time, it's also difficult to farm to get there because you never know if the Monkey King is scouting you out. You never know if the Beastmaster's coming for a flank as well. You're going to need to deal with the Overlord creep that's going to be pushing out waves. And at the same time, you just put Satanic in whatever lane is the most dangerous one, and he feels like he can't really die. Just look at how he's playing right now.
Yep, Boom takes a look. He's like, oh, yeah, you have a lot more gold than me. I'm going to run away in shame. Yeah, he hasn't even leveled his ult yet, technically. Saving that point just in case.
Talk about a flip from game 2 to 3. Yep. Feels like the same game, but the teams are swapped.
That's right.
Well, so all the heroes.
Let's have a guess here. Okay. Let's play a little game.
All right. I like games.
At what minute will 9 class talk shit?
I was actually going to ask you this a minute. I was like over under on.
All right. What's the what before or after what time?
I actually think he's going to say nothing.
Okay, I will definitely take that. He definitely will. As Kaori We'll have to use egg.
Okay.
It might actually go off here. It's going to be close. Oh, just the last moment. DM.
Toward the very end of it, he remembered he had shard. If he had remembered that earlier, he might have lived.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it happens sometimes when you're getting absolutely dumpstered. The roar, but the jump in from Crystallis, trying to put everything on this Viper, but guess who is super healthy is no one. And this is going to be 3 members down in all likelihood. If they can catch up to Crystallis, it's 3 dead right now for MOUZ. As Crystallis, with that Spirit Vessel applied, Lotus now to dispel it.
Boom might just have killed himself.
Boom is like,
forward.
Hey guys, I don't have blink. Hey everybody! Oh! Just burning to a crisp. This is so hard to watch. I'm not gonna lie. What a disaster game for MOUZ. Jeez Louise, man. This is somehow a bigger stomp than game 2. It's like that's the biggest stomp I've seen all year. This is now the biggest stomp I've seen all year. Jeez.
There's been some stomps this year, but this series at the very least is generating some very. Does that count as trash talk? Not really. It's voice lines. That's
no.
That doesn't count. Okay, good. We're in the clear.
So I like your perspective on the trash talk thing, as we see the percentage here at 92%.
That's pretty
And
accurate.
I know why you think he won't talk shit, because you are... Well, we have to hold that thought. Crystallis.
Thankfully, we have to hold that
to
thought.
Satanic, who will be able to get out. You're what I would call an abnormal person, Cinderin. You have too much faith in the human race.
You know, there was other words.
Just listen. Just listen to this lesson.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, if you're a person that talks shit, okay, you really think after game 2, because I know this is what you're thinking. Let's say, oh, if I'm Cinderin, oh, I talk shit in game number 2 or game number 1, and then I lose game 2. That's embarrassing, and I don't want, to put my foot in my mouth anymore. That's not how these people think, Cinderin.
Why was that my voice?
This is Cinderin, guys.
You guys can't tell the difference between us.
I'm taking a neutral stance on everything.
That's
okay.
That's right, Cinderin. You do. That's
very untrue.
Very self-reflective.
I've already told you I hate cauterize. That's not a neutral stance. Wow.
I hate
Okay.
ice from.
Yeah, that's right. There we go. You finally nailed it after a bit of practice.
The trauma dump is complete. We have figured it out.
Oh, you hooked the rune. Well, no one's still going to take it.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. Well, maybe we'll get that 3-2-2 reversed into an actual 3-2-2 this time.
Oh, Kaori is doing his best to contribute.
Yeah.
The 3 and 17.
Oh, Crystallis? Oh, he's going to ruin it for everybody. We could get the 420, though.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's good.
That's next on the list.
That's why it's always great in Dota when the score is like 3 to 15, because you have 2 outs.
Yeah. Well, what about the 6-7 meme? That's a third one we can add to the list. We still don't know what it means, by the way, for everybody out there. We're old men. We don't know what it means.
I did look it up. Let me give you this. What was it again?
The definition was very funny.
I'm gonna find it. I thought the wording on this article was hilarious. So this is the Wikipedia entry for 6-7.
Yeah.
The first paragraph, 6-7 pronounced 6-7, also written as 67, 6-7, and 6-7.
Yeah, that was necessary.
There you go. Now, I'm just being clear here, clarifying it. Internet meme and slang term that emerged in 2025 on TikTok and Instagram Reels. It has no fixed meaning.
That's right.
Thank you.
This game has no meaning either, as PARIVISION going in for the kill. Mid one is dead.
420!
Damage is next on the list. It's a 420 jackpot for the viewers, for the Dota players, as Crystallis getting chased, attempting to run away, but he shall die. Oh, a big buyback coming out from Yamich. Can he turn the tide? Gets a huge hook onto Satanic, who still has borrow time. Hasn't had to use it the entire game because they are shit-stomping MOUZ. Absolute shit-stomp in this game number 3.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. You're not wrong. Thank you for showing off your real voice, of course. Appreciate that.
Oh, man. Just end the game. Just go up to high ground, hit the buildings. We all know what's going to happen here. Fortification for MOUZ. They're not done yet. There is hope. Boom does not have blink yet. Can't get in with a big call. Not even going for it, it seems.
Shard.
Going for Shard.
Yeah.
Okay. And PARIVISION will now exit, playing the slow game. The Roshan game, I'm sure. 45 seconds away from that.
I really like this strategic approach right now from PARIVISION. Playing it safe, you know, recognizing that...
Into Dismember, Diabolic Edict with the Split Earth. Is this going to be kill on no one? He's trying to walk away, going through the tree line. Yes, he does fall. At what cost exactly, we don't know. PARIVISION gonna fight it out. The egg is killed off. And Leshrak next on the list, a 2-for-1 special. As Crystal is getting hooked by Yamich. But the roar reflected, it matters not. The kill's still going the way of PARIVISION. Boom, no Blink Dagger, no life, all death. Double kill for Satanic. Looking for the full team wipe with the Boundless Strike, it's there. And that should do it. I mean, it's been over for 15 minutes.
A phenomenal bait by no one, being completely out of position and dying.
Stayed alive
so slowly that all of his teammates could connect and get a 5-for-1 in a 4v5 fight. Okay, I'm not sure what we were looking at there, but numbers.
Numbers are very important in a game like this. We learned that with the 420.
Yep.
That's 2 sets of barracks for Remember, this is not an elimination match. This is double elim bracket. This is upper bracket.
If you read the score right now backwards, it's 6 + 2 + 5, which is 6-7.
That's right. Very important to state that.
Yep.
As MOUZ will continue to die in their base. Will 9 Class talk shit? That's the only thing we care about at this point. GG's come out. 9 Class, show your true colors.
Come on, let's get it.
GG's are called. Very respectable end to the game. And you win the bet. Congratulations to Cinderin. Faith in humankind pays off somehow.
Somebody dropped a crown, though, on the ground. Ducalis was pinging it, crown dropped here. I think that's a really next level way if it's like, you dropped your crown, king, you know, to a teammate. Yeah. That's a very positive way of dropping items.
Yeah,
that's not the mantle of intelligence to enemies, it's the crown to an ally. You dropped your crown, king.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody wants to hear that at the end of this, but we'll just let Richard take over from here.
Thanks a lot, guys. I love the fact that you just evolved into memes. Also, Cinderin reading an article about the 6-7 meme on a broadcast, most boomer thing I've ever seen. And I say that as the resident boomer. Anyway, we're going to have to try and find something to talk about there, but we went from a stomp into a counter stomp, and it just was never really there. That game was over for about 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, he did go 2 points in poison in the lane,
he did.
And it really worked out.
It matters. Yeah, I think actually being able to make the choice to not do the same build every game.
Yeah. It turns out that Viper still stomps the same heroes in lane that he used to stomp if you just go for the old build.
Yeah. I got scared about that Lush pick. The second I saw it, like, sure, if you're going 0-4-4, like, yeah, you know, you free farm his Lush, you have a good game, you do pure damage, but, you know, when people use their brain a little, then it's back to the old school.
I mean, it's like sniper versus Slash, right? You just stand at range and hit him over
and he can't commit to
again.
Fighting into you.
I think what people don't realize is that the Viper Q actually gives you attack range.
Yes.
And
it's actually very, like, I didn't know that for the longest time either. Like, when they changed that.
Yeah, it's very important in that matchup. Like, Lesh literally just wants to close the distance on people, and heroes like Lina and Viper and Sniper do well against Lesh. And Coddle, because you cannot close the distance on them. Like, they do everything from a distance. I mean, this is the entire game. Like, literally, there's the 420, though. That's very important. Get that in there.
What's crazy is, like, they're just literally, all of them just running running at them non-stop for what felt the entirety of the game. And they just couldn't get anything going.
Yeah, I mean, I will say PARIVISION picked a really good draft for, like, running them down and closing the game early. Like, Beastmaster, Jakiro, Abaddon, all of these heroes are more than happy to run at towers. Monkey King, maybe not so good in terms of, like, taking the towers, but in terms of setting up behind them and
getting the vision.
Yeah, getting the vision, like hunting through the jungle. Monkey King can do that, and then the whole draft works because they have no one on mid who was almost the top net worth. I think Satanic was above him because Satanic was also free farming. But from a mid lane where he's applying so much pressure, it was typical Viper performance.
Yeah.
This is why people used to pick the hero.
We can look at Yamcha's items as well. I think this is what, 7:30 into the game?
You know, when I highlighted this, I really thought it was going to go
It'd be funny.
Back and forth. No, I wanted to show the Windlace. Like he was doing the tech where you disassemble Tranquil Boots and then you use it for regen, and then you disassemble it, and you have the Windlace, and then you can eventually build the brown boots into phase boots. That's really nice tech, because I think Pudges prefer to go phase boots if you can, if the game is good enough. Obviously, he just put it into the Tranquil Boots that game, though, so not so good.
So anyway, we saw 9 Class doing all chat in that game. Now he's going to chat to Slacks.
Absolutely. I am here with the GOAT himself, Mr. 9 Class. 9 Class, incredible series. Feeling pretty good after that one?
Yeah, feels good, man.
Let's talk about that series when it comes to draft. Very important, the draft in all of these games. Can you tell me a little bit about that game 1? How are you feeling about that draft? Why were you so, let's say, confident?
Game 1, we know that we are on timer. We have Faceless Void, and we knew we had a good one fight where we full come back, we full destroy them. So we bait on Void with Lotus. They just non-stop going on us, and this time they shouldn't go because we have Lotus, and we kill like 2 or 3 heroes under Slardar ulti, and we full come back. I got Dagger, I got Shard. The game was super easy.
Can we talk about comments that were made? What exactly did you mean during the all chat of, you can't ban my heroes?
Because it's actually fun. I'm playing already 3 months after TI, and everyone first stage banning Monkey Slark, Monkey Slark, Monkey Slark. Oh yeah, and now I prepare Nyx, which I have 21 win streak. And now I'm just laughing on them, they just non-stop banning. And I prepare some more here, so I showed like Slardar. I showed Tekis, but I didn't reach my level 6, so it's whatever. So now I am ready.
Absolutely. And we did see that monkey come out, so glad that you got to get that in the end. A lot of other people have been playing Nyx this tournament. I remember when I talked to you at the beginning, you said Nyx is going to be a big deal. A lot of people are going to do it. How do you feel about the other Nyx spammers? Are they living up to the 9 Class legend here?
I think I don't know some tricks on Nyx. It's like my main here, like in Bangkok I won tournament. I know like a lot of tricks. I know how to scale with here, what to do on map. So I think our Nyx, they cannot compare to mine.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Final question for you. In that entire series, is there someone that you would put the MVP to? Who do you think played the best on your team? Who do you think the other team should be looking out for instead of you so they quit trying to ban your heroes?
MVP on the series?
Yeah.
I would say either Satanic or Ducalis, because Ducalis call a lot, like he sleep well, so he call a lot this time, and Satanic carry like us. Game 3, game 1, he's super confident on his Faceless Void. Yeah.
All right, well, you heard it from the man first. If you can't ban his heroes, at least ban Satanic, because he's better than him. Please leave this poor, innocent, jolly man alone. Back to you.
Good advice there from Slacks. It's good to hear that Dakala's got a good night's sleep as well.
Yeah, I think he needs it out of all the people.
Nap time for Dakala's. Wasn't napping in that game, of course. Just a really good response from PARIVISION, able to do that mental reset we talk about, and really just, power through in that upper bracket.
Maybe the second game was a nap.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
They took a little cat nap, rested. It was like a 15-minute game, so it kind of fits the
absolutely
close your eyes a bit. But yeah, I think the third game, when you reverse stomp like that, it feels pretty good. Like you go from getting stomped and then you just do the exact same thing to them. Yeah, honestly, not as bad, but pretty comparable. And I think that is pretty good confidence going to the next series.
Final thought from you?
If I was a video game developer, which of course I am, Relic Arena wishes on Steam today, and I was Valve, I look at these stomps and I'm like, how do you patch this? Why is this happening? Why is it that a team can get stomped one game, they look way shittier than the other team, and then just stomp the next game? Like, how do you even fix something like that in the game?
You don't, and that's what makes Dota amazing. So there you go. Right, a quick break for this one. When we come back, we might require an exorcist because there's a spirit in this building.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. Team Spirit are going to be taking on Heroic. We're going to be breaking it down. It is, of course, Gunnar and Jenkins. They're still here. Let's talk about Spirit, and let's talk about, you know, they're 3-0, looking pretty solid here. Might not be the Spirit of yesteryear, but still always a threat in these tournaments because of the amazing players they have on the roster.
I think they're building up to kind of being back to their old self. They, specifically when I think of Spirit, when they were on their 2 TI wins, it was unbeatable team fights. And kind of no matter how bad the game was, they would find a way to win these team fights. And in a lot of their series, like they only played 3 because they were winning all of them, but they won a lot of team fights in ways that were very like cohesive. And so I think we talked a lot, but they have a new 5. And I think that they're starting to gel a bit more. So their results haven't been amazing in terms of team spirit. They got only top 6 at their last 2 tournaments, but I think this is the one that, for me, they're looking really solid.
Well, actually, I'll stay with you because I think you've got something to show us that might be relevant to Collapse's interests.
Yeah, so I was inspired by Jenkins to talk about mechanics.
Okay.
Primal Beast, very powerful hero. And so I'm going to show you a combo by Primal Beast. This is the basic combo, which is no force staff, no nothing. It's just you shift Q, your spells right after your ult. It's very easy. You're going to ult, you're going to shift, and then you're going to stop, and it's just a chain stun. So this is a way you can just, it's like 4 seconds of stun, pretty solid.
And this is by what everybody is doing.
Everyone knows about this.
This is like what made Primal Beast picked as an offlaner now. So
yeah,
you can do this chain stun.
It's just a chain stun. And then there was a recent development with Force Staff. Sorry if I can get it. This doesn't want to work. There's a recent development.
Like right in the middle. Right in the middle?
Yeah.
It's because you've got no soul.
It's hard to find the spot.
I got the soul.
Okay, he's young.
And then if you buy a Force Staff, you can actually shift Q the Force Staff before the charge. So here you see the shift Q, and you actually get 2 instances of the charge. So that's 2 instances of damage, 2 instances of stun, which I don't know if it's intended. I think it has to do with the forced movement. And
self-forced movement.
You have to use it on yourself. You have to shift Q it yourself. And then here I have the fun combo, which is with Refresher. And so this is, I believe, about 10 seconds of stun that they can't BKB through.
Look at the animation. It's so screwed up.
So yeah, that's not fun. People haven't been buying Force, but it's kind of a funny one. And then the other interaction I have is, you talked about directional movement earlier today.
Yeah, we did.
And so this is for Pango. This is the normal roll. If you're clicking, you see he kind of does this like U shape. He like bounces. That's kind of normal. 1 bounce per wall. But
it looks like a normal Pango
roll. This is a normal Pango roll, right? It's like you just bounce that. There's actually an interaction here. I messed it up in this like once or twice, but if you directional move, you can see you can actually bounce off the same wall multiple times. So here I can bounce off the wall 3 times. If you're really good, you can actually chain it infinitely and continually bounce off the same wall. And so you can actually time your stuns to perfectly chain stun people in areas that you normally wouldn't.
So is it about the rhythm?
Yeah, it's about the rhythm of if you can like move, because
you wouldn't be good.
When you, thank you. When you bounce, there's kind of like one little timing that you can choose the direction you roll into. And so when you directionally move, you can pick that direction into the wall again and keep doing it over and over. And people haven't been doing it, but I think there's some Grandmaster Pangos in the pubs.
You said a guy did this to you in a pub.
Yeah, I got cooked in a pub, and I got chain stunned in an area I should not be chain stunned because there was a flat wall and he kept bouncing perfectly, and it was not very fun. So maybe we'll see that. I think Pangoliers and Primal Beast are both pretty popular heroes with both of these teams.
They're two of Collapse's top 3 offlaners.
Great stuff. You've passed the class with that excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, that's great.
Dude,
The Primal Beast one's really cool.
Number 1, these are insane. They should be patched out. And number 2, why is it that you know all the broken shit in the game? What do you spend your Friday nights doing?
Demo mode.
There you go.
Some people go out
Friday
drinking.
night demo mode.
Some people go partying. I hit the demo mode. It's great. There's a lot of fun interactions in Dota. I personally love it.
So, I mean, maybe we will see some of that tech come out because obviously those are 2 heroes
We saw Force Staff. There's a Force Staff on Primal the other day, actually. He bought it as a Lincoln's Break. I don't know if he did the combo. I kept looking for it the whole game, and I didn't see it, but it did get bought, so there's a chance.
Do you think that like people don't know about this, but low key this should be a must buy?
I don't know if it's a must buy every game. I think it's more of if you're purely wanting to stun, but I think the Pango one is actually a little more relevant, but it's a lot harder to pull
Because you can always do it. It's
you can
just a
always
matter
do it.
of,
Every
like-
time you roll, you can do it. Whereas the Primal Beast one's like, you're giving up. You have to spend gold on an item. There's a cost to it.
There's some tech. There's some way that somebody could like get the rhythm down that they do it every time.
And it matters for when people are stuck in place because it's like you can perfectly do it against like a Earthshaker Fissure or a Tusk Shard. Like these things that normally are just a random.
That's true. You could combo it.
Yeah, like the Tusk one, you could do it directly in place.
That's
or the
nasty.
Shaker.
So you can see Spirit on your screen. So we're talking about crazy tech. Let's talk about a crazy team that plays Dota in a crazy fun way. That's going to be Spirit's opponents, Heroic. We love this team on this desk. We really do.
I'm a big fan of them. I'm a big fan of Panto. I think he's a really good player. I think he's like a newer generation kind of player. He's bounced around on some of the random tier 2 teams, but I think he's always looked really solid even on his last team, which was Aurora. And I think he's playing a lot of Jakiro, which it's one of those things that it's hard to pop off, but when you do pop off, you notice it. Because you get those like crazy Ice Fast, the crazy Macro Pyres, and you do so much damage. And I feel like we've seen so many games in this tournament that Jakiros have just won the game for his team as the position 5.
Were you at the Dream League where we had Chimera Esports?
I believe so, yes.
And they got 4th. They literally said that
was when they finished top 4, right?
They said that they were disbanded prior to the event. They didn't want to play together.
And they kept winning.
They just kept winning. Since then, I've loved Panto as a player because like he went on to the next team, and it seemed like a lot of the like flavor of that team was brought with him. Like he was doing a lot of the captaining, a lot of the calls. So that's really good to see, and I'm glad. Like Spirit has historically been very good at like scouting people, right? If Spirit picks up a player and you don't really understand why, I remember Rue got a lot of criticism right at the start, and then they ended up doing extremely well. So same thing. I think Panto has gotten a lot less criticism. He's like gelled a lot quicker.
Yeah, I think it was easier for him to kind of fit in. Also because it was their second, I guess it's their third like new player to the team, right? Because they originally got Laurel, then they won a TI, and then they got Rue. They had okay results. Now they have another player. They're kind of like shifting into a bit younger of a generation.
Which is, you have to do it. When your team ages out, essentially, you got to find the replacements, and it can be a rough transition period. We've seen that multiple times.
It's funny that like Yatoro is like the old guy of the team now.
Yeah.
I mean, he acts like the old guy, but he's 22.
Yeah, he's like 22.
He's still really young. He just acts old.
I mean, I feel like that team has to be one of the younger average teams, right? They're all like 19, 20, 21.
He's also my neighbor. He lives in the same little apartment complex as me. Never see the guy. He came to me on the plane. He stood there with his hand out to shake my hand. I was on my phone reading a book, and I literally stood there for 30 seconds waiting. The guy's a gentleman.
Did you shake his hand?
I did. I didn't realize Yatoro was standing there trying to shake my hand. He goes, "Hello," and he sits next to me. He's my neighbor in the plane as well.
You sat next to each other on the plane.
We did sit next to each other on the plane. He was just reading manga the whole time. Anyway, we got to talk about the other guys, of course.
Yes.
Heroic. The most fun team to watch, hands down right now. Like, this is such a banger matchup. We're so lucky we get to do Heroic versus Spirit. The man on your screen, King Jungles, a 5-player who in the game does a lot of work. I think he's very high up there in terms of camp stacked, in terms of wards placed, like all the 5 metrics. Schofield, of course, is not.
Schofield's doing his thing.
He's doing his thing.
It's one of those mysteries. It's like one of the wonders of the world. How Schofield can. I feel like he just dies constantly, but then you look at his score and he somehow doesn't. He doesn't have the amount of deaths you think he should have.
The space career.
Yeah.
7th wonder for sure.
I see, and it's like I'm like, oh, he's dead again. He's dead again. Then I look at his KD and he's like 1, 5, and 30, even though it's felt like he's died 100 times. He just always gets work done.
Every
around the
death
map.
takes like 45 seconds.
Yeah,
to kill
and
them.
he's taking Wisdom Runes solo. He's scouting out heroes. He's getting these pickoffs. He's always playing the annoying heroes, Clockwork, Nyx, Bounty Hunter, just like doing his own thing. And I think it's almost in the same vein of 9 class, that it's a hard playstyle to copy.
It is.
And he's probably the best one at his type of Dota.
Yeah, he's been instrumental for them, you know, so far in this competition. Obviously, it's a tall order today. One of the things that was happening a lot was, you know, people were essentially chasing Schofield around the map, and he was just essentially dictating the pace of a game and creating space for his cores, all of that stuff. I think Spirit are probably wise to that game, you know. I don't think we're going to see that.
I also think Spirit is the bit of later game, like team fight, so they might not get baited and run around chasing kills.
I think Spirit is the worst team for that matchup, actually. Like, the way that they play the game is like laning stage doesn't end for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Oftentimes.
Yeah.
Like, they if you are giving them a map to farm, they'll
farm.
They will farm, but when they hit the timing, they hit it perfectly, and they will obliterate you. From then on, they will be together. Like, they will connect, and they will fight you, but they're actually quite slow in terms of like, when the laning stage ends.
Mm-hmm. I also think so for Heroic yesterday in their series, if you guys didn't catch it, they almost got 2-0'd and eliminated in the final round of Swiss. They were
they should have, really, in another world.
Yeah, they were down 20,000 gold, and it took a Yuma Dragocopter with a Rapier just to come back into that game, and then they ended up winning game number 3. So maybe they're a bit shaky. Like, sure, it's confidence, but it's also you're that close to being eliminated versus Team Spirit, who had 2 days off to relax, play scrims, play pubs.
I always wonder about that. I again, as a pro, you've been at these types of tournaments. I always think the days off can actually be detrimental. I think that
I prefer no days off.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. I think like when you're in the soup, you're just permanently locked in. You know, you take 2 days off, you relax, you go see some sites, hang out, maybe you do some media work, you know, whatever it is. I think it just takes you out the zone a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to play Dota. Usually when I'm at a tournament, like every day, you just want to play. Because that's the fun part of being here. It's just playing versus good teams, playing with your team that's very good. Being in that zone, I think definitely I would prefer to be in Heroic situation, but I think there is a confidence for Spirit.
Not to be the demon's advocate here or anything, but I will say I feel like that rhetoric we always have for Team Spirit, and every single time it does not affect them.
Yeah. Sure.
This is a team that has been so historically dominant that they always have days off. And they always come in and say, yeah, I wish we didn't have days off. And then they always come in and they're still strong.
Yeah.
So
they do wish for days off, though. They were like, oh, I wish we played.
Yeah. I think a lot of people feel like that, to be honest.
I feel like Yatoro would, specifically him, would just want to play Dota every single day.
That's all he does. That's what I asked him on the plane. I was like, bro, how come I never see you? Like, I didn't even expect to see you on the plane. And he goes, I just don't go out. I just play Dota all the time.
We might be getting a Clockwork, by the way.
Good.
It's available.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think even with Axe, like, you know, we've talked about the dual melee lanes. It doesn't really matter. Like, you're creep manipulating with Clockwork anyway. But they're going to go for the high value carry, which maybe, but yeah, a bit of a block pick also from Yatoro.
Yeah, I think it's like good versus Axe. So they're taking it because it's a good hero versus Axe. I think the carry matchup's decent versus Marcy because she can't really burst you with your ult, but I'm not 100% sold on this hero being this powerful that you can just kind of pick it, especially when you can't flex it between carrying off, because I think that flex I've seen in some games, it looks very good in the offlane.
What about the 5 flex?
I don't like it that much.
I feel like King Jungles is one of the few guys that would play it. He hasn't yet.
He would.
Every time that they've done something like this, we've said that though, and then he doesn't end up. He doesn't end up doing it. Yeah, there you go. Maybe he'll use the wall tech.
It's pretty hard. It takes
rhythmic clicking tech.
Repeat mouse does not work on it either. You gotta do it naturally.
Wouldn't that be convenient?
Yeah. This is a flex hero. It can go mid. It can go offlane. I think more like I would say 90%. It's probably already their offlaner because they see the Abba as a carry, and so there's not really a point in picking a hero here that you're not confident in going and laning versus Abba. Not a very high win rate though. 26%.
Yeah, you know, I feel like it also fits into the same category of like teams just slamming in a Pango in their draft because it's like, we need team fight. Let's pick the best team fighter that goes mid or off lane, you know, team fight and flex, essentially. and they pick it, but don't really draft around it.
I feel like it's a bad version of Primal.
Yeah, sure.
Ooh, okay, I love this hero. I think it's such a strong hero right now that I think it's valued, but in the games where you don't deal with it, it just feels like unbeatable. Like the decrep, you have decrep save versus Axe and Abba, and then you also can heal your allies. You have the Nether Ward is so annoying to deal with for a lot of the specifically mid heroes and position 4 heroes in the early game. I like it a lot. There's some anti-synergy because he can never really aggressive decrep, but I think if you think of it as a purely defensive support, it's very strong.
To be honest, like offensive decrepping has been shit for a long time.
It's been bad for a
like
long
it just isn't something that you really want to do. But you got a Marcy on your team already. Like you don't want to offensively decrep. A lot of the time when we've seen this here on the morning crew, he does the most damage on the team just with Nether Ward.
Yes,
that thing does so much
annoying.
damage.
And it heals him. It gives him health and mana based on the amount of damage you deal. So
can run
you're very tanky. You get this like Glimmer Solar Crest build eventually on him, and he's a very I think you have a 350 HP talent at 15.
Yep.
So you just, I don't know. It feels unkillable in some games.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. We live in an era where like Pugna is an unkillable get in there support, but he really is.
So it's good clockwork, right? Good versus Pugna. It's okay versus Pango. It's okay versus Marcy.
I think it's good versus Pango. Like the
bounces kind of.
If you're like Schofield and you're abusing the cogs as much as he does, like he'll use the cogs to screw up the Pango roll. It is truly shocking to see it make it all the way through, but I guess if you're heroic, you're also not worried like, oh, will Spirit snipe it from us, you know?
Yeah. I think Team Spirit just has bigger concerns with, obviously the first phase bans I think are all like strong cores, and then the supports are more like direct counters, like Nyx to Pugna, Shadow Demon to Pango and Marcy.
I think the Whisper Enigma has also looked just like impossible for teams to play against. It's just an unknown. It's a question mark right now. Mid laners don't know how to deal with it.
Whenever you play versus these guys that are specialists on heroes that no one else is playing, it's so annoying to deal with. I think of even there was a Tundra versus Navi series yesterday, I believe, with the Ember versus Kez. And I feel like BZM just didn't understand Kez's like damage potential, and he ended up getting solo killed by him twice. I think it's stuff like that. Like you play versus a guy who plays a lot of Kez, and you don't. No one really plays the hero in pubs. You don't know. It's a lot of just knowledge. Yeah.
Okay, well they go for another Schofield Classic. Well, we're gonna have a fun game. I mean, that's
we've talked about that quite a bit. Like, just so good at holding the avalanche, so the toss back comes in first into the avalanche.
Yeah, he raw dogs the toss, and then has the avalanche for the toss back.
Just so oppressive to deal with.
It is, and maybe Gunnar, you can speak to this, but I remember the rhetoric around South American teams in general was like when it was NASA playing in the same qualifiers was you do not team fight them, you just out macro them because they just know how to play team fights. And Tiny and these repositioning heroes are like the best at just outplaying you in fights. So that's why it's like their bread and butter. They've done this forever.
This is a cool Darkseer pick. I really like it a lot. It also looks like it's going to end up being a 4 Mercy for lane, I would assume. Obviously, can go carry. If maybe Team Spirit has like 1 or 2 carries that they really, really want, like say they want a Terrorblade, and the Terrorblade gets banned, sure, then the Marcy can get thrown to the safe lane. But I think ideally, they're going to lane the Marcy with the Darkseer. It's a pretty cool matchup versus the Abba, and even the Axe. Like just, if he ends up buying the pipe builds, you got to steal his pipe. You're going to buy your own auras, your pipe versus the Radiance, your pipe versus the Tiny. And I think just the Ion Shell is like pretty good. It looks pretty nice with his draft.
It's such a good Abba counter, actually.
Yeah.
Like getting the illusion is nice, but then any pipe buyer, like pipe is just the counter.
Pipe is so good versus this Radiance timing.
Yeah, early pipe, I should say.
And so this means we got a Pango mid, right?
Yes, Pango mid versus a new hero, a Whisper new. I mean, technically he could take the Tiny mid.
Yeah, I was thinking, but it's almost certainly a.
I don't necessarily see a reason why they would put the Tiny mid, but they could.
Does Whisper even play Tiny?
Surely. I think he played it offlane at some point.
I don't know.
He's played every hero offlane at some point.
Yeah, it's just he's got his like staple heroes, and it just doesn't seem like one to me.
The crazy thing about Pugna for me is I'd want Puck, right? If you look at the other heroes, Coil versus Darkseer, Coil versus Pain, all 3 other cores or the heroes that Team Spirit have, Puck is great versus. But the Nether Ward is so annoying to fight into early game. You can't click any of your spells. Your health pool is so low that you don't really want to like deal with it. And your supports, you have a Tiny that doesn't really kill Nether Ward. And then you have 2 melee other cores. So it's kind of all on you to deal with it. I think it's a bit hard if Whisper ends up wanting to pick Puck.
What do you think about just simple gyrocopter here for Spirit? Like
I think it's solid.
A hero that I feel like all the other heroes on his team will buff. You know, Pugna loves having like a hyper carry to heal.
The gyro looks decent to me. I think you just want a ranged kind of tanky damage dealer.
Maybe like Terrorblade is another.
Yatoro's played it twice and won both times with that.
Yeah, I like Gyro, Terrorblade, Morphling. Nature's Prophet's in the pool, but I don't know if he really likes that hero that much.
I mean, Nature's you could play the game pretty fast. I mean, I guess it depends on like what pacing they want to set. He is okay. I think we have the answer. He wants to slow it.
Kind of tough Nature's game for pickoff though, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a Bane that's going to set up on you, but I think in terms of his other cores, you have 2 guys that are going to run in and Marcy. It's easy to set up TP ganks. I think the matchup versus Abba scales okay, but they're going to end up putting Marcy as a carry and do Tusk as a 4. So that will be the Yatoro Marcy, which is decent.
Choose your hero.
Okay. I mean, Ember mid.
Good versus Pango.
Yeah, it's a good matchup versus Pango. I know people go like Orb of Blight, more points in W against Pango. Like there's a build.
Yeah, he might go. Well, there's 2 builds on Ember right now that are very popular. There's one where you leave only 1 point inside a fist, and you go 4-1-4.
Yeah.
And you basically play to use your ult to chain people. And then the other one is where you go 4-4-0, and you play to purely be aggressive with sight chain combos. This game, I kind of like 4-1-4, to be honest. I think you farm, and also there's not really great ways for them to break the Flame Guard early, which means you'll be able to use a lot of the damage from it.
That's true. It's Pugna Darks here. That's pretty terrible for breaking the Flame Guard. Yeah, you're right. That's
also less spells you have to click versus the Pugna Ward early. It's like you click your Flame Guard once,
and then
that's it, and then you just walk at them.
Yeah, that's true. Less spam.
It is a pretty good Ember game though, because the root matters a lot versus the heroes teams where like Tusk can't save with Snowball, Pango can't use his spells, Marcy can't jump out. So in terms of a good Ember game, it's really nice. I just think his supports might be a bit low damage for him.
What do you think, Jenkins?
So hard to play Pugna into Ember 2. It's like 3 different ways of disjoining the suck. And aggressive sucks are very important, Gunner.
Oh yeah. You know about that?
Yeah, I think Heroics got this one in the bag. I think that was a really great last pick. But, you know, Spirit is a very strong team. This TI winning caliber team. They can hit it timing. They can hit it strong. They're going to take it.
You're just all in on Spirit like that, are you?
I'm all in on Heroic because I think they've got it.
Well, I hope Heroic's coach hasn't heard you say that because he's with Slacks right now.
Absolutely. I am here with Cavs. Cavs, an easy win for Heroic, says Jenkins after that draft. Absolutely smitten by that draft. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, I was a bit surprised by the Marcy pick because I think it's the first. I'm pretty sure it's the first time they're doing it, and it's Yatoro's Marcy, right? But I think we have countered the hero pretty well. This hero, always there is that chance that it just snowballs and takes over the game. It doesn't matter like what counters you have. But I don't think that's the Spirit playstyle. So I'm happy with what we got. I thought Ember was a really good pick there. It solves a lot of our draft issues and also very good against most of the heroes. I'm happy.
Incredible answer. Thank you so much for the insight. Team Spirit got Pugna, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Suckability of Team Spirit. How much do they suck in this match?
They suck a lot.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that happens as we go into our game. Thank you so much.
Grand interview as always, as Heroic and Spirit are going to bring their A game.
Speaking of suckability, Sunsven is here to bring a really sucky cast your way.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Yep.
somehow take that as a compliment.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, of course. Because I deflect all flame, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Speaking of flame, Whisper with the flame guard.
Should be an interesting game, honestly. I think these two lineups are very different in nature. I always find it a joy to watch Darkseer playing with 2 or 3 melee heroes. I think these, like, it's a very old, proven strategy to focus on that Ion Shell and then have aggressive in-your-face heroes, and it doesn't get much more in your face than Marcy and Pango, so definitely some good partners. Maybe not the best vacuum combos here, but if there's anything we've seen so far in a lot of the games you and I have cast this tournament, is that offlanes with auras are a thing. And Darkseer is the stereotypical aura buyer. Probably the most iconic aura buyer of all time, actually, in Pro Dota, I would say. Darkseer has been probably the only hero to always do that when you think about it. Going back, like every other offlaner that is an offlane or an aura buyer occasionally has had phases where it didn't, like Centaur, for example. Right now, yeah, sure, you're buying pipe most games and whatnot, but
Underlord?
He's had a stint. Underlord's the other one, that's fair. I think he's another good example. Although, you know, we've seen some Underlords go like Atos into Ags builds occasionally. Darkseer, you'd be hard-pressed. If you go through like the last 100 Darkseer games in Pro Dota, how many of them do you think Darkseer does not buy at least 1 aura?
Yeah,
probably like
Lyrical will start
0.
a trend at some point. Go for the butterfly Darkseer. Anyway, while you were talking, there was First Blood and Collapse got it, in case you were wondering why the score is 1-0.
Not wondering that.
Okay, just double check.
It was on screen. Our observers, as always, are on point. Never missing a beat.
Yeah, but like you said, very scary lane with Rue and Collapse. You have to be careful on the heroic side, as Devi now getting dove under the tier 1. The Avalanche, not enough.
Gataro says Devi back to base.
Indeed.
This is a really bad time to die for Axe. Look at all the creeps that he's missing.
This is actually quite a disaster. And the Dispose now onto Schofield. He is dead as well. Gets off the toss, though. So we'll get a kill to his name. Did Devi get any XP for that?
That was what I was going to say. I think he died just before Devi arrived, but that one is big. The kill on Pugna was actually so much experience. This solves the problem entirely, that he's able to get Panto there, so... Now it's not looking all that great for Spirit anymore out there. Now it's more or less equalized. That's good news for them.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. It's an interesting matchup. I think we talked about this the other day, about Pango matchups in mid against melee heroes, and how Ember is one of the more spicy ones. You have the Flame Guard that Pango cannot remove, but at the same time, he doesn't block any of your damage. So it's a lane that often turns into a lot of fighting.
And KJ going to take the brunt of the tag team. Good aphotic shield, though. And that's going to be the death of KJ.
This lane, I love this lane. Darkseer Tusk is so good. I think it's it's just a better version at this point of the Darkseer Spirit Breaker. Because with Darkseer Spirit Breaker, let's say you played that into a Batten. You go for the charge, the guy gets aphotic shielded, the play is over. But here, you can't save from the shards as a Batten, so they actually can 100 to 0 KJ, as you saw there inside of the ice shards. Darkseer, also an interesting part of this. He's not playing on that this game. He's taken Heart of Battle. But technically, when you're playing with Tusk, you can take the other facet where you get attack speed per int. And that does a lot of damage with tag team. But he does value the move speed more this time around. It's kind of a cool lane, though.
I'm shocked that Whisper's playing a normal mid hero. Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Where are the crazy picks at?
He's been super impressive.
He's been owning.
I think one of the biggest assets to Heroic's team right now is that Whisper can play everything.
Yeah,
it seems.
When they announced that change, I was very excited about it. But we've seen a lot of these role changes not work out. In fact, I would say most of them don't work out. But this one has been perfect for the Heroic side. As Whisper dies. Perfect timing, and now Devi will follow suit. So Spirit getting 2 kills across the map.
Yeah. As I talked about last game, I think what determines a lot of the games right now is who has the more independent offlaner. And this time it is going to be Team Spirit. Collapse has already reached a very stable point, and that in turn means Rue can go for the gate play and kill the Axe up top, further progressing the Spirit early lead. This is just a lane that doesn't really pose any threat to Darkseer, right? Like Bane, a Batten, you can Nightmare, but then a Batten can't hit. And every time you level up, as I was just gonna mention, I'm mind melding right now. The obs aggrandize is obviously very good when you're playing solo because you're going to level up more frequently, and that in turn means that
you talked about these offlaners that can be left alone, and we're seeing that already. About to hit level 5. Get the benefits of aggrandize. Oh yeah,
there we go.
I didn't even realize they had a visual effect, a little purple effect there.
Yeah, I thought, I'll be honest, when this facet came out, I thought it wasn't going to be half as good as it is. I've been very surprised with just how much it matters. I don't think it's been buffed, right? I think it's the same version as it was originally. I don't think the numbers got tweaked. I just remember reading it and being like, yeah, it's okay. It's so good.
Rolling
Panto
Thunder.
gets the haste.
Laurel.
Oh, Whisper, not level 6.
On top of Whisper. No way to get out. Instead, we'll try to push the envelope with the Searing Chains, but he's going to be taking a ton of damage, and Laurel actually gets the last hit as well. 7-2 advantage for Spirit. Devi has to cut the creeps. Now going to take a full unleash from Yatoro, which will result in another kill going the way of Spirit. That's 2 cores dead. And again, it's across the map. That was solo XP for Yatoro.
Yeah, if we want this series to be more interesting, let's not praise Whisper again. It's like, it's been playing so well. And
Yatoro is the best carry in the history of Dota.
Gotta say, everybody on Spirit is playing amazing. Nothing can go wrong.
7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Collapse.
King Jungle's trying to be cute here.
Does have the Nightmare. Yeah, you need the second member to be able to contest the Bane.
There we go. All right.
Company.
One person we talked about playing great.
Panto, really good player. Will tick out to Divine.
What do you think about... Okay, King Jungle's has been playing really poorly, so he's definitely going to survive here.
Tag team with Collapse. Trying to walk out, but good body blocks coming out. Schofield gets 1 shrine. Spirit will get the other.
Slow, but sure death.
Slow death.
For King Jungles.
Laurel almost done with Diffusal already. This is going to be a super fast pickup.
It's usually me having the power to curse players. How does it make you feel when you can materialize who's winning?
I feel like you don't like it. I think it's fun.
Having the power, or?
Yeah. Power's fun.
I think the novelty just hasn't worn off for you yet. I've been doing it for years. Whenever I talk up a player, they just...
Well, the trick is to just not talk up anyone.
Yeah.
Is usually my MO. Whisper.
That's what I'm saying. So this is new for you. Oh, he tried to get the top rune, but again, Whisper, you said he was doing so great. Won't get the rune. Very unfortunate. Oh, we're going to steal the stacks here.
Boy. Yatoro and Panto. Devi can only leech XP. Schofield. There's not much to be done here. If you're heroic, Spirit just come in and cleanly take it all. 2K lead to their name. And momentum certainly there. Heroics seem to really level up after a poor performance. Not saying this game is over by any stretch, but...
Are you trying to curse them further, or what's going on here?
Well, that's a reverse curse, in theory, right?
Well...
Considering game 1's not over. It's only 8 minutes.
Oh, so you're trying to make them come back in this game by saying they'll be better in the next...
now mentioned it, so...
Next. You know. Yeah, okay, all right. Sorry. That was actually quite...
It's next level.
That was quite clever for you. I was not thinking in that...
You're used to the previous level type strats.
Yeah, especially from you. I'm used to no level.
Yeah.
Actually. The level 0 lines of thinking. But yeah, this is looking great for Spirit. I think they're likely just going to start bulldozing down towers with Nether Blast. Obviously, this early timing on Darkseer is very nice for Pugna to play around. Just go to the Dom creep lane and start knocking on the front door. You don't have to. Darkseer can do it on his own over time, and you can make other moves.
Well, the rebound into the Centaur Stomp, but no follow-up here.
Just trying to bait TPs, perhaps. Bait an overreaction. King Jungles on the receiving end again.
Yeah, easy kill for Spirit. 10-3 advantage. Diffusal online for Laurel.
What was that pose he just made? That was amazing. The moment he died, he just put his hands on his hips like he was about to complain to the manager. Why is my hero dead? I want a new one.
10-minute rune goes to Laurel. Only the illusions, though, but good against Searing Chains.
Is that every rune this game for Laurel? Or for
so.
Spirit, rather?
Yeah, I think
Devi.
Yep, taking the full unleash again. Now
That
they're disposed
die.
to follow. And Schofield is there with the avalanche. It's going to be close. The toss up, the
nice
dunk
dunk.
on
That's
the creep
good.
to run away.
Okay, it went on cooldown. 33 confirmed correct in yesterday's interview.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know what moron said that to begin with.
Could have been anyone.
Yeah.
Whose name starts with S and ends with S. With a little bit of lack in between.
Yeah, there's a lot lacking in that.
Yeah.
So devise build this time around on Axe. It's going to be the phase boots into Crimson Guard Force Staff. Okay.
I mean, Crimson is obviously very good against the Marcy, and to an extent Tusk. And the Force Staff, I kind of like the line of thinking with Force against Tusk and Darkseer. You need to be able to reposition yourself when you get caught, but at the same time, if you don't have Blink on Axe, you're effectively saying Schofield has to initiate for your team or the Ember has to go in first. And with the current game state, it's honestly, it's just really hard. Because I don't really like the sound of rushing Blink either, because I don't really know if you can fight. It's just a bit of a catch-22 situation here. Spirit are just absolutely running the game.
Yeah, it's been all Spirit so far.
What do you make of the Bane pick, by the way? I'm trying to wrap my head around what King Jungles was trying to accomplish with this, or rather Calf's in the draft, because everything else I see a pretty clear red thread, but what's the... Is it just Pango that's we're going to pick Bane to counter a role? Because I don't think Bane is good against the lane matchup. I don't think he's good against yeah, at the time, the heroes they saw, right?
Yeah,
a bit
tough to say.
A little bit off on that, perhaps.
Divide doesn't have called yet, by the way.
Yeah, this hurts when you don't have armor.
What in the world? What? Have you seen this before?
No. I've seen 1-4-2.
Well, sure.
I don't think... Oh, actually, I might have actually seen this before.
0 points at 9 levels. Wow.
I think in particular it's a bit of a miss for me when you're against Marcy, because whenever she goes on you, having call is actually quite valuable to just get all the armor to perhaps survive.
This is a... I mean, is this more for farming? I mean, the one level of Berserker's Call, like we just saw, could have a pretty big impact on the stack.
The 4 points in Hunger is nonsensical if you're losing your lane, right? Like, you're maxing Hunger to pressure the opponent. You're not using it in the jungle, so the skill points are just kind of useless until you get in a fight. So yeah, I agree. I think not having call here is kind of odd.
And despite there not being much action right now, Spirit's lead is, you can see, continuing to grow slowly. 5K now. Getting more out of the map at the moment.
So far this day has just generated a lot of very one-sided games somehow. You would think perhaps when you get into the playoffs bracket that...
Ooh, the gate play.
The teams will be closer.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm gonna go for the tier 1 instead in the top side.
Yeah, the 2 Doms makes it nice and easy for Panto to pick a lane and go to. Just bring the creeps. Divide.
Divide. Still no call.
It's funny, they're dodging away from the call that he doesn't have.
I mean, that's next level. There's the grip. We were talking about this interaction before. I don't think they're going to be able to get this kill as Laurel gets off the shield crash into the brunt of all of this. Whisper gets a really good amount of damage as the dunk comes out onto Panto, but it's the cost of Whisper. And now Divide will lead to that double kill for Yatoro. And this is Laurel with a damage rune, by the way. A good swash onto 2 with the shield crash as well. Third member dead. Rebound just misses there for Yatoro.
Yatoro is 3 levels ahead of Yuma.
And he's almost done with the BKB. I mean, second item BKB. They want to get aggressive fast. And you can see why with this ridiculous lead already.
I'm trying to make up my mind of what the biggest stomp has been so far today. We've had 3 good candidates. These games are super one-sided.
Yeah.
It looks about right, 1.01. Maybe a little bit extreme, but like crazy big lead for the side of Spirit already.
Yeah, Yuma still working on the Sacred Relic component of the Radiance. It's an 80-20 right now. Would you agree with that?
I mean, Dota Plus will almost never, in this early in the game, it will almost never give better odds, right, than 80-20.
Spirit Vessel. That's going to be a nice pickup for the heroic side.
It is very much feeling extremely Spirit heavy. I personally would lean more towards something like 90-10, but that it's contingent on the one type of fight heroic finds where everything lands perfectly. And I think that fight doesn't exist if you don't have dagger on axe.
Yeah, I was going to bring this up. I know we've talked about this a lot, and I understand, like, I love the fact that people are changing the builds up on, like, the centaurs and the axes of the world. When you're behind like this, and all you're doing is farming, is that really the play? Or do you think the blink dagger into trying to get something going for your team is more necessary?
I mean, that's...
You can't fight, like, a full team fight with Abaddon yet, right? Are you trying to align with his Radiance?
I mean, considering the fact that you don't even have dagger in the quick buy, I think Davai is not going to buy it at all until 4th item. And I'm with you. I think it's the classic thing that we like to talk about on casts is playing not to lose versus playing to win. And I think some of the world-class teams, what they do really well in a lot of situations is they're in a spot like this, they recognize, okay, the way we come back, we need this exact fighting condition to happen and then execute it. And if you don't, well, you would have lost anyway, right? So you might as well try a high-risk, high-reward kind of play.
Yeah, I mean, was there any thought process?
Like
was there any thought process to Schofield having a blink? You have a Tiny that can actually just toss you in theoretically. As Rolling Thunder coming in from the south. Speaking of the Tiny, will definitely be dying here to the right clicks of Yatoro. And now the focus onto the carry Abaddon. No Radiance yet, just the Sacred Relic. Borrow Time activated. Collapse with the wall. And this is going to be more than enough to clean up the Abbey. Whisper, stun locked for now. Has the remnants to get to the high ground, but he gets brought back into the right clicks, and that is 3 dead for Heroic.
Wait, you can do that?
Was that a disposed mid remnant?
He vacuumed him mid remnant. That
vacuum.
That overrules it. I know you can vacuum in. I actually didn't know this interaction because I know you can vacuum invulnerable targets. They changed that to synergize with Song again. But I thought you would pull him. He just stopped. I would love a replay of that. I thought you would still end up at the remnant in the end, right? Like you get pulled and like teleport over. So let's see this. Obviously, this is the start of the fight. We'll just enjoy it in its entirety again. No big deal. It was a very well played and clean execution once more from Spirit. Just keep your eyes on Whisper here at the bottom of the screen. So he has 1 remnant coming off cooldown in 5 seconds. He has 1 thrown out now. So now the last one will get ready. And you saw the instant tip from Rue as well. So he's throwing it. Vacuum.
Oh, yeah.
It just explodes.
Yeah,
I thought he would travel to it after, right? An instant tip from Rue recognizing what happened there.
Pretty clutch.
That's nice. Okay.
Well, not for Heroic.
Got to remember that. I'll obviously be able to pull that off consistently myself.
Of course, against bots, easy mode.
Yeah. I don't think bots play Ember. And if they do, they buy, what is it, all the bots buy all the time right now? Is it multiple boots and then they don't cast their spells?
No, that's Slacks.
Oh. Actually, I wasn't even referring to that. It's true. Now I know where he learned it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Can't blame him, you know? You got to learn somehow. Bots
like in those games when you put bots in the team and you take bot unfair and you're like, oh, this is a good bot. But actually, it's unfair to you.
Oh, toss back, Schofield.
Nice setup.
Steering chains with. Okay, they have a nice snowball to dodge a lot of the incoming damage out of the Rolling Thunder to get away. Should be fine for Laurel. Good attempt, though, from Heroic. It's not enough damage right now. And the sucky action.
Nice clean, nice save there from Rue. That looked like such a good setup that would lead to a kill, but even those plays are not working out for Heroic. Time for Roche. And not really much the side of Heroic can do about this.
Yeah, so Roche #1 to Spirit, uncontested. Aegis on Laurel. Oh no, sorry, that was Yatoro in the end. Will be the building hitter, of course. Always nice to have a support like a Pugna to be able to help push towers.
Yeah.
And Laurel and company, they run into KJ. Delete him from the map.
Torment time. They don't have Unleash, so maybe they'll wait a little bit, but hard pressed right now to see. Nice try there from Yatoro, but Whisper with the right reaction to jump out to the Remnant. I'm trying to wrap my head around what the fighting condition for Heroic is, because I don't think you're coming back in this game by farming. There's no key item timing that's going to change everything when you're this far behind. He has queued up the blink now on X. That's good to see. Is he going to buy the shard first?
Yep, he already did.
Oh, he can still sell it. He might have forgotten he had a quick buy. Just wishful thinking, maybe. He's going to gate up top to be greeted by an instant death. Welcome to the top half of the map.
Yeah. Well, at least he didn't lose any gold.
That's true.
Silver linings here for Heroic. And Tormy. Who gets the shard? Schofield or KJ? That's the wrong team.
So yeah, neither.
That's right. Neither of them get it, shockingly. So Rue with the ice shards, always a nice one to grab. I mean, it's better than the Panto.
Yeah.
Pugna shard.
I think as far as meta supports go, I think the worst shard in the game is Pugna's for Pro Dota.
Yeah.
Or at least it's up there. I'm trying to think of a worse one. I can't.
I mean, safely maybe, bottom 5.
Maybe Bat Rider.
His got changed a bit, though, right?
Am I remembering it wrong? I feel like the Bat shard is still pretty bad on 4.
Remind me what it is? Because they offloaded the old one to a facet, right?
Oh, right. It's the... Yeah, I got
Punch up.
It's okay.
Snowball. Oh, the vacuum a little bit too late this time. And the Rolling Thunder actually wasted as Whisper, creating a good amount of space, actually. Has the Remnant up, but they're going to have people at both locations, but he still has more to get away. Nice job wasting some time here from the Spirit side. As the dunk coming out from Devi. Okay, that's a very big one.
Why was Collapse all alone in mid? Okay.
Definitely need to see a few more of those.
Maybe
for
got
Heroic.
tossed. He probably got blink tossed. Yeah.
Tossed into grip.
Yep.
It seems.
Okay. It's a good find. Like
I mean, I will say that high ground is very annoying against Tiny, right?
Yep.
Always have to worry about that.
That is true. That's why, as you mentioned, it's nice to have a hero like Pugna that can push from range.
Yep. So wait, what was the
The Bat Rider shard is the one where you can use sticky napalm on towers. So it's better than I remember it, because I remember the old version that was obviously transferred to Arsonist.
The level 5 sticky napalm?
Yeah. The one where you can apply a napalm or apply napalm with attacks is what almost never gets used by support Bat Rider.
I love that first week where we were seeing Mask of Madness. Yeah. And it worked on Manta, right? But they fixed that, I think?
Yeah, I mean, Bat Rider has had a lot of sort of fixes to the way napalm
runs
interacts.
right into KJ. No longer with the Fiend's grip. Laurel, Rolling Thunder will cancel the gate. And eventually will grab the kill.
It's been a rough game to be a King Jungles fan, this one. 0-6-1, nothing really to write home about. And whenever, this is the thing about Bane, when you fall behind, your hero can't farm. So you're not like getting in every slow game where you feel like you're burning out. There's no like, okay, I just need this next item kind of timing that a lot of other 5s, let's say for example Pugna, and you're behind and you're losing. You can put some pressure on towers, you can go and farm your with Blast. Bane, you're kind of just walking around, trying to get information, maybe save a core here and there. Maybe you want to save your tower here and there before it's too late.
Yep, still with 30 seconds to burn on Spirits. They feel like they can get some free damage. A nice toss back onto the Pugna. Always a pesky here to deal with, but the Tiny gets completely destroyed. And even Yuma now isolated from his team. Whisper gonna get help with the grip onto the Tusk, so the dunk does come on the side of Heroic, but it's going to cost them dearly, I do believe. Swashbuckle not really going to make a meaningful connection as the age is about to expire here in 10 seconds. Yatoro wants to at least get one more kill to his name, but the double Battle Hunger. Surge is going to counter that for the time being as he will find the distance, and now the Aegis comes out.
Pretty well played defense there.
Yeah, for sure.
That was solid. They get a nice toss back into call. Rue tries to save the Pugna. They both get killed inside the base. They outlasted the Marcy Unleashed without any casualties except the Tiny who bought back. I think that was pretty good. Whisper was in trouble, but bought all the space he could once more. So, we're gonna stabilize for a bit at the very least here on Heroic side. Age is now expired. Is that a full Shiva now for Whisper? That's some meaningful item progression off of that hold. Shiva, Yules.
I mean, I think they've stopped the bleeding.
Yeah.
And one fight going their way here will really make the difference if they can put something together. You're right. The Shivas is a big deal. Yuma on the Abaddon, still working on Manta style, but has the Blink Radiance. And then Devi, we've seen the Blink along with the Force Staff. So they have tools. Just have to take a good fight.
The main challenge in this game for Heroic is to be very cognizant of their formation. Marcy, when this far ahead, can one-shot combo heroes. So a slight misstep can just be the end of the fight. Gotta really be on your toes. Obviously, you have some interesting solutions. You could Fiend script the Marcy when she jumps in, and then you won't have it for Pango, but can't have it all.
Laurel has a full Ags on the way. Big, big, big power spike for the Pango. And for Yatoro, has the Crystallis and stopping off for a Basher before finishing the full Daedalus. Just a recipe away from that.
He's tired of them running away from him. Just needs to stick.
Think Helm is in a good spot right now? Or still too good?
I think it's still too good. But it's clearly not as egregious. A TI, it was a no-brainer.
Yeah. Yatoro will dispel the Searing Chains and get away as some damage done to this tier 3. But this is almost certainly a play to control the map for Spirit and go for the next Roche. Tier 1 successfully taken for Yuma, and we can see that they are beelining towards him. Yuma, TP through the gate. Looks like he's fine. Ooh, that was close.
Barely.
Gets away with the kill on the tower. And that should buy enough time for him to be able to finish this Manta style. Yeah, Heroic definitely not out of it yet. I feel like this next fight at Roche is going to be pivotal for them.
Yeah.
Nice call. No follow-up, though. Just kill his own creep?
Remove Battle Hunger by denying his Dom creep.
Oh, I see.
That's pretty funny. You are my best friend until I don't need you anymore.
That's right.
Schofield, that's how I feel about you. Schofield's in trouble. Okay, might. No.
Easy kill. Trying to extend this as much as they can. The next Roche is up, though. Do you think Heroic has good ways to fight in the pit?
Not without Tiny.
Well, in general, though. Yeah, it's true. It's a 60-minute death timer.
That would be a long time. That's
death timer.
Potentially into Game 3.
Well,
it would be pretty sick if they made Game 3 without Schofield.
It's close to the Necro Ags from before, right?
Did you like that one?
I did. Of course I did. I love all the egregious shit in the game. Laurel gets to tier 3, knowing that this Tiny can't be up for 30 seconds with this amplified damage rune now.
All right, real voice.
Yatoro, sorry about that. They're going to give up the range at the very least. Can they defend? Or they just give this up? I mean, this is... Yeah, looks like they will give it up.
Every successful move in this game from Heroic has been off the back of toss, almost. So
that's fair.
They can't do anything without it. So they'll sacrifice a lane, and now it's Roshan time. Potentially a move toward that for Heroic. I don't like if they just give this one up for free as well, but I guess they don't really have time to get there.
No, there's no way.
And honestly, you know what? On second thought, it's probably right. Their lineup just isn't very good in the pit.
Yeah, it's not the best. The high ground defense, though, on the other hand, like we've seen, is potential. All right, well, this has definitely not turned into the same sort of stomp that we've become accustomed to in the last 2 games.
Yeah, make no mistake, it's been a very one-sided affair, but at the very least, compared to the previous 2 games, there is a little bit of counterplay coming out of the losing team, whereas the other 2 games were almost just the losing team rolling over and dying. Heroic have at least strung together a couple of plays on their own high ground, but still not inspiring a lot of confidence in an overall comeback. Marcy now with the Daedalus.
Yeah, Yatoro is huge. KJ, he's spotted, so should be another freebie for Spirit. Oh, good dodge. It matters not.
Might have saved him 0.4 seconds there.
Oh, Tormentor's already up, so get another snag at that. Let's see if we get the Panto shard, or I guess it's Collapse then.
Rather have Collapse.
Oh, for sure.
Punching an illusion out of a baton is actually quite nice. Let's see.
Wait, that's not
Spirit.
That's not a shard, is it? No, it's a surge.
What am I saying? Yes.
You're talking about the Ags.
Yeah, that's the
if
old
he got
shard.
Ags from that, that'd be great.
That's the old shard. Jesus, what am I saying? Yeah, he gets the... Well, he doesn't get it, so it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Obviously, the shard is the slowing trail.
Yeah, it's dispersion. Or, sorry, spectral dag.
Wow, we can just not get anything right, can't we?
I don't know why we get invited to these events. Nepotism.
That's, according to Reddit user Fartbrat, that must be the reason. Yuma.
That's true.
Blink and toggling off his
Ooh,
radiance.
close. I mean, Heroic are doing a good job of kind of delaying the Aegis, like essentially deleting some time from it. This happened the first time around as well.
Mm-hmm.
But again, they do have to win a fight at some point.
It's baby steps. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's obvious to both teams what the state of the game is, and you kind of have to just try to weather the storm and do a good job at your own high grounds. There just isn't really much else. So every time you buy time out on the map and avoid deaths, it compounds.
A 13k advantage for Spirit. Abyssal about to come out. Recipe away, I should say, for Yatoro. Nullifier is there for Laurel.
Yeah.
So, a lot of counterplay potential.
Just the Force Staff in
Right.
action.
Yep,
Without
good
that, he
usage
is
there, but now the high ground attempt for Yatoro. They have the one lane, force the fortification.
Oh,
Toss back. Do they have the plays? Nullifier applied, but he pops the BKB in retreat. Oh, a good nightmare. Gonna waste a lot of time. Tiny will eventually drop in mid-air. But Spirit, I mean, their ults are running out. Good attempt from Divide. They're gonna have to give up the tier 3, but can Spirit continue? Minute and a half on the Aegis, but without the ult, this is gonna be a slower push for Yatoro. Obviously has that facet to replicate that a bit. Now the buyback onto the Tiny. There's Divide with the call. Collapse looking for an opening as the Tuscan really deep, or the Tiny rather, gets stun locked and destroyed. That's a dieback for Schofield. That hurts on the Heroic side. Whisper creating space from behind as Divide again with the call. Still have to burn through this Aegis as the range Rax is taken out. Yatoro gets dunked. Life number 1 down and out. Walrus punch now on a Whisper. Able to get to his fountain again, though, and Spirit should be able to get this barracks as a result.
Oh, would you Yuna look
can
at
only
that?
look on.
Unleash is ready again.
Yeah, that's true. They use it to get their second lane. Now a callback, but the Lotus to take it off, and now the Nullifier reflected. And Spirit, all said and done, get the second lane without losing much. Close to that courier kill. That was the Abyssal Blade, but Yatoro gets what he wants.
Yep, nice to have that extra 1 HP on the courier.
Yeah, that's true. Forgot about that.
Do you like that, Innate?
Yeah, it's cool.
I don't like it. I'm singing.
I forget I said anything. It's all good.
Go ahead. Give your explanation of why you're lame.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
You don't deserve this. You don't deserve
Why don't you like Marcy and her special delivery? Hmm?
Yeah, the special delivery part is actually, I don't know. It's a cool creative idea. I just don't.
It's cool and creative, but I don't like it because I'm not cool and creative.
Is that correct?
Pretty much. I mean, now I don't need to say it.
Yep, perfect.
Just took the words right out of my mouth, in my voice too.
I know.
Literally. Why am I even here? You could just be both of us.
People worried about AI. You got to worry about me imitating Cinderin.
Yeah, that's
perfectly.
Probably a lot of people think that's way more annoying than AI so far. So I'll say, if I was listening to this cast, I'd be like, damn, will this guy just stop making that stupid voice?
That's true.
The
Yeah,
answer
stop
is,
talking, Cinderin.
the answer the answer is no, because the more people dislike you, the more it motivates you, as we've learned earlier today.
That's true.
So it's just enabling
Oh man,
you, basically, at this
all
point.
that trauma dump really
Yeah.
coming together.
Yep.
Coming full circle here in series number 2. Thanks for sticking with us through stomp after stomp. This game, though, a little bit more for Heroic, a little more openings for them. Haven't found it yet. Down 2 sets, though, and it's not looking good. But that's why it's a best of 3. I mean, Yuma has had 0 impact. I was hoping he would go for the Blink Orchid. I mean, maybe it's just too late. Like when he had the chance, because they already have the BKB. I mean, it's just a BKB on Yotaro. Laurel would have been really good against him. Force him to get some sort of dispel.
It's just the 2 saves on Spirit make this game so complicated, right? Like whenever they initiate. That's a big part of why the X didn't want to go Blink in the first place, is he's like, well, if I Blink call someone, they're just going to get decrept or snowballed. But at the same time, if you never get it, that's also why he ends up doing it. You have to, at some point, enable that extra utility. You can't rely on Schofield to be Superman all game.
That is true. Whisper, 0 and 4 right now, but has the Aghanim Scepter, which makes him much more of a threat. Speaking of Ags, though, that one is big. KJ, despite being at a huge deficit...
He's got greedy. That's why he has
Ags. Wow.
Neutral item.
Hezu would be proud.
This is the neutral item for Bane, because you can't farm anyway. So,
yeah,
you want to get greedy.
Rue, and he pops the smoke, will be the sacrifice in all likelihood. And well, speaking of the Orchid, Yuma does have it now. Good assassination there for Heroic. And KJ, this is a big reveal, by the way. Unfortunately for him, he does not have Aether Lens or Blink to get easy access. But there's the call. The grip is going to be coming. Oh, the Nullifier and the Lotus used at the same time. Now the Vac Wall to follow. Axe is dead already. Yuma's ult pops. And it's only a matter of time before Collapsing Company can clean him up. Although Yotaro was slow to a crawl, but pops the ult now. Applying some pressure at the very least to Whisper. Gets off the Searing Chains. But Yotaro gets through it all with a triple kill. 4 kills overall in that fight for Spirit.
It feels like these tips are... You just nailed that fight by reflecting grip, right?
That was sick.
Super clutch. Come to expect nothing else of Collapse over the years.
And I mean, I appreciate the KJ greediness, as it were, or big ticket item.
It makes sense.
But without the Aether Lens or Blink, so hard to connect properly.
It wasn't far from, I think.
It was. If he had Aether Lens, he would have gotten off first.
Yeah.
100%.
And by extension, that also means if Collapse wasn't perfectly placed or that fast, then maybe that grip goes off. And that's...
Yeah.
I really... You know, you still have the same problem. Even if you have 3 Banes gripping a guy, the snowball is equally good. But it gives you the opportunity, if Tusk is not nearby, to get it fully. It's time for Roche to meet Marcy's fists.
Very powerful.
The damage with tag team is just so absurd.
All right. Roche number 3 to Spirit. 1 more Aegis to try to get these mega creeps.
Refresher shard on Collapse. He's got a Hex on the way. He is extremely big. 2nd on net worth in the game on Darkseer. Only eclipsed by Yotaro, who has been top of the net worth since minute 1 and never dropped from that position. Just crushing it. And it's all from that good laning stage. A lot of what's happened in this game is really the result of the first 10 minutes where Spirit just laid a solid foundation by playing very well in their lanes, rotating their supports around the map, controlling runes for Laurel. It's just been very, I want to say a textbook early game from them. This mid game, perhaps you could have won the game by now. Maybe you could have clutched up a little bit more, but it's still, there's a reason this team went 3-0 in the Swiss and looked quite confident doing it. Would you say anyone looked quite to the level of Spirit and Liquid, all things considered? Like, who's the biggest challenger with how that first stage went? I guess today PARIVISION looked,
I mean,
get stomped one
in terms of consistently this tournament, nobody. But Thought Sack, Toro with the BKB.
There's
the grip in a pretty good spot, but the snowball save is there and back into Safety's arm. Gets the Abyssal Blade and the rebound onto Whisper. Stun locked to death, 80 seconds. Does have buy. BKB picked up by Panther. Are you kidding me? Good lord, Devi canceling.
Good lord, Devi.
Life break. And there's the buyback onto Whisper. This is last-ditch effort for Heroic, using the Remnant to get back in, but he gets bashed right off the bat. And there's the vacuum, and there's the kill again. Die back for Whisper, and that should do it for this game one. Yuma drained to death. And Devi with one more call for the road. GG finally comes out, though, as Spirit take game number one.
Not much to say, really. Just everybody played great. They played good lanes, they made good moves, they bought the right items, and they had the clutch factor in a couple of the moments where it felt like, okay, maybe Heroic are stringing something together. The two saving supports, Rue as well as Panto, counterplayed everything so beautifully, and then the one final critical moment with the Lotus from Collapse even coming through with another key save. So back to a little break for Spirit and Heroic, who need to really figure out what to do next.
That's right, Richard.
I love that sense, man. Thank you for the little whisper in my ear. It's always nice. Definitely not nice for Heroic. That game was just over. I don't know what we got to do to get a competitive game today. We started out so strong, and then we've just had stomp after stomp after stomp.
Yeah, I mean, at least this... I mean, well, I say at least, but it wasn't a quick stomp, but it was kind of a slow burn stomp. You kind of...
You live for these long games.
Yeah, you kind of knew what was happening. There's points where I was hoping that Heroic would kind of turn around a bit. Yuma definitely delayed the game almost single-handedly. He was like 1-1-1 for like 40 minutes, just never dying, blinking out with his ult. But they never really managed to get anything done.
I mean, I felt the writing was on the wall pretty early. They made all of these stacks on the side of Heroic, and then I think like Spirit sensed it, went for a scout, and just took them all.
This was nice, by the way.
Yeah.
Just the little play that
did not reset the cooldown.
Didn't end up mattering. Yeah, didn't reset the cooldown of the dunk because he did use it on a creep, but avoiding death there. They were, trying to pressure Devi in the jungle, who had no points in call at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, they mentioned that on the stream, Jenkins. How do you feel about that? Because I think, surely you take at least one for the Pango or something, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I just don't see how you would need more battle hunger slow instead of having a point and call. I mean, at least for the armor while you're farming.
I think even in the lane, just having a little stun to force them to stop chasing you for a second, because instead of being able to attack move, it's like they're forced into the full attack animation.
I mean, on Marcy, not to harp on one point, because I don't think that really matters.
Actually, that's what I'm thinking of. Actually, the Marcy's going to jump on top of you as well, so you just have a call,
The thing with Marcy...
that nonsense, too.
The thing with Marcy, and same thing works with Juggernaut, when you call them, she'll hit you 3 times, and then she'll try to keep hitting you, but doesn't do the thing where you, move attack. So you actually get distance between you and Marcy when you call her. Same with Jug. You call him while he's spinning, and you can actually walk out of spin because he starts hitting you while he's spinning. And in the time between his attacks, you can run away from him. Same thing happens with Marcy. So bit of a blunder from Devi. I mean, this is something that you'll sometimes see from him. He's a very polarizing player, a lot less so these days. But another one of these carry players that just plays the Marcy as a carry in a game where it looks okay. And the thing is, 2 to 3 weeks ago, maybe a little longer, people did think Marcy carry was Imba, especially before the Helm Dom nerfs and before the meta changed a little bit. Some players still think that it's busted, and it's working for them.
Yeah. I mean, obviously no Helm Dom there.
He had it, I
Yeah, it
believe,
was
and he sold
disassembled,
it.
right?
He sold it, yeah.
Sold. Okay. But I mean, you know, definitely looks a strong hero when Yatoro's using it, but we've seen it kind of, you know, up and down over the course of the tournament.
Yeah, I still am not completely sold. I think it's more of a team playstyle enabler carry, that if you're able to play fast and be aggressive and win these lanes, it's going to look really good. But when the second you don't like have the whole team on the same page, or you're saying like, Marcy, this is all your job, you have to be the one to do this by yourself, I think that's when the teams kind of struggle with it, which is why the teams that succeed are like, for me, I think of Liquid Tundra.
Yeah.
Because both Pure and Mickey use it to a very good level of going really fast, fighting the enemy, basically having 5 heroes in every single fight. And I think Team Spirit usually does that in a bit slower fashion. It's like 30, 40 minutes they'll do that. But I think in this game, they show they can still play fast.
And we talked about Axe and kind of, we've seen some really cool Axe tech over the course of this tournament. This, not quite as cool.
Yeah, so this was, he actually went for the talent at level 10 instead of going for a point in Berserker Skull, which is quite crazy. Of course, going for Dom, phase boots, nothing abnormal there. Plenty of last hits, with 3-4-0 KDA. I mean, there's just, the thing is, I feel like you're making a lot of plays through your Axe usually. It's like through Ember and Axe while your Abaddon is farming.
He was definitely Heroic's like top net worth guy for a sustained period of time.
It is rough to not see that like translate into anything. And I get it. Like the idea is that he's, I don't know, like what he's playing into. It's like hard to jump and call these heroes. And Cinderin mentioned like he's playing from behind.
And they're save.
Yeah, they're save. So I can get where some of the logic comes from, but I just can't see any other like opening into the game other than through him is all.
Final thought from you, Gunnar? I can see you perplexed.
I'm
the noodles going.
I think for me, the one that missed was Tiny 4. I think that the Clockwork could have been more impactful. I just feel like, I don't know, I didn't really like Schofield doing Schofield things this game, and they weren't really able to connect him plus Whisper are like the big ones and actually able to kill heroes, because like usually they connect and then Yuma connects and it's like a big happy family that does stuff together, but I feel like they were all kind of fragmented this game.
Yeah, definitely not one to remember. Anyway, thanks a lot, guys. We're going to take a quick break. Heroic need to find some fighting spirit soon, or they're going to the lower bracket.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's just too much damage from Spirit. Rue saves the day again. Yatoro's fine. Low with a triple. It's too much damage.
We always play Wallachia, we going 3-0, and then we have some problems in playoffs, so I hope it will not happen again. It's just our play style, I think. In first game we threw, we just pick some trash heroes, play bad, and then Corbin says, don't do it anymore, and we won.
They're going to find the stun out onto the AM, but can they burst Yatoro down in time? The Sonic Wave, the Snowball! He's bought time! Yatoro's fine! Drew saves the day again! They're going to find the stun out onto the AM, but can they burst Yatoro down in time? The Sonic Wave, the Snowball! He's bought time! Yatoro's fine! Drew saves the day again! Flyfly's the one to go down. Jianming is gone. It might be time to call it. There it is.
Matches so far, first was not hard. We lose one map versus Yakult Brothers, but we recover and win easily. So the next game was versus MOUZ. This is our main opponent from Blast. Yeah, but they have 2 new players, so we take it easily. We have good drafts.
Labs jumping in. But the damage from Yatoro just collateral onto Kaori. Dies inside Fountain. Mid one with one last-ditch effort. Has the Aghanim Scepter. Doing a decent amount of work, but it's just too much damage from Spirit as they will take this 2-1.
I don't disappointed about MOUZ. I think because they have 2 players, 2 new players, new hero pool. So it wasn't too easy, but we got it.
This will drag Yatoro all the way back. Coil though.
No.
A fantastic coil.
Damage.
It's too much damage.
Versus BetBoom. Draft wasn't too good in second game. First was not hard, we just farming and my Ursa carry me. And second game we have some random Ricky Lion, but we have plan and we just play better, so we won.
GPK will try to move in once again, but without the Doom, you can't really hope to deal with Yatoro as they just burst down GPK.
The GG's called. Nice 2-0 coming out for Team Spirit, but a very hard-fought 2-0 as well.
I think we just play better. They pick some a little bit random heroes like Viper last pick or Mid Doom, so they maybe testing something. We just play our heroes. I think meta is good, but patch wasn't so long, so it's not much change from last 4 months. But I think it's okay. Everyone plays a lot of heroes. They play their own strategies. Someone play Dominator still, some crazy stuff. So I think it's not bad. The hardest match will be maybe versus some good teams like PARIVISION, Tundra. We are confident for the rest of the tournament. I think we have new player, but he shows good. Yeah, I think we will play better.
Welcome back. Spirit are up in the series against Heroic, taking the first game very comfortably. What can Heroic do to disrupt that comfort as we approach the draft?
For them, I think I want Yuma to be able to get more active in the game. I think his team needs to enable him a bit more. Looks like they're huddling up. I didn't know if it was comforting to Vi if he was feeling bad, but it should huddle up.
I just thought he was
well, because they zoomed in on him. I thought it was just like, they're like, hey man, like it's okay.
It's okay, dude.
He's really changed.
Yeah,
He's emotional now. Well, I mean, he was always emotional, but I meant.
Like it's next time you're gonna go maybe a 1 point EQ. Like it's all good, bro. We got this.
They are one of the teams that will do that, though. I do like to see a good team huddle at an event. And obviously lots to talk about and lots to think about in terms of how they adjust. Definitely, a few things in that draft that were questionable.
Yeah, I think, again, I talked about the Tiny. I think the Ember was acceptable, but it was a bit low damage. I think the Lush ban hit really hard because the Lush could have kind of fixed a lot of their problems.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I just think in general, this team looks a lot better when Yuma's on an active hero.
Yeah.
Like, even Meepo, he's going through portals and getting kills.
I think Abba is an active hero. I just think that they didn't play with him. If that makes sense, like he needed to use his hero.
It's like active in a defensive way. Like he shows up and he shields somebody at a time that you don't want to be shielded, and there's that counterplay. But if you're lacking in damage, then a shield shows up. You're like, well, what's the point of this? Like it's not a gyrocopter.
I was thinking it could be a bit of gameplay stuff because I think a lot of what Heroic is able to do is based on their offlane because of Schofield. So if the Vi's able to either win his lane and then Schofield can continue to play through his lane, or he can go even so Schofield can leave. I think that's kind of like the big success for Heroic. You can see here the unique heroes. It's Yatoro's the classic carries, and I feel like Yuma's a bit more, at least the Meepo and Kez are a little fun.
Troll's a little goofy these days too.
I
feel like,
have not liked Troll.
I feel like people are whipping out
I think he's
trolls.
got a pretty low win rate.
I think last time I saw it was 16% when
Yeah.
GamerLegion picked it and they lost.
It was
so-
sub 20 for sure.
Yeah, I think it's like 14, 12, something like that.
We do have to be careful about the stats though, because some people are a lot better at it than others. You want
Sure.
to talk Troll Warlord Expert? We got 2 on the screen right here, right? Like Yatoro also will whip the hero out when it's good for it and make it look good, genuinely good.
Yeah, okay. I feel like the hero needs a rework. I think because the way the ult works, it's either going to be this hero that's just unkillable and it's boring because he just presses R and you just 1v5, or completely useless. And I feel like the ult, just the way that it works, is a bit too all-in-y for a carry.
I think they should make it more all in. Like it lasts longer, it gives more attack speed.
They should make it so it's just permanently active and you can't play your hero. You just constantly run from like thing to thing.
That's good.
With no
So
control.
Troll has been picked 7 times, and it is 1 in 6.
Yeah, not very good.
Who's the one though? That's an important question. Could be Yuma.
I think he did lose
it.
on
Might
it.
actually be Yuma. Let me check. I can check that for you.
The Naga Siren.
He won with it. It was actually him.
It was actually,
Yuma.
it was
Yeah.
actually
All right,
Yuma.
okay.
He's the one guy.
Yeah, you pulled that one out there. Nice.
Okay, so game 3, I think we need to draft not let the Naga through. That's what I'm going to say when Spirit loses this.
Already. You think it's that good of a hero?
Bro, this hero's so obnoxious. No, I don't think it's like I mean, yes, it's broken. I don't think it's unbeatable, but it's more so even when teams beat it, they go, "Whew, we just beat Naga. How the hell did that happen, boys?" Like some 60-minute game and the hero's like still a menace. It's the most annoying hero to play against competitively right now. That's what I'll say.
Yep, been banned 61 times.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's just one of those heroes. It's like whatever you want to do late in the game, it stops you doing it.
Yes.
It also pairs well with different carries.
Yeah.
Like the Medusa is the one I always think of, but pretty much any carry that's willing to like go in, tank a bunch of spells, bait out some stuff, and be tanky enough to survive it, then you just reset the fight. You get the health, you get mana, you get to choose like, all right, guys, we have 7 seconds, set up our stuns or slows. Maybe we pick a Jakiro or Pango. We can just perma-stun them right after.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about Naga is that like the late game, she's a menace. She's so hard to play against because of the reset of the song. Early game, you have all of the illusion tech that people are doing, blocking camps. You can't stack because she's putting illusions in your camps. She's stacking her own camps with illusions. And then all of a sudden, you now have access to these ranged carries that were already pretty good, but now are like broken tier with the Naga. Like Shadow Fiend, for example, all of a sudden you have to think like, okay, are we going to get like Requiem to the face in this game? You know, you've got like triple raise combo with the real back. Medusa, as you mentioned, like all of these heroes go from being good situationally to you can just pick it with Naga and it's S tier. But if Spirit is leaving it in, this is a gambit that they're taking. They know exactly what they're up against. They have solutions.
All right, 13 Pangolier for Team Spirit.
It is one of the better solutions because you just roll through the song. You can't have the like song into TP out, song into reset. The fight will still continue.
They're going to ban Quap, take Pango.
You think Quap, even though they can run Pango offlane?
Yeah.
Maybe because they're afraid of the flex.
I think it's just one of Whisper's most consistent heroes. Like he likes playing it a lot, and he's really good at it. And it just provides a lot of damage. Having Queen of Pain, even though it's like very mobile, you kind of like go in and want to be aggressive and like tank a lot of spells. And so having the Naga as a reset, that like you can blink in very aggressively, bait stuff out, get saved, blink back in, just have some fun gameplay.
Sure, it plays around the Naga nicely.
Sand King, interesting. Okay, it's kind of a different idea. So Pango is more you can roll through the song and fight through it. Sand King's more of you're gonna just press epicenter and burst through it. Like you're gonna kill them through rather than just stun and stop TPs.
And if they song, it's not like it stops epicenter.
Yeah,
it's
so you're
not
still
like it
killing them
stops
while you're
Sandstorm.
invulnerable.
Yeah, exactly. You almost like the invulnerability because you get to continue dealing your damage. It's a decent approach. I mean, you can also like flip the rhetoric in the other direction where Sand King's also like very heavily committal to a fight, so it's pretty easy to know when to press song. Like you see epicenter burrow, you press R, it's good. But the damage will persist through the song. That is one big benefit of Sand King here.
Already I'm thinking for heroic, if I'm Devi, I want to build a pipe. Like, I want to play a hero that can buy a pipe.
What about Mage Slayer? Is this
Nature's okay.
It's a big Ember.
But
Ember bait.
I feel like there's way more stipulations you have to do when you buy Mage Slayer. Like you actually have to hit the correct heroes. You have to hit it at the right time.
Yeah.
Because the debuff they nerfed it a lot. It's only 3 seconds now.
Yeah.
Whereas Pipe, it's like click one button. Even if you don't click the button, at worst, it's giving you like what 10%, 15% magic resistance.
I think it's 8.
Is it 8 only now? The aura is only 8.
Yeah, it was
Sad.
bullshit before.
Still barrier though if you click it.
Yep. They yoink the Pango.
In the offlane, that is a hero that can go Pipe. Diffusal back for a Pipe.
And Mage Slayer, actually.
It also can go Mage Slayer. It can go both.
Yeah.
I think
a Chad build.
I don't think he should go both.
The ultimate
but he
magic
can.
immunity with spell immunity on top.
Press your ult, press Pipe, press Ags, like jumps, Mage Slayer, everything.
How much Pango has Devi played since he returned?
Quite a bit, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, he's always like historically very much like the hero. I think even when it's not been the best offlaner, he's played.
I don't think he's played it here.
Okay. I would say he's very confident in the hero, and Whisper is too. So it's a good flex between the two of them.
I mean, both of these drafts are very good. Like just super versatile, good lane winning heroes, good team fight, lots of stuns, good scaling. Like these are safe drafts in my opinion.
I mean, this
both
is
sides.
a great combo on the side of Heroic. I mean,
Yeah, the Naga reel into Snapfire ultis. It's such an easy combo. And Naga lacks damage. You provide that with the Snapfire.
All right, so this is going to be safe lane for Team Spirit right now. It's going to be Yutoro plus Panto. Well, I guess they have the Jakiro already, but I guess Yutoro plus Rue's hero. I don't know necessarily what maybe Morphling could be interesting, or Gyrocopter. And then I just know some I think Spirit is one of the more successful Ringmaster teams, I want to say. Because there's certain players who are very, very good at it. We always mention this team for some reason, maybe because they're kind of okay at the game, but Falcons. Crit is a very good Ringmaster. And I think Rue is also probably one of the 2 or 3 people that I would say is a very good Ringmaster. And they're consistently getting good ults off, getting good saves, using the whip to just like turn around the fights. And when you're not that confident on the hero, I feel like it's not particularly strong, and you're better off just going more of like Hoodwink, Snap, Sky, like the more common damage force.
Whitemon's got a nasty ring.
Yeah, that's
Whitemon is very
that's
good
true.
too.
Even though he said his pub win rate was like 30% on
Yeah, which is just so hard to believe.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's pubs are pubs. It's hard to judge. I mean, it's interesting because like when Ringmaster was first introduced into the meta, Pango was considered a counter to Ringmaster because all of his damage is physical, so it goes through the box. And then Pango also is happy to build a nullifier because you're going to get Ghost Scepters against him.
Okay, so I was not expecting Storm. Technically, it could be a Doro Flex hero, but more than likely it's mid. What about Anti-Mage? Jakiro, Sand King, Ringmaster, Storm?
I think if... Is that the bait? Is the bait Yutoro? Okay, no.
It could be. They could still pick Anti-Mage.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a pretty good
It's an
Anti-Mage
insane
game.
anti-mage game.
I guess maybe the concern is Naga won't be able to like
And
the lane's a bit awkward.
The reason we're saying that, by the way, is that obviously Anti-Mage is very good against Storm. He blows his entire mana pool. You blow him up with Mana Void. But it's also considered a really good lane counter to Sand King as well. None of Sand King's... In fact, it's probably the most annoying hero to play against is Sand King. None of your damage really tickles Anti-Mage, and then you can reflect his Burrow Strike as well.
I don't think you can anymore, because it's now like just a ground target spell.
You definitely can. Reflect his Burrow? I'm sure.
I'm
That's
like
a Weatherman. I'll do a Weatherman.
I'm like 90% sure you can't. It got changed. Lincoln's doesn't block it anymore.
Yeah, but Anti-Mages is weird because it reflects everything, not just one.
It's like a 33 interview. You're lying to me.
I might be. I mean, I'm a Dota boomer.
It's a new series, like Jenkins gaslights the pros. We've
My
got a whole
whole
series. We're going to put
career
it on
has been
TikTok.
gaslighting.
You've done a lot of
I
gaslighting.
love gaslighting. bro.
Gaslit myself. My gut feeling is that, like, do you see Collapse taking the Sand King second pick and taking it off lane? Like, I really feel like This is a Laurel hero, you know. He
And then
loves.
It's gonna be Yatoro Storm.
Dude, he played Queen of Pain. I feel like Yatoro's been he's bored.
I could see him play the Storm, and then they counterpick this new carrier, the new offlaner.
We have seen Storm carry played here, so I'm not
Okay.
saying I like it.
So it's two options here. I see it's an anti-mage ban into Dusa, or you ban like Slardar into anti-mage if you're actually scared of that. But I think most likely it'll be like
Why do we not take the Meepo? Because apart from Spirit, I think most teams have actually banned the Meepo out of respect.
So I'll say it's a bad Meepo game from my perspective.
Okay.
I know Yuma's okay. He's picking Meepo.
Because Sand King, Jakiro, lots of like AoE stuns.
No, I mean Troll is the best carry matchup for Meepo. So
Yeah, no, I mean
the second that Troll gets,
you're saying it's a bad.
yeah. So from my perspective, it's a bad Meepo game because a bunch of AoE damage, a bunch of AoE control.
Yeah.
I know Yuma has told me that no game is a bad Meepo game if you're good enough. To the point where we were.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, we would first pick the hero. Like every game, it would be pick 8, and he's like, "This is a good Meepo game," and I would go, "Yuma, they have 0 heroes. We're first pick." He's like, "Yeah, it's a good Meepo game." So,
this is probably what they're talking about, right?
Yeah, probably.
Well, I don't think they're actually talking to each other. They're on different teams.
Oh, these two?
Nice one. Yeah, you got one in. You got me. You got me. You got me. No, so okay.
Aw. I was kind of excited.
Yeah, same here. I mean, this is one of the heroes that I know it's kind of gone down in value. Like at this tournament, it seems that people haven't been contesting it as much as they were in, the rest of this pack.
It always seems to be one of the heroes banned out when like you have a matchup that's like slightly not.
It does
good.
get banned a lot. Yeah,
It gets
the
banned a lot.
Centaurs, stuff like that. Axe.
Yeah. And I don't think Ursa is like owns these heroes as much. Okay, so they're gonna go with the mid storm off lane Sand King, very typical, very stock standard. I mean, Ringmaster save on Terrorblade is great because you can turn around and get the Sunder off. That's good. It's also traditionally like one of the better heroes versus Leshrac because Lesh just stands there and fights you. TB can turn and like Sunder a lot of the time before Lesh kills you. But I will say the matchup has shifted a little bit now that Lesh has this Edict facet where you're doing so much damage that I feel like in the stun, you actually
just burst the Terror.
A lot of the time you can burst the Terrorblade. But I think late game, it's still favoring TB.
When you get the like actual like 3-4 items, he has like Scotty, Pike.
Yeah, you
Dolus.
can't burst him.
So if I'm going to talk about Heroics Draft, I like that they value the Whisper Lesh a bit more. And they actually took it. I think last game it got banned. And it kind of sucked for them that they weren't able to secure him. I think his Ember's okay, but it's not as good as his Lesh, I think. And Yuma Ursa is one of the best Ursas in the world. Like, it's one of his top tier heroes. It's that along with TA, if you're not counting Meepo. So I really like them for that. But again, like going to Team Spirit, I feel like their draft just has a lot of damage. And I think more often than not, just high damage wins games. Because you have stuns on multiple heroes.
Yeah, lots of
damage
stuns
on multiple
too.
heroes. It's like a very easy to execute. Like Storm sees a hero, jump. Sand King sees a hero, jump. Protect the Terrorblade when he hits buildings, get your Aegis, just do your thing. And I feel like theirs is definitely a much more like step-by-step process of that you can play it pretty easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot, as usual, riding on Whisper and his performance. Like, can he get off to a good start? Can he get to the Blink Dagger and run around the map getting kills? Because he does have a lot of heroes to like stun and set up for him.
Yes.
But he's the damage dealer.
Well, we can get some insight into the drafts because it's time for another Slacks attack.
That's right. I am here with Silent, the GOAT himself. Good to see you again. So in this draft, who do you think has the easier to execute lineup, in your opinion?
I hope ours. I think we have good lanes. It's, I hope, yeah.
Okay, all right. Doesn't want to reveal too much. I could see you were about to reveal something very fascinating and you stopped yourself. Ursa last pick, and then your Terrorblade last pick. What are your thoughts there? You think TB has enough to deal with the damage? I mean, Leshrac, Ursa, scary stuff.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of helps for TB. Against Ursa, we have Ringmaster who can save, and I don't think Ursa might be a problem because 2 melee is on lane. Also, it's good lane for Sand King. We can't pressure him feeling like this.
Okay. You're one of the biggest brains in Dota. I want to reveal something to the audience that you wouldn't typically reveal. You don't have to say anything. I just want you to say one hero, look at the camera, and get people cooking. What could he possibly mean by this? What's a crazy strat with a hero You don't have to tell him what it is, but just name the hero.
Name the hero. Maybe Dazzle.
Dazzle. Guys, look out for Dazzle. It's coming. You're hearing it from Silent. He won't explain why, but think about Dazzle as we head into our casters for this series.
Thank you. Talking about a hero that's not in the game. That's more a Suns fan Cinderin special, but we'll take it. Appreciate the throw. Heroic versus Team Spirit. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Heroic. Not a great showing in game 1. They held on a lot longer than we were anticipating, which could be a good sign.
Yep.
Spirit, they were really on their A game, Cinderman.
I mean, given how bad that game looked after like 10 or 15 minutes, I think it was quite commendable how Heroic managed to stay afloat. And yeah, like you said, depending on your perspective, that could be a good thing, because if you just don't fall behind that hard that fast, who knows how that game could have gone and how this one would go. I definitely think in this tournament, Heroic has been quite impressive with their team fighting. So against a team like Team Spirit, I would say on a team-to-team basis, it's actually theoretically a decent matchup for Heroic, because Spirit's bread and butter is their team fighting, I would say. In the late game, that's how they make a lot of comebacks, and it's how they cement their games. But since Heroic is good at that too, it could be quite a fair fight, as long as you don't have like this ridiculous lead of last game for either team.
Yeah,
this could be a close match.
Yeah, Yuma this time playing the bear, Ursa, who, as Richard talked about, has dropped off a bit in terms of teams valuing it. And the late game situation, which I know it's all about the lanes, but Terrorblade definitely has the advantage over Ursa, historically speaking. But how can you catapult this lineup to prevent the late game from Spirit from coming out? I'm sure the Lesh is going to have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, Lesh needs some big items, but there's also, you have the wild card in Naga Siren. I think can always mess up, like that's why this hero is so contested on the pro level. Oh, hang on.
Oh boy, the whip onto Schofield as he tries to run away, and the first blood goes
no, that
to
might be
Rue.
both of them.
And now Yuma, with no support nearby, will fall as well. So Spirit already off to a good start for the second time in a row.
Maybe they're just better
today. I mean, Heroic has been insanely good as of late, but yeah, could be.
But I do think it's worth noting that Heroic in their games have generally not
hasn't looked as clean.
Well, it's also, I feel like they haven't been outlaned as, I mean, okay, it's 2-0. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But based on the previous game, I feel like they haven't generally been outlaned as hard, which is a really good sign for Spirit if that's the case. If Heroic against the competitive field of this tournament haven't really struggled much. Oh my.
Again? What?
Haven't struggled that much in their lanes, but then in this they get bodied. If Spirit have leveled up their laning particularly, they are going to be tough to deal with.
I was not expecting. I thought it would just be a bit of harassment here and there and then back away, but a second death back to back on the support. That is not good news for Heroic, to say the least.
Maybe Schofield's confused because he's playing bottom. It's like he lost orientation. He started looking at the clock to be like 7 minutes. When do I go to the Wisdom Shrine?
All right, Panto, they know he's here. Makes the rotation over to see if they could really add insult to injury. Not going to be the case, at least not initially. I mean, they are forcing Yuma out of lane completely for now. Panto's like, hey, what's up? Gets the dual breath. Actually going to get scatter blasted as well, as the whip will help his cause a bit. Panto, is he actually dead here? Yes. Just gifts a kill to Heroic. Interesting.
Hey, Yuma needed that. He didn't get the kill. He didn't get the kill though.
I mean, either way, the experience will help. Yeah, that was definitely weird.
I mean, conceptually I like the idea. I just think it was the wrong timing. It's obviously easy to say in hindsight now that it failed, but if you looked at the lane placement, don't think that was the time to go for it. Laurel on Whisper.
Yep, gonna get some help from Rue. The whoopee cushion and the knife miss though, and the whip miss. Rue. Very unfortunate. As Whisper will indeed get that water rune. KJ in the area, level 2 on the Naga Siren.
Rue wasn't just a clown there. He was the whole circus, Shannon.
Yeah, that was...
He missed everything.
That was rough stuff.
Unfortunately.
Whisper gets the bounty as well, so a lot of bottle charges.
In his defense, both spells missed by about as little as possible. It's like, it's unfortunate.
Yep, but all this movement means that Yatoro and Divai will be in a 1v1. Divai's going to be super happy about that overall.
That's a good lane matchup for Pango to just farm in.
We'll get dual breathed. Panto finally makes his way back. Divai will be fine though. Mid lane. The knife hits Whisper. Laurel's still not level 6. In terms of the actual XP advantage in the mid lane, it is dead even. Wow. Completely even. But now that Whisper has to exit the lane, perhaps the level 6 will come a little faster for Laurel.
It doesn't feel like a lane where kills will happen without rotations, though. Storm and Lesh aren't really able to kill each other one-on-one. That's 6 point.
Panto getting gone on by KJ. Just a little bit of support harassment. But in terms of the game state on Yatoro's hero, the Terror Blade, how do you think it fits overall? Because they talked about Lesh. I feel like Lesh is definitely a lot better against the Terror Blade than it used to be. I mean, wait, Diabolic Edict used to do physical. Am I dumb? That's
Diabolic Edict used to do composite.
Composite, yeah.
Yeah, so it's half physical, half magical. And then at some point it was changed to pure, which is obviously much better against Terrorblade. I personally still consider the matchup heavy TB favored, but there is a window that is better than it used to be. That's correct. Like around this time to the next, let's say, until 15 minutes maybe, you're quite good at killing the TB, but once he gets a couple of items, the Lesh just hates that matchup.
Yep. Even Yuma making an appearance. Yatoro trying to get out of dodge. Panto is certainly dead. Divai, though, continuing to hound Yatoro. He actually did level the Sunder and pops the stick to be able to use it. Will do so on Divai, but he is completely outnumbered. Attempting the TP. Do they have the stun? No. Whisper. 0 levels in the Split Earth as of yet.
Even if he had it, he couldn't have made it in time. Yeah, nice heads-up play from Yatoro. They're using the stick to get the mana for Sunder and playing his way out of a tough spot. Makes that rotation from Heroic feel quite a bit less worth it. I mean, it's nice to get the kill, but you're committing a lot of time from your Ursa to rotate through that gate and find that kill. You don't really do any tower damage.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, of course, the big winner is going to be Collapse now, topping the net worth. As far as Collapse goes, I think this is one of the highest damage heroes that he will be playing in Team Spirit's lineup. A lot of the time we see him on auras or initiators like Mars, Axe, these types of heroes. But Timbersaw and Sand King in this guy's repertoire, that's where you can expect the most output from him. So if there is a good game to carry it as offlaner, this guy is capable of doing it on this hero. So that could be the type of game it's turning into. He has some pretty damn good matchups for Sand King, considering they picked it as early as they did. One of the better heroes at assassinating Leshrac from full health. Even Ursa can get burst by Sand King Storm. Of course, you go further down the stretch in this game, somebody is going to be buying a Shiva's Guard, and that is insane for the Dire lineup. My god, they have so much spell damage. Kind of crazy. Between Jakiro, Storm Ringmaster, and Sand King, all 4 of them love that item being in their team. And probably Collapse will be buying it at some point. I guess maybe you just go Blink, Axe, Shiva. BKB is interesting too, though. This continues this way, he might just get all of the above.
Yep, quite possibly. He's left pretty much all alone at this point. And Whisper with that shield rune, not having to worry too much. I mean, in terms of these early game scenarios, like with these 2 lineups, obviously the stacks are a pretty big deal for Heroic, but overall, passive play, just chilling, farming, both teams are happy, I assume? Or do you think there's a lineup that benefits more from it in theory?
It's kind of close. I don't really mind either way. I think that what this game is going to be about is a couple of timing windows I think are going to be incredibly strong, and the 2 teams need to play around them. The first one coming up should be the Leshrac Blink Dagger. That will be when it's time for Heroic to make a strike. somewhere for the side of Spirit. The Sand King Dagger is almost there. That is also a moment of opportunity. And then we're looking at probably, you know, 2 items on Terrorblade will be a very strong moment as well. Ursa is likely not going to contribute very much until he has Blink Battle Fury +1. Like, maybe you can get involved with Blink BF, but just the risk-reward. Like, look at the lineup he's facing. Just one misstep, you're just out of there. You're playing with, well, you have Song. Huh. But yeah, I'm not surprised with the pacing. I think this is... makes sense.
Collapse getting a nice juicy stack here. So he does have the Blink Dagger that you talked about, and he is still leading the way in the net worth by a considerable margin. Both carries pretty much even. So we'll see if Collapse is able to make something happen. What's that?
Look at the levels. He's level 10 minute 10.
Yeah,
that's insane.
That is a lot.
He's a full level ahead of second place. Being Yuma.
Root going to be bringing out a smoke, so Collapse, not sure if you actually going to go for this. Burrow Strike with the Wheel of Wonder. Yuma does not look at it though, and just TP's out to safety.
Bit of a mess up there.
Meanwhile, Yatoro, that's a lot of magic damage. Devi
no mess
with
up
the
there.
Rolling Thunder and the Mortimers. Big kill for Heroic. Yeah, not only the dodge of the death onto Yuma, but getting the opposing carry. That's going to have pretty big implications on this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they have a pretty good lineup at this stage of the game against the Terrorblade. The magic damage we just saw from Mortimer's Kisses, the Rolling Thunder, you can't sunder that. Wait, can you sunder that? How does that work again? Panto is dead.
You can't sunder on magic immunity, right? And it gives you magic immunity.
Yeah, did they change it so that you can cast it? It just doesn't do anything?
I don't think so. I think you just can't cast.
The Fusel Blade relatively close for Devi. And Whisper will have to blink in just a moment as well. So big power spikes incoming for Heroic.
I think it's an interesting choice to see just how much emphasis Spirit are putting on farming on Collapse, because this comes at the cost of Laurel. If Sand King is taking the triangle every minute, it's part of Storm's natural farm rotation is to push out mid and then farm that camp area. But since Sand King is taking it every time, you can see he is significantly below everybody else.
Collapse. Out of trouble, but Yatoro comes in. Forcing Whisper out. Looks like he'll live. Collapse getting quite low, but Schofield, who he really wants here. Everybody gets out with their lives. So far, Collapse, despite having this massive net worth and level lead, has not been able to materialize into a kill.
And yeah, when you're investing this much into him, he has to deliver. Storm will be needing 1 or 2 more minutes than usual to hit the same item timings. You can see right now Laurel is farming bottom on Storm, which is quite unusual.
They have their sights set on, and he just gets insta-gift. So much magic damage just tears right through him. Collapse, though, coming in with the epicenter. Burrow. It's only onto the support Naga Siren so far. Devi will try to stand his ground. You can see that Scatterblast doing quite a bit. Laurel very low on mana. Now the Mortimer's Kiss is available. Wheel of Wonder does successfully hit Devi. Will end up dropping to Panto in the end. Laurel, though, it's who they really would want. He's actually going to stick around despite not having much HP or mana. But speaking of which, no mana left on Whisper as well. The whip will hit, and eventually this will tick out in favor of Team Spirit.
Oh,
as
nice
Collapse. All right, Laurel does end up finally going down, sticking around a little bit too long, but still 3 kills going the way of Team Spirit. Looks really bad. Of course, they lose 2 cores, though, so I don't even know who that favors.
Spirit made a pretty clutch play in that situation with 2 of their Lotuses, I think, that they put on Laurel, so he got enough mana to jump to the low ground. And then toward the end, he just ends up getting scatterblasted.
That's a massive gold injection. So it was actually 4 kills.
Yeah,
on the heroic side.
It was definitely more than good enough. And Yatoro, the initial casualty, will happily farm up with meta, since he didn't use it for the fight, since he was not even really a part of it. But yeah, I felt like in that fight you could clearly tell that Laurel is a little bit behind par, right? On a hero like Storm, getting your first item completely out maybe not completely, it transforms your hero quite a bit to get a Kaya. And in a good game, he has the Kaya there, and therefore he does not run out of mana in the fashion that he did.
Yeah.
So, once again, it is Collapse who has to put in the brunt of the work, and he did. I would be... I mean, obviously, these players have played together for a while, and they have complete faith in each other, but I would say in the pro scene, if there's a guy I would want... If you're looking for stability, you give a guy responsibility and he needs to hit. This guy has some of the highest accuracy in the game, in games where it matters. How many games have we seen Collapse clutch it up from the offlane position to win games for Spirit over the years? Just always been... Do you think it's fair to say he's been their most stable player ever? Because I think so. I know Yatoro gets a ton of praise and he deserves all of it, but he has had phases where I think Yatoro has been maybe a little bit more of a slouch.
Yeah.
Collapse is just...
No, of course.
It's so hard to find a tournament where you're like, wow, Collapse really... It has happened, to be fair. I remember one tournament, not which one though, but there was one event we covered where I was like, Collapse just really wasn't on the ball in that one, but...
Yep, a single time.
Yeah, pretty much. It's quite impressive. How many years have they played together now? Seems like 2018? 19?
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
Wild.
Spirit with a
2-1?
With a plus advantage right now. A little bit more than I was expecting. I think this is like 55-45.
Yeah, 2-1 seems a bit steep.
Yuma with a Battle Fury, and Blink Dagger not too far away as well. And Whisper, we've seen his Blink. It'll be Kaya next into the eventual BKB. Yeah. BKB is going to be completely mandatory, it feels like, for every core.
There is no way to play this game without it against the Dire lineup. Obviously, Pango doesn't have to, but yeah. You're just going to go the cookie cutter Lesh build here. This is the most meta build. Blink into Kaya and then BKB or Sanjin Kaya, depending on the circumstances. In this game, if you go Sanjin Kaya, I think could be game losing. So... It's way too hard to stand your ground. Considering that, perhaps, is this a game where you go... What do you think about Pipe on Pango? You're the Pango specialist here between the two of us. Is that...
You don't want to ask me that one.
I'm like, is that griefing your game too hard, going Diffusal into, Blink Pipe?
So I think it comes down to somebody has to get Pipe, right? So who's getting it?
You think so. I don't know if either of the supports is ever getting rich enough for this. Like, maybe Snapfire could, but Snap already bought Glimmer, so you have the single target one. But there's just so much value in getting the AoE block against Storm, Hero, Sanking. The whole team in these fights will be taking magic damage probably for about half, unless Yatoro is the one truly carrying it.
Yeah.
So it does seem like a crazy good item.
And
for
if you
it.
hold off too long, then you're... I mean, that window when you have it versus the Sand King,
yeah,
it's huge. But then you get to a point in the game where it's like 40 minutes in, like, there's no way I'm going to buy a Pipe now, surely.
Yeah, and that also begs the question, are you even looking to fight as heroic? Because if you aren't, then maybe you're better off just, playing a bit keep away and scaling with other items on Pango, which seems to be their mindset.
Oh my, Yuma runs right into Rue, will box himself, and now the Yules to kite the bear. We'll have to use the ult to be able to get away. Epicenter from Collapse, no connection at all, so Cinder has again jinxed him as Laurel is taken out right at the start of the fight. Way too easy as Rue eventually will fall to Divide. And just like that, there's only 3 members of Spirit. And Yatoro, that's who they have their sights on. And again, the Mortimers, the Sunder not in time, so close. The animation too long, and now Whisper even can potentially get Collapse. Nice Yules, but Whisper is there to clean things up. Double kill for Schofield, and that is a 4-for-1, not even remotely close.
Yeah, as expected, of course, after we talk about it, Collapse gets a 0-man epi. Truly unfortunate for the side of Spirit, but what a play from Heroic. And that was that. The Ursa timing, we were talking about, was he going to get involved with the Blink or not? Yuma says, yes, I'm just going to go for it. I see a moment of opportunity. He starts off the fight, and it becomes fragmented really fast. And Laurel, once again, just not getting a footing in the fight. So you're going to see the replay here. Keep an eye on the Storm Spirit. So first we have this initiation. It's a nice save with the Yule and the reset out. But Epi only on the illusions. And this Storm getting caught in the roll, 100-0. You're next to Lesh. You cannot get stunned there as Storm, or you get cooked. And now the fight's just over. Spirit are trying their best to get anything.
Yeah, I'm surprised
back.
they tried fighting here.
I don't think you can get out though.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
You kind of just have to stand your ground and hope for the best. If
That was a very
that Sunder would have gone out, maybe we have ourselves a fight, because he was very, very close to getting a full value one. But yeah, Heroic with a nicely choreographed fight.
Yeah, looking much better in this game number 2.
This is what we said, right? If they don't get run over in lanes, I think this, unsurprisingly to me, this is how Heroic are going to break the game wide open. It will not be through crushing Spirit in the lanes. I don't think that's likely to happen in any of the games of a series. But they will be able to hold a candle to them in mid-game team fights, and that was the first of its kind. And it does go their way.
Yeah, just like that, the net worth leader is Yuma, as KJ will be the recipient of the shard from Tormy.
Yeah. Really nice to have a bigger heal against all this AoE damage.
Snare. And the Rolling Thunder. Box to try to save him for the time being. Laurel does get away in time. Rue, though, out of mana. He'll be the sacrifice in all likelihood for Spirit. Laurel, though, okay, wanted to go in. There's the counter initiation with the Epicenter and the Burrow, and some help from the neutrals as well, but now Collapse in a precarious spot. Panto with the Macro Pyre, not going to have too much of an effect, although does dissuade them from going further, so Collapse does live in the end.
I like that a lot from Laurel. That was very clearly some strong communication in the team. Jumps in again with 15% HP, just trying to find a Vortex for his Sand King to go on the Lesh, but it got counterplayed. So all they do get is an attempted secondary kill, which didn't come to be, so just a support trade when all's said and done. Both carries were uninvolved, so no real farming advantage gained either. They were both just hitting creeps. But I will say, yeah, Toro being 5th on net worth on Terrorblade is not a good look for Spirit. This is highly unusual that he's that far down. 0, 3, and 0. Less than 10 CS per minute at 22 minutes. It's definitely one of the tougher Terrorblade games we've seen from him recently.
Yeah, this is a game where Collapse is going to have to... I mean, we still haven't really seen the clean Epicenter. I mean, we've seen the initiation, but it hasn't been enough damage, really.
Yeah.
And begs the question, should you have gone for an Aghanim Scepter? He's going for BKB to survive. It does feel like that Ags is required on this hero. I'm sure he'll get it next. At least I would think it's required.
I'm a bit torn between Ags and Shiva. I think the Shiva just has a lot of added value this game. There's the BKB reveal.
On by Whisper, and yeah, the BKB doing work. Vox not going to do... Well, it actually does get him out of dodge, and now Whisper a little bit low on mana. Laurel making his way over to the Electric Vortex. Good timing right after the BKB, but no follow-up yet. Now the BKB delivered by Collapse. And the fight ends with 0 casualties. In fact, they're going to smoke up and go right away. Still have the Epicenter. Still have all your ults.
Lesh has 4k net worth right now, so...
Yep, that's true.
BKB is doing basically nothing for him, so... It means this fight is theoretically a lot closer. But they are not finding any angle. Heroic maintaining good formation on the map.
Yeah,
another BKB.
Anything.
This is such a strong window for Heroic. And if you find any good fight, you know you're getting Roche too with the Ursa. You could even theoretically just go into the pit with Ursa and keep Naga at a good distance with the Song, and then in case Ursa gets jumped, you Song. You could maybe turn it into a fight. You could disengage. Ursa has BKB to stand his ground and fight after, and you know the Song is healing you quite a bit with the shard that he got for free. So, could be interesting. KJ obviously has the blink, so the overall range from which he can save is massive. But for now, Heroic are content to just...
I mean, surely this is Roche territory, though, for Heroic.
They might be waiting for it to go top. I think it's better for them if it's up there, given the overall game state. Radiant prefers...
Plus, they are playing against Collapse, so always scared to get your Aegis stolen.
True.
I feel like nobody is better. It's not close either. at taking Aegis. I have cast how many? We've cast how many games that he's done that? It's
You're
so
right.
insane. It's like literally double digits. There's nobody else within striking distance. Pretty crazy.
As if he needed any more X factors.
Which means he'll be dying next.
Of course. Yeah.
Roche will probably kill him.
You are doing your best to materialize a game 3 here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I just realized how poor Panto is. That is actually one of the bigger concerns here side of Spirit. Jakiro with no utility items has a tendency to become food.
Yeah. First pick Jakiro.
You only have a Pavis. If you had the Ringmaster's net worth on Jakiro, you would be looking at Solar Crest and maybe almost a Force Staff.
Yep. Oh, speaking of which, the Wheel of Wonder, but the BKB from Whisper in time. Schofield on the exit, but the Ice Path greets him. The Spirit get 1 kill. The Wheel of Wonders have, unfortunately for Rube, not been on target.
Yeah.
And with that, Spirit will likely get this tier 1 tower. It stood quite a while.
I would actually really like it if Yuma went into the pit right now while they're pushing the tower. I think that would be a very unexpected play. But perhaps the risk reward of what if they see you.
Well, they know that meta is running out, so even just going casually now might not be the worst. For Sanking is the one that you are scared of.
He shouldn't kill anyone with an Epi Burrow combo as long as the Naga Siren is placed correctly. Just the moment you get jumped, you Song Blink in, heal your entire team.
Yeah. Plus Wheel of Wonder, which theoretically is good in the pit as well, on cooldown. So
they are going to scout. Let's see if Collapse does it.
Will he do it again? Acropire on top, but no. Oh, Collapse, a good attempt. Oh, man.
Yeah.
That was as close as it gets. He just has a tingling for that, but unfortunately that tingle will be reserved in the fountain for now.
Unfortunately, you called it, though, so he can't. He can't do it when you're watching.
That was so close.
Oh, we got some Poogies in a pot emoji.
That's a sad one, though.
Whatever that is. Is that a reference to something that I'm missing? I feel like that's...
Yeah, it's a reference to 6-7, I think.
Oh, okay. That's pretty... I mean, considering that can mean anything, then yes, I suppose so. Interesting way of artistically depicting that.
If you could make an emote for brain rot to represent it, what would the picture be?
Oh.
Let you mull that over for a bit.
Jenkins.
Oh, I was actually going to say Slacks. Wow, we're pretty close.
Yeah. Well, how about Jenkins and Slacks sitting in a pot?
A twin-headed dragon version of Slacks and Jenkins.
Yes. Who's the fire dragon and who's the frost dragon?
That's a good question. Whisper has the arcane rune.
And what abilities do they have?
We're not going to.
Okay, how about this? If they were a twin-headed dragon, what would the heads represent instead of fire and frost? Because we know it wouldn't be that.
Well, one is screeching, so like volume as a skill.
Okay, a volume dragon.
Yeah.
Sounds incredibly boring. Good job. What about the other one?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Chameleon.
Okay.
Skin changing.
How about obnoxious dragon?
On Schofield.
He is
Actually,
dead.
the right clicks are enough for Miyotaro. Had the range thanks to the Hurricane Pike.
He's getting there on the Terrorblade, I gotta say.
Collapse. Oh boy, this is a second kill now.
This is a tower.
This is with having Aegis on their side. Now being turned around on for Spirit. You're right, the tier 2 tower looks to be theirs.
Yatoro has
Big
made a
turn of
major
events.
recovery with these 2 kills.
Now,
pulling
where
up
the hell
almost
did
top
he
of
come
net.
from on that net worth?
Yeah, he was 6th 10 minutes ago. Now he's almost first. And it's scary because, as we already established, it is a very good Terrorblade game. He got last pick, but you're playing into Pango with a lot of armor. You're playing into Lesh, who is historically just a bad matchup against TP. And even against Ursa, I really like the Terrorblade. If you don't get 100 to 0'd, you can sunder him during Enrage and just render him useless in the fight. I think in the current state, I kind of like Spirit's position significantly better now. I think you got over a very major hurdle just now.
Does he have enough mana to get away? Some of it is drained thanks to the defusal.
A full disengage.
And the zip TP.
What does Dota Plus think? Still 2-1. I'm more in line with that line of thinking now, to be honest. This is basically the exact same as 10 minutes ago, but I'm feeling it a bit more now that Terrorblade has hit his stride. Storm has somehow, or rather somewhat, recovered. The relative differential now is a lot less significant than the previous one because he's hit his items now.
Plus, you get this Aegis, and I mean, am I wrong that the only thing they've really accomplished is that Tier 1 tower that they just got?
Yeah,
so far?
It's not much.
Only a minute left.
Yeah, Toro has also hit level 20, which is an insane level 20 talent, in my opinion. The Terrorblade Conjure Image duration goes up from 34 to 44 seconds. It puts so much more pressure on the map. You farm faster. I'm actually surprised that talent hasn't been nerfed when I look at it. Those two options are so crazy.
They were looking for a fight potentially, but Yatoro was like so close to that butterfly.
Yeah. So they'll get a shard on Lesh.
A good position for Collapse to break this smoke, and he has a shield rune as well, so should be able to survive any onslaught. Good TP from the Jakiro. Breaks the entire smoke, or okay, partial smoke.
The entire half.
The entire half of that. But yeah, this Aegis, I mean, not much gained.
At least they got the Tormentor for it, I suppose.
Okay, that's fair.
To some extent, but I don't know how important the Lesh shard is in this game. I think the lineup you're playing against is... It's good against Terrorblade, but the other heroes are too mobile. The other cores, anyway. Sand King and Storm are going to be moving around. Perhaps it could mess with a Sandstorm at some point, because you kind of get cornered in it, but...
Oh, this is a power spike for Team Spirit. They have the butterfly for Yatoro.
Yeah, they want to go. Smoked up.
And they find an opening. Wheel of Wonder, again, not much gonna be connected. Whisper with the BKBs. We will survive now, but Laurel, running out of mana, will get away safely as well. So far, again, 0 casualties. These jumps haven't really materialized into much for either side.
It feels like the duration, the way they're initiating this, Rue has to throw out the wheel earlier as they're burrow striking, because he can't. The burrow strike isn't long enough that you can get a full whip off, which is how you usually land that combo, is the fully channeled whip into the wheel.
A good disengage here from Heroic, trying to wait out this Terrorblade Metamorphosis. Now the zip onto the high ground with the Electric Vortex, and there's Collapse with the Epicenter. Is it enough to take out Schofield? Not quite yet. The song reset, but Schofield does pop in the end. Mules to create a little bit of space with the whip to follow. It's a lot of CC onto Yuma. He actually pops his BKB, but he's stuck on the inside of the map, and Devi is all alone. Two dead for Heroic, and Spirit capitalizing on some crucial mistakes.
That is an understandable reaction from Devi. That cannot feel good. He misread the situation entirely and clearly frustrated as they start facing some serious issues now.
At the zip, Electric Vortex again. Yuma jumps in.
Nice
does not have BKB at all, and he gets crushed. 80 seconds of no Ursa, and Team Spirit now free reign on the base. Metamorphosis up in 25 seconds. I mean, this is certainly a mid lane. Can they get more? There's tier 2s on the other side, so I guess they have to back away regardless.
Yeah, that's like the silver lining.
We'll back away now safely as Team Spirit have taken a firm grip on this game.
Oof. That was a wild result in that situation.
I mean, in that original fight before this last one, the one that Devi died, the BKB came out from Yuma on the high ground. He was all alone at that point, just getting 0 value from that item.
Yeah.
And then didn't have it, obviously, for this last engagement.
He had no business fighting again, but it's so easy to say from this vantage point. But yeah, this is so close to keeping Stinger alive, or excuse me, Schofield alive. That might have changed things a bit if he got
it right here, and that has nothing to do.
Yeah.
That is rough.
And now in the coming fight, I love this from Collapse. We were talking about it. Is he going to get Ags or Shiva? And he does prioritize the Shiva's Guard over the Aghanims, and I think it's the right choice. You're buffing up your Storm, you're buffing up your Jakiro, your Ringmaster. This is a lot more amped now coming in. It's just a matter of getting the jump. The perfect target to start the fight on is obviously Naga Siren. If you can just kill Naga to begin, don't have anything to worry about. They're trying to be sneaky here and maybe get the Wisdom, and maybe get a Lesh too.
Oh, Whisper!
The perfect
Burrow
buy.
strikes, and they have everything.
Oh boy.
Big kill for Spirit. And they snag the Wisdom Shrine.
Excellent movement.
And now Yatoro with that full BKB is fully loaded. And of course, Roche is just waiting to be plucked.
They could just go straight there. I don't think Heroic can ever fight them without Lesh, so you could force a buyback. Kind of scout it here.
Yep, they do now.
Yeah, they're in there. Devi will at least get the 35 Wisdom. It's a very little something for the side of Heroic. Obviously, the Roche is way more important. And now, who do you give the Aegis to? I feel like it should just be Storm, but maybe they give you a Toro to high ground. Yeah, they will. Okay. It's a lot of safety. Obviously, you send him up, he pops meta, starts hitting the tower, or he just hits it with Demon Zeal.
Yeah, I mean, that's... We talk about these transformation heroes all the time, but when you have a shard like Demon Zeal, you don't lose as much if you don't have the meta available.
Yeah, so you probably just Zeal on your first life, and then in case you get jumped, then you have Metzes for the full secondary round. Has a banner on this too, so...
Oh, opening onto Devi. Already such low HP. Gets off the Rolling Thunder though. Do they have enough damage to burn through it? The TP should be good. Actually kills the whole wave too. Up the epicenter. Ooh, collapse. Okay, a little misstep there.
Yeah.
Sorry about the jinx. That's 2 now.
How do we keep doing it?
Yeah, there's the sad Poogie in the pot. Jenkins and Slacks. Oh, but guess who stuck around? It was Whisper, and he's
Great
dead.
double stun from Collapse as expected.
Schofield trying to get away, and the song is too late. The buyback comes out as well from Whisper. They need to get value out of this. Yatoro pops the Metamorphosis along with the BKB. Devi gets off the Rolling Thunder. Actually, that was just the roll-up. He popped shortly after, and Whisper looks to be next. That is a dieback for the Lesh. As Yuma forced to BKB in retreat. And this might do it, potentially. There are a couple buybacks available for Heroic, but Spirit in a commanding spot right now. Jump in onto Collapse. There's the Yules. Have the Ice Path follow up. The right clicks will come. Yuma, very tanky. He's going to survive, and I guess without the Storm Spirit just going to hold off.
Yeah, Devi was feeling worried about...
What's that?
Okay.
Let's investigate that bug.
Okay.
Is that a Poogie bug?
Huh?
Okay, I don't know. No big deal. It's the map. You remember when the map used to just blow up after a certain point?
That's my favorite bug of all time in Dota. You know why it happened, right?
We've talked about it.
Let's wait with that. Schofield trying to live will not be successful.
Collapse will be on his ass, but there's the jump in from Yuma. They actually blow up Collapse. A big kill as Yuma now has to run away from Yatoro, already using the Sunder to stay alive. By doing a good job on top of the Ringmaster, the gem drops to the deck now.
Okay, of course he was successful in getting out on snap.
So a 3-for-1 in favor of Heroic.
Nice exchange.
It's not over yet.
Oh, maybe the thing that happened on the map might be sticker related somehow.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, when you meant... Ah, yeah, I thought you meant the Poogies in the bases. That somehow they were drawing some sort of trail.
Yeah, that seems likely.
The whole map falling apart thing was a matter of... there's like a... They had a table in which spell effects... I believe it was something like animations and spell effects were stored. And when that table got filled out, it just started doing random things. So the reason a hero like Darkseer was often in the Volcano games where it just start raining fire randomly was because Ion Shell was taking up a lot of slots in that array because it was animating so often, right? So you just keeps ion shelling waves all game. Eventually the arrays filled out. And some of the things that happened late game were, honestly, I kind of wish they never fixed that bug, but maybe it caused other problems that made them have to.
I mean, they can recreate it. Just have the map look like it's falling apart.
This whole Cataclysm thing, you know what? I want the Cataclysm to happen at 60 minutes. When the tier 5s come out, I want the skies to come down, but it needs to be random. That was also part of the charm, was it looked different every time.
Yeah.
So you need to have like a subset of ways in which the map can break. It'll be sick.
You have 10 themes, like Hail of Ice and Fire.
We could use weather effects again.
Locusts. Any Egyptian plague will do.
Yeah. And of course, the frogs.
Yes, love the frogs.
Most importantly, raining meteor frogs.
Oh, yes. All right, some pretty big items coming out from Heroic. We have the refresher for Naga Siren.
Hasn't really got much use out of the first one to begin with, so... Well, he gets 2 chances. They're going to smoke.
And Ags finally for Devi.
This is a key moment for Heroic. They're only 3k down, which...
Yeah. 20 seconds on the Aegis.
Surprising.
There, Devi gets off the Rolling Thunder. BKB instantly popped by Laurel, trying to open things up. He's taking a lot of damage, though. We'll finally get to the other side, but that's already the Aegis down. Luckily for Spirit, it was still intact. Now Collapse with the counter initiation with the Epicenter right on top of Whisper. He's all alone, though, as that's a Nightfall away for the Ursa. And now the song reset. Collapse and company, they find Devi. So in the end, it's a 2 for 2. 1 core dead on the Heroic side.
Not bad for Heroic. That was a fight into Aegis. It was a fight you maybe had to take, and it feels bad to take it, but now you avoid the situation where Spirit just go to your high ground, place a banner, and take a lane.
Yeah.
So honestly, I think that was pretty damn good from Heroic side to get
but
that
90 seconds of no Pango.
Yeah, I don't know if Spirit are going to really be able to force the issue with meta running out anyway.
Yeah, plus Yatoro is relatively close to Scotty.
Actually, it's a really long meta. He has the 25, doesn't he? Okay. Yeah, so it's not quite running out just yet. God. This spell is just something else. 80-second duration.
Not bad.
Well. You know me, I've always been a notorious hater of Metamorphosis.
Yeah, you have.
Terrorblade, the only hero in Dota with 2 ults.
Oh, you want the health drain back?
Oh, so the original, the hero that Terrorblade's obviously based around is the Demon Hunter from Warcraft 3, which had Metamorphosis as its ultimate ability on level 6.
Yeah, and it used to be his ultimate, too.
Yeah, exactly. So Meta was his ult for a long time, and then at some point it became Sunder, and before then he didn't have Reflection. He had something, I think it was called Soul Steal, was it? Where you started life draining a target.
It was like a shitty Pugna drain.
Yeah, and then at some point that one became castable while moving, and then it became really good.
Yeah.
And then, then they scrapped the idea entirely, gave him Reflection, and Metamorphosis became the 3rd spell, and then Sunder came in. So the current variant of Terrorblade we've had for very many years. But the hero has been through some variants, unlike a certain other hero in this game that is more or less the same since 2003. One of the OGs of Dota, Leshrac, has been like this forever. These 4 spells, they've changed the way the damage types work and whatnot, but in essence, he has the same abilities he always did. I think he's potentially the last hero left like that.
I'm sure there's an
Sven is different. He used to have an aura instead of Warcry.
You're counting that, huh? As
Yeah.
we have a smoke from Heroic. This is now a pivotal part of the game.
Yep. Crystal Maiden is kind of close. She used to have Lich's Frost Blast instead of Crystal Nova, but the rest was the same.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Boy, she got fucked.
Oh, Crystal Nova is much better. It's a much bigger AoE.
Collapse. Gets gone on. Do they have the damage with the Ursa? Absolutely. That's 100 seconds. And Yatoro has to BKB in retreat mode. That is huge for Heroic. Unfortunately for them, Roche won't be up for a minute 20.
They could still possibly force something out of this. I mean, they don't have the best pushing lineup, though.
Yeah. Well, when Roche spawns, it'll still be about 30-ish seconds BKB for Yatoro. terms of how much the cooldown is. So we'll see. Actually, that's incorrect. That's very incorrect. You should have corrected me. It's 10 seconds.
I wasn't listening.
Okay, good. That was the most incorrect thing I've said all day, and that is saying something.
There is no way that's true. You've had ample opportunities to say something dumber, so you must have.
So that kill, I'm not saying it wasn't good, but they can't really take advantage of it.
Yeah. Not even getting a tier 2 is a bit surprising, though. I thought maybe it would at least get a tower, which might not seem like the biggest of deals, but this is the type of game where just getting some sort of progression on the map so that if you win a secondary fight, you can start thinking about barracks.
Yeah.
A tier 2 tower is effectively like 15 seconds considering glyph and everything, so. Okay, we're set up again. Spirit in position, no Sand King yet, though.
15 seconds on BKB for Yotaro. They're going to be playing this a bit passively. I would think the jump in from Whisper right on top of Panto gets off the ice pad. He just bought an Agnes Scepter. The box will save him for the time being. Eventually we'll take out the Whisper. Actually, they're ignoring him completely. And now Laro jumps in with the Electric Vortex. The buyback onto the Ringmaster still has his ult. Whisper attempting to run away. Attempting to TP. The ice pad completely misses, but Collapse is there to finish the job. He gets the Yules as well onto the Naga Siren. Down goes another member in Divai. 3 dead, and it just cost a buyback onto a support. You get a second gem at your disposal as well.
And you get the Roche.
That is
heroic.
Oh, man.
That was probably not the time and place to overextend. Well, it wasn't. But to even take the fight to begin with, I'm not sure. I think they kind of just wanted to get a pick and then go for Roche, but the fight develops into a much bigger bargain than what they asked for. And that is really, really rough. Yotaro now with another Aegis, another banner. Give him a refresher. Let's see who that goes to. So, scouting out with this Naga illusion and pulling the wave, and then they get in, they get the vision on Whisper. The box is actually super important here. Getting the Leshrac, or
they
getting
forget
the
he
Kira.
exists.
And this, you're effectively, you're outlasting Leshrac's BKB and everything, and now that they try to disengage, they get caught on the way out on Lesh. He gets the Yule off on the Naga, so off on the right side, he finds 2 kills for his team on Collapse.
He cancels 2 TPs himself.
Yes.
That's so insane. Yeah, now their buildings are melting very, very fast. That is a second lane for Spirit.
I feel like all Heroic wanted in that fight was just to kill 1 hero and go Roche.
Yeah, probably.
But yep, it wasn't on their terms.
Honestly, kind of unlucky that it was such a long spawn as well, as Yotaro can take the brunt of the Mortimer's kisses. Killing off the wave mostly, though. As Yuma, what's he working on here?
Ags.
Yeah, he's not that close, though. Spirit, they
the
don't
biggest
have a
item
wave.
you can have right now is buyback.
The wave
Only
is
got it
up.
on the supports. No cores have buyback on Heroic. If they were to get killed now, it would be a disaster.
Oh my, Laurel. Laurel, he finds him, gets the Hex. Where's the backup? Already at half HP, and now the Wheel of Wonder coming in. Misses again. Attempted TP, he's fine. That was a harder Wheel of Wonder, to be fair.
Yeah. I don't think that was possible, actually. So.
Has he hit one yet?
Yeah.
Okay, just check. Schofield on the high ground. Yotaro now. Metamorphosis, goodbye, tier 3.
And if nothing else, they did force the Ursa BKB.
Oh, and the spotlight actually showing Schofield. It's got to be annoying.
The 70-second cooldown on Ursa BKB is a pretty big deal here.
Yeah, that's true. How do they fight? They get the Hex. They're putting everything onto Terra Blade right now. Can he get the Sunder? No. But that's just life number 1. Whisper, despite having the BKB, will melt. TP is actually going to be canceled from Collapse again. A nice split arc onto 2 with the Rolling Thunder to follow. Collapse gets the Burrow Strike onto the low ground. Divide, there's the refresher for Yotaro. Can still fight if he wants. A Swashbuckle, not quite enough to take out Root. Boxes himself. And now the Hex initiation. Gonna get the cookie to stay alive for Divide. Yotaro still inside of this ice pad as coverage is gone on by the bear, but that Sunder comes out, and now Yuma has to run. Collapse is there, a nice stun. That's gonna be the Song of Siren for KJ. But again, it's only gonna buy a little bit of time as now the buildings are likely gonna fall. But they get the double stun onto the Soren Spear and the Sand King. That's gonna be very close, but finally they get They get the Storm Spirit. Triple kill for Yatoro, though. They cannot deal with this Terrorblade at all. The buybacks come out in full from Spirit, so it's a 5 versus 3. Certainly want to end it here.
Laurel has, he's re-arrived. See if he can get the connection.
Collapse. And they get the Electric Vortex. They have the vision. The Wheel of Wonder this time is successful on the bear with the right clicks to follow. Down goes Yuma. Has the buyback, but he has very little in terms of teammates. They're just going to call it GG as Spirit will take this 2-0.
A much more interesting and much closer game than game one, but ultimately Spirit, again, outclassing, and it's in classic Spirit fashion. It's what I've been praising Heroic for as well, this team fight execution and the overall idea of how to play those mid-late game positions. Spirit is just a monster when it comes to that. So I do like the matchup for Heroic of the way they win games is what you need to beat Spirit. Unless you can crush them in the lane, you have to be able to play these late game clutches, but Spirit's just too good.
Too good, Richard.
I remember that guy. No, but yeah, Spirit, incredible comeback in that game. Obviously, if you're going to let a Terrorblade do Terrorblade things will happen unto thee.
Yeah, I think there was a point in the game that they were down 5K, 6K gold, but I actually felt like they were going to win. I said...
You did say it out loud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you did.
I said it backstage. People were like, oh, it's going to be a 2-1, 3-game series, and I said, no, 2-0. And I think, for me, it was a lot about just... I saw how the team fights were playing out for Heroic. They were, I think, a bit sloppy on them. Like, Deviwa was going a bit too deep. Whisper's diving in for these kills. And, like, sure, maybe they're, like, getting one-off kills, but I think that the spellcasting for Spirit, like, the kiting that they were able to do in these fights, and late game collapse. Like, his stuns, his catches, his TP cancels, it was insane.
Was just so clutch down the back nine. But I do want to say, I mean, some of these team fights, they were long, they were chaotic. There were some stinky wheels being thrown out there. They were real...
It's a very hard spell to hit.
No, don't get me wrong. It is a high skill spell for sure, but still.
It's a hard Ringmaster game into Pango.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that, like, this fight, for example, where he uses the box.
That was such a good box. They just let the Jakiro walk away.
Yeah, they box and then glimmer him. And it's, you know, you're invisible with huge immunity to magic.
And then right here, look.
I'm going to just say White Mom would never. He would have been hitting all of them in this game.
That's probably true. And then not in his pubs. Not in his pubs.
30% win rate.
I mean, it's just, this is just so classic Spirit. Like, they really look like they're on point. This looks like prime Spirit. Yatoro, huge in the fights, doing a ton of damage. His team force staffing him out, glimmering him, like really clutch plays all around, because there's one thing where a player is like clutching something, like an individual player. Collapse, of course, he was clutching a lot in this game.
And
but
this
like,
guy, 90%.
Yeah, that's insane.
Wild.
That's insane.
Like that's
but
what he's doing.
You need the supports that are keeping him alive. You need Yatoro that's going to be pumping out damage. You need Laurel who's going in. Like the play bot where he zipped in to find Yuma and made him use his BKB. That was a heads-up play. He even used the cheese to do that on Laurel. And sure, Yuma gets out, but uses the BKB. Then we watch this last fight. He gets Sunder off because Yatoro clutches a play. Why didn't he have BKB for the Sunder? Because Laurel and Collapse went on him earlier.
BKB there, they probably kill Yatoro. Maybe the game extends an extra 5 minutes.
Exactly.
Well, anyway, gonna try not to get starstruck. Slacks is about to interview Panto.
That's right. I am with Panto, my friends. Panto, incredible series there. Full confidence. Let's talk a little bit about it. Do you remember game one at all? What hero were you playing? This is a quiz.
I was playing Pugna.
That is correct. You were the Pugna. You know, some people might have said that you were probably really going to suck that game. Did you feel like you did appropriate sucking in game one?
I feel confident about my sucking, so this game went well. I mean, sometimes Vessel can make it hard, your life, to suck, but I mean, it was anyway good.
Thank you for that, Panto. All right, let's talk about the series overall. Jakiro coming out game two. You get bored of playing Jakiro. It's a very highly, contested hero. Does a lot in the games, but compared to other metas, maybe not the saddest hero to play.
I mean, this hero okay because I get bored to play with a facet on attack because we all wait too hard with Yatoro, and I gave them a little handicap with another facet. So and also I was 0-3 at the beginning, and game was slowed down because when I don't do anything, my team also AFK. So it was a little bit rough start, but in mid game and late game we were better.
Absolutely. I mean, I could tell that you kind of did that on purpose. You know, you let the enemy feel that confidence and then you tear it away from them. Did you feel throughout the entire series that you guys would probably do pretty good versus Heroic? They've been having kind of a pretty good tournament, and you guys have been, you know, getting your steps.
I respect Heroic a lot because they have unique ideas and usually they're working out. But from our past series, I feel that we are not good opponent for them because we are like kryptonite, I guess, because it's like 3 or 4 series in a row we are winning, so we were really confident about this series.
Okay. Is there any team that you're not confident about facing, especially ones that are still here? I mean, obviously we lost many last time. Are you excited to face anybody in particular?
I'm scared of OG, to be honest. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
You know, they got best score after games. I don't know, it's Bucharest in English. Yeah, it's that they win and lost only best teams who compete to playoffs. So I think they're not bad.
All right. You think they're going to win versus PARIVISION? You guys know Pari very, very well.
No, Pari.
No?
They're playing against BB.
They're playing against BB?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I goofed again. What? They going to win against that?
Yeah. Can we cut it?
No, we can't cut it. It's live. I'll prove it to you. Say something really messed up. No, you don't have to do that. I'm just kidding. All right. So, any words out there to the team spirit? I know you guys have a lot of people that are always like, oh, they get so mad when you guys lose, and now you finally got to win for those loyal fans. Anything to say to those boys?
Just thanks, everyone.
Hell yeah. Thanks, boys. All right, the team spirit is back. We're going to see more. Well done. Good clap on that one as well. God damn, Panto's on it today. All right, well, throw it back to you guys.
These interviews have just been chaos and carnage. I love it. But look, you were saying, the reason I made a joke about being starstruck, you were saying that like you love watching Panto play and you think he's like a really good player. I just wanted to, pick your brains a little bit about what you like about him.
I think he's very active. Like, I think a lot of the new generation of 5s are very proactive in their movements. They're not like the slow, because Dota these days the supports get their items, they actually have impact in the games. They're not like brown boots and a stick. So I think his spellcasting is very good. He plays the heroes that sets up his team. And I think, like he said, if his game's slow, the team doesn't really make moves. So there's like so much riding on his ability to make moves, make smoke calls, press his spells in the correct way that I think it's just really cool to watch.
I think that's one thing that it's hard to see as a viewer is like how much of the early game calls are made by the 5, because a lot of the time they're actually
with a core usually.
Yeah, it's always a trio with the 5 in it. It's like the off lane, the mid, the 5, the 4, the mid, the 5. It's always with the 5.
Yeah. Well, guys, it's been great hanging out. That's it. It's the end of our shift, but we are going to be swapping in. It's going to be Lacoste, T-Governor, and Shiva, and they're going to be bringing you an absolute banger. It's going to be OG versus BetBoom. You don't want to miss it, so stick around after this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
They're top 8 here at PGL Wallachia Season 6.
Against PARIVISION, I think our drafts were nice. I feel like we had an advantage in both games, draft-wise, but it was a bit YOLO from us. I think we played some heroes that we didn't really play in practice, but also coming to this event, we kind of understood that because we didn't get too many scrims coming in. So I think it just was a it was a good day for us.
EM looking for the black hole potentially. He's already at half HP, taking a melt strike. He's ethereal, but he's dead.
This is
Dopage
real bad.
destroys him. 3 dead for PARIVISION on the doorstep of OG's base.
I feel like we probably should have lost game 2, but they let us get away with a bit of greed, playing from so far behind as well. And then I think we just had the right answers to their heroes. At some point, it was just a bit too hard for them to fight into us.
They're in a lot of trouble now as the right clicks from Satanic are truly stacking up, but there's the Primal ult right on top of that chicken head. He's dead. 120 seconds of no Kez.
I think against Tundra, specifically the game 2 that we lost, I felt that we played the Naga wrongly. There was this fight in the triangle where Natsumi was actually sending his BKB over and he blinked in, and he blinked into the fight before his BKB reached, and he thought he had BKB, and that was kind of GG for us.
Natsumi is down.
For game 3, we just, I had this conversation with Scam, like, I think the whole team is like, hey guys, just remind you guys how to play Naga, what we want to do.
He does try his absolute best now, moving on to Nico, trying for the Centaur, but he's going to be so careful because Natsumi is just doing too much damage. Pure, he'll make his way out, but he can't do it. Yopaj will cut him off.
And Nico just said like, hey, you can pick me Centaur here. It's not really a hero we play very often, but he's been pubbing it, and you know, it just made the draft look good.
Nico, he's in with the workhorse, trying for Whitemore now. Double stun as well. Ari,
that's it.
That's too kind of you, Ari. No need for that, sir.
I think in some games against Tundra and Pari, for me personally, I feel good in the games where we are clean and we are calm. You know, like that's kind of my role also as a coach. I think in game 1 versus Liquid, we had a plan to kind of play away from certain areas, and we ended up going back there anyway. I think the game was totally playable after watching the replays, but I think the draft was, I feel like they got what they wanted. Game 2, we didn't have the information we needed to make the adjustment. I think I'll put it that way. And from the laning stage and the Wisdom Rune fight, the game just totally fell apart. After we faced Team Liquid, we had like a little meeting, and I told the team that obviously Liquid's playstyle is very different from the rest, and it's hard to adjust because we don't play any teams that are like similar to them or as fast as them. Our series against Heroic, I think in game 1, we were kind of testing waters with the gyrocopter because they actually never 8 slot for like first overall pick the gyro before. So I thought that maybe they might leave it and we get it on 9, which would have been kind of nice. But I say they really manned up and just picked the gyro, and they had good bans against us, so we didn't really have a very good answer to what they had. Game 3 was kind of 50-50. I feel like there were things they could have done better that they would have just kind of taken over the game. Well, the game should have been harder for us. They were in that position, but again, I think we played well and made the right adjustments, and eventually we managed to, thankfully, take game 3.
Whisper is going to go down to Natsumi's right click. Divide has to run away, and the GG's finally called.
They were talking about it outside, and like apparently like 2 years ago, before Yuma joined Heroic, he used to play against MOUZ, and Nico was in MOUZ, and Nico would play Primal and he would play Morph, and Nico would always kill him. Always happen every game. Every team is like pick your poison against us so far. So the heroes we play are kind of unique, you know, like people play like, I guess Chen Naga are like up there, but for us people are banning like Bristle, Abba, Primal, you know, these heroes. Then we also have like this Wind Ranger, this Beastmaster kind of thing. We do have heroes, it's just that every team like takes the approach differently, and for me it's I'm still kind of new to this drafting, like it's been a while, and figuring out like what heroes fit for us in what situations has been a process that we've been going through. For the rest of the tournament, I feel like our goal as a team is to continue being consistent. I think that's like our main goal overall, is like we want to play Dota at this level and we learn from there. You know, if we win, we win, we lose, we lose. Or at least the matchup I'm looking most forward to is Liquid again. I think we play them again, it's gonna be different. We don't have expectations, we just want to play our best and see where it takes us.
They just want to play their best and see where it takes them. Well, it has already taken OG and BetBoom to top 8 guaranteed. They're in the upper bracket. They will go head-to-head in our upcoming series on day 1 of the playoffs. You're watching PGL Wallachia Season 6. I'm Shiver. Fresh panel, second half of the day, and second panel here as well with Tigov and Lacoste. Lacoste, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Excited to see BetBoom Team in action because we've seen a lot of these one-sided games where the game's kind of over 20 minutes in. With BetBoom, you never know.
The wild factor, we like that.
You chose them. I would say SEA's back on the cards. You know, they're getting top 8. Of course, OG picking them up. Like, I'm excited to see them play. How far can they go?
How far can they go? Okay, it's time to dive into this because it's not very frequent, Tigov, that we see an SEA team making it this far in a Tier 1 tournament.
Yeah, so I did a little bit of a deep dive. I looked at both 2024 and 2025 to see how SEA was doing. And unfortunately, the stats aren't very good for them. Of course, as you know, they don't often make it to the final couple of days, but for 16-team tournaments like Wallachia, you can see here that the best placement in the last 2 years was 3rd place, right? It was with Talon, 23 Savage. That was the one showing. But after that, their average placement for the region was 9th position. And then when you look later down for both 12-team tournaments and 10-team tournaments, they often just drop to the bottom 50%, often coming last as well. So for the region, the last 2 years have not been good for, international Dota. But the way that OG is playing, the way that, this recently picked up Aureus stack is playing, they could maybe break what, the stats are saying about the region.
Yeah, it feels like success in the making.
Oh, absolutely. I like that they also started strong, which is what you want to see a lot of the times with the teams joining new org. There's a lot of pressure on them, but seems like by having Seb and Notil behind them, it does seem a lot of that pressure is kind of relieved.
And for people that normally, I don't know, maybe there's people that just don't tune into group stages, which is a silly thing to do, but that just joined the playoffs, and you want to describe OG's playstyle. What should we expect from them today?
One word, just relentless.
Relentless.
Yeah, no matter what, through thick and thin, they will try to make the game playable. And I think that kind of mindset is just really hard to obtain naturally across all 5 players. Often you rely on one guy to be that, but I feel like the team vibes, it is scary as long as they can get into the game on an even footing.
I think speed is also their arch nemesis as well. Being an SEA team, they are sometimes very slow. I think it showed a lot in a series against Team Liquid when they played against them. They pretty much lost in 20 minutes. The second game was 37 minutes, kind of over as well in 20 minutes. And BetBoom Teams is also a team that is super strong in terms of having strong laning stage and then turning that into victory. But in this tournament, they kind of had, I would say, some slip-ups and some they had the longest game of the tournament as well. So kind of hard to expect which BB team is going to show up today.
Yeah, and quite a lot of overlap here for the heroes that both of these teams have played. But when we look at a little bit closer to BB team, they are often mentioned as one of the faster teams together with Team Liquid. So that would be a tough challenge for OG to overcome here. And Lacoste, you did a little bit of a deep dive in what BB team's been playing so far.
Yeah, BB team, I feel like it's after seeing all of their drafts, especially the first phase picks and how it did play out for them, that you could see some patterns happening in terms of the hero picks that they've been winning with and heroes that they've been losing with. There's a lot of heroes on the screen, but those are the circled ones. They started the tournament pretty strong in terms of the heroes that they've been using with their Jakiros openers as well. And you can see that on the other side as well, the hero that they've been mostly losing to is that they've been losing to Jakiro. They've been losing to first pick Primal Beast. And these are the heroes that they never managed to beat. And these are also the heroes that they have 100% win rate. So I think coming into the series, these 2 heroes are going to be heavily contested, at least for the BetBoom side.
I think, yeah, especially for Kotomi, I kind of enjoy when he gets to play his couple heroes, because I feel like as a player in the 5 role, he masters 2 to 3 heroes to the highest levels. Yes. But then his other heroes kind of go, okay. Like when he entered the scene, he was the tree guy, right? He was the only treant player. When he plays tree, he could win anything. But then when he played other heroes, he's kind of like a little bit more human. And
I know why you're excited while you're talking about him. He is playing position 5 Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I like Spirit Breaker. I do. I'm a simple man. I got like 1,200 games on the hero. It's a very high skill hero, guys. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Yeah.
All right.
Give me the tip. How do you prime it?
Well, you just
2 times in a row and tip and tricks.
That's the
3
thing.
times in a row.
No, you need to like pay for Dota Plus and then you start doing that way. It's actually low-key pay to win, but yeah.
Any cosmetics related?
That's actually for a weatherman later on. Don't leak.
Support heroes, I have a thing in common that they always want to build up their carry, and we should talk about these two carries a little bit here.
Yeah, Kiritic, he has been playing a lot of, I would say, heroes that are in meta. For Natsumi, not as much. We are seeing some different stuff. His carry Wind Ranger that he found some success with, and he also did play some other stuff that maybe other carry heroes don't want to actually touch. The big one is Troll. Like, we've seen this hero, like, even on the last pick, it's just a hero that a lot of the times it's just so hard to predict what he's gonna do, but it kind of fits as well the playstyle of both of them. I was maybe even a little surprised that Kiritic isn't playing Troll Warlord, considering that he likes to run the hero. He did play it in the last couple of tournaments as well.
Yeah, I think for Kiritic at least, he looks at the moment like quite a traditional carry. Like, you see his hero pools like Abaddon, Gyrocopter, but you know from like history, he likes to play some of the more aggressive carries like the CK that we don't ever see him ever play again. But in some games it could be viable, but it really just feels like Natsumi, he has a little bit more maybe freedom within OG. He's allowed to play more heroes, but kind of the systems installed by BB, it's like we need this type of carry. So I think we are seeing like creativity from OG and structure from BB. That's like the big defining aspects of both of these teams.
I'm also going to throw it out there. Kiritic, when he was used as a stand-in for BetBoom Team during one of the tournaments throughout the year, he looked very strong. Like, he looked like very good fit for the team, and there's a good reason why they picked him up, why they swapped him. He looked, I would say, more stable than Pure, like in terms of some of the mistakes that he did, but he also did replicate some of those plays in the last couple of games that he did play, especially the Gyrocopter game that he did have against GamerLegion. In that game number 1, he got caught off guard multiple times in a row. Kind of, I would say, unexpected from him, but he also does have, I would maybe even call him like the tamest version of Kiyotaka from the mid lane.
The
like
tamest version?
Yeah, the more tame version in terms of like what he does. Sometimes he's also unpredictable with the plays that he makes.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's good mostly. Like, Kiyotaka is just an insane player, you know, in terms of like what he does.
Maybe
he's gonna have like one random move. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I think Kiritic does it, but maybe in 1 out of 10 games.
Okay.
I do miss Kiyotaka though.
Kiyotaka, I miss
like,
that guy.
My guy, like the way that he played, it's like every pub game you feel like Kiyotaka's in it somehow.
Kiyotaka,
you know the throws are
Kiyotaka,
coming.
take it.
It was so beautiful.
I mean, there's a reason though he is not on either of these teams. Obviously, he used to be on BB Team at some point, but GPK is the one that that BB Team went for. I will say GPK has had some great games here too, and he sometimes also has those moments. So it's maybe it's a team.
Thank you for saying that, because I was going to actually talk about how GPK's tournament so far during TI. He leveled up. Like, every game he was playing, he was fixing the laning errors that was happening from his safe lane. Like, he was doing so much. Move towards tournaments now, he's not on that level. He's toned down a bit. He went from being like a 10 out of 10 to like an 8 out of 10. Like, he's playing Doom mid. He's losing on his like signatures like Puck and Lesh.
He did lose a Puck.
He's not as controlling as he was throughout TI, but.
And I like the bans. I see OG removing that Jakiro immediately, and also BB giving respect to Primal Beast. These are the heroes that they haven't managed to beat. These are the heroes that they want to be playing as well.
And Centaur, fully ignored at the moment. A hero that is so pivotal for certain teams, and we'll see if OG is going to be respecting that, because I feel like if it is available, BB will be taking it for themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely seeming like the hero of the tournament with the Centaur, one of the most picked heroes as well, with 28 games to his name.
Super strong laner. We saw multiple combinations with the hero, mostly PARIVISION. I don't think they lost a single game with the hero. They are pairing it up with Chen a lot of the times. Kind of self-sustainable off-laner if he's off to a good start. We're seeing a bit of a newer build as well, not going for Retaliate, instead putting a point in Double Edge, which does give you a kill threat in the lane, which does allow you to get to your Helm of the Dominator timing earlier, and then you start to snowball multiple ways you can itemize the hero. Saves, we saw so many clutch saves coming out from Centaur with the card.
Also with Centaur, it might sound kind of stupid to say, but he can buy any utility and it doesn't look bad.
Yeah.
Some off lanes, you buy a Lotus or a Pipe, it looks quite ugly, but Centaur, you can buy anything on the hero because your natural spells make you feel good. So if you buy like a Hex, sure, it's fine. Centaur has Hex. If you buy Lotus, it's fine. Like, everything you buy on Centaur feels good. So if you can get there. No problem.
Why are they taking so long to think about the first pick? Surely this should have been, you know, you got a full day to prepare, sort of.
I will always agree with you there. I am worried normally, but with the MOUZ ban, probably. Ooh,
I was taking Centaur as well.
Yeah, ban MOUZ pick Centaur, but they go for Gyrocopter.
Does Gyro do extra well against Centaur? And we did see Gyro is one of the overlapping heroes for the teams.
50-50, because in the lane, Gyro can use Barrage, chase down the lane with Afterburner Facet and be really aggressive. But post lane, if Centaur buys Crimson, Gyrocopter will do no damage until he gets to like 3rd, 4th item.
No, I'm still fine with the Centaur in general, just being able to kite against him. You did mention Crimson. Marcy was still left in the pool, so they're going to go with that one. Potentially a flex, but we haven't seen too much of Marcy position 4.
No. As soon as OG picks up a Gyrocopter, again, Natsumi has been playing it. I normally will lean towards wanting the Marcy in a core role. Marcy, when it was introduced into competitive, was the anti-range carry hero, right? You buy Basher early on, you can, sorry, not Basher. You buy BKB early on, then can go Basher after if you want. That's like the old school build. Of course, there's now Dominator in between that, but you always lock onto the ranged hero and you can kill them. So I hope for BB's sake, it is just a core.
They are betting out Juggernaut. Kiritich, he did have some really nice games as well, some really clutch plays that he did in that really long game where he almost finished the throne, like really pushing the limits of the hero between 5 heroes, managing to spin TP out. It's a hero that comes online super quickly. It's something that Gyro doesn't like to play into because of the Omni Slash, double Omni Slash as well with the Aghanim Scepter.
Do you think they had glyph training after that game?
Oh yeah, they had to. They had to for
Some
sure.
glyph
because
Someone must have had a stern talking to.
We need the who
yeah,
used
the
glyph?
website.
Did you use that for that panel or?
No, we didn't check, but I believe it was Miero because he was TPing in, so I assume he's the one who collected.
Protected TP, yeah.
Yeah. We got the Lycan band out as well, speaking of Miero.
Yeah. Again, OG, they showed that they have slight weaknesses against pacing, and also in the interview that we heard before this series, we heard 343 mention that OG was respecting certain areas of the map against teams, and I feel like Lycan is one of those heroes that will take over areas of the map. So maybe that is a potential weakness that they currently face as a roster.
Are we at all surprised that so far these teams are just ignoring Centaur and Jakiro for that matter?
Jakiro's banned.
And Primal for that matter.
So Primal's first phase banned for BB.
banned.
Jakiro's BB for OG.
My bad.
No,
Just Centaur.
There we go.
Like even
You
Centaur.
were really hyped about that one.
I was.
Even Centaur with Marcy is still an okay lane if they want to run it because you have somebody to throw it in. And I know there were a couple of games where there was Miero playing Centaur. He did even put a second point into Double Edge in these type of lanes just to be able to burst down the heroes. So this is going to be the position 4. I think Save didn't have too big of a hero pool so far in the tournament. He only played 4 heroes, mostly Shadow Demon that pretty much nobody had the good success with. He's still at 0% win rate, so glad that they're not going that route. Muerta, Hoodwink, and the Clown. These are pretty much the heroes that he did play.
Do you feel like he needs to have a deeper hero pool here, or are you happy with the heroes he's playing?
not necessarily. These heroes are like not banned out. He's also the master of some of these heroes. He's one of the best, if not the best Muerta player. Same goes for the Hoodwink. And you can't really focus on that considering that we are in the meta where you are banning out mostly these tanky offlaners.
Yeah. Also, BB does play with like formula being a thing. Like we need this type of laning phase to then play this type of mid game. They're kind of semi-scripted. So I think having players on smaller hero pools enables them to follow that script and be so dominant.
Guys, Tim
Yeah.
is the only player that is winning on Shadow Demon.
It is egregious the win rate. 26.9%, 26 games played. But Tim's,
How do you win?
Yeah, Timothy is really good on that hero.
But it's because he's a 4. You know, we've seen some players try to play at 5. And I think OG, they are picking it in both first phase and second phase. But I think normally they have lineups that they get to utilize Disseminate. They are utilizing the stacks. The save feels good. They're not like when you're on a skirmish lineup with an SD, it can feel kind of weird. But when you have big cores around you, it amplifies your game. So I think they just draft nicely around Shadow Demon.
Wow, Beastmaster on the offline has quite a terrible record there. Actually, on the mid, actually has a terrible record overall.
It's just a loser, yeah.
How come? I thought it was one of the stronger heroes right now.
I legit don't have the answer for that one. I still do consider Beastmaster to be strong as a hero, strong laner, can clear the stack, gives you a lot of momentum. Maybe that he has been in meta for so long, so people do understand the timings of the hero, so they know how to actually counter it and play against him. Because if you shut him down, if you rotate the Beastmaster's lane relatively early, he's the guy who's very slow. Like, you're not buying boots of speed on Beastmaster, so you can, like, you have maybe an extra second, you know, to do the gank on the offlane because he isn't as speedy. And a lot of the times you know where Beastmaster is going to be on the map. Like, he takes certain areas of the map and you can kind of predict where he's going to be, so he is a bit more easy to gank, I would say.
There's the Centaur.
Yep. I thought it was going to come in earlier in the draft. It does make sense, even though you are playing into Beastmaster. This is the Shadow Demon counter as well, because you're not slowed by the ulti from Shadow Demon. It gives your core another life, pretty much. It gives you life with the Stampede and potentially as well coming out from the Aghanim Scepter later on.
I have the answer for your Beastmaster question.
Okay.
The majority of Beastmaster games played so far
Yeah.
are from all eliminated teams.
Okay.
GamerLegion over like 4 games, XG a couple games, Nigma Galaxy 1 game. Like the wins, they're coming from PVision, they're coming from OG.
The better team.
Yeah. So unfortunately, the stats are skewed between group stage teams and playoff teams.
Then one more question, just for my peace of mind. I know Natsumi played a Beastmaster game and won with it, so that's nice for him. But do they flex the gyrocopter at all? Like, is there still flex potential there, or are we just locking this in and we're needing a pos 5 for last pick?
Because Gyro was a support around like 8 months ago, I would argue it's always maybe an option if the drafter has this mindset, but I don't think OG needs to, right? Like, you just have a really strong lineup. You've got the Beastmaster in the off lane, the Gyrocopter has protected the Beast, so there's no anti-Beast hero. You've got the Shadow Demon to make stacks for Gyrocopter to farm. Storm's your mid lane against no real big lockdown, right? You've got, for BB, it's what, Bushwhack and a Stomp. You can't really rely on Marcy. It's like not the best lockdown for a Storm Spirit. OG's lineup is just very coherent, well-rounded. They just need a position 5, and they can play most game states out. For BB, though, it really feels like they're prioritizing Centaur getting the early aura, and then play through the fact that Marcy will be this tempo. And it looks like it is going to be a carry, Marcy.
Yeah,
so for GPK, he needs to counter it on the mid lane.
Depending on what they're going to pick as their overall last pick, I feel the Centaur will need to adjust his item build. We've seen different itemization from the Centaur. Basically, if you need catch, if your mid laner is not going to be providing it, we saw Helm into Blink Dagger from DM a couple of times. We saw like some Lotuses if it's a good game for it. He's also going to be needing Aura in this game because there's a lot of magic damage. Might even need to pick up the Crimson as well. So we'll see. For the mid laner, for BetBoom Team, what are we thinking? Something with good catch, something cheap.
The question is, do they want catch to kill the Storm, or do they just want to bully the lane and go, you know what, we are going to win this game before OG gets online, right? Because you could look towards the Huskars and the big anti-Storm heroes if they want that logic, or you're moving more towards like Ember, Tiny, if you want to have that extra little bit of catch to try and punish him.
I'm down for some Ember. I feel like you have a hero that, even though you have Centaur, but also being able to catch Shadow Demon in the backlines, find someone else with the Gyrocopter as well. So you basically have your position 1 and your position 3 who can build into Helm of the Dominator. So it's going to be a lot of momentum, again, from BetBoom Team. It's going to be a lot of map pressure. And then I just feel you need something from the mid lane that can give you that catch that you need.
Wow.
The way that they're drafting that, I feel like BB's not going to respect the need for extra control and just try to win the lane. Because the lane winners, it's Huskar, Viper, you could argue maybe a little bit of Leshrac for also post-lane tempo. Like, I like the Ember. I'm a fan of it, but part of me feels like they just don't care.
Wow. The ban comes for the Shadow Fiend. We also had a Troll ban as the last ban from BB Team, so they're still somewhere thinking a flex might be possible, or it would just be good to lane against a Centaur to make it work either way.
Yeah, it's always good to be mindful, right? I think Gyrocopter 5 isn't the hardest hero to play, even if you haven't played it recently. Barrage and Rocket, congrats, that's the hero done.
Let's see, it's up to OG first to select a hero for themselves, and they will get themselves an Abaddon.
I've been very impressed by
carry.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by Abaddon's because this is Abba plus Gyro that we've seen from some other teams as well, position 5+, and he's been shielding Gyrocopter. It's almost impossible to do. This has to be like one of the strongest lanes to try to push, like try to get some trades against Gyrocopter in the lane, because he has a Photic Shield, plus he has Rocket Barrage.
Okay. Let's go Pangolier. Just trying to stall out that aggression. We talk about catch. Kind of forgot to mention the Pangolier, but what are the lanes?
Natsumi Beastmaster.
Yeah, I'll say with the Abaddon pick, they've played it off lane, right, on Force. I think 3 times that was the stat. So as soon as they picked it up, it is a matter of Beast goes to carry, Abu is off lane, and it is going to be the support Gyrocopter. So it has been something that OG have been holding in. Of course, Heroic have kind of pioneered it in recent tournaments that the Gyro 5 can be playable. I think for OG, they're looking to be absolute menaces in this game, because I'm not seeing the take over the entire map from BB to completely break them. It kind of feels like Pango and Marcy have to do a lot of work to stop OG from just getting online.
Do we have a favorite draft coming out here from the teams?
I've been very impressed by Abaddon's, mostly from the carry role, but if the game is going to slow down, like you are going to be having these, like, you have a save from Abaddon, you have a save from Shadow Demon, you have relatively tanky cores from Beastmaster, Storm, and Abba. These heroes don't die as easily. Want to see if BetBoom Team can play some of these longer fights, but also I'm going to give a slight edge to BetBoom Team in this one. I do like the double helm that they're going to be bringing from the side lanes, and also Pango, like these heroes don't have that big of a mana pool. So the one Diffusal Blade could, in the longer fights, which is type of the fights that OG wants to play, could be very, very strong.
Even if BB do win the early game, OG has the type of draft to show the comeback potential, like the magic that they can just win any type of game. So I'm really looking at how well BB can take over the early game and the discipline of OG.
And which lanes in particular are you looking for that for?
I feel like, again, the mid lane is really important between Pango and Storm. Either of them with active runes can break quite a lot of the map.
Yeah, is there a favorite? Like, does either of the two come out on top, or is it just...
They both just farm. Yeah.
Okay. We're going to find out what's going to happen in this game. But first, we are going to check in with Coach Armen.
Absolutely, Sheever. I have a very important question. I know that you probably got a lot of drafts in your head, and then you see that last series, you say, oh, carry Marcy. And then you steal it. You just take it. Is that what happened? Were you planning on carry, or did you steal it?
I mean, that's exactly how it goes, you know. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, usually a lot of people ban Marcy against us, so I'm actually surprised I let it through. But yeah, different teams, different ratings, I guess.
Okay. A lot of confidence potentially coming out from OG. What did you think about that curveball of the support Gyro? Or was it a curveball for you? Were you expecting it?
We actually talked about it in the draft. Like, we expected that Gyro might be support, and they put the Beast carry, which they did at the end.
Okay, so everything was falling within the chess pieces, you know? You had your plans, it's come to fruition, you knew what they were going to do. How do you think you're going to fare on this one? Will it be a 2-0? Do you think you're going to destroy them, absolutely obliterate them?
I mean, I think it's too early to say that it's going to be 2-0, but I think overall we're quite happy with our draft that we got, and yeah, may the better team win game 1.
Absolutely. Going to stomp them, going to obliterate them. They'll probably quit the tournament. Thank you so much for that interview as we go into the game to see how it's going.
Thank you so much, Slacks. We are into game 1 between OG and BetBoom. Props to RMN, Jonathan. Very good sportsmanship there. Just better team wins here today. Yep. Jonathan, we don't care about better teams. I ask you the hard question. Who came out with the better draft?
Oh, it's really hard to say this time around. Normally, when I see the Centaur, I think Workhorse later on. I think the cart comes in. The save is ridiculous. At the same time, this kind of game for Centaur in terms of maximizing Workhorse offensively, not really amazing. Like, Marcy on Workhorse is like kind of sad. It's not like you have Dusa on top, just doing damage. So I think overall, in terms of playing the longer game that OG tends to enjoy, I would like OG's draft maybe slightly more. I just feel like you can rely on the scaling from Natsumi and Force in this kind of game, and yeah, they can kind of do a lot of work later on. It's just a matter of how do you engage in. We are taking a gander at all of the lanes, of course. Mid lane, Yopaj has been doing some pretty good work up against GPK on his signature Storm, up against that Pangolier of GPK, of course, and that is to be somewhat expected. I mean, there's some play that can come in for GPK. I will say the support rotation later on, if Save can kind of spare the time and work his way onto mid for, say, sometimes the Water Rune, probably the Power Rune, that is where it can kind of get exciting up against Yopaj. You've got a lot of hold that can come in. Even Kataomi, if he's free enough to walk out and let Kiritich just soak and farm by himself, there's going to be a lot of play. The lane so far for Save, pretty straightforward. It is a Centaur plus Hoodwink lane, double stun lane that can be threatening to Natsumi. The boars are going to be a consistent issue coming out here, of course, from Natsumi. Just constant poke, constant shove, free damage onto anyone that comes in. There's the threat of using the boar slow into Rocket Barrage, chase down from Skem. And they already cut the tree line for Save, right? Like with the Wild Axes, there's not going to be a natural tree line you can rely on for the Bushwhack. So you're forced to plant the tree with the Acorn, and we've seen a lot of carry players just be on point with Quelling Blade usage to just remove Bushwhack from the game. So it's not going to be a massive concern for Natsumi whatsoever. They are managing the lane nicely with a pulse, though, but it's not enough to really dissuade Natsumi here.
No, and you've got Skem on Pos 5 Gyrocopter, so it's kind of hard to even pressure him out. Pos 1 Gyro, I mean, yeah, it can be very frustrating, especially with that Rocket Barrage spam that can fly out later on, or even now even. We'll have to wait and see how they do go. Of course, how's the bot lane going? Of course, we've got a Kiritich Marcy, one of my personal most hated heroes, along with Kataomi, against Tims and Nico. Now, I don't really, like, do you think this is a hard lane for Nico? I feel like it shouldn't be.
It's a boring lane. Like, if you get a little bit aggressive here in the Marcy, it can be annoying. At the same time, you've got the heal from Kataomi, so do you really care? For the most part, you really don't. You can just kind of go for a maximum build-up on Bodyguard as a carry if you'd want to play greedier here, and if Kiritich expects a slower game, he could, but normally you always go maximum rebound first. We'll have to see. It's just such a passive lane that I don't necessarily see the full value in going all in on the rebound. Getting some aggression off onto Tims, but you know, Nico's always there with the Aphotic Shield as well. The one thing I'll say for OG is that normally when you see Nico Abaddon, we've seen a lot of games in Wallachia already where his Abba just is off to a slow start. He's forced to jungle. You know, you've got the Shadow Demon to kind of help with those stacks. This time around, the lane isn't awful for him. Like, he can farm. He's not going to be under kill threat anytime soon. So I'd like to see what he can do with some decent timings into, say, maybe a Radiance build up this game. He could opt for the Midas once more, even from an ahead position. I think Abaddon is one of those heroes that really wants EXP. No early rotation on those 4-minute water runes, so Yopaj and GPK are even there.
In big trouble here, Nico. He'll try to go for a run. Looks like Kiritich should have his way with him unless he can get the deny, but he can't. But Nico actually runs the other way. Kataomi not able to finish the job. The Aphotic Shield just in the nick of time. But there you go. I was asking the question earlier. Apparently it can be quite challenging.
And it can be. I mean, he's got to be pretty smart about his Aphotic Shield usage overall, of course. You kind of need that up against all the debuffs coming in from that Warlock. And Tims, you know, he's going to have to rotate in and out of the triangle. So there are moments for Nico when he's going to be left alone, going to be a little bit of a sitting duck. He's off to, again, a slow start, but not as bad as what we've seen from previous times for Nico on his Abaddon. We've seen a lot of games where Nico's just completely sacked. And again, this is still a slower game, but
Natsumi,
not as bad. Oh.
Big problems up at top lane for Natsumi as Miero able to secure first blood. Kataomi with the unexpected rotation on the Warlock, but it certainly pays off as now even Skem not going to make it by the looks of it. They've cut him off, bushwhack him up. That'll be a double up at top lane. Very nice rotation from Kataomi.
Now, I like this read from the side of BetBoom. The side lanes are generally a little bit slower on the side of OG. You know, when you think about where all of that activity happens, it tends to be from mid. I'm a bit surprised their target prioritization is onto these side lanes because, all right, Force will take some time to farm up Nico, you know, on Abaddon, not the quickest farmer. Natsumi can kind of flash farm, though, on the Beastmaster, so I'm not sure how much he cares that he drags a 3-man rotation instead of Yopaj getting sacked. Like, that's kind of the ideal world for OG. The Storm, and maybe lagging a little bit behind now with GPK starting to get a little bit of an edge, but he's still got access to runes. He gets lucky with a power rune as well. A little bit of an escape mechanism, or at least a way to dodge out a little bit more with that illusion rune. And it's been a quiet game for Yopaj, but that tends to be one of his happiest cases when there's no pressure mid. He's allowed to just farm evenly. He can try to utilize his level 6. Mind you, that threat is ready on GPK, but he does opt for the standard farming 3-3-0 build. No roll just yet. So probably just wanting that full diffusal first and get that farm accelerated, which means, again, You've got enough tempo on the sidelines from BetBoom to kind of sustain even without the Pango rotation. We'll see how much more they keep that pressure up, as they are still keeping a few eyes up on Natsumi. Again, getting these waves dragged back, trying to pressure onto the Beastmaster, who I'm curious to see what Natsumi's build will be, if it's going to be an Ags Rush or something like the Dominator to keep that farm game going and then kind of switch into the Ags later on. It kind of dictates how early Natsumi can kind of help out his other cores. And for BetBoom's part, I mean, they're happy enough, right? Like, this is a free lane for Kiritich. There's nothing slowing down our Marcy whatsoever. You're going to have the Dominator already up for Kiritich in short order, just a few hundred gold away. And once you're at that point, you know, we've seen some really good micro from those Dominators. The smoke breaks, just ways to be more annoying in these engagements. He's going to be set on that Marcy to be fairly well protected, unless you get some commitment from Yopaj, which I don't see coming out anytime soon. So you're in a nice quiet period here where BetBoom does have a bit more, although
Kiritich is going to be chased a little bit, but they can't really commit all the way. Nice little rotation again. Kanaomi going to ensure the Shadow Word is there to keep him healthy. And so no real pressure being applied here on this Marcy. I mean, she is a little bit behind when it comes to CS and net worth, as you can see. Overall, though, not the worst situation at all for good old Kiritich. Speaking of good situations, John, this Centaur Pango lane going very well, apparently.
That they have. Again, it's been pretty free so far. I think that additional pressure on Natsumi just freed up a lot of room for the side of BetBoom, for good old Miero to get a grip on his game. Their triangle's really intact as well. Same thing kind of goes for OG. The large camp is stacked up at the least. So again, that flash farm potential is there. I will say, I didn't quite have the space to say it, but that was an interesting slip of the tongue there, Mikey. Well, down bot, I don't think there's any situation where a gank onto your carry is pleasurable, but you know, you have your own way of enjoying Dota 2, I suppose, Mikey.
Well, what? Why is this about me now?
I don't know. It's you said it, not me. You know, it's on your mind, not mine.
Oh,
you know.
Well, I don't deny anything, John. OG?
Never sell, Mike.
Never. Yopaj? Oh, he's going to jump in. Kiritich, he's going to be targeted. Vortex back. They've got the Shadow Word. In fact, he's going to rebound in, trying to go for a fight. Instead, Nico is going to go down. It's not a good fight at all for OG, as they need to retreat. Kiritich confidently just turning around for the fight. And it seems like Skem also will have no way out. Yopaj, he's sticking around here. He'll try for Karaomi, but he's running quite low on mana here. The Storm, he's going to get bushwhacked up. Yopaj, he needs a zip TP out and he will commit it. But 4-0 already in the favor of BetBoom. What a fantastic start for the Radiant.
Oh yeah, wonderful time. Nico, not safe yet either. Does have at least a skill point for borrowed time, but already just a re-aggression coming out there from BetBoom down bot. Just consistent, knowing how strong this Marcy is at this point. And it just comes down to how much your side lanes won, right? Like we were talking about Yopaj having to make that call to rotate, but you're up against a Warlock with level 3 Shadow Word, now level 2 in that engagement, and a Marcy with just a value point and Bodyguard. It's just enough to sustain through. Even the stacks. A little bit surprised OG have not been able to build more, although.
Well, here we go again. Yopaj. Well, try for GPK just a little bit. Power Rune does end up spawning bottom anyway, so Save's going to pick up the Shield Rune for himself. A 3k advantage already for BetBoom, and it's going to get even bigger now. It's BetBoom, they've got plenty of stacks to take, and they'll do so right away, not allowing any kind of intervention from OG. BetBoom, again, doing fantastic work. Natsumi is top the net worth board for now, but everyone after him, all the cause of BetBoom.
Yeah, and this is just very reminiscent of what we've seen sometimes from OG when they do run this ABBA offlane. Right, like Nico's behind, he's just going to sit and farm. He's going for the Dominator this time around. Look at BetBoom, just constantly aggressive. Another smoke out, trying to apply that pressure onto Natsumi. Maybe Skem cops it at least.
Yeah, we have to tank the gank here, Skem. Nothing he can do but ensure Natsumi gets out of there safely. And that he will do. But BetBoom, they'll still happily take whatever they get. And they can just start thinking about moving into that top tier 1. Siege creeps are up. Why not?
Yep. They've got the output. They've got the sustain. They have the additional dominated creep as well from Miero. You don't have any early answers for this on OG, and I would argue that for the most part, if Yopaj is not comfy and trying to burst someone down, you don't really have a game for a long time here on OG. Natsumi is rushing Ags, at least on this carry Beastmaster, so there is an early timing with that, if you can find it relatively quickly, maybe by, say, the 15-minute mark.
Oh, Nico dying another time as he spams the John X5 voice line, which I suppose makes perfect sense because he is dying.
Hey, he was spamming a Yala. He was spamming yours even when he was dying as well.
Well, he accidentally did, and then I had a chat with him, and he, now he knows. Now he knows.
Yeah, that explains the pictures we took a while ago, except that was Tim's, but he probably told his halfling. Still,
I'd never talk badly to Tim's, John.
No.
I can't do that to
Good old
Tim's.
Tim. He's a businessman, you know. You have to be proper with him. This is going very properly for BetBoom as well. 6-0 start OG. Not finding anything. And again, it kind of ties back into what you're expecting from playing at this position with your draft. You really have no play. You maybe roar someone. You maybe find these isolated pickoffs if they present themselves at all. But in terms of wider team fight, I mean, you look at BetBoom's draft, they've got Stampede to disengage, re-engage on the chase down that Yopaj might want to bring out. Chaotic Offering to break up the engagement as well. Lots of area control with Pangolier, plus a Hoodwink with Bushwhack. And there's nothing really comparable on the side of OG. I mean, this potential single target pickoff is amazing. It's just not at the point where you can really hope to find anything major. Look at how fast this pushes.
Oh yeah,
with Kiritich and that Dark Troll Summoner.
My favorite.
Already on the Blade Mail as well on Miero. I mean, this triangle area for BetBoom has just been uncontested. Constant stacking, even more farm to come in, and now the invasion.
Yeah, they're just not allowing anything. Tim's gonna go down while he's getting D-wards off on these camps. He has not been able to stack Jack all. Nico also gonna get cut off by the looks of it. He's got a TP in one. Looks like he's gonna have to commit to the TP away, but they haven't found him anyway. Save is running south though to have a gander. Nico, no, he's gonna be all right. BetBoom do not believe he's here any longer, but they're sticking around for the Shrine of Wisdom, of course. They don't really care for the kill right now. They just want to keep this lead going. And it is rather hard for OG because when you're in this position, you don't want to give up Shrines of Wisdom.
No.
They're going to smoke up. They'll go for the fight. They'll see GPK. Natsumi will be there. Yopaj, meanwhile, seeing Kiritich. Can't get the Vortex. The body blocks are there. Kiritich going to get jumped out with the Bushwhack. Going to stop them. Skem will run in. Yopaj dropping low in with the Stampede. Kiritich is out. Meanwhile, they'll drop a golem by the Shrine. Karaomi will end up going down. GPK, he does get that Shrine of Wisdom anyway. So they lose the Warlock, but I actually don't think that's bad at all.
No. You find a free Shrine, you still have your own Shrine to take as well. You're applying all of this pressure onto OG. Look, for OG...
Nico, borrowed time has to be skilled up. GPK, though, is more than happy to keep going with the Rolling Thunder. Nico, he's got no mana for the Aphotic, and they're going to pick him off as well. The confidence from BetBoom to just stick around, knowing they might find a straggler.
I mean, what are they afraid of anyway? Even if you stick around here, like, yeah, the drums are up on Natsumi with the Yags, but again, with all of your control tools here, with all of your damage, your sustain, there's really nothing to be worried about.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Save with this Hoodwink setting up perfectly once again. GPK very happy with what he's seeing. I wonder, what do you do in this position? Like, all your farm is on Natsumi. He's got the Ags up now, but he's going to need at least the Blink to be able to blow anyone up. Chances are he's not going to break the gaps.
No.
And even then I worry, like, Natsumi, sure, you get the Blink up. Maybe you blow one person up, but then...
Yeah, that's it. That's the crux of the issue right now for the side of OG. And when it comes down to these wider team fights, it's just difficult to see them really killing people fast enough. There's a little bit of a damage issue. There's definitely a control issue overall past controlling one. And so long as BetBoom have these tools like, say, Stampede to bail you out, you see the issues rise up. It takes a massive commitment out from OG to find this.
They're going to miss out on save with the smoke. They've got an amp damage on Yopaj. He will see him eventually. He'll go after the Hoodwink. Save does have GPK around. Kiritich is also there somewhere. So they've got to be somewhat cautious in Yopaj. Understanding he can't continue that gank attempt. We'll let him go. But again, big props to BetBoom. They're giving zero opportunity. It's 9-1. Yep. They found one kill this whole time, and that was on Karaomi earlier.
Yeah, they're choking them out. BetBoom's just strangling the side of OG. Look at how far forward they're playing. They've got forward boards set up on that top jungle. The expanded jungle, not quite. They've already contested triangle before. They can just run right in again if they so wish, although they didn't, again, plant wards, but they've got the sentry set to just remove some of that protection. Sneaky ward right around the Shrine of Wisdom to help with ganks, and now movement forward. At the least, Natsumi does manage to bail out.
They got the blink up now, Natsumi. I feel like you have to smoke and make a play with this. BKB, though, on Kiritich is going to make life very hard for this smoke. I don't think they sit back. You've got to make a play, surely, with this blink act.
Yeah, you do. Beautiful picture-in-picture for Cobalt Foreman as well. Whipping away.
Doing God's work. GPK. Oh, they're going to see Natsumi. Blink away. Sentry ward was there. GPK. He'll know the blink is up now, though, so no surprise reveal of that. They'll go after Skem. The easier target on the gyrocopter. Skem has no choice but to just watch himself die. It's BetBoom, unrelenting 6k net worth advantage. No reason to back yet, but Natsumi seems to think there might be. He'll start with the axes. I don't see a defense though. But apparently just the threat of the axes and the shadow poisons will be enough. There's no creep wave left, they'll let it go. But it does start to feel like, at least for OG, it's a game of biding your time. My problem does become, is Beastmaster better than, say, Marcy in the late game? I think the answer is just no.
Yeah.
Which leads me to believe, Jonathan, that if you are OG,
yes,
in about 10 minutes you're going to approach the stage where you're going to say, excuse me, Mr. Japoi, I'm going to need you to carry this game.
I think they've been at that point since maybe 6 minutes.
Probably.
Yeah, that's been the state of the game. You know, the side lanes got sacked. Yopaj literally didn't have any action mid, which is a very interesting approach, again, from BetBoom, considering a lot of other teams have been ganking mid to suppress Yopaj, which kind of plays into what he wants, getting that attention for the team. So the side lane weaknesses were completely exposed on the side of OG. They're forced to just farm up. And Yopaj doesn't have that snowball start because there was no action mid, and he couldn't really rotate at that point either to try to have some impact on that storm. 10-1, 6k lead, BetBoom. Just growing bigger and bigger. You've got the full Daedalus lining up for Kiritich next into that Crystallis first, of course, but once you get there, I mean, that damage is just overwhelming. Yeah, you've got a couple of saves on OG, but it just doesn't feel like it cuts it. Not compared to Stampede plus Chaotic Offering to bail you out. The Shadow Word healing has been magnificent from Kataomi. He hasn't even eaten his Black Grimoire. It's still there.
I mean, unbelievable performance here from Kataomi. You've never seen something like this before, John.
No. Look at that.
How long does he hold?
I think you just never pop it. It's send a message. Send a message. This is what's wrong with this. If you're winning, you know, yeah, it's just going to sit there. If you're losing, all right, you get one charge. Whoop-de-doo, you get Chaotic Offering, and that's all your facet does. Great.
My favorite facet.
Good stuff.
My favorite. Hype now up on Miero. They're going to go for a smoke up as 4. BetBoom wrapping around through the river into the Dire jungle. Tim's in position to break the smoke if they do come towards the mid lane. They will not, though. It seems as though BetBoom, they'll set up for perhaps the Tormentor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
OG not interested in a fight right now, of course. And indeed, BetBoom, they'll take the Tormy. Meanwhile, OG, they'll take the mid-tier 1 tower. And OG certainly not interested in trying to force anything around the Tormentor right now. Just trying to avoid the side of BetBoom the best they possibly can. Nico, does he retreat? They're coming. Twin gate usage from BetBoom. Nico will retreat. Yopaj is also there in the Radiant jungle farming. He'll be okay. It seems as though OG predicting that perhaps BetBoom are going to be thinking about the Roshan attempt. They'll sit in their triangle for now. Just keep all the waves pushed out. That's exactly what they'll do. BetBoom for now not trying for Roshan. They've got lanes to sort out at the moment.
Yeah.
But it is literally just a game of cat and mouse right now in this game 1.
I mean, look, you're slowly approaching some power spikes on OG. Natsumi still maintaining farm parity with Kiritich.
Oh, they're going.
I mean, there's just no contest right now. OG just can't fight into the pit. So you just take every objective you can on BetBoom, and OG just has to sit back and allow it to happen. You do have the Orchid up on Nico as well, going into the blink. So there's a little bit more control that could catch you off guard. maybe not someone like Kiritich who does have the BKB, but certainly a way to stop GPK, maybe stop the heals from coming out in Kataomi, maybe stop the Stampede from Miero. Again, get a little bit of that damage flowing here somehow on OG. They'll need more than just that Orchid, and it's just more time at this point that they have to sit back and relax for. Yopaj very close to BKB, so the Storm could sustain through a little bit more in those frontline engagements. It's just that I just don't know how you back up Yopaj well enough. Again, Natsumi with Blink is a start, and he's very close to his BKB now, actually, all things considered here on our Beastmaster. So that's going to be the key timing. The BKB up on Natsumi, the Blink on Nico, and Yopaj's BKB, which is almost done as well. If OG can't take a fight off of this debuff immunity, then I don't see a way to fix it. You know, you've got to win with these BKB spikes when they are up. And if you don't, well, I guess it's something to look at the drawing board again.
It's so terrifying, though. Like, you look at Kiritich, he's going to have a Daedalus up soon.
Yeah.
Blink into the Basher. That's when Marcy gets really ridiculous, when you just get perma-stunned the whole time. But Daedalus, of course, not going to be very fun to have to play against for OG. Now, Kiritich having the freest game of his life right now on the Marcy, 3-0-1. Absolutely zero pressure has been applied to this man. And again, if you are OG, you're just trying to avoid a fight. I don't really understand what kind of power spike they're looking for, in fairness, but there's got to be one.
I mean, there's that BKB for Natsumi, BKB for Yopaj is up. So the tools are there. Maybe, again, they want Nico to get his Blink up first, to have this Abaddon just run forward, cop all of the attention, just pop borrowed time manually if you get broken, and hope for the best from there. Hope that the distraction is large enough. Scam providing a bit of a distraction here.
It is what it is, Scam. Gonna get caught. GPK, though, gonna jump in, but a quick roll-up is out from GPK. Is it enough, though? It is not. Natsumi finally able to use that Blink Act. Gets the hell out of there. So will Tims. And Scam actually walks out as well. So the free Gyrocopter kill, not so free after all.
That's a pretty big swing.
Kiritich. This could be big if Kiritich could find Yopaj. He won't, though. He'll show mid lane. That'll be all she wrote. Kiritich will be fine.
Yeah, but major swing for OG. Not enough of force to drag this game back, but you're seeing that potential. Again, if you can find isolated heroes out from BetBoom, pick and choose your targets, you do have the output. It's just BetBoom have to split apart, and they have to be careful about that. Look at how they're playing around Kiritich. He's never running alone. He's got both supports right by him, ensuring that no one's going to get that jump onto Marcy. You have to be cautious about those other cores, though. It's harder to see that happening to Miero with a pipe up. So it does feel like everything lined up. GPK is your ideal target at this point for OG. And for OG, I think you just need that, what, maybe 2-3 more times, and that actually evens out the game if you find those kinds of pickoffs. So BetBoom have to kind of maintain this position of power and not give anything away, right? Like, it's at this point, it's BetBoom's game to lose almost.
It certainly feels that way right now. BetBoom, they are grouped up mid lane. 1 minute 20 on the Aegis left, so they can at least try for this tier 2 mid tower. OG does not seem like they will try to defend it. It's probably not worth their time, in fairness. Let the tier 2 tower go. Keep the farm game going while you're at it. Question is, do BetBoom want to risk for the high ground? And I think the answer is just going to be an outright no. Not worth it. It's kind of like you said, John. It's their game to lose. You don't need to take these risks.
No. I mean, you maintain that 5k lead still at 25 minutes in. It's not as massive as you'd expect it to be, for sure. Like, it is still somewhat manageable overall. And, you know, your Aegis is set to expire. You might as well just wait for your next Roche.
Okay, they might go after him again. Natsumi's just north of him. If he shows himself, it could be very bad for GPK. But he's got help around him. Miero's coming. So is Kataomi. This could be bait now. GPK baiting them. Roar is there. GPK, though! Ooh. He melts too quick. The bait was lane, but they forgot the trap.
Yup. I mean, look, I thought it would be a rough move because there's a tier 1 right there. Again, the burst window, once you get the Roar off, is just massive still onto the Pangolier, especially since you weren't quite there in time for Miero to even use the pipe.
Kiritich, they're moving over. Skem's going to get vision here. Page around. They're not going to be close enough, though. Kiritich does sense he might have been in a bit of danger. Gets out of there.
And that's 1 out of, what, 4 kills? Right? That I was saying to even out the game. Every single time you get picked off like that 1 by 1, it just balances it back. OG start to get more opportunities to get more of these items up. Damage starts to go up. Shiva's coming out next for Natsumi. You know, more utility out in force, going for the full Blood Torrent. Has that Blink Dagger up. Could look for even more utility as well down the line. Maybe some more control. We've seen him go for Sight of Vice before. Irradiance wouldn't be too bad into the Marcy either. It's just a little bit slow. So there is a light here for OG. And for BetBoom, again, they have the lead. It's not massive at this point. 4K at 27 is still significant. It's just not as significant as it would have been 10 minutes ago. Very much playable for OG now. And the one thing that's missing for BetBoom is they haven't been clumping up.
There you go. Natsumi jumps in. Can he get the kill in time? He can.
Yeah,
nice and easy.
Like this. Like they're splitting the map. They're not committing together.
That was a mega kill streak too.
Yeah.
He gave away. That's not, that can be a little bit dangerous when your supports get those streaks.
It is, and now it's what, 2 out of 4 acquired kills? They're halfway in. Again, lead is growing lower and lower.
They're on a GPK. Nico feeling confident now will move in, and GPK needs some help. Miero, he's not going to make it in time. They'll try to punish though Kiritich. Oh, the man Gabby as well. Man Gabby, he watches from above. And jump in, Kiritich gets the BKB in time, but Yopaj, he can zip out of there. Smoke up, they know the BKB's down. They smell blood in the water here, OG. Mangabi has blessed them, Jonathan.
And he has, one more.
Jump in again, Kiritich. He's the big dog. He's the one you really want. And he's down. Kiritich is gone. Miero, run. Miero's not safe. Uh-oh. Natsumi not going to find the Raw. And OG.
I mean,
would you look at that, Jonathan?
I mean, again, in the position you were in for BetBoom, all you had to do was wait for next Roshan. And they just couldn't. They worked the map. Yes, they're trying to be efficient, split it apart. But that's where OG can start to pick around, pick and choose these fights, look for these pickoffs. And they're in control now. 10-7 3K lead, tier 2 falls. Map control not fully equalized, let's be fair here. But just look at the beauty of that re-engage, disengage. They take that fight bot, instantly all the control in the world onto Kiritich. BKB doesn't really do much for him at the tail end of it. And you just don't have those saving options. They already blew the Golem way earlier on. They already blew Stampede as well. No bailout options. And boy, oh boy, BetBoom. They've been splitting apart too much. Their strength has been in this team fight. They've just given up on that for a while.
They just lost the Courier with the gem on it too. So OG's got 2 gems now. And that's just a horrible feeling. You buy out a gem and immediately get sniped. Oh, no, that's not good. That is, I actually feel kind of bad. That's not good. And I feel bad because it's happened to me, John. I do that all the time.
Happens to the best, as you know, as you are, Mike Phoenix. There you go.
I appreciate that, John. See, this is why we hired you, John. You understand me like nobody else does. Shout out to my wife. Top lane. Nico. He's going to be all right. They'll pop the Stampede to allow Karaomi a way out of it. He's fine.
But it feels so scary when you have to pop Stampede for your support now, because we've seen in a minute and a half, OG, they find stragglers. So now you lose your escape mechanism. If Natsumi and Yopaj connect together again, or even just Force and Yopaj, like literally anyone plus Yopaj, they're just gone.
You're in deep water now. You are in deep water now. The seas are rough, Jonathan. BetBoom. I hope they've taken swimming lessons. OG, they're coming. They are coming. Yopaj is going to bait them in, force a fight, save. He's the one to get caught. GPK with the Rolling Thunder will go on to Nico. Nico's finding Natsumi. He's looking for a Raw. He finds Kiritich rather. They've got the Marcy, the Golem drop. They're going to save Kiritich. Is now Natsumi. Needs to get out of there. They'll lose Nico. Natsumi, surrounded, is going to go down. BetBoom. They'll return the favor. Not yet, they say.
No. And that's the big difference. This time they've got their entire unit together. They managed to get a good chaotic offering. They bait out that borrowed time earlier from Nico. It just melts afterwards once it fades away. And now you've got your opportunity for Roshan. And for BetBoom, it just feels like this game should be simpler. All you have to do is stick as 5, and if someone gets jumped, you have a lot of ways of bailing them out. Chaotic Offering, Stampede, Shadow Word healing.
Tim's is trying to keep vision. Roshan is low. Yopaj, does he have a TP to try and steal? Doesn't seem like it. Roshan will go free to the BetBoom. Second Roshan of the game for them. Now, I'll tell you what, it was looking very scary for BetBoom after those previous engagements. But they do claw their way back now in an even game, just a 1k advantage for them. Karaomi, or rather Kiritich, keep mixing it up. Kiritich, he's not going to get the rebound.
No.
My apologies. Sometimes, you know, my brain doesn't work, Jonathan. My apologies to Karaomi and Kiritich for constantly switching them.
Oh, you know, it's 2Ks can be confusing, right?
In fairness, nobody remembers my name. Tim's gonna get caught. GPK, nice little pick off. No follow-up. They'll just watch Tim's die. Skem? What's the idea, Mr. Skemberloo?
Just poke. You know, send a message, make them back off, test the waters. Since GPK doesn't back off, they know, you know, it probably has backup surrounding. Yopaj is still fairly far forward here, though. And he does have a BKB at least, so he can afford to play a little bit riskier on the Storm. At the side of BetBoom, I like seeing this change, right? Like, they're just moving as a unit. If they want to control an area of the map, they will move literally everyone across the map to get that done. Nico.
Oh, Nico. Save. Such a nuisance, but a nice blink away. Kiritich chasing him down. Stampede actually popped. He couldn't believe it for a second there, Kiritich. So Stampede kind of wasted. They've still got the Aegis, so chances are OG won't try to force a fight with the Stampede down.
No.
It's back to biding your time. Drag out the Aegis timer as now Karaomi. Free shard for the Warlock.
You know? Oh, he did eat his book now, by the way. Yeah, to get that level 15 talent. Get the upheaval up.
Massive impact with that talent, I'll tell you
wow,
what.
Right? What a facet.
Huge
Black
impact.
Grimoire.
Huge impact.
Oh.
Too much. That's probably how they won that last fight. What were you thinking about? He popped it. That was it. It was all over.
Got the upheaval off.
I would have been terrified if I saw him using the mid-fight. Goodness. Scam. Oh. BetBoom still chasing. Nice little arcane rune. Skem, not going to get baited with it. Denied off by Skem. Sharpshooter is going to land though, and Kiritich is within range. Miero is too. And so Skem gets the arcane deny, but it is going to cost his own life.
Yeah, but you have to ask yourself now on BetBoom. Yes, this is the ideal way to play to not get picked off.
Yes.
Are you giving out too much ground control to the side of OG? Because Yopaj is working onto his Ags on the Storm. You've got a refresh being queued up for Natsumi.
Did you say Ags, John?
Yeah.
The blue hole.
The blue hole coming out soon for good old Yopaj, because he has to carry this game himself, as it does end up being every now and again. The side of Vice we were talking about for Nico coming next as well.
They're going. No messing around here. BetBoom. Rolling Thunder is wasted. But they've still got a Roshan banner. They've still got an Aegis up on Kiritich. They want to go. They should at least be able to secure one lane of barracks. But there is a chance of a defense. TPs are incoming. And in fact, that's going to be enough. BetBoom, they'll take a tier 3. They don't want to risk it. They will respect OG. You know, if they try hard enough, they might find Natsumi. That'd be absolutely massive if they could. But Natsumi, just playing his drums in the tree line.
Ooh.
Nico.
And Nico pause. It was a good voice line. What can you say, you know? I was happy with it.
Don't make me expose you, John. You send all the players your voice line so they can advertise it for you.
Hey, I send yours as well, you know?
Only because I asked you to.
Hey.
It's the first time you didn't. And I was like, what do you mean you didn't?
Then I did, you know? It's like, yeah. There you go.
51 to 49%, John.
Even still, relatively. And again, the question still stands. Refresh for Natsumi, not too far off. He's just holding out for buyback as well. You've got Force again going into the side of Vice. The blue hole eventually coming out here in 700 gold. The stall tactics coming in. Look at Nico pulling back that creep wave as if we've seen a lot of Dominator players do. Look at that. Beautiful, big, beautiful creep wave. not able to really go up on the
Don't say big beautiful, John. I get PTSD. My portfolio still hasn't recovered. Don't say those words together.
Never sell. Let them liquidate you, Mikey.
That's right.
Never sell.
As Warren Buffett would say. Scam. Gonna get caught out. We'll go down.
You know, I wanted to raise this up a while ago. As you know, we're just waiting for something to happen while Aegis is still running for 20 seconds.
Yes.
A pretty massive push is going to come in on mid though.
Oh, you better hold that thought, John. Hold that thought.
Jeez.
Nico, Tomato, Kiritic, he's going to jump in. Couple punches towards the racks. You're only missing Scam, though. It's not exactly the biggest opening for BetBoom, and of course, with the Aegis expiring, they don't see the opening. No risks necessary. It's too close of a game. One racks is not going to change the game, right?
No. Not at this point. So we're starting to go into that comfort zone for OG, back into that long game average stats.
Yes.
And I wanted to say
our comfort zone. Our comfort zone.
Yeah, our comfort zone too.
Yeah.
You know, good way to start. We had a pretty early first half. Here we are in the second half. Who knows? Who knows how it goes?
You're all very welcome.
Yes, you're getting value. You're getting value because how much more minutes are you getting per game? It's insane value.
We might be the most valued advertising casters ever. Like, there's no way these sponsors aren't like, these guys got a cast every game. They're 2 hours every game.
Yeah, you can
1xBet, they've shown like 2,000 odds now, 1xBet.
We can keep getting records broken, debts keep popping up, you know. Have that pop up.
Absolutely.
I wanted to say, you know, you said Gabby would be watching from above. I'm pretty sure he's literally watching.
From above.
And I'm wondering if we're muted.
No, Gabby doesn't mute us.
He actually doesn't?
Well, you know, there was that one time with Cuckoo, you know. I'm not. There was that one time, John.
True.
My favorite.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I still can't. I don't carry a gem. I don't know. It's interesting. It's different, you know. It's scary.
Wouldn't be the first time Cuckoo false promised, you know. He told me once he was going to win TI. That was funny, Cuckoo. Anyway, moving on.
There was an interesting stat show.
Oh, no, please don't get upset. I love Cuckoo. Please don't get upset.
Of course.
The Cuckooies get so upset with me.
Yeah, there was a very funny stat from the Cuckooies that came out.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the Cuckooies, but there was a good meme. You know, Cuckoo joins a T1, it disappears. The team literally floats out. Cuckoo joins Blacklist, eventually disappears.
That's why they call him the Filipino Reaper, John.
The talon's gone.
That's what they call him. The Reaper.
He's the Godfather. You mess with him, he's going to end you.
Trust me, it didn't start in Indonesia. The Reaper was here in the Philippines first. He was always there.
Oh, we love you, Cuckoo. I miss that, man.
Just don't let him choose Oracle.
Maybe someday we'll, you know, maybe we'll see the Cookies here someday. That would be cool.
That's very funny, John.
And then I could bring mangoes. We'd have free mangoes here.
Do you think Gabby would say hello to me for once? You know what? If Gabby is watching, Gabby, explain to your viewers, the big fans of MLP Dota. You've seen me 2-3 times now. You say hello to John. I see you. No. He looks at me. I know he sees me. And he doesn't say a word. He walks off like a cool guy. Gabby, explain to your viewers, the big fans of MLP, the guy that basically started your career, Gabby. Explain to them why you still haven't paid me the respect of coming and shaking my hand.
You're too handsome for him, you know?
I know I'm handsome, John.
Yeah.
But I like Gabby.
Yeah.
I like Gabby.
Yeah.
But I can't be the first one to say hello, John. I'm older than him. It's a respect thing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You are old. You've outed yourself
shut up. Shut up. GPK, they're going to find Skim.
In the grand scheme of things, is this over?
Natsumi!
What is this?
He got hit by the stun! Natsumi! He's in trouble! Jump in again, Miero, what timing! Oh, but the vortex! Yopaj! Can he save him? The workhorse, it's there. Kiritic is still boxing from the horse, but Miero's gone. Natsumi's down. Kiritic is down a bone. Yopaj! Saving the day again. Someone get my man a massage.
Lord.
His back must be sore. That's why they call him the idol. That's my idol.
That's all for idols. Still chasing a little bit on to save. Not going to be able to get that chase on. But boy, oh boy, that fight could not start any worse for OG. You know, if you just lose Skem, you're like, all right, Skem dies again. Who cares? He's a gyrocopter support at 41 minutes in. Not significant. And then Natsumi jumps in without preemptively popping his BKB. Gets the roar, forced refresh, chain stunned again. All the saves start coming, and you see that potential team fight coming out there from BetBoom. Like, again, it starts, all right, Skem's dead, who cares?
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, maybe you reset, but no, Natsumi.
What are you doing, Natsumi?
Doesn't BKB, gets him whistled up, does
What are you doing?
Control back, and then does manage to roar, but doesn't really affect anything. Then he gets held up, and Yakult, the savior.
The idol. Yopson, as they call him these days. The two-time back-to-back.
That he is. And it still looked rough. I mean, the workhorse, you get that added attack range on melee, so you can reach out. Just not enough with how disruptive Yopaj is at that point, with how many saves are coming in. Tim's, again, it's clutching that out as well with a lot of disruptions coming out. And once more, OG dragged this game back. Back their way, 2K lead, 17-11. I'm pretty sure that good old Seb and No-Tail are having a fun time with this one.
Absolutely. Shout out to Seb. Because he likes this job. We met Seb. No-Tail, you've seen us many times outside. I apologize for not talking to you. I'm starstruck. I apologize.
Yeah.
Next time, I promise.
For sure.
I mean, he's playing the game right now. No Tim is what we call him. Changes his name, of course, after winning TI twice. Yopson, Anatsumi. Skeb.
Yeah, Skeb. And there's no E. Janiko?
We'll figure it out, Nico.
Nikax?
We'll figure it out, Nico. Just give us a bit. The chat could probably help us with the Jerax.
Yeah,
I can't.
They'll figure it out. You guys know what you're doing. Just like OG knows.
Nerax doesn't sound nice. Nerax? No.
No,
that's not a good one. No.
Jiko?
Jiko? No. No.
Jekko?
No. No. Oh, John, shut up. Shut up. It burns me too, because you made more money than me on the voice lines this year. And I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
I don't need the money.
Yeah.
But I just don't like losing, John. I just don't like losing.
The sad thing is you took my suggestion for the voice line.
You sabotaged me. You literally told me what to do too.
That was like, it's like, hey, Mike, did you think of something? It's like, no. And I was like, just something you would say to your kid.
Yeah.
And it's like,
thanks.
Hey, I couldn't think of anything too. It was my mom that came up with that.
Yeah, I was going to do something like I'm proud of you, but then I remembered they were my kids.
You know what? I'm going to save all of our work, and someday, when your kids are old enough, I'm going to show them exactly what you say.
My kids understand. They have a father that's great. They need to impress their father. It's as simple as that. They have an easy life, John. I spoil the crap out. They've got like $1 million worth of toys in there. Oh. Trust me. Oh, Natsumi. The EKB is out, Natsumi, but he's going to get bashed by Kiritich, the Abyssal Blade as well. Natsumi is down for the first life. Yopaj is here to save the day once again. They want Kiritich. Kiritich will refresh though. Trying to go for the man fight. Natsumi. He'll go for the raw round. Where's the workhorse? Not there yet, but there he is. Miero saving the day. Still Natsumi. He'll survive a little bit longer, but not for too much longer. Yopaj, meanwhile, trying to fight this one out. Miero, no, he's down. Kiritich catches him out. They've bought back. They want to try and punish, but everyone's left the building. Everyone's left. Yopaj, it's not good enough. Kiritich will even deny them with the whistle. How dare he? An OG losing a fight. Anatsumi getting caught down at the bottom lane.
This is almost the same issue we saw with BetBoom when they were winning earlier on, right? Like you end up just going out in the lanes, feeling ultra confident about yourself. And the backup wasn't really there for Natsumi. They were working the map. Yopaj had to TP in. Everyone had to TP in to try to bail out their Beastmaster. And a costly mistake to just be maybe a little bit more exposed than you'd want to be on your pause 1. That's the kind of position you'd look for in your supports. Soak up that creep wave, shove it back. You stick in the jungle. You stay in that safety net. And Natsumi gets a very painful reminder as to why he probably shouldn't be doing that once more. Evening out the game once more, a little bit of a roller coaster as BetBoom maintain for themselves now a 5K lead.
What's the win probability?
Oh yeah, it's a roller coaster.
Where is it?
It's up and down.
Bring the graph up, please.
There we are. 59%.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, you know what, OG? Maybe lose another fight. Maybe
53.
Don't lose the fight. Don't lose the fight. Dota Plus has no idea what it's doing.
Yeah, look at that graph. A little bit of a roller coaster ride coming out there. And quite the roller coaster for Southeast Asian fans watching at, I don't know, 10 p.m. very good way to get
PM?
the energy up. Yeah.
Oh,
around
it
that
is
time.
nighttime.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good
to
evening.
the Philippines.
Very much so. Or as our old newscasters used to say, "Magandang gabi, bayan."
What does that
I don't know
mean?
if that's copyrighted.
Hey, can you
Hopefully
like
not.
speak
That's
Filipino
just-
properly, please? Like that's a horrible accent.
Ah, yeah. You know, when I heard RCY speaking Filipino, I thought, he just sounds like me. And I was like, this is how I sound? Oh,
it was
that's
pretty
rough.
bad, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
I'll- RCY. We might have to revoke the citizenship from RCY depending on his results.
Well, he is American now, so we can't revoke that.
Well, we can always take him back, John. We can always take him back. Depends on the results for RCY. It's up to you. Ball's in your court, mate. BetBoom. Here we go again. Big smoke up. They want the mid lane. Nico and Tims. They are around the area. Save. He's been very good with these initiations. They do look to retreat. Tims.
Ooh.
Oh, they saw him. They saw him. What an ops place. Save. I hate these guys. This guy's hoodwink so much. I hate it because I can never be as good.
No,
I could never be as good.
No, it's again. He's he's a little bit of a nerd in a very good way. No buyback for Tims. Had to buy back to try to bail out a while ago, of course, on Natsumi. And now the mid should fall.
Heritage. Gonna move in. Nico. He's not gonna have it. In fact, Natsumi has jumped in as well. But Natsumi! He's down. He has buyback. He's still got his BKB as well. He's got to commit it. Nico's in trouble though. Nico's down. 5 versus 3. It's not the time, Nico. Someone disconnect Nico's keyboard. Heritage. Heritage stunned up there for a second, but they're not willing to jump. In fact, they will. Yopaj. Vortex in the back. But how does he do it himself? Surely he can't. And he won't, but he's out of mana. Heritage on top. They'll get the roll out. They'll try for Heritage, but the golden drop was there. Yopaj still trying to run with GPK. He's just protecting him up. OG, they're out of gas. They need to get back to the fountain, but GPK, he's not allowing it. He'll take down Yopaj. Scammy's got a boot. And that's all she wrote. GG's called. Game 1 will go the way of BetBoom. And OG, that there was moments. There was a moment throughout the mid-game where it looked like they were back in control. But at the end of the day, a couple of awkward deaths on their beast, and well, suddenly, Jonathan, BetBoom, they capitalize.
Yeah, it just feels like a lot of this game 1 was down to both sides making a few mistakes. In the end, OG just makes a few more mistakes here, Mike.
Absolutely. What's not a mistake, Jonathan, though, is our panel.
Thank you very much, Mike and John. I will say that this game, at the start of it, I thought, wow, this is gonna be a quick one. But then we remembered that BB Team always wins early, and then it gets a little shaky, and OG. They used that.
How we predicted.
It's just how we predicted it.
Yeah, this is the team that does one of the strongest, might be like the second strongest team, I would say, that is still left in the tournament in terms of how fast they can play. Team Liquid showing again the insane amount of speed, but in this one they started very, very quick. Like the lanes, it did go very well for them. A couple of kills that they did manage to get, like this first rotation, especially from Warlock, so he's getting some Grimoire charges. He's actually going to get 2 out of those. Not something you would expect, but it does allow you to leave your safe laner alone because he has his helm, which means that he's self-sustainable. Shadow Demon and Abba possess literally 0 kill threat on the hero. And this is going to be a failed gank attempt coming up from OG, where they are not bringing enough numbers, not giving the respect to this Warlock, potentially rotations coming out. And again, very limited damage from this offlane duo.
Yeah, it feels like after the laning phase, BB did get a bit of overconfidence, right? Because they had, what was it, 6k gold lead, they had like 10 kills. Like, it was everything in their hands just to have just a clean game. But of course, they've had a shaky tournament. They've had their ups, they've had their downs, and they, of course, entered the mid game by. We'll get to those clips later, but yeah, it's. Oh, you know what? Let's get to it right now. Let's talk about GPK. Yeah, Bossman decided to make the game a little bit more interesting, right? He dies top, he then goes bottom, also then dies bottom like a couple minutes later. And these are the 2 big deaths where OG, they feel alive again. They feel like, you know what, we can take the fight to them. So, at least for BB, great laning, questionable mid game, and then clutch return. Because like other teams, this is where they fall into OG, because they fail the mid game, and then suddenly Natsumi and Yopaj, they do everything that you ever want, right? But, you know, BB was able to stabilize. That's the critical thing. They stabilized this game.
It was very clean. Like the first 20 minutes, I don't think you can ask for anything better. We did talk about these two Helm of the Dominators that are going to give them a lot of speed. If you look at the minimap, like 15 to 20 minutes, all 3 lanes are kind of pushed across the river because you have ways of pushing the waves relatively quickly with the heroes that they do have, 2 Helms as well. Plus also, after that, they are taking Roshan, they are taking Tormentor as well. So I don't think you can ask for a more perfect 20 minutes from BetBoom Team.
It's just the 21st minute.
yeah, just don't look at that one. But of course, Miro has to be the stand-up player. I feel like, of course, Centaur Agnums, we all know and love it nowadays. Of course, the first couple months of it being a thing, pro players were still trying to learn how to use it. But Miro, he knows exactly what he's doing. But also, he's doing it with a melee hero, which is a little bit harder because you need to be in the right place. You actually have to take him to the to kind of a melee right-clicking position as well. So between Kiritich and his Marcy with the Basher, the Daedalus, and then Miro with the Agnum's carts, those two, they pretty much fixed a lot of this mid-game problems that they may have suffered.
Yeah, I would imagine though both teams after a game like this, they'll go to the drawing board and there will be things to fix. Of course, for OG, it's a little maybe more obvious than for BetBoom, but I do think it should also it's fun to watch. Don't get me wrong.
It is.
But it's not clean.
No.
No, it wasn't clean, but I think we need to mention some more things about Centaur. You did talk about the Aghanim Scepter as well. I really liked his itemization throughout the whole game. We don't see the Blade Mail too much. There was a lot of uncontrollable damage as well on their side, so very good pickup coming out from him. Of course, Helm of the Dominator as your first item, then Blink and Pipe as well once he got that Pipe ready. It was very difficult for OG to take the fights. We saw a couple of engagements when they go onto GPK, even though he had Centaur behind him with the Pipe and Warlock, they still managed to find the good kills, but this was the clutch fight. This Aghanim Scepter pickup that he was ready to put him in the cart, and this is the first Aegis usage, which they didn't get too much out of it, and Yopa's going to be zipping in, immediately popping his BKB, not respecting Warlock. I think he needs to wait for it for another good 2-3 seconds, and then you have clutch Centaur coming in with the Stampede, with the cart as well, and look at his position. He's staying on top of the heroes, allowing Kiritich to actually deal the damage.
Yeah, and by that time, Yopaj is already out of mana as well.
Yeah, I guess my main problem though with this clip for OG is the mid-wave was already shoved in, so they kind of knew that the move was getting made, but they weren't ready. Natsumi was halfway down the lane, the other side of OG was in the top jungle. When you think about late game, the importance of it, OG's positioning, they weren't always aware. They weren't ready for that explosive moment, and of course when you look at late game, refreshers, abyssals, you are going to die in seconds, so maybe OG late game needs to be cleaned up a little bit.
It needs to be cleaned up, but I think we also want them to have maybe a little bit more of a say in what happens in the first 20 minutes, and whether they have that under control, we'll see in game number 2 after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of not Guess the Hero, it's Make the Hero. And we have Miro for the hero from BetBoom. How you doing, boss?
I'm good.
Good. In this game, it's opposite of Guess the Hero. I'm going to provide you with a bunch of items. You're going to have to choose what position you want to play, what hero you want to play. And you have to convince me that you did this of your own accord. At the end, I will give you a rating based on how many reports you will get in your pub game. Are you ready to play?
Okay.
All right, what's the most creative item build you've ever had in Dota on a hero?
A few years ago, I was playing Troll Warlord Post 3, and I was doing the build Phase Boots, double Falcon Blade, and the Blade Mail. That was the most crazy build.
That's wild. Did it work?
I won this game, but it never worked again.
The one and done, a classic. All right, now first things first, we're gonna ban out a position. So let's see what's banned. Okay, you cannot pick 4, no matter what happens, all right? Are you ready to see your first 2 items? Let's bring them out. First 2 items are Daedalus Kaya Sange. Interesting already.
Yeah.
Confusing already. Is there a position that you're thinking of that would have these items?
I think it should be some magic damage and physical damage hero who can deal it. Maybe it should be Tiny.
A Tiny?
Yeah.
Potentially a Muerta, maybe? Something like that?
Potentially Muerta, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What position would you like? Can't do
Offlane hero.
Offlane?
Yep. Maybe pause one. Pause one actually.
Okay. Oh, okay. I was about to say.
I switched on.
Okay, let's go to carry for now.
Yeah.
You will have an opportunity to change again, but you can't go back.
Yeah,
all right,
of course. Carry roll.
Let's see your next 2 items. Okay, well that's put a little questions in it. Manta's good for carry.
Yeah.
Is there a single carry that buys tranquil boots?
Good sustainable item.
For who?
Yeah.
For what character?
I think it should be Muerta because he has a small HP pool. So
Yeah.
He have to always have to regen all the time.
Okay, let's go ahead and see your next item. Helm of the Overlord.
So first of all, you're going Helm of Overlord to scale your net worth.
Of course.
But you're taking Dragon and pushing the lanes.
Mhm.
After this, you go Manta. So Manta, KS, and Daedalus. It's good build.
But is there a better hero than Muerta for this?
It might be good on Void Spirit, maybe.
Void Spirit Core. All right, well, this is your last chance. You can move from carry to something else before the last item, or we could lock in a carry hero. Would you like to move, or are you happy in the carry position?
I think let's see if it's possible to move. Okay.
Where would you like to go?
Offlane.
You're going to offlane now.
Yep.
Okay, let's see your last item. Refresher Orb. All right, well, we're locked into offlane. You have a Helm of the Overlord to get money, and then you upgrade it for some reason.
Yeah.
Then you go to Manta. Is there any hero that this would work for?
Maybe it should be Queen of Pain offlane.
Queen of Pain offlane.
Yeah, because he has Chaos Surge and Refresher good with her spells. And also you can deal damage with Manta and Daedalus.
Yeah.
And also you can kill the wave creeps with Helm of the Overlord.
I think Quap works.
You think Quap works?
I mean, I'm an idiot, but I'd be pretty pissed off about the Tranquil Boots helm, but the rest of it is not terrible.
Not so terrible, yeah.
All right, are we locking in Quap, or do you have any other?
Give me 5 seconds.
5 seconds? Oh, okay, 5
5
seconds is fine. 5 minutes is, you don't have to think, it's just a game.
I think it also can be a Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit?
Yeah, Storm Spirit offlane with the Dominator and Manta.
Why does my Storm Spirit have a Refresher Orb? Do you care to explain this?
To do double, double Overlord.
You don't have an Ags.
Yeah, it's that's the problem. But you can sell Tranquil Boots in the later. And switch.
You're gonna sell Tranquils out of all this? That's what you would sell, is the Tranquils.
Okay, actually, let's stop on Queen of Pain because
okay.
I can't remember other heroes from the.
All right, you're playing a pub game. You see a pause 3 Queen of Pain. You look over at 55 minutes, and these are their items. How angry are you?
Not too angry.
Not angry.
Very happy with this.
You're happy with this?
Yeah, very happy.
Okay. You're in a pub game. You're playing Queen of Pain. You buy these items. How many reports are you getting out of 9?
I have to guess?
Yes.
Okay.
What would you say? How would you rate yourself?
I think I'll get 2 more reports.
3 to 2?
2.
2 reports for this.
2 more.
I think...
Maybe. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Miro, for joining us, and we'll see you next time here at PGL Wallachia Season 6. And we are in the middle of the playoffs here, day 1 of playoffs, so everybody is still in that upper bracket. We got BB Team and OG going head-to-head with BB Team taking Game 1. It was a back and forth. It wasn't the cleanest game. So in Game 2, we're looking for both teams to just play it a little bit more clean. We actually had 343 T-Gov earlier saying that they are feeling the best when they're playing clean and calm. And I think this Game 1 wasn't necessarily that.
No, but it's also maybe a little bit more towards him as well, where to play a clean and calm game, you need your lanes and your draft to be able to enable that, right? And giving away BB's Marcy, allowing them one of their strongest heroes. The lanes felt good, everything felt good. So I think for 3-4-3, he's going to have to try and find a little bit of way to create some chaos in the early game. Otherwise, it could just be a repeat. And the scary thing is, what happens when BB actually play a clean mid game? That's when they are, like, they're on the next level.
Well, I don't think we know that yet, because have they done that?
I mean, they did in some of their series.
Low percentage, but
yeah,
they dabble.
Against GamerLegion, game 2 and 3, it was relatively clean. I don't think they did any of the mistakes in the mid game that we were kind of critical about. But you know what I'm down for? To see another Shadow Demon lose. I feel like this...
Okay.
You're a hater or what?
I didn't know where it was going to go.
We created a club. I think Gunner is also a big hater of the hero. It just feels forced in a lot of these situations. Like in terms of still position 4s that maybe were left in the pool, I think that they had better options. I think their draft inside of OG took a kind of weird turn when they picked this Abba on 23, and the Shadow Demon isn't really countering anything. Also, RMN talked about in an interview that they gave them Marcy. I want to see if they're going to be making the same mistake again, because this offlane duo with Shadow Demon and Abaddon got completely dumpstered, so it does feel like they didn't have any of the responses for it, and they're going to ban it now.
Yeah, Marcy is gone. That is perfectly fine, but of course that still opens up the Central and Chen. Oh, Chen's banned, sorry.
And
Jakiro.
Primal Beast and Jakiro, this time actually not bad.
That is a really good reference to the previous draft.
Yes.
Yeah. All you draft enjoyers, you like that one. And there it is, Jakiro.
They haven't lost with the Jakiro.
Shadow Demon first phase banned. Ooh, threatening support.
Crazy.
27%
This hero's even
win
good.
rate.
Like this hero's even good against Shadow Demon. You know who calls for stuff like this? It's the carries. They're like, I don't want to be playing into ult. Like, I do not want to get purge. I want to be able to move. This is why Centaur is such a great pick. Because Shadow Demon is also popular, and it kind of nullifies what he wants to do.
It's the logic when a character says, I can't play against Doom. It's like, no one can play against Doom, technically, right? You get doomed.
Yep, that's true. Quick question. Lacoste, you had a stat at the start of the series about Jakiro in the hands of BetBoom, and I believe it has a 100% win rate.
100% win rate, 4 out of 4 games, and they did pick it as the opener in the first phase 4 times. They were kind of slow to the party as well, because they were picking different heroes, and then they realized after losing 3 or 4 games against Jakiro, this hero is pretty OP.
Yeah, it's also during Blast Slam, they didn't play it, they lost. During Fissure, they played it, got second. And then in this tournament, they also in and out of wanting to go for it. But either way, it is moving towards being just an absolute staple for the team. And for OG, going for DK, across multiple other draft panels, people have always mentioned that Jakiro magic damage, it feels good against the DK, the early pacing. So for OG to pick it up, it's just them respecting the hero and not caring. I think in the carry role specifically, you don't really care too much about Jakiro. You will get to BKB at a healthy timing. You'll kill Jakiro very quickly when you have the Daedalus. So I don't know if it's really a problem for them, because they often just put it in the carry role. Like, they don't go off lanes and mids that often.
One thing also to point out is we haven't seen too many Mage Slayers from Dragonite. He is susceptible to dying to magic damage. This is something that Skeeter does extremely well. He's not here. Completely different style of most of the carries, where he kind of rushes Blink Dagger. Most of the other carries do go for Mask of Madness. Armless, they want to be the real carries of the team. But it does negate some of those issues that Dragonite from the carry role does have if you're building into the item. And also, we did talk a lot about Viper. We've seen some really good Viper performances. In the middle of the tournament, we've seen Vipers like trying out this Thompson build. Thank you, Thompson, for ruining the pubs, ruining the pro matches as well. And then people figured out we'll put 1-2 points in our queue just to make sure that we can still be able to dominate the lane. It's also bad matchup for Dragonite in terms of having the break, having the slow. He blinks in. If he can't move, if this hero is static, he's not dealing the damage.
Yeah, I mean, competitive Dota has taken a nosedive since Thompson showcased the Viper.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a good one. Nosedive, yeah.
Yeah, nice pun. Good handshake. Very value.
That was off camera.
Yeah, well, I gotta translate that to the viewer. We got a Snapfire pickup. Also interesting to note that the Centaur that we mentioned a lot and that did get MVP previous game is still in the pool.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little confused by the fact that Centaur is surviving so many of the kind of the ban phases. Like, the win rate looks good, the play always looks good. Like, there's no real issues with the hero, and obviously hindsight is a powerful tool, but maybe after this draft, it could be a thing where why Shadow Demon getting banned out instead of Centaur? Why are you banning out, the, let's say, the Juggernaut or stuff like this, right? But I do feel like Centaur probably should get respected slightly more within the draft. Again, both teams still will require an offlaner. Because like for BB, picking Centaur Hoodwink or just picking Centaur Hoodwink, then your draft is going to be very happy.
Oh, there's a Centaur.
Oh, there you go.
And a Hoodwink. So
yay, drafting. It's fun.
Yay. That is
a lot of damage. I like these two supports that can actually do stuff around the map, strong laners. This draft kind of plays itself out. You're never going to be lacking damage on this team. We talked about Dragonite being vulnerable to some of the magic damage as well. You do have Boomerang on your Hoodwink as well, plus the Centaur deals insane amount of magic damage. So does Jakiro. So kind of predictable, I would say. BetBoom as well from position 4. Their hero pool is relatively limited. They feel like strong heroes if you don't want to ban it. Pretty similar to how Tundra is playing. Ari is going to be picking the same hero over and over again. If you don't ban it, he's going to be picking it and he's going to be winning with it.
Yeah. Another hero that I don't know where it went, and I've double checked by now that he's not banned. Slardar. Where did that go? It was so popular a couple of days ago. Everybody played it in any position.
It's still very good. It's not like it's lost value, but I think it's like a team specialty style hero. Spirit will utilize it well. Liquid will utilize it well. It kind of enables other heroes to feel good. Gyrocopters and Cares and kind of the skirmishing concepts. But for now, both these teams aren't really rushing towards it. But OG, they do get the MOUZ and a classic counter into the Centaur. I think a main concern though for OG is to deal with the skirmishing strength for BB. They're going for some team fighting double pick. The Arena, the Fiend's Grip from Mars and Bane. But there's no real damage. DK also early on doesn't really do damage. It's low physical into items. Snapfire Monomer Kiss is like the biggest damage source right now for OG. And then BB, they go, okay, you lack early game damage? We'll pick up a Lifestealer. We're going to be able to rage off of your Arena combo. Sure, you might have a grip, but
we'll have a save eventually if the game goes late. Plus, you have Infest, so kind of providing saves coming out from your position 1 and position 3. This is going to be not something you see every day. Like mostly it's coming out from your supports. We've seen good amount from the Centaur as well, but very difficult heroes to kill. Like, I do agree with the lack of damage. Mars isn't really a damage dealer. He's more of a setup for the things. He's going to keep them in place. It's going to be Snapfire. DK is a bit of a slower side. Bane deals some of the pure damage, even though they have, like, BKB Piercing Tool. It's not going to be as easy for them, like, for these two supports to get the spells off. You are playing, unless Mars is going to be the first one jumping in, setting things up, because you have the whole Stampede to bring them into the back lines, find these two supports, and try to kill them.
I really hope for OG they put the DK in the safe lane though. I think if you put DK to mid and pick up another carry, you'll have only farming heroes and you'll feel lost on the map. Where I think BB, you leave the Lifestealer alone top, Jakiro or Twin Gate, now you create a tri-lane and you just keep killing. So I think OG really need a mid laner that, one, counters GPK, to then put him on the back foot, and also can play into the side lanes to try and use all the setup that you have. Because they have to stun the setup. But a Queen of Pain, for example, was always the hero that will be mentioned in this position.
Yep. We do have a couple bans coming in. I'm assuming also we are still looking for a GPK hero, most likely.
Yeah,
we still have the Puck and the Storm and the Queen of Pain you mentioned, all in the pool.
Potentially even Slaughter, depending on the ban that they're going to do. Like, it's Vehicle with the Lifestealer. It's another strength hero that synergizes well with your carry. And it's also a hero that can kill Dragonite. Like, because you have enough magic damage and you're going to be having that extra minus armor. This Viper ban is really good, something that we did talk about, really bad matchup against Dragonite in general. And also seeing this Nature's Prophet ban is kind of what Viper doesn't want to play into, because even though if he's going to be pushing the waves, NP can TP to the side, come back to the lane and still get what he wants from it.
It also forces the draft nicely, where if you are to pick up a Viper or a Slardar, let's say, in regards to OG's bans, now OG has to pick a hero. Oh, how do I now beat the Viper in lane, right? I need to go for like a sniper or a ranged hero. If there's a Slardar, I can't pick up my Ember or my Playmaker, right? Like it means that BB would force OG's hand in the final pick. So taking out some of the lane dominators gives it more options for Yopaj in the final pick.
So we got all those spellcasting heroes still in the pool. It is overall last pick for OG. So they got a little bit of an up there of counterpicking whatever GPK gets his hands on.
Yeah, we'll see if they ban Puck, in which direction like BB is thinking, whether they want to be getting some Storm Spirit for themselves, maybe Queen of Pain as well. I also wouldn't mind, I'm just going to throw it out there, wouldn't mind seeing Doom. He played it from the mid lane. Again, another good matchup against Dragonite, taking him out of the fight immediately. It's a bit on the slower side, but they also have a bit of a flex between Doom offlane and Centaur mid, something that other teams did run once or twice. This is, again, thank you, Thompson, for starting this trend. But it makes the Centaur being viable from the mid lane if they want to go that route.
They only have 10 seconds of reserve time in regards to this ban, but I'm looking towards Yopaj. Like, what type of mid can he go for? Again, he's going to see, but it is so important that he is able to win the mid lane. He cannot go even, and then use that to then make other moves. So I'm looking at previous heroes he's played so far in the last couple months. He's played Sniper mid, he's played Death Prophet mid. Like, these are heroes that you just don't see at all, but depending on the matchup, they could be the type of concepts that allow you to play through them very early on. And
wow, a Warlock. Ooh. Ooh. Who's mid? Who's mid? Is it the Jakiro mid? Is it the Hoodwink mid? Is it the Warlock mid? What's it gonna be?
if it's Warlock mid, this shoes for dinner. I'm good. Yeah, it's probably
old school classic stats plus Hand of Midas Warlock rush.
Get the refresher. Yeah, get the golems going. No,
so we've seen Harry Hoodwinks.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've seen BetBoom during what was it? Birmingham when they misclicked and played Lifestealer from the offlane.
Okay. That's a Shadow Fiend.
Who is the mid? Is it? I'm meaning.
3, 2,
it's
1,
mid Jakiro.
Mid Jakiro. Oh my god, that's so hype.
Okay.
I'm very excited about this.
Sure. I mean, okay. So mid Jakiro is really annoying in the fact that you utilize the first catapult wave really, really well because you're going to have multiple points in liquid fire and you're going to be able to 1v1 bully. And the key thing is in 5, you're XP starved, so you never get to truly break a lane. A Shadow Fiend, as long as you don't get hit by triple raise, you're going to be putting on low HP the entire time. It is a fun concept, but it's so volatile.
You
die one time, 2 times, your game is over.
Yeah, you can't really farm with this hero. If you die once or twice, your game is pretty much over. I love the wombo combo that they have on side of OG, pairing up with the Arena, with the Mars, with the Kisses, and of course with the Shadow Fiend, the Fear into the Arena is going to feel really nice, even though they have one BKB piercing tool that's going to be Warlock, so he's going to need to figure out how to cancel the potential wombo combo, and I see that Mars is taking the Bloodsport facet, so you're not going to be seeing what's happening, you're going to need to throw it in blindly.
We said that we missed Kiyotaka, right?
Yeah.
This is
his essence going towards GPK. It's like in the scene, he's not here, but GPK's like, you know what? I'll do it for the boys.
I can't wait to see how this is going to play out. Before we get to see it in action, though, we're going to see Slax in action doing an interview with Coach 343.
Absolutely. Yes, we are here. I know you were extremely prepared for the GPK Jakiro. Let's talk about it. What is coming up in this series?
I was wondering what happened to that. I saw Iron Man walk past and I was like, oh, it's Iron Man.
Oh,
He's the Jakiro mid player. Now you know. I think it's just a strong blind pick, although it's definitely like a surprise. I think that pick was like really hard, so they just wanted some like neutral hero.
How do you think you're going to fare against it with that quick switch at the end?
I think we'll be fine. I don't know, man. I don't know. Who knows?
What do you mean you don't know, man? You're supposed to be filling me with confidence. Like, yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay, wow, I really felt it there. Pretty tricky on both ends, you know? What do you think went a little bit wrong in the first series with that surprise support gyrocopter? What was the thought process there? Was it the foolish team that did it and not your beautiful draft?
To be honest, the start of the draft scam had like some mic issues and we used like a lot of reserve time and the draft was just like kind of weird towards the end. I think that's like probably 80% my fault. But I think even regardless of the draft, the game was winnable until we made that like one little mistake bottom. So I'll blame them for that. So fair.
I like the percentages. 80% your fault on the first one. If they win this game, what percentage is your fault? Your good job?
It's probably GPK's fault, I think.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, let's see. If it is GPK's fault, what happens in this game? We'll throw it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Game number 2. They're already getting started as well. Miero standing his ground for the bounty. Skem, though, being slowed up by a blood grenade into the bushwhack. Cookie's not going to help Skem out. Miero there with the body blocks. And already, BetBoom looking to be off to a fantastic start as Save will secure first blood.
Yeah, get everything you asked for there. Maybe a little bit of committal from both sides. Blood Grenade expended from the side of BetBoom along with the Fairy Fire of Scam gone. So that's some early resource usage already committed. But you managed to get yourself that little bit of extra, even on bounty, so at the very least you're not feeling too rough there, I will say. Gonna be interesting to see what GPK does with a core Jakiro. You and I are used to seeing this on offlane before, on some of those teams in the past year. They've been a few offlane Jakiros, mid not as much, but it does the same thing. I will say for GPK, this lane is not the worst thing in the world for Jakiro. Really easy lane to run down with Liquid Fire. You get that dual breath hop. You can really bully out an SF. Yopaj has to be on point with the raises as GPK is coming in to actually apply all of that pressure. And it's going to be very mana intensive as well here for Yopaj in comparison. Right? Like, he doesn't have a freebie steroid like Liquid Fire or Frost. He has to expend. He had to buy 2 mangoes. He's going to need to really be balanced in his bottle. And you can just see that output from GPK coming in. He pumps it out, but it doesn't cost mana. Right? Like, you just walk in, you only use dual breath. Liquid Frost amps up the damage. Liquid Fire slows down their attack. You just chase down. No problems. It's going to be a pain for Yopaj. He needs that water rune control this game. Without it, it's just unsustainable. We'll see if there's time for that. You know, if these supports have room. So far, at the least with Natsumi on a DK, that bot lane can be left alone for the most part once he's got a few more levels up. So there is room for Skem to actually make a walk on this Bane to try to assist mid on water runes, maybe at the 4-minute mark. Again, GPK doing a fantastic job of just keeping it shoved in so Yopaj just can't get much. At the least his bottle's going to be fresh on Courier, so he doesn't necessarily need a water rune yet. But man, this is a bullying out here from GPK so far.
Oh, absolutely. The Jakiro mid-tech, Jonathan. Not to be underestimated, and we've seen GPK play this before, I want to say. Might have been a while ago, you and I, we saw this, but certainly a very scary mid laner to have to play against, at least during the laning stage. So props to GPK. Knows exactly what he's doing. Yopaj, very, very slow. He might be dead. Yeah. He's gone. Fairy Fire, it's enough. But that's this lane, it doesn't get easier. It does not get easier.
No. Already ate through his entire fresh bottle. At the least water rune wasn't stolen away. So he has a top up, but you can just see how challenging all of that magic damage is coming in. And like you mentioned, the Jakiro just doesn't get any weaker. You hit level 4, level 2 dual breath, level 5, level 3 liquid frost. It gets really annoying really fast for Yopaj. We'll see again if any relief comes in. You'd want to see some fights for the water runes even at this early point. And you do have tanky side lanes to get that done. Like Nico's matchup up against Kiritich, it is nice for the Life Stealer, but it's also a melee matchup for Mars where you can just God's Rebuke, Spear back, always feel fine. Kiritich has a lot of sustain on his side, of course, with Kataomi on hand. And you are seeing some of that back and forth poke, but Nico does have to be a little bit cautious.
Nico, gonna be chased down. Kiritich gonna be okay. In fact, Kiritich taking a lot of damage. Tim's jumps in himself. Kiritich gonna get sniped by Nico. The Tims jumping in. Meanwhile, Yopaj not having a good time. Horrible time. He stacks up a couple raises, but still not enough to deal with GPK.
No. And it's a little bit surprising. GPK does opt for that early utility with the Ice Path, so just want to land more hits out onto Yopaj. No steal still on the water rune, so Yopaj still has a top up, which is a saving grace here for the SF. But you are seeing that pressure amp up. I would say for OG, very cheeky on that top lane with Nico. But Nico is stuck with it without regen for a little bit longer. Does ferry out a salve at the least to have some of that relief. And again, it's pretty stable lanes for OG. There's some good aggression. Tims is just constantly scouting for couriers if he can get that timing. Natsumi under some pressure down bot with the early rotation of Kataomi. Not quite enough.
Oh, BetBoom. Scam. Can be targeted. Nice nightmare there on Miero, but it will be taken by Kataomi. They'll still be able to set up. And Skem gets hit by the bushwhack of Save. No escape for Skem. And Natsumi, of course, could not help whatsoever. In fact, Natsumi needs to be quite careful they don't dive him as well. They've got a full creep wave to just chase him down if they so wish. And I love the fact BetBoom just completely bullying out the side of OG from this bottom lane, at least temporarily.
Yeah, we saw them kind of do this in game 1, and for OG, It just felt like after a rough laning start, you're stuck with not much to do, with no connections, right? The DK's a much quicker core as well. Here for Natsumi, he'd want to get something like his Mask of Madness's Blink up and BKB just to join his engagement. Skem.
Skem get in trouble. GPK does so much damage. Yopaj, though, gonna move in with some raises. Tim's gonna show up as well. GPK gonna be very careful. They'll bring save into Bird. GPK gonna turn his attention onto Yopaj now, who does go down. The Jakiro is just so much sustained, apparently, as Tim's will also drop. Kataomi making it just in the nick of time to save. Skem, they'll go for a run. Bushwhack not going to be on the mark this time. But BetBoom, they've already done the damage.
Yeah, they have. It's just weird timing as well for Skem to start setting up. Yeah, we're approaching the 6-minute mark. It's a little bit early to just be standing at the rune spot at that point. I believe it was half a minute early. And again, that exposure does cost them. Kataomi and the early value in Fatal Bonds, and again, maximizing Shadow Word has been doing so much work. Maybe down bot here.
Miero's pretty tanky. They will stun him up, chain stun him. Miero is going to go down, but Yopaj again will lose his life in the meantime. GPK able to pick him off with the Macro Pyre. So you got Miero, but you're going to lose your mid SF once again. Not good news for OG.
No. And again, with that Liquid Fire, your push potential is just so high. The tower is just slowing down by a huge degree. You have so much damage that you can kind of leverage with your siege creep. That stays alive for a lot longer than you'd want it to here on the side of OG. And no one's ready to help out. We'll take a look at that replay again. Yopaj getting bullied out in the side. Just a straightforward combination from GPK. The slows, the damage. It's just an insane amount of output with that Liquid Frost up and, you know, the value point in the Ice Path to set all of that up. Just really unfortunate for Yopaj getting caught in the tree line. So you didn't have a straightforward path out of Macro Pyre. Early game, it's just way too much damage to contend with here for Yopaj. And again, it just feels like a little bit of a repeat from game one, where BetBoom has this early game control, early game tempo that they're finding for themselves. Kiritich has himself probably the freest lane of his life once more, going straight into the Radiance here on our Life Stealer with what looks to be a really good timing for it if he wants to rush it as well instead of the Armlet. And that just mitigates a lot of what you'd want to do on OG. Again, like Natsumi's not going to be able to get a lot of those hits. The evasion's going to be really annoying to contend with. You already maybe have some early damage issues here. At least Yopaj can do some damage, but the timing we're looking for now on, say, his Kaya Yasha plus maybe a Blink BKB, pretty stalled out after the start here.
Oh, Yopaj again getting bushwhacked here by save. It's going to be an amp damage rune spawning up bottom. GPK very happy to see that. Might just commit for the mid-tier 1 tower the way this game's going. They haven't found it quite yet here, BetBoom, but feels like they could take it at any moment. See if they do. Meanwhile, Kiritich, he has infiltrated the Radiant Triangle.
Good old Gore Storm. Taking Ancient early on, why not?
You'd love to see it. Kiritich will sneak up behind Nico. He's got help around. Both supports are there to back up Kiritich. They will start to move in, though Nico does run the right way. Can they find a bushwhack? They cannot. A little bit unfortunate. And Mancap makes his appearance once again.
Yeah, does manage to sneak around. You know, that's a lot of time wasted, at the least. GPK is clearing out the stacks, though. So, again, more wins coming out for BetBoom. The catch-up recovery farm here for Yopaj cut off. Catch-up farm for Nico as well, just gone. And BetBoom's just been so good at the first 10 minutes of the game in comparison to OG and, you know, what they've had to deal with. Their lanes had some potential. But when it comes down to these movements across the map, like, say, Kataomi making these early swings into Natsumi's lane, you're not seeing that same level of movement coming out from OG for the most part. And again, it's just costing them. Maybe a little bit of move onto that tier 1 with a Jakiro. Doesn't take too long. All you can do in OG, as it was in game 1, sit back, farm, try to hit some item spikes, initial item spikes first, and maybe hope for the best. After that, maybe start to look for the pickoffs. I will say at the least for BetBoom, if you manage to find GPK at some point, it will be pretty significant how much this Jakiro starts to lag behind if you kill him twice.
Skem's trying so hard to deny these power runes from GPK. GPK now going to have a nice arcane rune for himself. Every single power in thus far going to the mid Jakiro. Don't really think he'll be able to make much use of it this time anyway, but nevertheless, just not handing it over to Yopaj is what BetBoom really want. Bright side for OG is Natsumi is having a pretty free game. At least in terms of the farm game, he's having a great old time. Whether that's going to matter, I'm not sure, because it's not like BetBoom are having a rough time either.
No. I mean, again, look at Kiritich just being so aggressive. Gore stormed up another Ancient creep on the chase.
Yeah, Natsumi going to cop the Golem and the Bushwhack. Natsumi not as tanky. We're going to hit by the Sharpshooter. Will go down a very important pick-off now for BetBoom.
That it is. It is buying some space out. I'd say having the space out for Yopaj to finally get some relief is pretty big. The SF is going to be a big tool in these early engagement. Just the DK can always just sit back and farm back relevancy, as we know Natsumi can do on the hero.
They've got grip. They're going to try for Kiritich with the grip. Can Skem break the gap? They're just by a T1 tower. It's a little bit scary here. Kiritich, he could survive long enough. They are going to try, though. Rage War's out. It won't matter through the Fiend's grip, however. TPs are incoming into the Spear of Nico, and they've got enough. Save desperately trying to get there in time, but he could not do it.
And that evens it out a fair bit more. It has been a little bit slower for Kiritich, despite, again, finding the lane manageable enough to be left alone while Nico does his thing. They are looking for a little bit more here.
They sure are, Nico. Spear out, save now caught, and the kisses just in case. Not messing around. The GPK will make his appearance. Kataomi. He'll leave him a gift behind.
Yep. Get a little bit of a freebie, drag some attention up top. Again, freeing up the lanes elsewhere, giving Yopaj that room to actually get into that Kaya Yasha timing now, and Natsumi to keep that lead going, at least relative to Kiritich. For our Lifestealer, I mean, Kiritich is still making that progression to the Radiance, and I like seeing that first because, again, a Gore Storm creep with Radiance running is a massive threat. The thing is, his farm pace as well, it's a Lifestealer, you know? It farms relatively okay, but not as quick as, say, a DK just with all of this damage coming through. So you'll need a little bit of an accelerator. And again, you start to think, have you done enough to Yopaj? You were really focused on mid. You killed him twice, sure. But the Kaya is up. Yasha's not too far off. And once you have that quick Requiem of Souls, the damage can be significant. All he'll need after that is like Blink BKB. And once these BKB timings start to actualize for OG, GPK and on this Jakiro, his damage tapers off. Right? Like even the Macro Pyre is not going to be so good until you get Ags up against these BKBs. So there is a little bit of a timing here for OG to sit out. BetBoom trying to force that aggression before it comes to reality here.
And Nico getting hit by the Bushwhack. GPK not messing around. Macro immediately finds his dominating spree now on the Jakiro, and a very nice kill for the side of BetBoom.
That it is. Good timing as well into the 14-minute Shrines of Wisdom. So another invasion coming out here from BetBoom, and no one's on the right side of the map to secure that for the side of OG later on. So gonna looking like a double Shrines of Wisdom here for BetBoom to kind of keep riding this early aggression. Again, all things considered, OG 4-8, not that far behind. It's a relatively equal game in terms of net worth. Yopaj still struggling, but Kiritich is as well. Nico also somewhat struggling, but doesn't need too much on the Mars at the least. If they can find GPK somehow. Oh no.
The guess, GPK gonna be safe for now.
Get 2 for 2 in OG somehow.
The Skem with the Nightmare drags Miro out of the Shrine of Wisdom, so they do find themselves 2. The Skem very happy with himself. Slight net worth lead for BetBoom, less than 1k at the moment. Natsumi's still sitting at the top of the net worth board. You do have Kiritich lagging a little bit behind, but I think Miro and GPK more than make up for it.
That they do. But again, the Jakiro you expect to be ahead at this point, right? Like all of this magic damage in lane, it's a lane-dominant hero. Its damage starts to taper off a little bit as magic res and debuff immunity start to come into play, which I think, again, it's going to be the next main concern for the side of BetBoom. Like, you're still in the clear for at least maybe 5 minutes, depending on what time or what order they'd want these BKBs to start coming in from OG. But they do hit a big stride. Blink up now on Nico, so he's willing to play aggressive. They've got that Arena Kisses combination as they go through the gate. Not in time to find them up top, straggling. Instead, maybe a jump into that jungle could net them a pick-off on Miero if they'd want with a smoke, but Nico is working his way towards that area.
Smoke around OG. They will go into the triangle. They have found a Nightmare and an Arena. Miero, he's got TPs coming in. It's not going to be quick enough, but they are going to commit. Kiritic goes all the way. Pops the Rage. Nico, he'll put the shield up. Save, moving in. Very nice bushwhack from Save once again. Still trying for Nico, but now Kiritic is caught. Natsumi intervenes, and this is the big one. Yopaj, a bit of revenge here with the Requiem. It's BetBoom. Yeah, Miero, I mean, he was 100% dead. BetBoom, they make the call to keep going anyway, not anticipating the whole side of OG would be there.
Yeah. A little bit of maybe optimism to re-engage in that area. They'll still lose the tier 1. Good deny out from Miero at the least on the way out.
Certainly so. Who have they got? Spear out. It's going to be Save. Save trying for a run. Skem, though, with the Nightmare. Going to lock him down. And so suddenly the scoreline, 8-8. 2K net worth lead sitting the way of OG. And for BetBoom, I mean, you can rely on this Shakiro mid. At some point, though, it does start to feel like it drops off if you die a couple times. And Kiritic, it's so important for him to get to that stage where he can actually carry the game for his squad. He tries to join in to help out this time, but sadly, he will pay for it.
Yeah, maybe feeling confident, like there was a dominated creep nearby, maybe feeling like he could just infest that, try to escape. Good chain stunts, good layering of control here from the side of OG. Just prevents that. They might have been able to kill the creep as well. I'm fairly certain it was low HP. Again, Scam in that same area.
It's being very annoying here, Scam. Miero, I mean, he's got Stampede if he really wants this kill. Not worth his time. He'll back his way out of there. In the meantime, the T1 top tower does go down. OG will go ahead and finish that one off. And at this stage, like, are you meant to be the aggressors as OG? Or would you rather see BetBoom do that?
I'd say this is kind of the start of aggression for OG. BetBoom, I mean, they still have a lot of tool threat. Every single time Chaotic Offering's up, you'd want to play.
They saw him.
Ooh.
They had a sentry. Trying to be cheeky with the Requiem invis play. Thankfully for Kiritic, a sentry ward will save the day.
And it does. Buy your sentries. You know, those you want them to get resupplied. Just a heads up. Still, 8-8, 4K lead coming out for OG. And just back to that question, like, OG can start that aggression. They are looking for their safety nets first. Blink on Yopaj into the BKB like we were talking about. He will go for that. And Nico is looking for his own BKB. Natsumi, for the blink, already has his BKB. So triple BKB timings here. Like we were talking about in Jakiro, it will taper off a cliff. Like, there's no damage. There's not much you can hope for unless you get that jump in first and say you get the good Fatal Bonds,
GPK.
offering. It could be amazing.
GPK. They've got Fiend's Grip up on Skem. GPK's got help around him. In fact, more TPs are incoming. Arena down though. GPK! Somebody save him! They Fiend's Grip Kataomi. He couldn't reinitiate. The counter initiation, it never comes out. He had no chance. Now Natsumi, he'll jump on Kiritic, the Requiem. It's not quick enough. Kiritic will get the rage off in time. Infest into Miero, but Nico cuts him off. Miero's going nowhere. Kiritic, he'll fall with the squad. Oh, Scam. Yeah. Jonathan, you'll see in the replay, Scam, the Fiend's Grip priority.
Yeah.
He goes, you wouldn't think of that.
No.
He goes for the Warlock, and now Nico. Oh, I think it is Nico. I think it might be.
I mean, yeah, Scam, not just from that Fiend's Grip, even the Nightmare play. So the Cookie almost missed, right? Like, they managed to get the clip Cookie and then the Nightmare back to get that repositioning out as well for Natsumi to just play in that area. And then the grip in the back to prevent that big Chaotic Offering. We talked about the tools in BetBoom. That's the one thing they have for wide team fights in terms of hard control. That AoE stun just never comes in. And look, the combinations don't quite land Kiritic, but they had enough. Nico and his positioning, his read on that blink to cut off that Centaur just enables everything else. Last game, Nico and Abaddon couldn't do much, but on a hero like Mars, where he can actually make plays, this guy does deliver. Good old Kuya Nico.
Talk to me though, John. BetBoom, they're backs against the wall now. What do you think they need to do? Well, what do we need to see from BetBoom to have a comeback here?
They need more farm. Kiritic is just not completely set on this lifestealer to just stand up against all of this damage coming in. Those are some crazy odds.
That's ugly.
That is some insane odds. 9.54? That's probably the most one-sided odds we've seen on a while, Mike.
I think the problem is, right, like, your Jakiro is slowly dropping off. And unfortunately, again, Kiritic, he's been trying to help his team, but the farm department for the lifesteal is just not there right now. Karaomi, gonna get caught out. Nico, being very good with these spears. Looks like they'll go for maybe a T2 top tower now, OG. Never mind. Tormentor time.
Take the free objective first. Shard would be quite nice to have, I'd say, on Tim's if you get lucky here. A little bit more healing on that cookie. We'll see if they get the RNG their way. And there you go. Very impactful Shard to come out. And one more BKB to play with now that Nico has his up and running. Yopaj still a ways off. For BetBoom, yeah, like what they have to do, get Kiritic bigger. He is their win condition, sole win condition. I mean, at some point, all right, for the Jakiro, once BKBs taper down to 6, you can always like bait out BKBs, stampede, retreat, reset, and re-engage once it fades, and then it gets really annoying to, again, play into GPK. It just requires a very specific style. You have to overcommit on OG. You have to bank on them to make that mistake almost. There's also other scaling potential for Jakiro. The Ags is one way to stay hyper-relevant, like turning it into pure damage, somewhat piercing through debuff immunity. It's massive. Like this thing is, the Ags macro power is just huge in late game hold as well.
Hello. Oh, scam.
Oh.
Arteezy at home. Oh, no Arteezy at home.
Oh.
Cut over. Don't get it.
He was trying.
I guess we should call him Scarax. He's just doing it for the memes.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Scarax. There you go, John.
Scarax. How about, well, what's Nico then? Nikeb?
I mean, I guess so.
Siko? Seko? That doesn't work. None of that works. You know, Skeb just works.
It does. Heritage. Still farming. Roshan, though, has begun. Natsumi getting lucky, finding an app damage. Make life a lot easier for him. And of course, like we were saying last game about BetBoom, this is OG's game to lose.
Yes.
No two ways about that now. This is OG's game to lose.
And as I love to say, never underestimate our ability, Southeast Asia's ability to throw away a lead.
Oh, absolutely. I would never.
Never underestimate that.
Look at that, Jonathan. Win probability.
To 48%. Okay, actually, when it's even, you know, Southeast Asian fans can relax a little bit as they catch.
Miero. Arena. Very nice from Nico, but the blink away. The blink away is there, Miero. Very nice. Wasting the arena of Nico. That'll give them a little bit of leeway. A little bit of time where they can relax.
I think two things happened there. Arena came out, and the timing of that Glimmer Cape usage coming out from save blocks enough, or just dodges enough, that he doesn't get hit by literally anything. Like, the Arena damage is not there. Glimmer Cape saves him. He gets the blink out.
Beautiful.
Very clutch timing coming out from save.
That's why they call him save.
Yeah. The Ultra Nerd. Very smart player.
Page, nice juke out. Is he going to be able to get out, though? Skem, he'll stay behind. He'll take it for his team. Meanwhile, Natsumi, he does find a T2 mid tower in the meantime. And BetBoom, you're not going to be too upset about that because there was no defending that Tier 2 anyway.
No.
So at least you get Skem, you get a PKB forced out from Yopaj. Probably the best thing you could have asked for, apart from just a Yopaj kill.
Yep. And it's almost reminiscent as to what OG were looking for in Game 1 in that little rise up they had in that roller coaster of a game where you're looking for the side of OG to... well, OG was looking for BetBoom to split up. BetBoom's kind of looking for that now from OG. If OG stream around the map, walk down lanes without caring too much, not respecting, say, the clump-up potential that happens here from BetBoom, things can get dicey very fast. But they've been a little bit more disciplined here on OG. They haven't quite split apart just yet, or split apart enough to be punished just yet. I will say as well, like, even though the damage of this Jakiro does taper off, macro power in a high ground defense, even without the Ags, chaotic offering in a tight spot,
always
still scary.
Blink towards Skem. Skem! Oh, he's mid-animation. Mid-animation couldn't quite get there. Very quick from here, very clutch to get out.
Oh yeah. Waste some time. at least the creep wave isn't completely cut off, so you still have this avenue here for Natsumi, as he still has 2.5 minutes on that Aegis. So there's still a lot of time left to do some damage on the map. Again, for BetBoom, just not a lot of options. They can take solace in the fact that their high ground defense is insane.
Oh, Scam. He's been such a menace on this Bane. Good old Scam. Fiend's Grip out as well. Nico is on the way. They just want a quick freebie. Thank you very much.
Yopaj as well.
Just trying to kill secure here, Jonathan. No stealing.
That's real. Yopaj, he goes through the gate still. They don't want this.
Kiritich, he does kill Scam. Rotations out from BetBoom, trying to find some kind of fight. At least they get a support trade. I'd say for BetBoom, any kill's a good kill right now.
That it is. Maybe a little bit of wasted time. Yopaj gets a good read at there's no way the lifesteal is there alone. And now, who's left for your high ground defense? They're going to have to link their way back. Again, still some time on the Aegis for Natsumi. Does a little poke. A lot of damage onto that tier 3, down to just 1.6. Almost 1,000 damage in that small window here for the DK. Daedalus fully up for Natsumi as well. Damage is overwhelming if you just allow him to lay on to these heroes. And now the Blink's completed now on top of that. So easier initiations coming up. You can easily kind of even just set up for Yopaj. I think that's the key thing. Like, Spear is not the most reliable setup for a big Requiem blow-up, but Dragon Tail is. So Yopaj can start to feel a lot more confident in going in. You could sit back and farm up the Ags on Yopaj first as well. Not too far off, along with what we were seeing on Nico going for the refresh. Tim's playing Pope.
Tim's? What is this, sir? Oh, he's just got no fear apparently right now.
Bravery, Mike.
Very brave from Tim's. Miero will leave. He's not risking anything right now. BetBoom, they can't afford to have just deaths for no reason.
No.
Natsumi pops a dragon form. Plenty of damage now with the Daedalus up. Straight through the tier 2 top tower.
Yep.
OG, of course, they're going to have their Aegis expire in about 25 seconds. So, Natsumi, it's a question of whether they want to try for this high ground. It does seem on the risky end for OG if they do. BetBoom would probably welcome it. Natsumi, he's going to move in, but will blink out. Just a bit of chip damage.
Yeah, you can see the threat of that chip. Again, a couple of right clicks, 300 HP down in that tier 3. Max value gotten from the Aegis as the map's just completely cleared out. No more tier 2s, no outer towers left for BetBoom, and a very shrunk down map for them to roam around in to try to hunt these stragglers. OG, for their part, just so much more room to go. Yopaj, 700 gold away from the Ags. Nico, just hanging on for the refresh. Kiritich has made a lot of progress since we last saw. Radiant's done, of course. Sanj and Yasha up, trying to go for a basher into the Ags, and having that infest and lower cooldown, getting into the enemies. It can be a pretty big problem if you're not careful.
This could be a problem for Kiritich. He's surrounded. They know he's there too. Natsumi's waiting. Quick rage from Kiritich. My goodness, can they cancel? They can't. My goodness, that was quick.
And it was. Very quick. That's a melee Dragon Tail as well. Almost instantaneous. So props to Kiritich for getting that response out, wasting some time from OG, but it could have ended very badly as well. One must wonder if you'd want something to go through that debuff. If Schem was just around the area, that would have been a disaster for the side of BetBoom, but fortunately not. Still.
They've got Ags up on Yopaj. They want to try and use this spike to go. BetBoom. Kiritich will hold the high ground of that dive triangle right now. Scam is going to move in. Kiritich, he doesn't realize they're coming. Oh! He thought it was just Scam. And now, consolation prize. Kataomi will drop to boot. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. Like, Scam, he's basically been in the dive triangle the whole game.
Yeah.
By himself.
I guess it's like the boy who cried wolf. Eventually, you know, the wolf shows up. And he doesn't listen to the boy.
Nico. Some structures being placed by Nico. He used to work in construction.
Yeah. Zoning. Just zoning out.
Just zoning. GPK is going to successfully defend for now, but 20 seconds without the life stealer. Tims will jump in. Miero. Double hoof stop. Ice Puff out. Yopaj looking a little bit unhealthy, but GPK gets Fiend's Grip. Meanwhile, Miero trying to just pick off Yopaj, but now he is the prey. Double kill for Natsumi. as Keratic, he's just respawning now, but 2 of his teammates are missing, and they're the important 2, John.
Natsumi's still staying for a little bit longer. They
Is
do
this
have
all in
chaotic
from
offering.
Keratic? No, he will retreat. Natsumi now with the Satanica. No reason to retreat from OG. At least 1 lane of barracks to come.
And nothing to stop this. If you don't see that opportunity to chaotic offering, without the Jakiro and without the Centaur, that follow-through damage just falls a little bit flat. So even without Aegis, OG, take the high ground after that opportunity, all off the back of Keratic dying in that triangle. Not listening to the boy who cried wolf, believing Scam would just make the same mistake again. And 20-11 OG, 23k up. They could secure next Roshan as well. They can keep all of the lanes shoved in. And for the side of BetBoom, we have to see that brilliance in the high ground defense, right? Like, you have to see the big fatal bonds plus macro pyre, some good stuns from Miero, as Natsumi's just farming up the storm, a minute 10 faster than the previous timing on the Satanic. So having himself a very, very free game. And, you know, he needs to finish that tournament. All right, Natsumi.
Don't torment us, Natsumi.
Calm down.
Skem with my personal absolute hated shards.
I was seeing you decide whether or not to praise it sarcastically or just say it's
shard.
bad.
Such a stupid shard. AoE brain sap. But by the way, we're going to take 30% off the values. It's too broke. No, God forbid Bane gets anything.
No.
Oh.
He is annoying, to be fair.
Oh, shut
you know.
up. No, he's not, John.
He is kind of.
That's kind of his... Here we go. BetBoom. 5-man smoke. Roshan up in 40 seconds. This will be a huge fight for BetBoom. The game-changing fight, if they can win this one. This is what they need. A fight into Roshan. Miero, he sees a big target. It's Natsumi. They jump in. Natsumi, saved by the cookie for now. Meanwhile, Nico, he jumps to the back with the arena. It's a big one. Yopaj with the Requiem. 2 are down. Make that 3. Miero's gone. And Keratic. No stun. But they've got the 4th. GPK is gone. How do you defend as BetBoom? It's just 1 versus 5. They've got 2 buybacks from the supports, but we saw this earlier. It's Keratic and 2 supports.
It's not enough. They need GPK or they need Miero. Ideally, GPK. Like, you need that macro power, you need damage. And the Chikir is going to provide that for you. These Raxes just melt with the output.
GG! GG! We are getting a game number 3 of this round 1 of playoffs between OG and BetBoom. And I'll be frank with you, John, I'd have it no other way. 2 fantastic teams with 3 games. You can consider me very happy.
That you can, and you know, there were some question marks over GPK going for that Jakiro mid and the implications of it. BetBoom needed to play faster around it. They get that same focus on the side lanes, but this time it doesn't die out as much and GPK just doesn't stop mid hard enough.
No, absolutely not. We'll go back to our panel, see what they have to say about this game.
Well, I think we have to say quite a bit of things about this game. But I also think that the faces of BB Team right there, that says a lot as well.
I'll start by saying I'm a little worried for RMN. All right, he's the Jakiro guy. You know, he's the one who loves it. He's clearly come into this team, a team that lacked creativity, played by the book. He went to them, hey guys, let's try Jakiro mid. I promise you, but they probably scrimmed it. It's probably worked beautifully. And now they're into a game 3. Yeah.
Early game looked good.
Yeah,
it looked great.
Yeah.
There's going to be a couple of clips where Jakiro is doing insanely well. Even though he goes to melee range, it feels like the damage output from this hero at the early stages of the game is just insane. And also him putting an early point in Ice Bat allows them to get some more kills as well. This is going to be 2 kills. Yopaj has been on the receiving end first 10-15 minutes. This is basically a solo kill coming out from GPK, even though the 2 supports are there.
Look how good he is.
He's just melting.
Why is
there was like 1 right click from Katomi. He tried to kill steal that. And then 9 minutes, you have Jakiro invading enemy triangle and stealing their stack. I don't think you can ask for a better start.
And that's the sad thing, because I love Jakiro core in certain games. Like, what it brings, you take the first tower, mid tower, 4 minute 10. You take the stacks like we see, but unfortunately, things like this happen where it just takes 1 bad team fight, a mirror death, then Lifestealer TP's in, he then dies, Jakiro gets hit by a sleep, he then dies. Like, these are the moments where it's just too volatile to be consistently competitively viable.
And then the hero just
falls off so
Falls
quickly.
off a cliff.
It
And more,
does.
yeah.
Into the water and then sinks like a brick.
Yes, he's at the bottom of the
This is
French
the big
thing,
fight.
yeah.
Like the really nice cookie into Nightmare, so he caught him right there, and then Blink Dagger on Mars, catching three of them. I don't think you can ask for anything better with this, because he goes in, Warlock Golem is slightly late. I don't think it changes much.
But I think, at least from what we're seeing so far, is OG understood the lack of damage they had. They kind of conceded some early map. They didn't overreact to the Jakiro. Sure, they may have died to him a couple of times, but they waited for the Yashakai, for the Shadow Fiend, the Bane to be ready. Like, they took the critical fights they needed, and then they went, you know what? This is our time. And honestly, Skem, 0-6-17 on the Bane, multiple Nightmare setups, of course, Force on the Mars. It's a disciplined game from OG.
I'm just gonna say, I'm a little surprised we're not seeing more of a Mars after Centaur is getting picked, like, because we see how effective it is in that previous fight shown.
Yeah.
He can't use Stampede. He's basically left alone, and then he's using Stampede for himself. He's gonna die in the end, but he cannot save his teammates. And also against the Bloodsport, you need to be blinking in. Timmy, he's the standout player for this match. Had some really nice cookies, really nice saves, and I really like this build. If you don't need to go for like Glimmer Cape, I really like the Solar Crest, increasing the damage on your carries, and also Guardian Greaves, plus the Shard, of course, so you're going to be healing for the Guardian Greaves, plus extra 200 coming up from the cookie, which is an insane amount of heals.
Yeah, I think we should also indeed focus maybe a bit more on OG and what they did right, because Jakiro obviously did fall off, but I think the amount of team fight that OG brought to this game, Tigov, it just showed that they also learned from game 1 to game 2 to adapt and be ready to fight.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? They knew when and where to take the correct fights, because they understood the snowball potential of a Jakiro lineup, and then, like I said, they concede map, they get the key kills, and it's kind of a rinse-repeat of game 1, where they know who to kill at the right time.
Yeah, but to still maybe hammer home a little bit the point of Jakiro core, we got great comparison coming for you guys. Obviously, our MVP, Tims, he's on one side, GPK on the other side.
Yeah, I feel like this is like the final nail on the coffin, and then I promise you we won't talk about Jakiro mid, but at the 29-minute mark, looking at the net worth, the Jakiro, he's basically the same as a position 4, right? So, yeah, to summarize, you have a good early, you die sometimes, now you're basically another support with a 4-star.
Yeah, he's also forced to buy a BKB in this one. He's playing against the arena. If he's the one getting jumped, he's going to be dying inside. You want to be building different items. You want to have Witchblade, you want to have Hurricane Pike, then maybe consider getting a BKB, Aghanim Scepter. And this one, he just died way too many times, and you didn't really see the full potential of the hero in terms of the damage dealing.
Yeah. I don't think we are going to see Jakiro.
Probably not.
He's not in game number 3 of this series. But if you want to know what is going to be picked in game number 3, got to stick around until after this break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move. Every move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of not Guess the Hero, it's Make the Hero here with Tims from OG. Tims from OG, what a world. How fantastic to see you, sir. How you doing?
Yeah, doing good.
Now tell me, do you know a lot about heroes, items? You buy a lot of weird items?
Right now I only buy Arcane and Glimmer only.
That's very depressing, but the life of many supports.
Yeah.
So what can you do? Well, we're going to play a fun little game here. What we're going to do is let you pick a role or ban a role. We're going to show you some random items. You're going to have to select in your best way possible these random items, a good role and a good hero, and I'll rate you at the end based on how many reports you might get. Are you ready to play?
Okay.
All right, fantastic. Let us begin here. Your first thing is we are going to start the program. You are auto-banned. You are not allowed to pick hard support. That's unfortunate for you. Let's go and see your first two items. First two items, please. Okay, all right. Now, Aether Eggs. Pretty good start. You must select a role you believe two items, Aether Lens and Ags, would be good in. What do you think?
Role, right? Soft support.
I mean, of course, the pause for.
Yeah.
I mean, where does the mind go? What heroes are you thinking of right now?
Shadow Demon.
Shadow Demon?
Yeah.
Aether Lens Ags, not bad. You know, old Shadow Shaman came to my mind.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see your next items. Bring them out. Things get a little interesting. We have Monkey King Bar Boots of Bearing on a pause 4. Any thoughts? What hero could possibly fit into this?
Mid laner.
Mid? You just want to abandon support. After say what made these two items just made you completely abandon 4?
Oh, it's still pause 4, right?
Yeah, well, hopefully, unless you want to change, but
okay,
you don't get that many changes.
Just do pause 4.
You're going to stick with it. What hero are you thinking of?
Hoodwink.
Monkey King Bar Hoodwink?
Yeah.
With Ags?
Yeah.
Is that... Where's the damage, big dog?
It's on the first skill. First skill ulti with a talent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hoodwink potentially. All right. Let's lock it in here. As we see now, next one, if you don't mind. The Pipe of Insight.
Mm-hmm.
How mad would you be if your pause 4 Hoodwinked rush Boots of Bearing Pipe of Insight?
It's fine.
What do you mean it's fine?
I'm still support though.
What do you mean you're supporting?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is looking a little toxic. Now, this is your last opportunity. I will allow you to change your role now, or you can stay where you're at. There's one item left.
No, I think I'm gonna change to offlane.
Offlane. Okay, now this is making sense. Pipe, the boots, is that what did it? Was it mostly the pipe?
No, just the MKB.
Oh, the MKB made you be offlane.
Yeah.
All right, I see you're cooking right now. What heroes are you thinking could work in the offlane with this atrocious build?
I'm thinking about the Monkey as offlane, but there's Aether Lens, but...
Monkey Aether Lens is not good, brother. What?
Okay, I think just go Bristleback. Just do Aether Lens for the mana regen, is fine.
Okay. The classic Aether Lens Bristleback. Everything else makes sense, though. Boots of Bearing's not bad. Monkey King Bar, bit questionable. Pipe of Insight, definitely good.
Yeah, Aghanim is good.
Aghanim is goated. Okay, so we're locking in offlane. You can't change.
Yeah.
All right, show us the last item.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a good... Thank God we're not Hoodwink anymore.
Yeah.
Final answer of what hero? Is this Bristle?
Yeah, Bristle.
If you saw a Bristleback with these items in your pub, how angry would you be?
I think it's fine, just the Aether Lens is not so good.
Either one's a little sus.
Yeah.
Maybe they accidentally built it, you know? They were trying to build
Mana
something.
regen is fine.
Mana regen's good. Okay, you know what? Out of 9 potential reports, I'm only gonna give you 2 reports on this one.
Nice.
Tims, I gotta say, incredible job. Well done. For a man that only buys Glimmer Cape, you really put it together, my man. Thank you very much. You built a fantastic hero on this episode of Make a Hero. We'll see you next time here at PGL Wallachia number 6.
We are going to witness a third game between BetBoom and OG. And they have been delivering so far. It's been entertaining for a multitude of reasons. But I think the overarching factor is one of the reasons why it's been fun is because it's not entirely clean. It's sometimes just a little bit wonky with the Jakiro mid, which I don't think we're going to see. But I can't wait to see what's happening in game number 3 because
I want to see OG do good first 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
They always put themselves in a spot where it's very difficult to just play after 10, 15 minutes. But they kind of got used to that, so...
Yeah, it's their strength to come back. They got to be the underdog. This is the organization's, they got to play as the underdog.
Yeah,
exactly. Underdog and then come back.
Yeah, well, to be fair, you are correct. They haven't won a single lane in this series.
That sounds
on average.
really bad.
On average. They have won a lane out of the 3. But the point is, yes, early game for OG isn't the strongest, but they identify when to make the correct fights. Even in game 1, they still took good fights. It was then the back and forth between both teams. Of course, game 2, completely different story because they're trying out a mid Jakiro. It happens. I think for BB, they just need to, just calm down. I don't want to use the word respect because clearly this is a strategy that they've tried in scrims and it works. So they're like, you know what? This is the game.
What are the odds that they didn't try it in a scrim?
Ooh, I'd say...
he probably thought about it,
low,
considering that people on Reddit talk about it. You're going to be seeing some crazy guy in your pubs playing stuff like that. So
fair.
Eventually someone's going to pick up on it.
Yeah, and it's like OG did have a low damage lineup that was exploitable. We saw Jakiro take the tower, take the enemy jungle. In theory, it's exactly what BB wanted to break the early game. The issue is BB's mid game is not clean enough to run strategies like this. Like if you told me today, oh, Liquid's going to play a core Jakiro, I'll be like, yeah, sure, why not? The way they play is methodical, it's disciplined, they know how to win games quickly. BB, at least in this tournament, aren't that clean of a team, so I don't think they're ready to unlock these strategies. But they have shown us that there is room for these things to exist. They're not good enough to run them.
Pretty clean at the start. It was just, you could definitely see that there was a good amount of thought process coming into it because they played so well around them. They knew that we can allow enemy supports to rotate onto our Jakiro. We're going to be bringing in our supports relatively early on mid and also clearing the stacks, stealing the stacks from them. But after the laning stage, all it takes is 1-2 mistakes and suddenly your game is over. But let's focus on this one. I don't think we're going to be seeing another core Jakiro. We're probably going to be seeing Jakiro as an opener on 8 or 9 because this hero is just too strong. They're going to be banning out Shadow Demon again. And this time they will take Dragonite for themselves. Natsumi had a great game on Dragonite.
He did, and we got the Jakiro as answer. So far, no big surprises coming out here just yet.
Just a swap of the heroes.
And on sides as well.
You know what would be absolutely based and
if they do it.
OG run a core Jakiro and just dumps to them. And this, oh god.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I mean, that would be the SEA players taking a bit of the the OG flair into them, right? That would be whew.
I don't know if it would work.
Have belief.
All right, let's see what they are going to ban. We got Tusk removed. So in the previous game, in this phase, they removed Tusk and Primal on the side of BB Team, and we had the Juggernaut removed by OG. So far, script is still following.
Primal's really good against Dragonite, not just because of the break mechanic later on, but also if he misuses the stun or uses the stun on somebody else. Plus, you have a BKB piercing tool, you have scaling damage. Like, this hero is just insane. He's level 25 refresher, and we are seeing some of the longer games as well, knowing that it is OG, it is Southeast Asia. We've seen BB teams having the longest game of the tournament, so eventually it's going to come down to that, and this is just a menace of a hero to deal with. Like, the hero is always going to be having farm.
Look at that respect for the Kataomi Warlock.
Yeah, he's smiling about it.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I would be too. The Mars coming out. I will say, you said earlier, why is Mars not picked more often against Centaur? Mars has a pretty low win rate, though.
Yeah, we are not seeing some of the, I would say, best Mars players in action.
Okay.
There's no ATF as well at the tournament, but they also are, this is a statement, like, we are letting you pick your Centaur again, if you want. We're just going to have Mars here on 13, and you can do whatever you want.
You just need to make sure you have damage when you pick Mars. I think some teams kind of struggle to identify that, and then you have these lineups where Mars needs to initiate and kill and do way more than the hero actually provides. So already with a Jakiro, 3 more picks down the line, I think OG are going to be very aware of what they need to do for this hero. And BB just copying OG in game 2.
Yeah, the Bane worked out for them. And of course, Kataomi is a fantastic Bane.
He is. I also like the MOUZ because it counters whole saves hero pool, which is relatively low. It's great against Hoodwink, it's great against Muerta as well, great against his Shadow Demon, and Clown as well. I keep always forgetting the name of it. It's going to be Hoodwink again. Yeah.
I mean, Clown works just fine. I think everybody
People know.
understands what you mean. We still got the Hoodwink coming out, though, despite that.
Yeah, just the 3 picks together do provide quite a lot, right? When you think about Falcons and their success, these heroes, at least Hoodwink and DK, are going to be the combination. You put any 2 heroes together, they have enough control to set up someone else to do the killing blow. So it's very scary once you break out into the map. A lot of kill potential. But for OG, at least the way that Skem plays Jakiro, he really just wants to break down early towers. The way that GPK did it from the mid lane, Skem does it from the support. I've seen multiple games now where he's just by himself, just hitting a tier 1 tower, because he doesn't really care. It's like, I'm going to take this. If you kill me, my team's farming the other side of the map. So, of course, BB are going to be able to punish that playstyle with a Hoodwink set up into a DKTP. You cannot just be by yourself on this map. Once again, the things that we said in regards to OG's Game 2 draft are also true for BB now. These 3 heroes, early on, are low damage. Good control, good pick-off, but you needed a couple more heroes to provide the big killing blow.
You got the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, the Yopaj Nature's Prophet, often respected in the later phases of bans, but an incredible player-to-hero combination.
This is what I wanted to see. This type of a hero that's not going to lose them the lane. They're actually
gonna win all
winning
lanes.
them the lanes, the side lanes that you're going to be TPing to. So good response. I think they also realize that you can't just let them have first 10 minutes for free.
Doesn't matter anyway.
It took them good game. Doesn't matter. They're still playing so well.
That's true. Good question. Is there a reason why Snapfire would not be picked instead of the Enchantress?
Enchantress at least opens up to win more lanes than Snapfire.
Okay.
If there's like the Tide, the Centaurs, they can often just brush off what Snapfire can do. But Enchantress, you don't care about any offlaner pretty much. You will always have a creep to play with, or Impetus, or a healing if it's too hard of a lane. I think Enchantress is a bit more stable when you're picking it blind, not knowing what you're playing into.
And I also like that BB team is a team that also flexes Dragonite to 3 different roles. This is basically what Falcons did back in the days when they kind of formed, playing it from 3 different roles. Even though I haven't really been impressed from the offlane Dragonite, Miro is one of the few ones who did manage to kind of sneak it in at the start of this tournament and during the previous one. Building into different items, eventually you're going to start to scale, but you need definitely a Blink Dagger. And this one, I think, is just going to be a hero for GPK, and then they're going to be picking something for Miero that could potentially, punish these supports. I believe Lycan is still in the pool, which could be really good against this Nature's Prophet, good against the Jakiro as well.
It also gives a lot of wave shove, so if your creep wave's heading an enemy tower and they're not defending it, they're probably going to be smoked or making a move. The Wolves as well do a lot. So anything to provide information does give a lot of life to a pick-off type of lineup that BB has. Of course, OG will be looking for the Natsumi carry on last pick. That also can play into Juggernaut.
And Natsumi did play a lot of Wind Ranger. This is his kind of go-to.
Didn't really work out for them that well.
It did, I think, in 50% of the games. Yeah, he did play it 2 times. He did get a dub against PVision, and he did lose against Liquid, which was a bit too speedy for him.
If they want to go back to simple picks, I think Medusa's fine, both Sven's fine, if you just want a traditional carry. Of course, Windrunner, as already mentioned, having Windrunner against Juggernaut can be quite fun to play around. But there's pretty good options for Natsumi. There's nothing which I'm like, oh, you can't really go for that. Of course, BB, depending on the offlane pick, can force Natsumi into a certain type of carry.
So what's still in the offlane for Miero that we want to see him play? We've seen him play Undying a couple of times.
I would love to see Tidehunter myself.
Okay.
You don't really die to Arena, Jakiro. Even the Nature's Prophet will eventually fall off of killing you. The Blubber is very good at just getting rid of Vessel.
Add some more team fight for themselves.
Exactly. Like, I'm not expecting BB to be very explosive in this game. It's just solid laning, find good economy, take the fights that you want to on your side, on your terms. They're not going to be running around the map doing everything. So another hero just to cement your defensive capabilities, I think, is really good. I think this time it's going to be a much slower game for BB in terms of how they going to be entering the first 10 minutes. It is Dragonite. He doesn't do as much. Two supports, they do have a lot of kill threat, but it's also Juggernaut, not the scariest hero in the early stages of the game. They are taking some time.
They really are.
I mean, the unfortunate debate is DK going to offlane? Is there a different GPK hero, as we see the stats on the screen, that potentially he can pick up? Because if GPK's, you know what, these 4 heroes, knowing Profit, I can break the game on a Lesh, or I can break the game on playing my mid Viper because they don't have the damage, right? Like, there is a world where they just sacrifice the DK because GPK calls for it.
But is there a chance that Nature's
They gave him the chance in the previous one. I'm not sure if he's gonna get priority again.
I personally would just prefer the Tidehunter, but okay, they go for a Doom.
I wanted to see this in game 2 instead of the mid Jakiro, because they would still have like flex between their centaur mid, centaur off lane, and they do have the same thing because he did play it from the mid lane. So this is the hero that is anti-carry. They don't know which carry they're going to be picking, so I kind of like that from BetBoom Team.
But that's where Natsumi just goes, give me my Medusa. Then I'm just going to sit back, hit my creeps. I don't care about the Doom. I'm going to get Butterfly, so I don't care about Jug. I will be your carry, and then the first 4 heroes are so chaotic that Natsumi will find
I
the
like
farm.
that.
Like, that's like the most obvious, I think, carry. But then you can take steps further back to, again, the Windrunners and other elusive heroes that he wants to play. But
do we have preference on whether the DK or the Doom goes mid?
it's a farm game, so depending on the lane from OG, if DK can survive the lane, you go to off lane, and then you just put Doom to farm mid. But again, it's just a whole lot of farm from BB. They just have to maximize that based on what OG goes for.
Yep. Well, OG doesn't have a lot of extra time to think about it, and it will be the much talked about Slardar.
I totally forgot about this hero. In my book, this hero is kind of banned all the time, considering the performances that we did have. Having a great win rate so far in the tournament, has been mostly played from the offlane. From the mid lane. Offlane Slardars haven't looked as near as good as the mid Slardar.
Yeah, but putting mid Slardar, OG has gone, you know what? We are going to try and win our lanes, and we are going to try and be the aggressors this time around. We're not conceding the first 10 minutes. We're not playing for a comeback. And yeah, the script is different. OG, they must win the lanes. They must be the aggressive team. If they fall short, they're going to be waiting for the next round of items. But yeah, for BB, just farm, get items, don't lose your map to OG.
It is a slow game from BetBoom Team. You have Doom, doesn't come online as quickly. Miro had some really nice performances on the offlane. Doom mid on Dragonite, carry Juggernaut. So I think it's not going to be as chaotic. This is also not going to be a mid NP. So this is going to be slightly slower as well from OG, but I feel like they want to be putting more pressure on the lanes with this draft.
Yeah, because when you're saying slow, so far both games we've seen, BetBoom is just very strong in the first 10 minutes. Is that still going to be the case, or is it more even now?
I think it's more even because OG will have more desire to make moves, right? Nature Prophet easily can TP to a kill, TP back, Ench will want to find kills. Like, OG has to be aggressive. They need to stop BB from being greedy. And I just want to see OG just get a shit ton of kills. That's basically it. Just slaughter the entire map. That's how they win this game.
Can they do it?
With this type of a lineup, yeah, you have Enchanters, you have NP, you can definitely play fast, and this is mid Slardar. He comes online relatively quickly. Blink Dagger, try to look for the kills.
Okay, let's see who takes it. Let's see who comes out on top, and let's see who slacks bound for an interview.
Absolutely, we're here with the BetBoom man himself, sir. Would you have won that game if you were playing the Jakiro? I know you're a very good Jakiro.
I would say I'm bronze Jakiro. I'm not sure. Probably higher level than GPK. GPK is bronze 3 Jakiro.
Okay.
I have no answer to that. Actually.
So yes, okay. Well, I just want to get that out of the way. All right, let's go to the first question here. They did not ban Juggernaut. You guys, you snack that up. Very tasty little treat for you. Very highly value on that Jug.
I mean, last game, if I'm not mistaken, in game 2, they did ban Jack and Juggernaut. This game, they decided not to ban it. So, I mean, it's no secret that we love Juggernaut on Curatage. So we are just going with our comfort again.
Okay. I don't want to freak you out, but do you know what Lotus Orb does? I mean, we got Juggernaut, we got Doom, we got Dragon Knight stun. I mean, that's kind of... And Bane, pretty sus.
I mean, we do know what Lotus Orb does, but also pretty good against their heroes. Like, I think we're gonna consider Lotus as well into Slaughter.
Would you say that whoever gets the most Lotus Orbs wins in this one?
Let's just say yes.
Okay, absolutely. Well, we'll be keeping our eye out for that. Thank you so much for your incredible analysis. Lotus Orbs win on this one, boys. Take it away. They do.
So much Slacks and RMN. There you have it, Jonathan. The analysis has been done. Lotus Orbs.
Yes.
Who has more?
Yes.
That's the question.
Well, right now, no one.
Well, no, he's not in the game right now, John.
Oh, that's right.
He's waiting.
Yeah, he is waiting, but maybe. I would expect OG.
No, maybe he's not here either, John. I don't think he's in a team anymore.
Well, I have nothing to say.
Shut up. GPK and Yopash going to be going at it in the mid lane. Who do you favor in this matchup between the DK Slaughter?
This is a very stable matchup for both sides. Maybe GPK has a slight edge with Breed Fire to annoy Yopaj, but you always have Slitherin Crush. You've got regen on both sides. Stable farm. You're not really expecting much action on this mid. Maybe more denies for GPK, that's the one thing. He's probably going to manage the lane just a tad bit better with that Breed Fire. Again, just the damage reduction is going to be a nuisance here for our Slardar. Otherwise, Yopaj should not be bullied out, neither should GPK. And that should mean our interest lies elsewhere, as the mid is going to be probably in a more static lane. I'm keen on seeing what they do on this top lane here for both sides, right? Like, Natsumi picks up the NP. We have seen him play this hero before. He has gone for Soothing Saplings, so it's more sustain coming out. You have a lot of sustain as well from the Enchantress, up against this rundown that Miero and Save want to do. They are trying.
Yeah, they really are trying. Natsumi still being chased down, but Skem, he might have himself a save kill. One hit away. Natsumi chasing, but Save's going to be okay. Natsumi also barely surviving the top lane. Save will have a Salve. Natsumi will have Tangos.
Yeah, and there's also the Nature's Attendants ready as well. So again, a lot of sustain up top for free on OG, Soothing Saplings plus the Overprotective Wisps, Nature Attendants. Lots to play for. Miero?
Nah, he's all right. Yeah, Miero is a pretty scary kind of rather scary hero for Natsumi, I'd say. Just the rundown potential once you get a few levels up. Very intimidating for the MP.
That it is, and it is a Miero Doom. This is a hero that, you know, for you and I, since watching Miero in the pro scene,
he's very good.
Since 3 years ago, this is a hero that he's always performed on. If the game goes bad, he's going to find farm, he's going to catch up, and he's going to deliver the performance he needs to find, to set up for BetBoom in what they're lacking. I'm just a little bit surprised he doesn't have a Quelling Blade. That would maybe simplify this process of free harass from Natsumi a little bit more. But it's not going to cost him too much, so it's perfectly fine overall. Down bot, of course, the last lane we haven't taken a gander at. This lane for Kiritich, Juggernaut into Mars is pretty decent. You always have to spin out. You don't really care too much. You will have to be very smart with when to spin, because that is your one big save. And this is a lot of aggression that can come in from OG. Right? One good slow setup from Tim's. You get the Spear, you got the God's Rebuke going. It's a lot of damage. There's some dodge mechanics here for the side of BetBoom in that spin and the Nightmare as well. So there's a lot of counterplay from both sides. I will say it's going to be OG that's looking for that aggression more so than the side of BetBoom, right? Like, this rundown potential with Nightmare Spin is good, but the Mars is tanky enough. Nico does not mind too much with the double bracers already up, and trying to gap close onto the Jakiro is going to be difficult anyhow with all of the slows he'll apply before you get to him. So, again, going to be looking for some aggression later on. We'll see if that does actualize, as, again, it's going to be pretty even start across the board. Again, OG, maybe some more pressure to play fast. I'm curious to see if Natsumi will look for TP opportunities, because that's the big question mark. When Yopaj plays it, yeah, he's around the map early on. He's trying to get Nature's Prophet, but this is more of a standard Prophet 1 where you're just farming up, sitting in your lane. Maybe you TP if it's a guaranteed kill, but you're not setting up for your team here on this NP, at least not anytime soon.
No, sir. Yopaj. GPK currently having a really good time on this Dragon Knight. No real pressure being applied either way. They're just evenly trading, but GPK getting the better end of it as bottom lane. Kiritich going for the spin play, forcing away Tims on the Jakiro with the TP. Still no kills to come out yet, 4 minutes in. There's something we didn't really talk about either, like the fact that they gave Kiritich this jug, which they seem to favor quite a lot on BetBoom.
Yeah, he does perform in it.
Scam. Healing up, Fairy Fire just in the nick of time. And I thought we were about to see First Blood again from Save, but not quite.
Nah, a lot of harassment coming in, but again, lots of regen up top to play with. Maybe a bit of an unfortunate tomato crush as well down bot for Kiritich, but Healing Ward is available at least to sustain across the board. Although,
if we're going to spear him up, Nico really wants that Healing Ward. He's trying to force Kiritich to bring it closer, but Kiritich is very good on the micro, not going to give anything away.
No. Just making sure it's always protected, does sustain through a lot of the harassment, and does hold on to the spin. Right? He's very patient. He knows that there's always a threat of more debuffs, more control, so he has to be managing that spin to win quite well. It is holding him back in lane. All of this pressure is just cutting him off from safe farm. Nico's done a fantastic job to actually win the lane quite hard here, 35-8.
Karaomi. Chase down, TPs are incoming. Natsumi early on wants to get involved. They're not going to find the big one, but they look like they're going to find First Blood. And they'll even hand over the bonus gold to Natsumi.
Yeah, a happy little start. Again, Kiritich may live, but his lane is just not playable with how OG's posturing. Right, they've been really smart. Tims has been cutting off quite nicely in Kataomi to prevent any sort of setup with Nightmare. Nico has just been forcing into wave quite hard, always threatening onto Kiritich. Feels like every time Kiritich has the healing ward, he has to pop it on, so he's out of mana. Not a very sustainable time here. At least they've got time to rotate for the power rune, but not really an important one. Regen rune as well. Not something you care about on that DK with the first dragon form. So, not going to find too much value. They are still hanging around mid. That's an opening for OG to play across the map just a bit more if they'd want.
Mid lane, big group up. Kataomi is going to eventually get spotted. Yopaj goes for a chase. Nightmare taken by Tims. GPK is trying to move in to help out Natsumi. He's been blocked in. This is not the find. Natsumi going down. A massive kill for BetBoom. They will get Kataomi eventually thanks to the rotation of Scam, but it's nowhere near worth their time.
Oh, there were so many other spots to just teleport into as well. He wants to block the way, but gets punished. Doesn't realize that BetBoom were setting up quite nicely for that mid. And on BetBoom, yeah, you're glad. And GPK is going to be the launching point. Jug tends to need a little bit more farm. We heard the panel earlier as to what BetBoom has to do, and they are right. Doom's just going to farm. Jug's going to farm until a little bit more, so if any action breaks off on the map, it's going to be down to GPK on this DK, making that happen for the team. And him getting that nice kill, or at least the assist in his lane, getting that chip damage in the tower, already sets up nicely for that early on. So, happy times for BetBoom. You are still farming up quite the storm here on the side of OG. Nico and Natsumi still having a great time despite that death for Natsumi. It's just a matter of how long does BetBoom need to wait, right? Because this lineup will need to farm. There's no two ways about it. It's only the DK that can kind of play early, and a key to that is just opening up the map. Pressure is just not relenting on this mid-tier 1.
Absolutely not. Very smart by BetBoom. Just open up the map early. You know OG wants to play aggressive with this style of draft. BetBoom getting that tier 1 tower down nice and quick. They are trying for the bottom tier 1 here with Nico as well. Nico, he's going for a dive past the tier 1 for Kiritich. Meanwhile, Natsumi dies again. Miero able to find the kill. Skem, meanwhile, being chased down by both Kataomi and GPK. They'll keep vision on Skem with the courier, almost baiting him to take it. And eventually, it won't matter. They'll land the stun. Skem now going to try and take at least one. Was brown boots on it, but he will die for it. Massive plays by BetBoom.
That it is. They get that Doom committal up top. And Natsumi's stuck with no supports. Even then, you're not going to be able to regen up. So just pretty big kills coming out for BetBoom early on, despite the stronger laning presence we're seeing from OG. They're not able to translate it. The one big damage OG has done is this timing on Kiritich. Like, this Jug has not had the lane, is behind even Yopaj in his one-sided matchup in terms of farm. And it's going to take a long process for that Jug to really be in its stride. Like, going for the Battle Fury build-up, you're going to want some stats, you're going to look for the Ags at some point, maybe even the Blink, and you're going to be sitting in that jungle for a long time. So, when it comes down to that, I think OG's still happy enough because Natsumi is going to be a little bit ready readier earlier, because he's going to get Maelstrom straight to Mjolnir, look for the rotations around the map. You just need a launching point with Yopaj and his Blink, and his Blink's not too far.
Big rotation Skem. He's going to tank the majority of the damage output coming in, and he will be going down eventually. BetBoom unable, rather not letting the tier 1 top tower be affected by OG. So far, BetBoom really denying a lot away from OG this game 3.
That they are. Just, again, managing to stem the tide quite a fair bit, because all of this action happens elsewhere on the map. Like, Kiritich's area has been pretty secure. They even have him a nice ward just in case anyone walks down the lane, trying to sneak around a little bit, buy space for the jug, buy space for the win condition to get massive, and just play off of mainly your DK. Like, GPK is still key, but his Blink's almost done. No, just 100 gold off. There it is. Buys it out.
Very nice.
So he can start to really set up, or use the setup from his supports as well, to just find these pickoffs, which can happen fast. You have damage with a Hoodwink at 6. You have control with a Bane on hand. There's not too much lacking, even though it's just 3 heroes that can really run around the map here. The other two, Miero and Kiritich, can just farm. And as long as you have good information here and you're not getting picked off one by one, which OG hasn't been doing in a while, then you're in a very happy game state for BetBoom.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, BetBoom is certainly very happy right now. Miero and GPK at the top of the net worth. Kiritich, he's going to be a little bit slower, but he's playing Jug, of course. It's all right. He'll escalate later on. For now, though, GPK, Blink up, surely going to be looking to get aggressive. It's so much faster than the Blink of Yopaj as well. Yopaj not having the greatest game thus far, sitting at 4.1k net worth, and GPK even going back for these ancient stacks now. A very, very happy man. Meanwhile, bottom, they'll jump Kataomi. Natsumi will take that one for himself. GPK, he won't mind.
No.
He's busy right now.
That he is. This BKB timing for GPK is going to be massive. You have nothing to pierce through that debuff immunity this time around from the side of OG. So you're going to have to contend with this big tanky DK that's just going to be providing so much room for the supports to get a good position, line up their shots, get saved to land these bushwhacks, get the sharpshooter off every single time. Again, make the game harder for OG. It's just a recovery process for OG. Ideally, right now, they would have one of these Blinks up and you start running. It's just the lane was lost pretty hard for Yopaj. At the least, Nico has his Blink. Maybe he can get something done, although it's BetBoom that's sneaking around with a nice smoke timing here.
Not finding, rather not running in the right direction yet. They're going down towards the bottom lane, hoping that someone farms the large camp around that bot lane, but nobody's there. Nico and Yopaj looking to move their way down. Kataomi, he's going to find a ward on the high ground and a nightmare, but Nico, he'll happily jump in for a quick arena. Kataomi does have his team somewhat nearby, but they've left the building. They go through the tin gates. They'll let Kataomi just die for free.
Yeah. Again, a freebie kill coming out. Not the biggest one for OG. Maybe a bit of time wasted coming out there from BetBoom as well with smoke, but they've got room to just find more off the map. Top tier 1 in exchange for them. Timings for OG, Blink up for Yopaj. Again, some more initiation that can come out, whereas in comparison for BetBoom, it's still all in on just GPK to set up everything for them. And again, there are opportunities for OG. The question now is, how long will OG want to wait? Because we know how long BetBoom wants to wait. We know how much farm they'll want to build up first. When does OG start to feel more confident to actually...
Big stun out, spear as well. Kiritich cannot get any time to try and get an Omni off. And even Natsumi claiming his life from across the map.
Scam, left behind.
Oh, sure he is, Scam. But he's an Eng. Not too easy to deal with the Eng, even as GPK's DK.
It's a little bit sad. You don't even have the untouchable just yet on Scam.
Oh.
And just the overprotective wisps kicking in.
Nothing wrong with that hero, John.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You know, this Facet's always been funny. And you are seeing why.
In fact, they should buff Enchant.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. You know, buff up Nature's Attendants. Why not? More healing. Really want to make the meta favor AA at some point here, Mike.
You remember the time where you could enchant 2 creeps at once?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that
was
was
the golden days of Ench.
those were the days.
Those were my days, John. Back when I could actually use my hands to micro. Yeah.
Kids these days just control click on the map.
They'd never understand.
They press tab and that's it. Cycle through all units. What is that? That's what I do. It's easy. Smoke out. Maybe easy for OG to find this movement. Although Karaomi is not the easy kill you'd want, but hey.
No, he's just going to tank the gank here. He's doing his job. Karaomi just doing his job. Soaking up the gank as they will try to jump Skem. So it'll be a support for a support trade to come out. BetBoom will even it out quite nicely. Skem also doing his job.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad 2025 support's job is just die. Give us the information. Let us know where they are.
That's it. That's all they do.
Why we're support players.
Pretty much. I will say, I mean, the space is so important, but this progression on Kiritich just does not feel good, does it? Like, he's a full K behind even Yopaj. The Battlefield is about to come out, but it has been very slow for him. Probably one of the slowest games we've seen from his jug. Mind you, the recovery is going to be quick.
Yeah.
Once Battle Fury's up, I don't think OG's done enough in this interim period to really fully shut him down from that potential.
Save. Gonna get caught by an arena. They'll drop the macro. Save, gonna be put right into the fire. GPK though, gonna look for a trade, does find one. 4 for 4, as in pos 4 for pos 4. Nico loves what he's saying, apparently.
Out of all the players in the world, it's only Nico that really spams any of these voice lines.
And we appreciate you, Nico.
Yeah.
We do.
He is heard, Kuya Force. Again, the game is forced into a bit of a slower state, mind you. Smoke out from the side of BetBoom. They've got that Doom ready on Miero. It doesn't quite have the blink, but we'll find it at some point.
Yeah, they're going to find Scamp. Another nice, easy pick-off. Scamp, going to cop the Doom.
Yeah, all right.
He's doing his job.
Fair enough.
He's doing his job.
I mean, look, you're forced to Doom up the Ench just so she doesn't heal up. That's a longer cooldown than her respawn. So you buy time. Skem is buying a lot of time for everyone on the side of OG to get to a point where they're comfy. BKB timing for Yopaj looks to be next. We've got Nico inching towards Lotus Orb, number 1.
Very nice.
Would love to see another Lotus Orb queued up somewhere. We shall see as OG's turn to smoke and find Kiritich if they're lucky, but maybe not.
Not quite. They're going to go mid. I think they saw Save. Save will have to tank the gank, though again, they were running towards Kiritich, so Save should be somewhat happy he's the one to die here. Speaking of Kiritich, by the way, John, his farm is now set to escalate because he does have the B Fury up. Keep in mind, Roshan is going to happen from OG. They do have a Slaughter, so Roshan can happen relatively fast from the OG end. But this is where you start to get a little bit worried if you are OG, because again, Kiritich, he knows what he's doing when it comes to the jug. The farm will go up very quick now, and suddenly you're going to have a jug that can actually help you in these fights for BetBoom.
And he can. I mean, again, maybe these timings start to work out.
Karaomi, nice little nightmare to try and get away. Natsumi, though, going to TP right in. Karaomi, still away for now. Skem going to chase him down. Meanwhile, towards the triangle. Looks like they are trying to go on to Kiritich. Yopaj will cop a sharpshooter. Kiritich still trying to go in. Kiritich gets the kill, but he will die as well. And I think OG, they'll be pretty happy with that trade. Mind you, BetBoom, they want more. Natsumi, very far forward. Beans grip out. Nico will cancel. Natsumi, he's got a chance to fight back. Miero, he gets left behind. He'll still run, though. Save is sticking around and try and help out Miero. Natsumi, though, TPing in. They've got the ice path as well. Natsumi, he'll get a double kill as Nico's not done. Nico, the Mangabi buff. Look at that.
It's just everywhere.
That's a face you can't hate, John.
No, it's his calling card as well now. Good old Nico. Beautiful. IMAX experience with Mangabi.
We love you, Gabby.
Beautiful face. You know, we've had a lot of beautiful faces. I feel like our favorites are Mangabi and Boxy. Straightforward. Look at that.
Boxy's terrifying, but this is art. This is modern day art.
Oh.
OG? At some stage, it was looking a little bit rough, especially with Miero. He was really starting to become a problem for Natsumi, and this looked really concerning. But Nico, Nico on this MOUZ. I mean, this is the second game in a row where I just feel like Nico, he's just doing too much work.
Yeah, it almost feels like, what is it? Peak Polaris Force almost, right? Like we're getting the Polaris Natsumi out, we're getting Polaris Force out as well. And this is them at their best. There were a couple of good moments here for BetBoom. Save had a really good bushwhack in the arena. And I think for BetBoom, very unfortunate. Kiritich had to use Omni Slash in the triangle, I believe, near some creeps. So it's not the ideal.
Unfortunate.
Oh, the reverse camera angle. Interesting. A kawaii. Yeah.
Very kawaii. Gabby-chan.
The Australian view, as some say, Mike.
That's right.
View down under. 8-12, 4K lead for OG as they dragged this game from back under, as it was, well, I don't think they were ever behind, but they do get an advantage, a very clear advantage now.
No Fiend's grip, but they have a Nightmare. Nice spear though, Nico. No, sir. Have a mango. Karaomi. Compliments of the Philippines. What is it with you people and mangoes? Every time we see each other, you bring mangoes to the... You just start hanging out bags of dried mangoes to everyone?
I mean, I tried bringing durian to one event, Mike, and no one touched it, if you remember.
Well,
so I just resorted to mangoes. Because no one touched my durian candy.
Well, for the Western audience, by the way, durian actually tastes really nice.
Yeah.
It's actually really tasty.
The abstraction of Gabby. The abstraction of Mangavi. That's it. The expressionist painting of Mangavi.
This will be in a museum one day, I promise you.
Oh, it will be.
I promise you. It just needs time.
As an NFT.
I'd buy it.
No,
I'd buy it. I would.
No, you would.
Believe me, I would. I bought the John X Fire NFT.
I can't believe you actually did. Smoke out. OG, I can't believe they're doing this as well. While they're in the lead, they still have Aegis for 2.5, so maybe some pressure.
GPK!
Just stunned as well.
Nico! Nightmare's gonna buy time. GPK, he'll get the BKB off, but the TP's not gonna work.
No.
Nico! Sir, a bit of mercy, Nico.
No.
It's too much.
No mercy for Kuya Force. And OG showing up here in Game 3. You know, Game 2, some people would look at that and say, all right, mid-Jakiro. You know, you gotta hand that to OG, but this time, two very straightforward grabs.
Ooh. Nice stun. Natsumi gonna move in. Kiritich gonna get the TP off. He can!
Oh,
that was close. Oh, Kiritich. Please, sir, my heart. Nico, whoopsie daisies, wrong way. Cops the Doom. Do they just retreat? They do. Kiritich cannot afford to die right now. He seems to be the only hope that the BetBoom really have. You're relying on this Jug to find a way to carry this game. They might need 10-20 minutes, but he'll get there eventually.
That he will. I will say, very unfortunate for Yopaj that he blinks away at that moment instead of maybe just repositioning slightly, walking back, getting that hit off. Would have been enough damage. Still, you know, Omni Slash
no.
Doom wasted.
Not Tim's.
Gotta be careful. Scam does get his free shard. So all that sacrifice from Tim's, fortunately not lending him that extra damage.
Speaking of useless shards.
What? Sproing? You don't like Sproing?
Oh, I apologize. It's the Ag that's useless. My bad. My bad.
Little Friends has a place in time.
No, it doesn't.
Someday, some pro will realize that root duration per unit is actually really stupid.
Okay.
Trust me on that. 10 units around, it's a 5-second stun. On 20-second cooldown, additional stun.
What was that thing that you've been telling me for like 7 years and it finally happened? And then you were like, you see? I told you.
Which one was it?
It was something. And I'm like, John,
I know I've done this multiple times as a bit. I don't know.
Tell me something 7 years ago and then say you were right 7 years later, John.
Was it just Lion in general?
I think so.
It might have been. Yeah, the mana drain.
Yeah.
With damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, like going... Yeah, no, when people started doing a 1-1-3 build. Yeah.
Okay.
And to be fair, it's good, you know?
It
is.
Good.
It's annoying.
It was.
You hate every Lion player that does that. You know?
I do.
I hate myself. What I don't hate is this game so far. 8-15, 9K lead for OG.
You want to talk about it, you let me know, John.
I deal with it in my own ways, Mikey. Age is about to expire, so they've held off on the onslaught for the side of BetBoom.
Uh-oh, save. Gonna go through the tree line. Natsumi gonna come in with the TB. Save.
Ooh,
still okay, save.
Oh.
Bushwhack not gonna land. Yopaj, he's gonna see him. Can he get the miss? He does! He gets the miss!
Come on!
The evade! Too easy, John.
Hey, you gotta
easy for save.
You gotta love that Mistwoods Wayfarer facet. That is a 21% chance to redirect.
Oh, GPK.
Ooh,
Yopaj. A little bit off the mark.
GPK very happy that he did miss.
Yeah, they're missing a couple of times here on the side of OG. At the least, not to their detriment just yet. They're not being punished for these overextensions. And BetBoom are just using the opportunity to back off. Let's have a replay of that again.
One
hit.
And then?
And then the
No.
miss. Hits a 3.
And he had the bash to the deep too. That's the worst
Yeah.
part. He would have had the damage.
Gotta love that.
There you go, Save. Yeah,
That sigh of relief.
Look happier, Save. Come on now.
No, he's relieved, Mike. That's the guy's like, oh,
That's all right. That's all right.
I wasted time. And which they still need a lot of on the side of BetBoom, for sure. Butterfly being farmed up next by Kiritic. We've got the AC for GPK. Massive and kind of counteracting the Corrosive Haze coming in. Force does have his full Lotus up. But there's some answers coming in. Do we have any additional Lotuses? Not quite yet. I would honestly love to see Scam start to pick it up. I think that's one thing we've seen some Enchantresses do. Once they get some farm, additional utility in a game like this, Lotus Orb would be very nice. A minute faster almost for Nico as well on the Lotus Orb. So we're going quick today with some records being broken for the side of OG.
Yes, sir.
It's just a matter of can they maintain that, because when it comes down to it, there is still a threat here from BetBoom if you're not careful.
Are they going to try and punish Tims? Nico, though. Very nice Nightmare dodge from Karaomi. And now GPK, he can finally jump in and punish this MOUZ. Natsumi, though, he's committed.
Damage!
Oh my! Where did that damage come from? Miero, he's going to try and save, but Natsumi, he's standing his ground. He's happy to fight this one out. He'll take him down. Save! Save! Get out! Ice sparked him! Oh! Finds 12 of Karaomi down. Natsumi just trash talking from the graveyard. 4 for the price of 1. Where did that damage come from?
Well, it looked to me, a massive tree line was there, Sprout was up as well, and then he got a crit.
Oh.
You can't underestimate Spirit of the Forest.
No.
3 hits, 1,600 damage.
Ouch.
When you're at the tree line with Sprout, that is a massive amount of damage amplification.
That hurt me.
Into the late game. Oh, he just got deleted.
Look at this.
See that again. Really good commitment onto Tims again, but Nico has just been on point the past 2 games, even with the misses. Look at this. Right in the tree line. Look at Natsumi's position, hugging the trees, gets the additional damage out from the Sprout. And yeah, you get those crits rolling, man. It's just insane.
Oh, it's too much. And Miero thought, I'll take care of it. Oh, wait, I can't. I can't take care of this. At least he still gets the kill on Natsumi with the Doom, but geez, double crit.
Yep.
Just wiped out Kiritic. It just didn't feel fair.
No, certainly not fair. And for BetBoom, there's a couple of things that make that feel maybe not as bad. Omni Slash is still up, so if you find an opportunity, it's still there for Kiritic to grasp. It has been a really slow game for a Jug so far, and you can see the win rate, again, has not been amazing. Granted, most of the winning Jug games have been from Kiritic for sure, but overall, the hero has not been in the best spot, and this game might be an example. Laning phase wasn't the quickest. You aren't able to bully out as much with, say, Blade Fury. The time for Battle Fury was pretty prolonged. This Butterfly is going to be nice, and then once you hit Butterfly Ags, you start to feel good in Kiritic. You know, you can maybe look for Basher if you'd want, start to get more control, more threats in these team fights. But again, that's like 6,000 gold we're looking for. That's a lot of time you're going to need to farm. Roshan's back up as well, and with the damage OG has, they could just look to lock that in. Smoke out from BetBoom. They know they can't give this objective away. Can they find the angle into it? Looks like a longer flank up the north. See if they collapse into the pit. This would be the fight that turns this game around.
It only takes one good team fight for BetBoom. Just one. It's all they need. They just want a good target. Yopaj might get spotted. In fact, he has been spotted by Save. They smoked themselves, but immediately broken. Save still trying to move in. Meanwhile, Skem, he will scatter Kiritic. Yopaj, OG, they get caught. The stun, it's not enough. Nico, he'll drop the arena. They've already lost Tims. They should lose Nico as well. Natsumi, he came in, but he needs to leave. Meanwhile, Save, he will go down as Kiritic, still alive. No lucky crits, but here comes Skem. Skem! And now Yopaj, he's been Fiend's gripped up. They haven't got the damage. GPK still trying, but no, the joke's away. Anime fight. GPK still trying, but he can't do it. Tims will drop. He gets something. It's not the worst fight, but it's not the fight. As
oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
It's beautiful.
We appreciate that.
We were looking for Lotus Orbs, and it does come in clutch. That was a beautiful opening out from Save. That bushwhack in. I'm actually not sure if he planted the ward as the smoke popped or after the smoke. It felt like after, but he had such good information to know that something was up. Like, even if that ward came over.
Oh, missed the stun. Sharpshooter's going to land, won't matter. Natsumi's going to come in. Nico's here as well. The spear pushes him away. Save. Show us some magic here, Save. Nah, it's not coming. No, nothing he can do. Tried his best.
Yopaj has been having some issues up against that Hoodwink. Like, he was chasing Save in that fight as well. He missed like 2 times once more. He just had to Slytherin to clean up.
I mean, Save's such a great Hoodwink.
He is.
He really is such a great Hoodwink.
He is.
Might be the best I've seen, honestly.
Probably is. He's just such a nuisance. I'd say this not just for his Hoodwink. Any hero he plays, he's such a big nuisance. OG, though, managed to work it out. Again, they get the counter initiation they'd want. They still get the arena to block off areas of control. And the split-up fight does actually work in their favor. Secondary life now up for Natsumi, as we can take a look at that replay again. Beautiful bushwhack to start,
fantastic.
splitting it apart. You can see Yopaj having issues on the side. But Lotus Orb coming in, making it a little bit annoying. Natsumi getting good position. Hurricane Pike. Look at this damage coming in from a million miles away.
Very nice.
Just insane.
With the Manta. And no crits come out either. It was still too much, as now Natsumi going for a chase on Miero. He does have Doom up. Can they get a TP cancel? Yopaj, no. Thinks the wrong way, not anticipating the TP. Miero very happy to escape from that situation. And BetBoom, they're not out of the game yet. No. It's still like, Kiritich, he hasn't had the greatest game in the world, but again, one bad fight for OG, and BetBoom might be back in this.
They could very well be. I like what I'm seeing on the item build-up here from OG, though. A straight Ags rush on Tims. That macro power is just going to do so much work. Like, that pure damage with the arena on top is just insane. You have to be very careful now, again, for BetBoom to kind of take these wider engagements. Butterfly for Natsumi, very heads up. Just the evasion, you're not going to enjoy this in Kiritich. He gets an Omni off, you're going to be missing so many hits on this Nature's Prophet, and it's just so much more damage for Natsumi. He's doing a ton of output. Gotta love the universal type still allowing something like Battle Fury or Butterfly NP. Battle Fury NP is just 2 new tech. Maybe in 10 years. Maybe someday in a pub near you.
Don't give him IDs, John. Don't give him IDs. Miero gonna group up. His team, GPK and Kataomi, just farming the Radiant jungle. Nico's coming. GPK, he'll leave at the right time. Yopaj, has he seen him? It seems like they have an idea. They don't see GPK. They're looking for D wards. GPK pops the dragon form. Yopaj, he's going to reveal himself there for a second. Stun is out. Yopaj caught. Fiend's Grip, Doom, everything being thrown. But here comes the cavalry. 1 for 1. It's still great, the BetBoom, but both buy back. OG, are they committing for high ground? I think they are.
They must.
2 minutes on the Aegis, they want to give it a crack, and Yopaj, he bought back for this.
They've got to make it work. They still have Arena. They don't have the macro pyre inside the area, but it's not the longest cooldown.
Oh, what a bushwhack. My God.
Save, man.
A save could bushwhack from the whole map away, it feels like. Kataomi slowing things down. Kiritich makes his way back to the base. Natsumi is frontlining, but you're going to get through his life twice. They'll make life hard. But I think as BetBoom, you are kind of just stuck letting one go, if not 2. I'd say OG might retreat after this 1. They do have time on the Aegis, but they are lacking a creep wave in the mid lane, so they'll have to push out the bot one. And I think OG, they might just play it safe.
Yeah, they did commit the buyback on Yopaj, so...
They did.
It is a little bit of an unnecessary risk to look for a little bit more. I mean, if you have the confidence in Natsumi, a minute on Aegis, maybe Yopaj holds in the back line.
Are they going?
Allows Nico instead. Yeah,
okay.
Just stay as backup, let Nico take the heavy work, the heavy lifting of setting up here.
Bushwhack, very nice save. Found 2 again. He's trying so hard here, save. Miero gets stunned. Ice Path is out, but he's still okay. The Nightmare away will allow him to get away. 35 more seconds on the Aegis, and OG, I think they've made the call, and they will TP out.
Yeah,
Props to BetBoom, they protect the second lane of Barracks.
And they hang on to this game. Again, BetBoom's greatest resource right now is time. If they can stall this game, if they can get Kiritich to the point where Ags is up, Maybe the Blink, maybe the Basher, maybe the MKB is up on this jug afterwards, just appears true. Kiritich is going to be a massive issue. OG, they do have that one Lotus Orb coming out here from Nico. It has been doing some work. And you are queuing up now on Scam another Lotus Orb. So there are some good answers that will make it complicated to Omni Slash. At the least, I think one consolation for Kiritich is that we're not playing around a time of TI when Lotus just couldn't be seen. Like that visual effect was really busted.
Oh, so. Don't remind me.
Yeah, it's much more visible now. He is a very smart jug player. I don't anticipate him to get caught off too much, but you know, we've seen some really clutch usage of Lotus in the past few days, so it's hard to say.
What's win probability looking like right now? I mean, there's a 19k net worth advantage. How bad is it? What's the damage?
Looks... I'd say it should be pretty high towards OG's favor. I'm checking the graph. It's 91-9.
Okay.
In OG's favor right now.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yes, there is.
But BetBoom, that is.
Yeah, you know, you never count out... Again, never count out Southeast Asia's ability to throw a lead. But OG has been very disciplined. I will give them that. You know, they have shown a lot of restraint. They've shown a lot of tactics coming out, being a lot smarter with engagements, how they work the map. You know, we're not seeing the same mistakes as, I think Game 1 really stood out, where Natsumi was just bought a little bit forward. We're not seeing any of that. It's a lot more calculated here from the side of OG, and for BetBoom as well. They're not willing to venture too far out. They do have some good defensive wards to keep an eye out just a tad bit more here. Again, the map is not in their control. All they can do is play it safe. Maybe you look for a smoke as Roshan starts to respawn in a minute and a half. You could afford that risk to deny the advantage to OG. Beyond that, your options are limited as he's trying to scale up. For OG, the world's their oyster. You just need some, you know, just need to wait for that safety net to come back in. That's going to align with Yopaj's Ags. So even more regen up. It's going to be quite nice to have.
It's just the thing, right? Like, if you can find a way to kill Natsumi, the BetBoom, that's the difference maker in these fights. Like, all the net worth is on this Prophet. Aghanim Scepter now up on Kiritich. He's certainly at a stage where he could be a problem on this Juggernaut. BetBoom, do they venture out for a smoke attempt? GPK is trying to bait the side of OG for a fight. OG, they are very split. It's only Nico and Tim's around if they wanted to, and of course they will not. Instead, OG, they'll prioritize getting the tier 4 items up. Ignore the fight for now. And naturally, if you are going to play conservatively, which I think they will, you're probably going to want Roshan.
Yeah. Again, it's pretty much a waiting game. BetBoom can't allow that out. And you can't...
They've got an amp damage as well. They're not waiting. They're not waiting. Nico jumps in for a spear. Tim's, Ice Path, Macro. Nightmare's going to save GPK for a little bit. That's a lot of damage. But there's no follow-up to it. They'll give Natsumi an amp damage. Jump in. Who have they got? It's going to be Scam. Doom committed. They might take this fight though. Miero caught in the arena. Finch grip on Natsumi. He's on the high ground, but nobody can focus him. GPK, he can't get the damage off. GPK's trying to run, but he is down. No buyback, and Neko not done yet. Kanomi will go with him. 2 down without buyback, and Scam is starting with the voice lines. They're feeling it. There's 2 without buyback. That could be Megas. It should be Megas.
Should be the opening. Nico just had amazing arena placement. Getting the block off for Natsumi.
Nico's been unbelievable this game. Nico has been unbelievable.
Like, that safety net was a huge deal to allow Natsumi to be fine in the grip. That was such a big moment of vulnerability.
Natsumi's chasing Miero instead of pushing right now. Natsumi is... No crit. Oh, Natsumi. Not like this. Oh, TP away, Natsumi.
Yeah.
He's all right. Nico's here. Miero gonna run. Natsumi, he'll TP back in. They'll get Kiritich out of there. Miero, though, in big trouble. In the macro, he will burn. And so, well, no. They'll get save out.
Oh, it's getting rough. No buyback on Miero. At the least, GPK is back up. 20 seconds until Dragon Form is going to be back up when he respawns, though.
No Omni.
No Omni. No Swift was used as well. You can see the effect that Butterfly is having on Natsumi. Heads up pickup here on that NP.
They're very vulnerable right now here, BetBoom. In a weakened position. BetBoom, they're going to have to try one last time to defend, but you're doing it without your Omni. You've just got the Swift Slash for now. And Natsumi is looking pretty uncontested. Roshan's up. Natsumi, he could not give a crap. He wants tier 4 towers. They'll break the Lincolns. Lotus Orb, gonna make life hard. GPK, he'll jump in the back trying to find Tims. Tims somehow walking out of there. Tims survives. GPK, he's the one to go down. Kiritic, he's in the arena, but they've called it.
No.
They have called it. OG find the 2-1 victory over BetBoom. They will proceed through the playoffs of Wallachia Season 6 in style, Jonathan.
That they do. There's a lot of hope hanging on OG for Southeast Asia. They managed to get it done after a bit of a shaky game 1, maybe game 2. Again, some people would attribute to the draft. Game 3, they did just play better.
They did just play better. And speaking of better, John, better than us, we've got a great panel.
Oh, don't sell yourself short. I will say, though, OG here guarantees themselves top 6 here at PGL Wallachia Season 6. And I do think, Tigov, maybe people that might have missed your point here at the start of the series, they should be aware of how important it is that they get this.
Yeah, when you think about averages for SCA, they average a 8th to 12th position in these tournaments. So breaking away from that, getting to top 6. Again, they still need to beat Talon, who got 3rd place. But
on one event.
On one event, but they're on the path to it. And it's been so long since we've seen SCA be able to, just rise up and show their Dota. But yeah, great fights from OG in this game.
Yeah.
Nico especially, his arenas were insane. The protection that he provided with the arenas, and also having the Bloodsport facet, which does heal his carry. Natsumi getting extra bit of protection from that, getting extra bit of a damage, which does allow him to get a double kill. This is such an underrated facet on Mars. I've seen it being used, I would say, in the last 6, maybe even more months. Everybody else was playing Bloodsport, and then people realized it's actually really, really good. And every single time there's going to be a fight, it was a nice dodge in this one from Vayne, but they just didn't have enough. I feel like the fights that they've been taking, the dooms that they've been using on side of BetBoom Team were mostly used on an Enchantress, because she's been very annoying, but I don't think that's the target that you want to go for, because she can't heal anyway. It does stop the healing, but man, OG, they completely stomped this game.
Yeah, I think OG, they showed throughout the series that they were trying to adjust to understand what BB was trying to do. And in this game 3, right, putting the Nature's Prophet to carry, picking up the mid Slaughter, it gave them that pacing that broke apart BB's lineup. BB's lineup is just egregiously slow. It's just generate gold, watch GPK go for the occasional pickoff, but wait, buy time, get economy. And OG was like, what are you doing, guys? We're gonna just outplay you. We're gonna break the map, make these moves, contest Roshans, and yeah, for BB, the game 3 read was just not up to par. But that's what OG, I think they've shown in multiple series now, they know the adjustments to make to ensure that their game 3s are as close as they can be. And yeah, this was a very, very strong game from them.
Very strong game, very strong item usages, some really clutch Lotuses coming out, which was really nice. Again, this was Niku coming into a play with his clutch Lotus, and just the arenas, the spearbacks, his positioning was top tier in every single fight. And he's going to be our standard player for a good reason. Really loved I already said the itemization. This Lotus plus Lincolns that he can use on his carry or on his mid laner if necessary. The Yule Scepter to try to break the fight when they're trying to go in without popping their BKBs. And look at his score, ending the game with 3-1-25.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want. When you have a player like Natsumi on the team that does big damage, why not just keep picking up a MOUZ, right? Just localize the fight. I have zero complaints when I see OG pick up MOUZ.
Yeah, it was I think a stand-up performance on Mars, because I think we have seen a few Marses that didn't work out as well as the ones we've seen in this particular series. I also want to ask about the Soothing Saplings. We don't normally see Nature's Prophet with the Soothing Saplings. Normally it's the Prophet. Yeah. Because I do notice that nobody picks up the bags, so the money bags, that is.
Yeah, so you're actually getting something out of it, because nobody gets the money bags. I think in this one, it did make more sense, I would say, but we can see the carry difference. There's been, especially in kill participation, of course, one guy has a global teleport, but Kiritic, hero damage, very, very low. He's been caught off multiple times, and we did say coming into the series that he does have sometimes one of these games where he doesn't have that much contribution.
I mean, we don't have the role in Dota, but Kiritic just looked like a jungler. He was just full AFK. My guy had no hero damage, nothing.
That was a rough game for the carry on the side of BetBoom, but a great game for the carry on the side of OG. And speaking of Natsumi, he is getting a winner's interview with Lax.
Absolutely, I am here with the carry himself, Mr. Natsumi. How are you doing? Incredible series. You're feeling pretty good, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's like just feel pretty good to win this series because it's like long time already since I played in playoffs. So yeah, it feels good.
I'm proud of you guys. I think the whole community is super pumped to see you guys doing so well here. The entire region's pumped. Let's talk a little bit about that connectiveness on your team that makes you so successful. We got Mars with the helpful facet. We got you with the soothing sapling instead of the money. Talk to me about that. Most, Nature's Prophet's not a big fan.
On Nature's Prophets, like I always get this facet. Like I don't really like the other one because this facet's like gonna help me in lane. Like the tango is OP. Like it's 2 times, right? When I tango the first kill. Then the Mars, I mean, I don't know. He just played good, Nico.
Oh, yeah. Would you say he's the MVP of the series, especially of that last game?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing good this series.
Okay. But not the MVP?
Yeah.
Who would be then?
I think it's like every one of us is playing good. It's like, yeah, as a team, I think.
See, that's what I'm talking about, Picking up the healing facets, getting the saplings. You're not about the gold bags. You're not about the individuals. It's a team effort then.
It's like a power of friendship.
Oh, God, stop it. All right, that's some branded stuff. Do you have an in-ear from Sam or Nota? No, you're good. You're good. Checking. All right. So, very exciting game for you guys. Are you excited for the rest of your journey here? Who are you guys worried about?
I think we worried about Liquid. It's like they just really play so fucking fast. It's like it's really hard to play against them. So yeah, I'm looking forward to play them and have a revenge.
Okay, well, I had a chance to speak to them. They said they're scared of you guys. Really? Yes, they said they're afraid of you. They said that they're researching you.
They just beat us so fast, like, when I series. They just make us like a kid.
Okay, well, I don't know. But yes, they did it very quickly. Perhaps they didn't learn enough, They beat you so hard. They have no idea what you guys are capable of, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to beat them, for sure, it's like we're going to learn from our mistakes, right? So, yeah, we're going to give them good fight.
Okay, that is what I like to hear. So what are you guys going to do now to prepare, the mental reset? What is the Team OG mental reset?
Usually, we do gym after our match. It's like, so, yeah, we're just going to go gym and watch the replays, I guess.
Okay. What are you working on at the gym?
I want to become like a bit fat, like.
You want to become fat? You don't got to go to I could give you advice on that. All right, that's easy. All right, well then let's close out this interview with a nice, mean mug. Like, give us what you got. Show us what you've been gymming.
I gotta show, bro.
All right. Oh hell yeah! Bam, baby, that's the OG power right there. All right, carrying games, carrying weights. We'll see you at the gym. Enjoy. Thank you very much. We'll see some more from these boys coming up.
We definitely will see more of OG there. Continuing on in the upper bracket here, and whether or not they're going to get that odds of revenge, obviously, Team Liquid, we don't know because they don't know their opponent just yet. But that was a wholesome interview, right?
Yeah, well, it definitely was. He was definitely fat in the games that he did play.
Yeah, he was.
Man, he can farm.
I want more Natsumi interviews. I thought that was great. Of course, power of friendship. My guy's already got the PR training.
I think he's got the media training down. Good. Yeah. He has got that one down. But that is, OG only lost to one team so far.
And that's Liquid.
Yeah.
They beat some of the teams that we thought they're going to be winning the tournament. They still could. PARIVISION, Tundra, Heroic as well. But they beat all the giants pretty much. They did lose to Liquid, and they have potentially a rematch coming up if Liquid wins against Tundra in the next one.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Our final series of the day is going to be Tundra versus Team Liquid. We'll see you after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We got Team Liquid and Tundra waiting to go head-to-head. This is our final match in the first round of the upper bracket for today. And you're, of course, watching PGL Wallachia Season 6. And these two teams, they're both pretty darn good. They got a great track record, obviously, at events. And one team is a little bit different than the other, because I do feel like we got on one side a team, Lacoste, that went through on a 3-0 score. On the other side, we got a team that did have to fight a little harder.
Yep, Tundra, looking at the games that they did play, they kind of started strong against Nigma Galaxy, and then they lost to OG, lost to Heroic, and they were in a situation where they need to win 2 series, which was not the easiest one. I mean, the one against the Tidebound took them pretty long time, and then they played against Navi as well. It was an okay series, relatively competitive. Navi did put up a good fight.
Yeah, I think the main thing is Liquid's come into this tournament knowing what they want to do. Whilst Tundra, even though they just won a tournament, I feel like it's a tournament of discovery for them, like where they're trying new stuff, and clearly some things aren't working.
Yeah, and for Liquid, what does seem to be working, and what everybody keeps saying about them time and time again, ourselves included, and Natsumi just as well in the interview, they play so darn fast. That's not exactly the words that he used, but I'll go with this, a bit more PG. And how do they play so fast, Tiga? What's happening there?
Well, I had a quick look, and basically, when you say a team's playing fast, it's more about the efficiencies of the map, right? So, for example, here's a replay of Liquid. At 18 or 19 minutes, they're going for Roshan. And the important thing is, right, in a minute's time, the Tormentor's going to spawn and Roshan's going to move bottom. So what Liquid have done is take the Roshan Masters on the top side of the map. So then within a minute's time, they also can move to the Tormentor and not really waste any time, right? And if you look at the mini-map, this is the drawing by Boxy. He's basically saying we need to push out mid. Ember in the mid lane, Nisha, he's saying, I'm going to push out mid lane, and then we can try and play in this top-bottom area. But this natural play style will mean they'll be able to choke out nearly, 2/3 of the map. And this is, this is pretty much what happens as I fast forward here. Also, the Tormentor goes to Boxy. But if I show you now 2 minutes later, 2 minutes later, sorry, you can see that with this Aegis at the 19 minute, it gives them the confidence to take to tier 2. They didn't waste any TPs because they used the twin gate, which then allows them to TP back across the entire map, 4-staff over the little steps there for the Gyrocopter to help kill the Storm Spirit. And then meanwhile, if I then show the mini-map, look what's happening. They're killing the Storm Spirit. Lycan, he's pushing in the mid lane. And then you're going to see in a second, look who's now drawing on the map. It's Tofu. He's saying, we've just moved from the bottom side to the top. Push in the top, push in the mid, and guess what? Because they were bottom, they placed a ward here. And this all builds around the twin gates. They twin gate bottom, take tier 2. They then kill top. They then push in the mid and the top, take the twin gate again bottom, and then they create this cycle where they just keep running around the map like this. And it is so scary to play against, because not only are they killing everything, they're placing sentries, de-warding, killing. So when you say a team's playing fast on the map, it's not just because they run aimlessly around trying to kill anything. It's because they push out the lanes, find the kills, set up the vision, and they're utilizing twin gates perfectly, where it feels like they are everywhere every time, because they don't waste teleports. That is why Liquid is such a scary, fast team.
Yeah, that sounds pretty spooky to go up against. And if we then combine that with numbers that you found, Lacoste, because somehow they still have time.
They have time, but you can see some of the numbers are going to be lower, and it does follow up what he was talking about, how fast Team Liquid is playing. I want to be talking about the number of stacks, because ever since this team has been formed, the previous iterations of the team with Insania as well, this team was always on top of the pretty much in top 3 when it comes down to stacking numbers, the average number of camps per game stacked, and we can see during the International 2025, 16. Then you have Fisher Playground 2, 18, Blast Slam 4, 17. And you can see that speed that they're building up for Wallachia Season 6 so far. Because Boxy has been very active. They are playing a much faster game instead of focusing on the stacks and then your carry going to the triangle. Instead, they are putting a lot more pressure on the map and on the lanes.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being added to the map from Liquid. How will Tundra reply? Because Tundra is no stranger to dealing with Team Liquid. They've faced each other several times in the past. Surely they're going to be prepared for this, T.
Yeah, so everything I just spoke about is off of the back of a successful laning phase, because Dota is very simple. When you have a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead, it's, oh, Roshan feels like free, Tormentor feels like free, everything kind of plays itself out. You just need to know how and why to do it, and that's what Liquid have at least understood in this tournament. So I think for Tundra, it's make sure your lanes are stable enough to ensure that Liquid don't just run free at this 15 to 20 minute mark. Lanes are critical.
Lanes are going to be very critical with that. The draft is going to be very critical as well. And potentially, there's a little bit of extra flexibility, if you want to call it, for these two teams in particular, Lacoste. They maybe have an extra hero to their repertoire that others don't.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. There's been a lot of talk in the last couple of tournaments as well, like about this new hero added to the captain's mode, Kez. Who's going to be utilizing this hero the most? It's a difficult hero to play, and we can see some of the last samurais that I like to call them. It is Mikez and Pure, because they are the only ones who are winning. They understand the hero. You can see Mickey, 12 games played so far, professional games. Pure as well, having the highest win rate that's sitting at 70%. And the carries that are still left at the tournament, we're going to call them KFC, which is Kez Fried Chicken, because they didn't have too much success with Satanic, sitting at only 20%. He was the one who did open up multiple times with the Kez, but didn't work out for them. And we can see some other carries as well not having success, or they didn't add it to the repertoire yet.
Kez is such a scary hero to play. Like, it's like,
why?
Because you're quite squishy the entire game, and at any minute, one bad spell combo, one bad positioning, the game can fall away from you. Like, if you buy a BKB but you need Lincolns, you're going to regret it. If you buy a Blink Dagger but you need a Manta, you're going to regret it. Like, every item feels like it is a make or break item for the hero, because you're always just playing for the kill, playing for the intensity of the game, and that is why, based on this beautiful graphic, the KFC players, they can't hold up to the same, caliber as, Tundra and
The
Liquid.
actual samurais.
Yeah,
The last.
the samurais, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Very good. We'll see if the Kez comes into play in this upcoming series. There's one thing also that when we were looking at Tundra over the last group stage, which we looked at Tundra a lot, considering they did go the distance in all 5 series, or rather they played all 5 series. They did have a lot of 2-0s there too, but they played all series in the group stage. So we saw a lot from Tundra, and especially the last 2 series, you could say, Lacoste, that they have found themselves. They're back to where they were potentially during the tournament that they won just a week ago.
Yep. It's a team that does learn a lot. Some of the mistakes that they did make, especially, I think this is the team that will have like one really bad draft. It's just Moon Meander's specialty. we gotta give him the credit, Moon Meander, like it feels like, especially game 1, like he's like, you know what, boys, I'm gonna give you some draft. Let's see how it goes, and then they lose, and then they manage to come back. But this is the team that does learn a lot with just from that one game. They have a lot of smart guys on the team who can make stuff happen in terms of adjusting the drafts, and Moon Meander, the big brain guy behind them, fixes a lot of these mistakes pretty quickly.
But you can see from the heroes as well, but also in the interview with 33 we had, and it was asking about like his hero pool getting banned, and it's like, maybe people don't respect me because they only think I can play 2 or 3 heroes. I do feel that at the moment, the success he's had is on 2 or 3 heroes, and it feels like whenever Tundra gets them, they look like they're back in that dominant form, the ability to win any game they go near. Yeah. And then when he is pushed off of the heroes, it's a little bit more competitive, right? Like, you look at the Na'Vi series, 2 ATS games in a row. Before that, against Tidebound, he had access to Lycan, right? And then he started losing some games. So I feel like there is still this discussion of Axe, Lycan, Timber, and I think that's the main 3.
Yeah, it's literally those 3.
Which ones are you going to give him? Because
again, that's how OG and Heroic beat them, right? Just ban those 3 heroes.
Yeah. Like, and I don't want to sound like I'm trying to like simplify the point, but when you look at the games, there is a clear trend of those heroes in success, and then put him on a Slardar or put him on a Doom, he's not the same, because again, the meta isn't enabling him to play those heroes to the same caliber as those three.
Yeah, the Axe is definitely a big one that is still in the pool. He's kind of the guy who invented the new build with the Helm of the Dominator, and then you pick up most of the time like Pipe, because it just gives you so much tankiness. But we also saw him in the last series that he did play against, I believe it was Navi, where he dunked on people constantly, understanding like what the itemization for that one needs to be, going for the Blade Mail, going for the Blink Dagger, and then just snowballing out of control.
Well, we have got the Samurai Respect in play with the Kez first phase ban.
Yeah, I think this hero is going to get either picked or banned in every single game that these two teams are going to be playing.
And the opening is for the bat.
Yeah, but going with the Bat Rider, when I mentioned the kind of the speed at which Liquid play, the map play, Bat Rider and Tundra, they always set him up in the correct lane. They always make sure Bat Rider is laning in the way that Flame Break and the Sticky Napalm is going to provide kills. They don't just sacrifice the Bat Rider. Oh, you know what? Just play the lane no matter what. They always do the correct lane setups. So for Tundra, at least, they want to try and find a fight in one lane. And Liquid need to be careful that both side lanes can deal with the Ahri Bat Rider.
The answer comes with a Bane.
It's one of the better heroes overall to punish the shenanigans that can happen in the side lanes. All you have to do is just be there at the right time. Sounds simple. It isn't as it sounds, but it gives you just enough time for anybody to respond. If you're using Nightmare into Fiend's Grip, that's like 12 seconds off lockdown that you can punish anybody who is playing on a different side of the map. Gives your team just enough time to react.
One thing as well, when Liquid drafts the Bane, they're not afraid to pick like double defensive supports, right? They had a draft where they had Bane and Silencer, where normally when you see Bane, you want a big damage dealer in the 4 position, someone to, utilize the control. But because of how Liquid overlaps their cores, yeah, they are not afraid. So another thing Tundra needs to be mindful of, that a Silencer and other weaker supports are also available.
I like this respect ban to Weaver as well. This is something that Skeeter kind of played in the last couple of tournaments as well. It is a hero that isn't affected by any kind of slow, so when we're seeing a lot of Batrider, Shadow Demon, these type of heroes, it does feel natural to pick it, and Mickey really shines on the hero. It does allow him, you talked about the twin gate rotations. I think Mickey is one of the best players in the world to utilize those twin gates to be able to punish the enemy carry, especially on a hero like a Weaver, where you can just go easily. You're missing on the map for good like 10 seconds. Suddenly you're on the other side of the map, killing the enemy safe laner.
But also with a Weaver ban, is that not kind of warning Liquid, like, hey, this is the type of heroes that we want? Like, they want to protect their safe lane. I feel like Weaver can easily bully a couple of the 33 heroes in the off lane that want to be a bit more static and farm.
Would you still put priority on banning out Axe?
That's the issue, right? He's very good at it.
Yeah.
He's lost with it and won with it. But when they win, they are like, it's always on the edge cases. It's always the extremes.
Bane's also one of the better heroes against Axe when he wants the creep skip. If he can't play the lane, it gets very difficult. He just sleeps you, the creeps go away. So one of the better overall supports to deal with it.
I also think for Liquid, the way in which they play, you can give 33 Axe, let him play his phylactery or a game, because you should be able to break the map before he becomes a threat. Teams that are slower, suddenly at 15, 20 minutes, when the game's already kind of, nothing's happening, everyone's farming, he then takes over, right? A big thing for Tundra is their timing is the 15 to 20 minute timing. For Liquid, it's the 10-minute timing. So maybe Liquid just doesn't respect it because they are going to do all this, map shenanigans, and we'll see. In a best of 3, I think game 1 is the best time to give things away to the enemy team, just to understand how good are we actually against it. And they do take the Queen of Pain. So you're most likely mid hero for Liquid. That can play into most matchups. And also it protects themselves from the potential Batrider mid. When you ban the puck on 7 for Batrider, BZM can play it. And of course, Ahri's been the only one so far in this tournament. But in previous tournaments, they have done it. So that is Liquid at least tipping the hat to Tundra, going, we're aware of what you can do here.
Yeah, I'd be down with some Disruptor, potentially, that could come out good against both of the supports. You have Catch, great against Quap when she blinks out. Glimpse could easily stop Fiend's Grip from going off, pretty cheap ability. This gives them a lot of speed. I want to see what they're going to be pairing up this Invoker with. This is something that PARIVISION did extremely well. They paired it up with Medusa a couple of times. You have Solar Crest, Alacrity. It just gives you insane amount of damage output from your carry.
Often when Tundra picks the Invoker though for BZM, he normally does default to Exalt Invoker, especially when you have some control, right? You mentioned the Disruptor, again a very good pick against the skirmishing, benefits that Liquid often plays towards, so yeah, I don't mind it. Lots of control in regards to Tundra's first 3 picks.
Lots of way to disengage a fight as well on their side. You have a Glimpse, Kinetic Field, Batrider with just like 1 Flame Break, Invoker with Tornado, EMP. So they can choose some of these earlier fights, choose where they want the fights to actually be. And of course, Mana Burn going to be very annoying for these heroes.
I know there is an 18 pick for Tundra in play, but if there ever was a time for like Faceless Void to feel pretty good, it kind of is here. Like Dilation. It's such a good dilation game.
It's good. I think this hero is slightly underrated. 100%. I saw PARIVISION playing it once.
They did today.
Yeah, and it looked really good still. I think this hero is a bit underrated in terms of what he brings to the table, especially if you can get some big combo.
Yeah, but to pick it without knowing the 18 pick, it does open up for Beastmasters, Enigmas, any real pressure in the offlane, and your game can get very hard. But maybe an option on 24 if we are to be talking about carry picks for Liquid then.
Yeah, would you pick that up indeed in this area? I mean, they have overall last pick, but we all know that by the time that overall last pick comes around, a lot of it is going to be banned. So if you want something specific, this would be the time.
And also picking Ace's hero here can be difficult because they haven't banned out Ursa. And often Pure will love to play Ursa into the Centaurs, the Underlords, all this stuff. So that is something that Liquid needs to be mindful of. They pick up the Snapfire for now in a very strong position 4 that can actually sway the matchup where like Centaur Snapfire can play into an Ursa. When he tries to step up, you stun him, you double edge him, Lil Shredder, you're going to kill the Ursa. He cannot actually spend enough time
at those early levels, Ursa's really not that strong. Like once he gets to his level 3, level 5, this is where you need to start to worry. But the laning stage is kind of over by then. So let's see. There's a lot of damage on their side. Magical damage that is going to be coming out from Snapfire, Queen of Pain. I want to see if Tundra is going to be looking towards picking up potentially some pipe from the offlane.
Yeah, they do take the Abaddon, of course. As Liquid has 24 the last pick, they wanted to pick a hero that can play both lanes. They will decide at the end of the draft where it's going to go. But for Tundra, they now need a carry and an offlane. So when you said pipe heroes,
I was thinking maybe Axe is still available. I'm still down for Axe. I could feel maybe some Tidehunter that's going to give them a lot of team fight.
Yeah, I was hoping you would say Tidehunter. Like, Tidehunter, Abaddon won't kill you. The Orchid timing and Abba you don't care about, and you brush off pretty much everything else. And the Dead in the Water, really, really good against the Queen of Pain.
Can you Abaddon shield Dead in the Water off?
No.
Cool.
You have to attack it.
That thing's just there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends on the player style. If Tundra wants to chill and play through their supports, you pick Tide. If you want to play through the offlane and be more aggressive, you go Axe. But Axe into Abba when you have the shield, if it's safe lane, you're going to use Hunger, right? So that probably is quite a deterrent. And they still go for the Ursa. So Tundra, it's like, please, put your Abaddon offlane. Our Ursa will be there.
And I would imagine Ursa does quite good.
Yes, another undispellable thing coming out from Ursa. Ace doesn't strike me as a guy who would be playing this Abaddon. He could, but to me this pretty much says Pure. We'll have to see if they're going to be finding some better options overall.
You mean Mickey?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
The roster swaps.
Yeah.
Mid-series.
Mid-series. Gyrocopter is banned, so they still want to cover their bases.
Yeah, Tundra with the Gyrocopter ban, even though Ursa's good into it, and you have Batrider, they are respecting how quick Liquid will play. The Twin Gate of the Gyrocopter, Abaddon double supports, Queen of Pain rotating in, 5 heroes breaking that safe lane. Even though Ursa has a good game, the lane in the first 50 minutes is so critical that it is a respect to the pace. And Liquid, off-lane ban zone.
I would also not mind to see Doom getting picked up for Tundra. I think this hero could also build potentially into pipe if necessary, but it's more about stopping this Abaddon's healing because I don't think it's going to be played from the off lane.
They ban the Tide though.
They do.
The thing with Doom is if Liquid do get a foothold in the early game, it is just so much farm required, right? Like, potentially Midas Invoker, Battle Fury Ursa, another Midas maybe on the Doom. It's the scaling would be very scary.
Yeah, they want to also be able to match the speed though, so then it gets hairy. Let's see what that final ban is going to be on the side of Tundra and whether they want to remove another hero for Mickey or if they want to remove another offlaner for potentially Ace. That axe, by the way, still in the pool. I believe we've also seen 33 play Underlord. Could be nice.
A hero that Ace doesn't play too often competitively is the Enigma. But for some reason, he started playing unranked, and I had to play against him a couple times. And he was practicing his Enigma there. But into an Ursa Disruptor lane with a Snapfire support, it is a way to break the tower and do a lot of chaos.
Yeah.
So thanks, Ace, to playing Enigma when I was playing Brood 5. That was great fun.
This is a long time ago on the B. That is a
speaking of Brood.
What makes this a good Brood game?
Oh, supports hate to play against this. This is going to be like big area of the map taken out where you can't really get too close. This necrotic webs also, the anti-heal against Abaddon could come in pretty handy. You're going to be laning against Bane, so he's not going to be getting the extra HP as well. It's very annoying. Like your tangos are not working basically as you you would want them to.
Also for 33, right? I feel like the talk of the tournament's been what heroes are you playing, these three, this and that. And he's like, you know what, guys, don't forget, I am the Brood guy, right?
True.
And for Liquid, when you think about a good Brood game, how much of your wave clear, how much lane pressure, right? You need the lane pressure to stall his 6, and then you need the wave clear so you can change your map state to then protect your towers and not allow him to just occupy your entire jungle. For Liquid, they take the Monkey King, so they have the lane pressure, but to defend the tower, not really a thing. They need to do it with constantly killing the Brood. So a big focus now on Liquid is they have to go find the Brood, they have to go kill him, which should buy time for Ursa and Invoker to farm. So 33, he put a target on his back, but that target, if executed correctly, will open up the rest of his team to have a really good game.
They don't have the best catch for this Brood Mother. It kind of needs to be Mickey making a move, or it needs to be like some Bane setup, which is really not the easiest thing to do considering the move speed that you're getting from the Brood Mother. One thing that Tundra is lacking is extra bit of a control, like the way to start a fight, because until Ahri gets a Blink Dagger, maybe some glimpses, but they don't have that classic initial team fighting offlaner in this one. But this is how they also managed to win some of the games before as well. So now Broodmother, I think this hero is also underrated in terms of what he brings to the table. I think the map control that you also get, plus also the area of effect reducing where they can actually farm, supports are going to be on the receiving end of this one. It's also a hero that can build into pretty much any item, considering that it is a universal hero.
Yeah, we will have the Snapfire playing with the Monkey, so it will be a Tofu Snapfire on the +5, and the Bane will be going +4.
Yeah, I think I like that switch up just for the fact that you have more fight in the lane, right? A Cookie and Little Shredder with a Monkey King, you're going to kill a out of position Bat or Brood, and you have enough stuns to keep the Brood before he runs behind the trees. But yeah, for Liquid, they need to stop 33 for as long as possible, because him taking over parts of the map will be inevitable. But when that happens, hopefully for Ace's sake, it's like, I'm looking towards my Relic, I'm maybe getting a Radiance if he wants to try and be anti-Brood hero. But yeah, spooky game from Liquid. A lot of questions they have to answer in this early game.
And we just saw how they control the map really nicely, and how they, can go in circles with the teleports and the...
They can do it again, though.
Yeah.
Can they, even with the Brood Mother?
You have Monkey. Like, this is one of the best carries that can rotate through the Twin Gates and make stuff happen on the other side.
Maybe they just ignore him. Maybe they go, you know what, Brood, congrats, man, you've countered us. What if they just kill everyone else and let 33 have a game, but then you kill? That's another option.
Okay, so what areas of the map is Brood gonna control? Because that's gonna probably be off limits to,
You take the safe lane tower, you walk into the enemy jungle, and then you farm all that, and then you might poke mid-tier 1, and once you take mid-tier 1, you live there, and you're just annoying. I was going to say bad words, but he's just going to be annoying there.
Brood Mother's just going to be annoying. What else is new? That's for sure. We're going to find out what's going to happen in this game, but first we're going to hear some words from Moonmeander.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm here with Moon. You feel good about yourself? You know, last picking Brood, like some kind of sick freak. Does that feel good? Do you feel like you're the good guy here?
No, obviously not. But you have Nana Shapiro, so you do what it takes to win.
Which one of you sick freaks came up with that idea, huh? Who was back there and is like, let's pick the arachnid assailant, you know? Let's just be the bad guys. Which one of you fuckers did that?
You already know. We were like, oh, do you want to play Axe? And then, oh, no, that's Abaddon. And he's like, Brood Mother. So like, it was the guy himself who wants to play Brood.
All right. Do you think it's going to fare pretty well here? I mean, it seems like they might not have too many answers.
Who knows, honestly. They have a very strong early game draft. And, you know, it's Liquid, strong early game draft. So it can be scary if we start losing early game.
But if you lose, then it's his fault then, 33, for suggesting the Brood?
No, always blame supports. Subjectively.
Absolutely. Blame supports, pick disgusting heroes, and you heard it here first. Absolutely detestable behavior. Let's go to the game and see how it turns out.
Well, why not just cast it, Slacks? It's MLP Dota on X5. Jonathan, welcome back. A lot of action, no idea what's happened here. Liquid, a bit deep, they'll get out of there. Shout out to Moon Meander, by the way, Jonathan. One of my personal favorite coaches. He's a great guy.
That he is.
Moon Meander's a great guy. I love that guy.
That he is. And he has the right mindset in the team. Blame the supports. Yeah, it's going to be Whitemon's fault if they lose this one for whatever reason. We'll see.
Of course it is.
Of course, right now, taking Gander at all the lanes. In mid lane, BZM gets to pick up his Invoker. Nisha does get to play the Quap up against it. This lane matchup, you have a lot of poke here for Nisha. This is a Mind of Tornaris Invoker as well. So a little bit more interesting choices later on with the Ags. I think that's going to be really interesting in terms of control, actually. Those tiny tornadoes can do quite some work. And your shard is actually insane on Invoker with the EMP. So I do like this facet. I like seeing the different facets coming out instead of just Agents of Galaron. Again, the mid's going to be a little bit static. Quite a fair bit Nisha can try to put out. He does go for the 0-1-1 build instead of the dagger, of course. So not as much poking around, just focusing on farm. Same thing will go for BZM. And we'll see if any opportunities arise, but probably not too much early on considering this starting build-up. Maybe if the supports make it through. We haven't seen that much today. Speaking of those side lanes, Pure has been having a bit of a rougher start. There's a lot of long-range poke from Liquid here. Full bore, even just the little Shredder coming out onto Pure is going to be really annoying to contend with. You have the Aphotic Shield that gets popped on as well. At the least, you don't get to Dispel Fury Swipe, so that's one less concern for Pure. Constant debuff that can come in later on. And up top, of course, 33, the disgusting man who asked to play the Brood Mother. Already having a fun time.
One of my favorites is Brood, John. Back in my day, hold that thought, because Mickey is going to go for a chase Ari. Gets the Jingu, Boundless just to heal up, secure some creeps. Mickey. Still messing around here with 33. So 33, going to be able to walk his way out. Back in my day, John, when Necro Book existed. Brood Mother Necro Book was my Brood Mother Necro Orchid. Oh, that was my favorite build. Favorite build. My all-time favorite.
You're disgusting.
The best.
Disgusting.
You know when you can feel your opponents just sick?
Yeah.
You know you can hear them?
Yeah.
You can feel them? Oh,
yeah.
It's the best. It's Hofu. Whitemon. Sunstrike. Oh, it's not going to make it in time. Ace. Able to secure first blood. Can I say as well, I mean, we just saw 1 kill each.
Yeah.
This is going to be a banger of a series. I mean, this is going to be a bang. These two teams against each other in the first round of playoffs. What a series we have.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the closer series today, I'm pretty sure. And already you're seeing some of those early trades kick off. I mean, there's so much to look forward to, right? Like, can you secure Roshan here in Tundra? Can you play fast with his Brood? Are you going to get run down as Ari is?
Ari, all right for now. Will be able to walk his way out of there. Close calls though at this top lane. Liquid, they're trying to be very aggressive. Cosmic currently the top of the CS board as well. 33's not been having the best start to this laning stage, as he shouldn't, because he is in a pretty unfavorable matchup against the Monkey King. But he's okay. He hasn't died. Still getting that XP. Still happy enough. Mickey's just having a better time.
That he is. But as these necrotic webs get leveled up, I mean, this health restoration reduction is massive. And that is a general change. It's not just regen anymore. Health restoration is an entire entire thing. Like, it includes lifesteal, includes all sources of health restoration. So for a Monkey, getting cut at least 70% of your sustain is going to be really painful there for Mike. It's a really good answer in this Brood. I think that might be the main reason they pick it, just to ensure it's easier to play this game. It's a lot of value into ABBA, and you can just run down these two supports. So again, there's still some tempo for 33 later on. We're seeing some poke and prodding down below. Level 3 up now. And you don't even need the cookie right now in Tofu. You can just threaten to run down with Ace, with a Curse of Avernus, play with the Aphotic Shield, and look at that output onto Pure, just falling slow. Boxy, though?
Yeah, Boxy not enjoying himself. The Batrider really giving it Boxy. Trying, gets the deny! Boxy! Well, come on now. It's a bit too much, isn't it?
And it is. You waste a lot of resources from Ari. He's forced to clarity up now to just even keep playing the lane. Mika is not going to be under threat by himself with no real mana on Ari as well. So it's the perfect time to kind of go for that reset. And you're happy enough. Again, very, very interesting things going on in the side lane with so much pressure coming out from both sides. Not relenting. Pure's constantly playing on the back foot. Just needs to get fed a salve from good old Whitemon here once more. And it's just leading to a very explosive time. The mid lane's probably been the most stable. It has been a pretty straightforward lane for BZM. Like Nisha's lagging just a little bit further back, but not too far back that his level 6 is stalled out. But that has meant the side lanes have been tied up. So gonna be interesting to see if they can kind of commit for those power runes as Ace. You have to be careful. Again, the Aphotic Shield does not dispel off Fury Swipe's debuff.
They glimpsed him back as well. Ari, he's also going to be in danger. They do find a spot, and BZM able to Sunstrike, but Mickey will find at least some form of a trade. Certainly a favorable trade for the side of Tundra.
And it is. You're just getting more and more feeding onto this Invoker mid. Dominator is not too far off here for BZM. And just allowing quite a fair bit to happen on the map. Just so much more utility. You have a nice way of setting up by yourself, scouting for it, as we have seen time and time again. And the stats, of course, never feel too bad to have on someone like Invoker, who does enjoy getting a little bit of that tankness up for himself. Bit of a chase down again, just so much pressure. But Pure, I don't know if he minds this too much.
I mean, Pure, he might just turn around here. They'll glimpse him back. Tofu, very close with the Scatter Blast, but Pure gets away with a little jump, and our Team Liquid unable to capitalize on the Ursa death quite yet. And you're seeing the previous kill onto Ace. He was glimpsed back, almost getting to the T1, but BZM very good when it comes to these Sunstrikes.
Yeah, he has been on point in connecting so far. He has managed to get himself some action across the map despite a quieter mid. And that's the one threat with Invoker. Just Sunstrike across, even without setup. Like, this is not the most straightforward Sunstrike game either. But he is still connecting. Maybe some attention up top now.
Nightmare backwards. 33, going to be completely surrounded. Tofu will land the cookie. Ari, he's going to try and move in and help out. Sunstrike, Boxy and Mickey will cop it. 33, he's out of there. He even took a courier with him. Can they at least get Ari? No. No, apparently not.
Oh.
And Ace is going to die in the meantime. But if there's one team that disgusts me on a regular basis,
yes,
it's Tundra.
It is.
They are quite revolting to watch sometimes. I tell you, this 33 guy makes me, even as a Broodmother enthusiast, he makes me sick.
And it is. And that he is. He is the kind of guy to ask for that Brood. There's that Dominator up in BZM. First time in the tournament, but it kind of does make sense, you know? If Dom's good, BZM's going to build it and just get more vision, get a little bit of control, a little bit of damage depending on what creep you get on hand, and allows him to just hold the lane. Now he's tankier, he's not under threat of a solo pickoff potential from the Quap. They are just holding this mid lane, really leveraging Sunstrikes nicely here, but not even needing the support attention. So you can just play the side lanes, they catch 33 out again.
This time they should have him. Cookie's gonna land, no messing around. Mickey, he will squash the spider.
It's pretty difficult to get those spiders out. I guess you have first-hand experience there, Mike.
You don't have to tell me, John. Impossible.
At least the webs don't kill you. And here it's going to cost a lot. Nisha?
Oh, they got the Nimbus back, but no. Nisha, nice blink away. I mean, BZM's a real problem, though. Top of the net worth board on the Invoker. Again, having a really nice time because of all these Sunstrike kills. And even the pressure already onto the mid-tier 1 with the helm at the top, in case you hadn't noticed.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of work. Again, first time, at least here, for the pickup on the Dominator mid Invoker, and it's just looking good. He's already invading. He's so tanky. There's no way to pressure him out. Not even any early attempts to pressure him out as well. Pure still having a great time left solo up against Abaddon, just a straightforward farming lane. I'm curious to see what Ace's idea is for build-up. We have seen a lot of Orchid Abaddons coming in, whether or not that's what he'd want, or the Radiance just feels a little bit slow to fall back on. So I would expect maybe something like that for Control. Mid just set to fall, with the Dominator and the support showing up as well. That's going to be a very nice timing. Sub 10 minutes. Fortify will stall, but it's only at 53 HP. I don't see an opportunity for Liquid at all. It's just the two supports playing poke. At least the deny, but you've done the damage.
Oh, Tornado's going to be nice to make sure Tofu can't follow up. Nightmare even as well to help Tofu. Nisha, though, will force them back, but BZM's got the creep following him down. Tofu, Sunstrike.
Oh.
BZM, have some shame. Have a bit of shame. That's horrible.
No, no shame. You'll do what it takes, Mike.
Pure.
Meander.
Ace. Pure in trouble. Pops the enrage. Mickey wants the kill. Pure's got no help on the way either. It should be a kill and they'll find it. Great rotation from Mika.
And they get something in exchange for all of that pressure mid. BZM is not leaving this area. He is just constantly pressuring mid still. Whitemon does have level 6 to threaten the turn here.
Nisha will jump in. Glimpse back though. Very nice. Nisha cannot finish off the kill onto BZM. Still has a Sonic Wave to play with, but didn't really feel like it was going to be enough.
I like what they're doing on Tundra. Look at all of this attention on mid. That's a 4-man rotation into that lane, freeing up 33 to play his game. Broodmother just shoving in top, working onto Phylactery, maybe a Conda for a quick break. Maybe not necessary, but useful against Ace if they'd want that. And you just get that ball rolling. It was a bit slower for 33. He was under some pressure. We saw the early rotations, but BZM has been copping all the attention. And now it's getting into a Broodmother game, where you're just allowed to sit in one area of the map, deny all of this farm, give a lot of info because you're just camping in this one regular farming area. And that can really start to feel like a little bit of a chokehold on Liquid. Not enough to really swing it just yet. Mike is still number 1 in that word. He's going for more aggressive build as they rotate in.
Gonna find Tofu. Nice Nightmare by a bit of time, but BZM doesn't care. Neither does Whitemon. Nisha looking to reinitiate onto Whitemon, but not feeling too safe. And well, they are just doing it for the power root at this stage, but it is going to spawn top anyway, and that will naturally just be picked up by BZM.
Yeah, and you're still seeing all of that pressure on mid. Right, the supports are still stuck in this area, freeing up 33, freeing up Pure to play this farming game. Battle Fury for Pure, not too far off now. And again, you look at what you're doing on Liquid. This fast Desolator on Mike is going to do a ton of work. Like, these heroes are still relatively squishy. The backline's just going to melt if you can find this position on the Monkey King. And I like that their response to this fast game from Tundra is to itemize for a fast game as well. Just look for these pickoffs, look for these opportunities, get the tools to get the damage done, and go from there. But Tundra are still finding all these early wins they'd want. A bit of a switch up for 33 into the pipe instead of the Phylactery, which again is a little bit more of an interesting choice. Going for standard Broodmother play. They are still just hugging mid. All the attention's on mid. And again, it's so much space. Like there's no overemphasizing it. It's a very free game for 33 and Pure right now.
Oh, absolutely. You say 33 and Pure. I mean, BZM's about to have an Axe up, John. He's farming towards it.
Oh my goodness.
Problematic. Very, very problematic for Team Liquid. The saving grace is, though, Mike is top of the net worth pool, right? So you can put your trust in Mike.
Yeah, and the Desolator is flying out now. So the damage is there. The question is, how do you take these fights? Mike has already been showing up to some of these early engagements. He's working to the BKB and a little bit of a smoke out. Not any wards to spot it out. So might get some free charges up on that Deso very early on and could help into that mid push as well. They'd want something nice and juicy for this one. Pure is still in that bot jungle. They might have a rough idea as to where he is if they'd cross up and walk up the ramp, but not quite yet.
He's all right for now. Team Liquid still on the hunt. So they'll head down south towards the bottom lane. Perhaps they could hope for 33. A lot of numbers here, but they've got to get the jump on this man. And 33, look at him. Already avoiding, but no, they'll get the Fiend's grip. They'll find 33. A great kill for Team Liquid.
That's the free charge up in Desolator now as well. A little bit more damage for Mike. And they do manage to clear out all the broodlings as well. So tons of money coming out. A little bit of a siege hunt to that bot tier 1. Do you really care right now in Tundra? Not quite. I mean, Cure gets his Battle Fury up. He's sitting in triangle. The Ags for BZM 1 part off. Let me tell you, those tiny twisters on Tornado, they are actually severely annoying. It's just free D-push coming out here from BZM. Free creep cutting. It's actually quite a fair bit of damage in a line. And it's going to be a nuisance as well for the side of Team Liquid to have all of this free area control from BZM once the Ags is up. So they are collapsing into the right area though. Whitemon.
Found out. Tofu still chasing, but they can't really finish him off. Meanwhile, BZM though. BZM does get caught. Nisha very happy. Securing that kill, and even Whitemon eventually will die to Tofu. Huge kills now for Team Liquid.
And they overstayed their welcome on Tundra this time around. Liquid does manage to actually get the movement across the map they'd want. They get a good kill down bot, they swing up top, and even with the vision from Tundra, they just approach that angle at a really good spot. They come from the low ground. Again, they just walk across the mid, and they catch Tundra a little bit more split apart. You can't really afford to break off that trinity of BZM, Whitemon, and Ari. That has been how the mid has been held for a while.
Ari, he's going to go for the lasso, but the Aphotic Shield is immediately out by Ace. Ari will pay with his life as a matter of urgency, and Team Liquid just getting everything these past couple minutes.
That they have. They get some severe punishment for that early start on Tundra, and now they maintain that lead. This is where Liquid's tempo comes in. You've got a Monkey King that wants to play fast. You've got the Quap with a full Kaya Sanj up, ready, set to go. A little bit of a nightmare up onto the high ground for Boxy to avoid any sort of engagement. But they are starting to get an idea as to where Tundra will want to play. And with this Battle Fury timing into the Blink for Pure, it's almost inching into a Roche time if they'd want to, or if they could find a good pickoff here on Tundra to lead into that point. The pipe for 33 is not too far off either. A little bit more protection there is BZM.
Caught out again, Mickey loving what he sees at BZM. No chance of getting out of that one. The Fiend's grip even committed to ensure of it. Team Liquid now 3K net worth advantage against Tundra.
Yeah, Tundra's got to reel it back a tad bit. The map control gains from Liquid are massive. Look at the wards they have. Again, that ward up in the top jungle has been really useful. The laning ward here with the Sentry doing quite a fair bit of work to scout that movement out as well from BZM. They're just looking for these opportunities across the map, and they've got the mobility to get that done. With a Monkey, it doesn't take too long to traverse forward. And with the Deso Rush, it just doesn't take too long to find these kills as well. So the right ideas out from Liquid. For Tundra, things are slowing down, right? Like Pure, he does have that blink. He hasn't shown up to these engagements just yet, but it is an Ursa. 33's just been camping down bot now. Two smokes out from our supports. Just them, though.
Whitemon, glimpse back on Ace. Pure actually going to jump in. The glimpse working out against them for now. Ace, who happily turn with the Aphotic Shield up. They won't catch anyone else, but Whitemon has died. I imagine Pure not going to be too impressed.
No, certainly not. Maybe some miscommunication there as to what they wanted to do. And Whitemon does get the wrong read. Would have been a nice kill onto Ace, or at least a potential kill that comes out. Still, they've stalled out long enough for the Ags to be up here on BZM, so a lot of teamfight control out with the Tornado. They lose their mid with no defense on Tundra. But very big spike for BZM, right? Like even the additional orb levels are going to be quite nice to play with on your other spells, but the Tornado is the one that I would like to see utilized because it is pretty cool. Don't get to see the other facets all too often. For the side of Liquid, things are just set to go. Nisha's going into the Ags build up for the co-op. So much more sustained magic damage coming in. if 33 is not around with a pipe, I mean, there's nothing mitigating this. You know, it's not like you have Glimmer Capes up early on these supports. Neither one went for anything too big on the defense. Ari's still waiting for his own blink. So this insane burst potential from Liquid is just always there. This insane jump potential as well is always there. But again, at least for BZM, he's got this free push going. Dominator plus the Axe does mean you can cut every lane. And that does mean you have like 2 heroes doing the same job, right? Like the Broodmother's cutting off bot, the Invoker's cutting off top, or any lane he shows up at, and you can kind of just keep Liquid locked into their side of the map. They will try to foray out though, with a bit of a smoke here.
They're going to give it a crack. They're just hoping that they try to jump Mickey. Mickey will eventually join the smoke with the rest of his squad. Nobody on the map right now from Tundra being spotted. So Liquid, they're going to go perhaps just for the Tormentor. No other objectives they can see. They'll go for the easy one. And they'll collect it nicely. Ace will take the shards. Sunstrike will give some vision, but they were smoked. So I do not believe they spotted this. Now the question is, do Tundra believe there's no smoke happening?
They got the scan off, so
okay.
They have a really good idea. Especially with the Sunstrike giving vision as well. Very obvious smoke now. Tundra already walking the right way away. And just kind of stalling for time still. BKB for Pure is only the recipe off, so you kind of just need to wait just a tad bit longer, and then you can start to see if some of that work come in from the Ursa, so long as you don't bleed any more bodies unnecessarily here on Tundra. For Liquid, again, there's still a little bit of pressure to play up-tempo, because you want to max out this Deso, you want to play around with his Radiance that Ace has managed to get up for himself, and you've got that full Ags up for Nisha now. The Scream of Pain with the Shadow Strikes. Again, just a ton of magic damage. This is something where you can use that against 33 and the Spiderlinks quite well. The AoE Dagger coming in. All of this reflected back spell damage with the Scream when it expires. Even with the Pipe, it's still going to be a massive amount of output. 33 has to be pretty careful with his micro, but this is 33. He tends to be pretty smart about how to bring these spiders around. So that's fair.
He sure does. 33, he has been a little bit quiet. Not much he can really do right now. He's going to go for the Kanda build-up. It's like Roshan is going to be started by Team Liquid. It won't be lasting too long either. If Tundra do not want to intervene, they'll see the Roshan being taken with the Sunstrike though. And in fact, that's enough. That is enough for Team Liquid to retreat. They might look towards BZM top lane. Smoke is out. Glimpse onto Nisha. He's going to drag him right back to his team. That might actually help them because they've jumped 33. Oh. They have jumped 33. You miss out on one, you'll find another. It's no problem here for Nisha.
No, you're still pretty glad. It's still forcing all of this rotation up top. BZM should still be able to get out, although.
They have a TP cancel. Oh, they do. The Boundless. Right on the edge. BZM not going to like that.
No. And Liquid. Just a bit on point. This Pure's trying to sneak that Roshan was mildly damaged now. And he should have that opportunity to himself. No wards to really spot him there unless you walk through the river area near the river camp on his bot jungle. But Roche doesn't take too long for the Ursa, of course. And that's the timing we were looking for in the end. Still working out for Tundra. After a little bit more back and forth, Liquid being forced to respond around the map does cost them a bit. They do find some big kills, but Pure has had a free game. He's right up there with Nisha in terms of net worth. And with that BKB up, you really have to pick and choose here on Boxy whether or not he can get that grip at the right time on the right target. Otherwise, you know, if Pure gets a window to respond, the Enrage comes on, you're not going to really hold him down for too long. He's going to be happy enough to cop through a little bit more, and he's just going to rip you to shreds. There's nothing else that can stop him. And Tundra, despite maybe playing a little bit slower at this point into Liquid's high speed, they still have that room to grow. BZM is going for his Atos. He's got the travels to work the map. 33, Kanda not too far off. Does need a little bit more gold for it, but is just lacking 2 parts. And you've got the blink on Ahri. You do have that steady initiation, at least from your Batrider, to catch things off guard as well. See if they manage to start to find a bit more. Ari?
Saw Mickey. Does find Mickey. This will be a huge pickup if Tundra could get it. They have the help. BZM going to come in. The BKB's out from Mickey. Kiss is flying in, not finding the target. They'll try for BZM instead. He'll go for a TP out. Is there a TP cancel? There is not. Quick thinking from BZM. But they won't find Mickey either. It's not proving to be that simple.
No, but that's 2 ultimates plus a BKB down for, you know, 1 ultimate and a BKB on your side. Not even a BKB, just 1 ultimate on your side on Tundra. You'll take that trade any single time. You know Liquid wants to play fast. You've bought yourself another minute where you don't need to worry about the full onslaught of spells and can keep playing the stall game here with Pure and 33. And Pure, almost at the full Basher, still has a lot of time on the Aegis. They've already taken the top tier 2 from that moment a while ago. They've got the forward vision to see Nisha here.
They do. Nisha, big kill for Tundra, and there's no helping coming. Nisha going down to Pure, who has the full Basher up now on the Ursa. He's top of the net worth too. BZM now feeling it. They want more. Tofu will get caught. Tries the cookie out, but he's got jumping into the arms of Pure. And suddenly Tundra looking to give the fight back to Team Liquid.
The smoke? They've got a good feeling as to where they were. Just hang around the bot jungle, all ready to TP out from Mikke. And Ace as well does manage to bail out, but I like how they're trying to work the entirety of the map. No one's coming in to defend. They can afford to poke and prod a little bit more. It is now a 51-49 in favor of Tundra, but still a very close game, and that's really been the story for almost this entire game. Some moments where Liquid looks a little bit better. This moment since the Desolator has been up on Mikke has been really nice, but then it slows down. The rotations don't land the big ones. Ace.
The Invoker Axe, so annoying. Very, very annoying indeed with that AMP drag back, but it's not going to be enough. Just drains all the mana of Ace. I had this experience yesterday, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Playing Axe against this Axe Invoker. Oh, my.
Axe against this is not fun. No.
I apologize. The shards. It's just revolting. I almost swore there. My apologies. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, no, it is really annoying to have to get your mana drained every single time. Like,
it's just the drag is what kills
The drag is also insane. Yeah, no, 150, like half of most heroes' base move speed is quite rough. Quite rough indeed. And it's just such a key tool as well. Like, BZM's been using it really nicely, like his combinations with the Tornado EMP. I mean, everything's been on point this game. The net worth lead isn't massive. It has equalized. Liquid does maintain a 1k lead. But we haven't really seen Pure in action, to be fair. Like, Pure has been playing a farm game. And, you know, that farm game is starting to pay off. 2.5k in the bank, just lacking 1.5 now for that full Ags. And once you've got that Ags on the Ursa, again, a lot of questions get raised. How do you pin him down? He's got that 66% win rate on the Ursa in this tournament so far. And the smoke now, Tundra, looking to play fast. If they catch Mikke off guard here, it's one way to go about it into forcing a wider win.
Absolutely. Pop the drums as well. Currently, Tundra looking to be the favorites here in this game 1. Keep in mind, it's early to say this, but there's 0 buybacks apart from Boxy on the map right now, so this big team fight could lead to the bigger objectives if Tundra can find some targets, but they will lose out on the Aegis.
Oh, Pure.
Does that dissuade them? Mikke, double boundless. But that's it. They'll leave the area. They're not wanting to fight without the Aegis up. Mind you, in the meantime, while they were running around, you do have the Pure Axe coming out.
Yeah. Again, it was, what, 1.5k away before that. He's been farming while they've been going around anyhow. Now just the full, 800 gold off. And again, once that's up, how do you handle the Sursa? You have to grip. And even if you grip, you're going to be a sitting duck to off this backline jump. They catch Ari out at least. Another gimme here for Liquid. Not really the big kill they'd want, but at the least to take Lasso away for 40 seconds. If you want to force something wider, the question is, do you really want to do so? It looks like the answer is going to be a little bit of a no, although...
A Nightmare out. They're going to find White One. Fiendscript committed. Pure's looking to move in perhaps, but he'll see too many numbers. So decides better of it. Team Liquid finding the support duo now. Tier 2 tower going to be under siege in the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They've been really good in pressuring back here on Tundra. A little bit of tower poke up top with the dominated creep out from BZM. With the travels, he can just basically play pseudo NP at this point and just try to force responses across the map. 33, I mean, he's been sitting on this Conda for a while. We haven't really felt the presence here of our Broodmother, but perhaps now with the full pipe and the Conda, a little bit more damage and slow coming in could be helpful. Ag's now fully done on Pure with a Basher. And it's at this point, again, for Liquid, you start to worry a bit. Oh, Tofu.
Gonna go down again, Pure. Having a great old time, just hunting down supports. Tundra would love a bit more right now. They're feeling it. Great power spike for them. Ace. Not quite the easiest target, but Pure's gonna jump. Won't get within range. Mickey, he'll go for the white mod. Disruptor does get it, but the drag back onto Mickey through the BKB. He'll get the Wukongs off. Ace has jumped in as well. 33 is gonna go down. BZM though, with the Chaos Meteor, it's still not enough damage. He's gonna get out of there. Nisha, Ace, they don't have the cancel. So still a very favorable fight for Team Liquid. Sunstrike, very close. BZM, could you see into the future or something, BZM?
It does feel that.
It is this observation haki, John.
Yeah.
You wouldn't, don't say yes as
No,
if you know
I
what that means. You don't watch One Piece, John.
No, it's too long.
Don't even pretend. I'm not going to let that happen. Pure.
I mean, I appreciate the aggressive posturing here from Pure, but it just felt like the target prioritization wasn't there. The pushback as well in the Sonic Wave, buying enough time for Mike and forcing out the lasso as well to get that continued control. You can see the sustain coming in from 33 isn't massive. The pipe alone isn't enough, although...
Tofu's going to go down. Another nice pickup here for Pure.
It's a bit of a challenging game for Tundra. Liquid have just been very difficult to catch. I think that's been one thing. We know how mobile the Monkey King and the Quap can be. They've been really good just avoiding out everything. The tier 2 mid will fall, so we're seeing off screen here.
They could take a fight around this Tormentor though, Team Liquid, with the low HP pools that could be of Tundra. Ari's low, BZM not looking too healthy, but Liquid, they're being very patient, hoping somebody comes to farm this bottom lane. BZM, he's underneath vision. They had the sentry. Pure, he's going to jump in immediately trying to help out, but BZM is already down. He only got the tornado off. At least they'll find Boxy as a trade. Here come the spiders. Mickey surrounded. He'll be okay. There's Nisha back into the fight. Lasso though. Ari, drag back, but the Boundless. Mickey not allowing it. Pure trying to chase, gets the bash. Easiest bash of my life, but 33 is also going to go down. And so Liquid, it seems like they come out on top anyway.
That they do again. All off the back of just pinning down BZM. It's not even that Pure's the problem. They've got enough to kite around the Ursa. We're seeing issues for Pure to connect onto targets consistently. They're just able to nightmare him up, force out an Enrage, dance around the jumping bear that is supposed to be this big win. But BZM just walking into vision, not expecting that position from Liquid. And without the Invoker's utility, it just doesn't feel like Pure's the biggest issue. Like, yes, you still lose a couple of heroes here for Liquid, but Tundra, it's just a struggle to get that damage on top. Like, Pure is just roaming around for a majority of that fight. Maybe with the Abyssal up, it's going to be a lot easier to secure these kills. It does look challenging. Every single time BZM disappears first, he has to be careful. I understand what he's trying to do, but you can't afford to let him scout forward even with the Ghost Walk. At this point, if you're going to sack anyone, you might as well sack 33, have him cop all of the attention, let the Invoker try to play. He's your only consistent cancel as well for the grip outside of a Static Storm here from Whitebond, which is a massive commitment in order to just break up that one control piece. See if Tundra can start to find a little bit more. Roshan is up. A team fight here could lead into a massive swing in terms of objectives overall.
Smoke on smoke scenario. Jump in. Oh, BZM! Fantastic setup from Boxy. The blink and gem up makes it very easy. They're still smoked on Tundra. Roshan's still available. They can't necessarily just retreat. They've got to stick around for this fight. It's going to be tough without their Invoker. They've got to give it a crack though. They'll hold on to the Dire Triangle. The Roshan is slow. Mickey, who's he jump? They're looking for someone just north. 33, he's the one to show on the Broodmother. Sonic Wave, Mickey with the damage output as well. We'll take care of it. Meanwhile, Pure, he's got Boxy down. Jump in on Ace. Ace in trouble. Mickey will jump in with the Wukong's command. Now the Static Storm, but Pure, he's a Giga Chat. He's going after all of them. He'll try to run now, but Mickey's got him. Mickey will catch him. Ari, he'll also go down. Can they get back to the pit? I mean, you've got BZM, you've got 33. They bought back on the Brood.
Oh, it's just so risky. You don't have. They could easily try to snatch, but respawns are a little bit shorter on Liquid, especially on Boxy. Having that Bane come back up is going to kind of break this duo. Nightmare on one, it's a 1v4 at that point, so you can't run that risk. Same time, they have some time with Roshan having to walk across the river first, but it'll take no time for Liquid to clean up Roche, although a little bit early on the attack.
That's so rude.
A little bit early.
That is so rude,
Let him go into the house first. You know, wait. Let him get into the doorway, Mike.
Unbelievable. No hospitality. Zero hospitality.
He doesn't want you there. What hospitality do you expect?
Some.
This is home.
Roshan's still happening. Tundra, they won't make their way over. It's a bit too late.
No. And that's a big objective to snag away. And they scout it out. Banner down now as well. And Mika is just a massive issue on the Monkey. You drop the Wukongs, the Ursa can't even man up against you. Like, the armor is just way too much. You don't have a wave ripping through all of that plus armor as well on the Wukongs. You're not running a minus armor strat here on the side of Tundra. So the key thing has to be an instant piece of control coming out. And that's going to have to be Whitemon, of course, with a Static Storm. It's just easier said than done when the BKBs are up. He needs his hags, but it doesn't feel like he has the time to farm that up just yet.
Not yet. Soon enough. Well, I'm going to work towards his own axe. 5k net worth lead. Still a very close game. Thing is, all the net worth right now, it feels like it's sitting on Pure here for the side of Tundra, whereas Liquid, it's much more even between the cores. And so when you lose Pure, it just feels like the fight's just over. Yeah, you just kind of out of opportunities after that.
It's so reliant. Like, they really sacked 33's game. You know, we didn't have the fastest start in the Broodmother. Tried to camp a lane. Is going into the BKB. The AC is going to be a big turning point for the Brood. Then you get some minus armor play. You get a lot of durability into the burst of Mike, which has been the consistent issue here. It's just going to matter of time. Like, will you be given the time by Liquid? They've been very happy playing a relatively quick game here. And for Tundra, the one thing they have, and the one threat they do have, is it starts to manifest onto the high ground, is this lasso, right? Like, their team fight on high ground is quite good. You have the displacement plays with lasso to drag heroes back, Static Storm eventually with an Ags on Whitemon. Gonna do quite a fair bit of work as well. You can find that farm. And I think that's what you hold out on, right? Like, maybe you can't fight them outside the base. You can certainly fight them on your own high ground. Just ride out this Aegis on Mike. He is very close to a butterfly, though, and I don't know how you contend with him. Like, you're not going to have enough on Pure. He is trying to work into the MKB at this point with the Ag's Blessing. It's just so far away. Like, this butterfly is going to have a huge window here for Mika where he's not going to be answered whatsoever.
Timings for Team Liquid. Still Tundra. Not giving up anything yet. You're still top of the net worth here. Team Liquid. Hanging around that Radiant Triangle right now, hoping somebody will show up. They'll take the outpost. It's like Mickey might set up for the tier 2 top tower. Just about 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Plenty of time to think about high ground. And certainly Mickey could be a force to be reckoned with here. going into that high ground.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
33 already ready to creep skip the top wave with the Spiderlings, of course, as you'd expect from the man.
Yep. Hasn't really done too much hero damage as we're seeing on the graph here, but
when does he?
No.
He's all full of shenanigans this block.
It is full shenanigans. BKB's done on him, so at least he can stand and hold his ground in engagements. Full Bloodthorn now done for Ace as well. So a lot of tools just coming in here. Much more significant on Liquid, I would say. They're just in a position where it's very difficult to see them drop. But, again, Whitemon, if you can get the Ags, is kind of the game changer here. It's kind of what you're relying on. One thing as well, Tundra's been really good at split pushing. Like, BZM's been maximizing these travels in the Dominator quite nicely. Even has his full Octarine. So he's able to just keep spamming out the tornadoes, keep getting new Forge Spirits out, TP to another lane, shove out, and kind of stall this threat onto the high ground.
Okay. Gotta find Ari. Glimpse back. Okay, he's got the BKB Aegis up. He's not afraid of anything right now. He'll see Pure. Pure will not like what he sees. He'll blink out.
Pure's been really good at keeping up in this farm game. 30k net worth, still top of this game despite having a less free game than Mike. Do get the catch?
They don't have the Boundless. Do they have another?
Ooh,
no. No cancel. Yeah, like you were saying, I mean, Pure's certainly doing some brilliant work here with the farm game. And once the MKB's up, in fact, it is up, just on the courier, I think that's the time for Tundra to try and group up.
Definitely is. This nullifies that butterfly pickup here on Mika by a huge degree. I don't know if you still, I don't know if you have enough damage yet to still rip through him with Wukong's on top of him. That is still where the risk lies. It's just so much armor.
Jump in, Boxy. He's got the Nightmare. They've got the big target. They found Pure. Fiend's Grip is out. There's no help yet. Pure! Pure's gonna drop.
Just like that?
Just like that. It's that simple.
He has no buyback. He bought out the MKB. I mean, at least Aegis isn't up anymore for Mike, but the threat is there. They should be aware on Liquid. They've got an opening. Maybe you're still respecting the lasso and the static storm overall, but I don't know if you're that concerned. BKB is still up on Mike.
And it is Team Liquid. They're going to start to move into the high ground. Tundra, they'll smoke up as 3. Ace going to move in. Moving on to BZM. Static Storm's going to be dropping Nisha. He still gets a Sonic Wave off. BZM will go down. Now Whitemon's gone a bird. Nisha cleaning up. Ari can do nothing. Boxy will die. And Mickey, he'll basically heal up thanks to the Spiderlings. The 33 trying to be a menace. Send the children in. But they're not enough.
No.
Their weak bodies only feed Mickey.
That they do. And one set of racks just like that for free. A little bit of split push coming out at the very least with BZM and his Warpine Raider, but not enough to offset this game. And they're just rushing Tier 4. They want to force the buybacks. Still no buyback in Pure.
Absolutely not. Pure, he's going to be hoping he gets a chance for one final team fight. Team Liquid, they're not planning on letting it happen though. They'll move on to the Ancient. 33's got no choice, he'll move in. Boxy holds him down, the Sonic Wave. That'll be enough for 33. He'll buy back again. Pure, he's back in 1 second. Here he is now, but the Ancient, it's going down. There's no defense to be had. Surely it's gone. Team Liquid, game 1 will go their way. And Tundra, it's a tough pill to swallow, John. Pure, he was at the top of the net worth board the whole game. Such a great farming game for him, but they just didn't have enough at the end.
No, and it's a rough time to watch. I mean, you get 33 on that Spider, and the Spider just doesn't dance in this game, Mikey.
Well, thankfully, Jonathan, we do have some people who do dance. Our panel.
Sorry, Jonathan, I think you missed. I'm not dancing right now. I am very happy that we might not see more spiders, though. I think that is a good thing overall. Obviously, tough one for Tundra there. But there's a lot to break down in a game like this because the game didn't really play out exactly the way we thought, or rather, Team Liquid's speed kind of was addressed in this game in a way, Tigov. They definitely were forced to play a little differently.
That's because of the Brood, right? Like, I think 33... he sacrificed himself a lot in this game where it's like, I'm going to play Brood, come look at me, come do my job. And then, again, Pure had good farm, but the way that Liquid identified who to kill, where to kill, concede the map, don't really allow Pure to take over. Like when you look at the net worths, we'll see some clips already straight away, but look at the net worth. That's the more important thing. Pure's up top, and look at the Invoker and Brood. They never really kept up properly, always like 2,000 to 3,000 gold behind. So for Liquid, even if fights got a little shaky, they knew that their Tricore, deal with the Ursa, the game's going to be fine.
I like to describe this game pretty much as battle of the carries. It was who can deal more damage. Sure, you still have Queen of Pain dealing some insane amount of damage overall, but I really like what Pure did as well, because they showed 4 heroes in the top lane near the first Roche. So what he does is he immediately blinks into Roche and he takes it for themselves, try to slow the game down a little bit considering that things didn't go their way. But I also have to point out the itemization on Mickey, going out for these like early smaller items, I would call them, which is going to be destroying the supports completely. BZM also not the highest armor hero in the game, and he got caught off so many times. BZM really did not have fun in this one.
I mean, talk about items also,
yes.
Like the Kaya Sanj and Ags on the Queen of Pain, right? Like, you know the type of game that you're playing into, which is like survive, find the pickoff. Just go for the dagger spam on the Queen of Pain. Like, throw the daggers out, keep applying the screams, keep just annoying Tundra and making sure that they can never truly take over your side of the map. Because this Broodmother, sure, we expected it to be a bit more oppressive in the early game, but Liquid, with the Monkey King, the Quap, the constant Fiend's Grip, 33 just had no game at all.
No, I do feel like the Monkey King, there was overall last, right?
Yeah, very good
I
pick.
feel like it sealed the deal. They were able to move and follow Tundra anywhere.
The fact is that we say, last pick, great find. It's a Monkey King and Liquid. It's like a hero team combination.
Stupid,
yeah.
Like, wow, we've never seen them do that before.
Exactly, and that's when maybe Tundra, when they take the Broodmother, they maybe, I wouldn't say forgot about the Monkey King, but maybe didn't respect how much the Monkey King amplifies everyone else. Because look at the KDAs of both the Monkey and the Queen of Pain. These are the most active heroes in their draft, and they're the ones with the 13-1, 12-1 KDAs.
But I also like that Ace is also realizing that he can get away going for the carry build, pretty much going for that Radiance. You are playing against Broodmother, against the Spider, so the mischance is going to be great. You're playing against Ursa as well. But Mickey, standout player for a good reason. He kind of owned, I already said, Corrosion. Deso, really like these two smaller items that is going to be doing a lot of work in most of the team fights, especially the early ones. And something to point out, even though I did like this Broodmother overall, especially in the lane, you're playing against Monkey King with Necrotic Webs, against the Bane as well. Boxy was playing in the top lane. It's a very cool idea, considering the amount of healing that it does reduce. If it's a level 4 web, it's 70% reduction. So you're really not feeling the impact of the Jingus, of the Guardian Greaves that they did have, and all the extra healing, the cookie from Snapfire, all these things. It's a nice touch. I respect what they tried to go for, but we also did talk about maybe Tundra going for some of these drafts that they like to cook very hard in game number 1.
Yeah, potentially a little bit.
Yeah, we'll
a
see
little
what
bit
they
too
have.
hard. But we're not done talking about the Brood. We don't get to see her that frequently, and you wanted to compare the Brood to the Ursa, Tigov. What's that about?
Yeah, it was just we'd say about, in the draft, talk about, a target on your back, right? Already, you can see at the 26-minute mark. This was after Pure and the gang actually got a couple kills on Liquid, but you can see the KDAs, right? 0-3-2 on the Broodmother, 2-1-2 on Pure, and also I think the net worth is a key thing, right? The Broodmother at this time was below all of the cores in the entire game, just 6th out of the rest, and it just felt like for Tundra's playstyle, 33 follows Pure in the net worth, or at least he's close behind. But for this game, it was very different script to how we normally see Tundra win a game. Like, 33 is not the sacrificial offlaner. He's not the one that goes, oh, I'm really sorry, guys, I've got 2 items, carry me. He's part of the carrying team, so the pick clearly didn't work as well as they thought it would.
You think it would have worked better with Axe?
Dispelling the Abaddon, probably, maybe not, but maybe the Doom?
Maybe the Doom that we suggested could have been better overall to stop the healing and better for the game, but the idea was there. They tried it out, and I'm sure they're gonna probably try something like this again because it did look good on paper.
Okay, let's see what they got for us in game number 2 after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
My games so far were against GamerLegion, Xtreme, and OG.
Liquid are clear favorites here, right? Like, they should take this one with some ease.
Against GamerLegion, I played Pango on Stardar. Yeah, they had no armor and they all died.
The shield crash crushing through on the fade. There's another silence out of the Shadow Demon. Bignum's going to be hit with a big number. And that is a kill for Boxy.
They have like games that they look very good, but that it's not super consistent. But yeah, I'm a big fan.
They call GG, so that is a 2-0 for Team Liquid over GamerLegion.
Against Xtreme Gaming, the second game, I played Ember, Spirit against Lardar mid. We lost 5 heroes, minute 0.
We're going to have a big team fight, I think, to start the game. The taunt is up onto Ame, but a huge crush from Nothing to Say. Was that 5, man? Nothing to Say is going to die, but the first blood already went to Ame as Ace continuing on. He's going to be the third hero dead. My goodness, what a start to this game. X-Nova has the heals. They're still going to continue to pursue. Nice shield crash coming out from XXS as Tofu's going to drop along with Mickey. And just like that, it's a 4-2 advantage for Xtreme.
By the time I like TP'd mid, he had like 3 denies already. It's not good. The matchup's not great either. And then I think I died to like neutral creeps. Because Eng, Innate, and Corrosive Haze, and I was kinda done. I mean, the game 2 was definitely a draft issue. I think Blitz did not deliver, and it was exposed minute 0 and the team wiped us. all draft.
Mickey looking for an opening. They get the Aegis to start things out. There's the rebound, finding the space to be able to kill off XXS, and that means the isolation onto Ame. Crush and an Echo Slam being used. Boxy's dead as a result. Ame, though, popping the Metamorphosis and dies shortly after. Ultra kill for Mickey, and Nothing to Say dies shortly after. That is a full team wipe in favor of Liquid.
We came back game 3. I had like 60 armor at one part of the game because the innate, the facet, yeah. And I had 60 armor against like Bristle, TB. It was fun, yeah.
And these towers are melting as Mickey will focus on the Ancient. They get the grip onto Ame, the global silence. Mickey's unleash. Liquid take the series 2-1.
Against OG. We were a bit surprised that they're 2-0, but Yopash, very good player. So, I mean, we watched some replays and we got prepared for them, and I think we did a good job because we beat them, and it was not super hard. So yeah, we're satisfied.
Oh, we got Dream Coil out on 2, Ravage as well, no chance in hell. 2 gone already. Good game is called. Yopash has seen it up.
Big congrats to Liquid to making it through to playoffs, number 1.
Yes.
Excellent run.
Yeah.
A very clean series up against OG.
I think we're playing better than previously, or like the expectations, but also I don't think we've been like exposed yet by like the better teams. I think there's still like Tundra, Pari, we struggle against that we need to like test ourselves against. So it's hard to like say, but yeah, I mean, so far it's okay.
it is going pretty okay for Team Liquid. They're 1 game up in this best-of-3 series. Winner of the series is guaranteed top 6 here at PGL Wallachia Season 6. And gets to go up against OG for Liquid again, or actually for Tundra would also be again. Let's see which one of these two teams will get the opportunity to do so. Tundra will need to fight back a little harder though, considering they now need to win 2 games in a row to come out on top. And we are soon going to find out what they have in store for each other. Lacoste, you said they should be trying a similar thing as previous game, because you felt like it should be good versus Liquid on paper.
Yeah, some of the stuff that they did. Of course, you're going to be trying some of the new things as well. You don't want to be playing the same heroes. Tundra, they did have their number in 2025, at least the latest portions of 2025, because they beat them at Blastland 3, TI 2025, Blastland 4, Fissure Playground as well. So nobody beats Team Liquid 5 times in a row. It does feel like it. I mean, there was a meme, I think Blitz also tweeted some time ago when they were losing to Gaming Gladiators that nobody beats Team Liquid like 13 times in a row or something similar, because this team takes a little while to learn about some of the mistakes that they're doing in certain matchups, and I feel like they figured it out for this one.
No, yeah, they are looking very scary, right? Especially under the threat of what Tundra had in this game. I think it does show that you need to be a tournament-winning team to play the map this way, to pick the right battles. And of course, it helps Liquid held their carry pick to the end. See what 33 plays, pick the Monkey King, you're going to be very happy. Like, even if you pick Doom, for example, you still pick Monkey, you just kill him in lane. So maybe for Tundra, they're going to have to try and find a way in the draft to make sure that Mickey just doesn't just obliterate 33's lane. That is a step 1 to a game 3 potentially.
Yeah, because the reason they could save their carry till the very last was because of the Abaddon. They had a flex pick, because that Abaddon could go either way.
Yep, that's it.
The power of flex.
The power of flex, our favorite word on a draft panel.
The power of workable drafts.
Okay, that works.
Great term. Great terminology. But is that what we want to see? Because there's only so many times you can get away with that. I mean, next time they'll be prepared. Next time there will be a ban on the Monkey King. Next time they'll pick the Doom instead of the Broodmother. So how do we want these teams to adjust?
I would say something a little less greedy, maybe for Tundra. I think maybe they expected Broodmother to do better, take over the certain area of the map, and they can play around her. But it is also Invoker in the mid lane with no real setup. I think the combination between 3 cores is very greedy. Ursa, he wants to farm his 2 items, which kind of takes 17, 18, 20 minutes, depending on the game that he's having, and then he wants to join. Then you have Batrider, who also needs his Blink Dagger kind of Invoker from the mid lane with no real stun setup. And you also have Broodmother, who is not really moving to the other lanes. Sure, she can take over the part of the map, maybe move towards the mid, but it's not like the playmaker hero by any means.
No. One thing I did find very cool in the first game we watched from Tundra is that we saw, of course, Tigov, you told us about the movements that Liquid makes, and it's very clear what they do around minute 20 with the Roche, the Tormentor, and the XP rune. Now, they were a little bit not as much in control, so they didn't get the Roche, but when they got the Tormentor, they got it insta-smoked, and while they were going through the gate with all 5 of them, Tundra was alert, BZM Sunstrikes, and even though you don't see the heroes, you do see the effect of the portal. So Tundra was very much on the ball with the movements of Liquid for that start of the game.
Yeah, I think Tundra, of course, are very aware of Liquid's game plan. They're going to be, of course, watching the replays. But I guess to summarize, 33 or BZM, one of them needs to play better, have a better lane matchup, or just have bigger impact in the early game. Because if you give both Mickey and Nisha freedom to do what they want, even if, let's say, you lose your tower, but they're not killing them, and they're still scaling, Liquid is going to be very, very happy. And you cannot allow both of these cores to have only a single death in a game. And I know it sounds like a really simple thing to say, but
just play better.
I think, yeah, pretty much. Like I'm not going to try and make it sound like it's more technical, but you got a 3-6 mid laner and a 0-7 off laner.
Here we go. Kez is still in the pool.
They're going to Kez it up?
I think they might need to Kez it up. I think Liquid, let me just double check, but I believe they opened up some drafts with Kez. It was during the Fissure Playground, because they did open up in the against Falcons.
Pick Kez?
Axe is very good against it. I think
or just ignore it.
Nah, I think you want to play this one.
Break Tundra Spirits. Give them the Kez.
I just feel this hero is going to be contested. By contested, I mean picked. Probably not going to get banned here by Liquid.
Now, another hero that is still in the pool that Liquid did, or that Tundra rather, did ban out previous game, actually it was Liquid, was the Lycan.
Ooh.
So that one will still
I think it's Kez.
About to Kez it up. There it is. Yep, ban the Axe, pick the Kez. Of course, Axe is one of the best heroes against Kez. We already mentioned in previous panels how fragile Kez can be and that you are locked into just pretty much physical damage being your main source. Axe is the counter to that.
Very low HP hero as well. You can basically kill him with one blade mail blink into dunk unless you have some kind of a save. If he survives though, he could potentially get the Raptor Dance, get the healing out.
Now, what I think is very cool about this first pick, Kez, is that we showed earlier that Tundra and Liquid are the only two teams to really actually successfully play Kez. So we are about to learn what both these teams think.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I really like.
Other than the Axe, which is the most obvious one, I guess.
Will Tundra go for the Batrider to ensure that you have the BKB piercing stun? Of course, Kez is a BKB hero often. Sure, some players like Yatoro like to go for Manta and forgo the BKB, but yeah. Forcing Kez to buy Lincolns never feels good.
Doom is also very good.
Primal Beast is also
Primal Beast is good. I think he does have a lot of these heroes that he doesn't like to play into. I think from the mid lane, potentially something like a Quap. He uses Raptor Dance, he gets pushed back. The burst damage, he doesn't like to play into that either.
Okay, so Tundra, they go for the Lycan. I could see the lane being a bit scary for the Lycan, where Kez and a strong 5 can keep trying to kill him.
I'm already worried. I know that it comes a lot thinking coming into, what can be played in lane against Kez, but I also seen these Kez lanes just explode. Like this also leaves Jakiro in the pool. Like as you said, any kind of a strong position 5 is just gonna disseminate this lane.
But the other thing though is if it doesn't, and they find a way to pull the waves, not die. Of course, the bounty ban from Liquid is a good approach there. One of the better fours at enabling weak off lanes is you have Howl, you have ways to shove the lanes, and against Liquid, shoving lanes is one of the best things to do because a pushed lane is information. Are they pushing it? Are they smoked? Where are they? So of course Lycan does that very easily with his Shard and his Wolves and his Summons. So if they can survive the lane, the map state will now allow them to read Liquid quite nicely. But again, you have to survive the lane.
So it is Tundra picking out of this ban phase, and that does mean that Tundra can just pick up the Jakiro instead.
They could. Tundra so
ban.
far did not play Jakiro at Wallachia, which is a bit surprising.
Whitemon is such a good Jakiro.
Haven't played it yet. They did focus on different heroes.
Want to show it?
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, this hero's too good. Let's just win with other heroes.
I mean, they're here is working out somewhere.
Because you have picked Lycan into Kez, it does feel like you are forcing Ari to probably play a melee hero, or at least he plays a ranged hero in the safe lane, and then Whiteman maybe takes that responsibility. And for now, they don't want to show anything, so they do pick up the Pugna 5.
What do we make from the Underlord ban?
Great against Lycan. Like he doesn't like to play into potential Crimson Guards. His aura is very good. 2 supports can kind of hug Underlord. Pit of Malice, very annoying. Just one of those heroes. I think Tidehunter is the same archetype of the heroes that does protect both of the supports against Lycan, reduces the damage as well.
Also frees up the 4 position where an offlane Underlord, you get double Bracer. Boots, you're probably okay in most matchups, other than maybe like Ursa. So it would mean Lycan would just get so much pressure applied to him.
Would you ever put Lycan in the safe lane?
It's the wrong patch for that.
Okay.
But if 33 is farming the safe lane as an offlaner, and you see a carry matchup that can fight the other carry, then sure, but we don't really see those type of lane swaps anymore because of Twin Gates.
I'd like to see either Jakiro or maybe there's one hero that they played could be very good against Lycan. That's Winter Wyvern. I think this hero is very spicy. This is something that Tofu did play. One game against GamerLegion, and they did get a dub.
One problem though. There is a Pugna and Decrypt. Very, very good.
That is true.
Decrypt the guy who's cursed, and you're now sad.
Kind of forgot about Pugna is in the game. I was just focused heavily on Lycan, how to counter him.
It happens. But also Pugna into Kez, you can decrypt the guy that the Kez jumps. Of course, Kez doesn't really buy Nullifier that often until much later in his item path. So I think Liquid going for the Hoodwink is a nice response, where it's like, if Kez jumps a guy and Pugna saves him, then Hoodwink will follow up and be, okay, now I'll Sharpshooter and I'll use the decrypt against you and all these little things.
Yeah, let's see what they want to combine with that, and if it is going to be a support that they'll pick up at this stage. Thinking about it quite hard, taking a lot of time. And it will be your favorite hero, Kigo. Wait, is it played as a 5?
Some teams did.
Some teams do.
What does Liquid do? Or do you think they'll play Hoodwink as the 5?
They only played it on Boxy.
Boxy play it only so
I
far,
mean,
yeah.
to be honest, Tofu is obviously used to be 4. He's fine
Yeah.
playing Hoodwink. I'm sure he'll play Hoodwink as a 5. What is the Hoodwink Kez lane like? Is that a strong support that you wanted to see? Does it work?
You've got
One is
stun.
buying Blightstone.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Kez. So Hoodwink doesn't need to buy it. He's going to getting double the benefits from the Acorn shot, extra bit of damage coming out from that. And you need, I would say, some kind of a stun in a lane with Kez, any kind of a setup, so it does work really well.
It just gives really good map play, right? Because both Hoodwink and Kez are very skirmishing heroes. You then throw in a Spirit Breaker, and Tundra, they do go for a range support in that 4 position. They go for the Muerta, but I really like Muerta against Spirit Breaker. You have the cooling to throw down the silence, so if you're just playing inside it, Spirit Breaker, when he connects on his charge, then can't use ult. You also have Deadshot, so when you see him charging, you can just cancel it very easily.
This is really anti-Kez in every possible way.
Yeah.
Dragonite has high armor, 2 supports, you can't really attack them. So they are trying to protect as much as they can.
But they're doing so much protection against Kez. Do they have the tools to be able to win out the early game? And we mentioned Underlord ban, how it's independent, maybe
Tide's good.
Tidehunter. Tide gets picked up. I do feel there are some major damage issues for Tundra. You know, survivability, sure, tick, done. Team fighting, not really a thing. Tower pressure, they do have it, but tower pressure into Tidehunter is a little difficult. Yeah, Tundra, it's
Dead in the water,
Weird
also
draft.
extremely good against Lycan. It does reduce his move speed, so he, even though he can kill it, right? It's very annoying for him. BKB piercing tool as well from the Spirit Breaker, so he's not going to be running away as much as you would maybe want to.
Could they put the Muerta just as a carry here instead?
Oh,
you see the
I see.
Tidehunter now? You now put Muerta carry, gives you decent lane, you're just chilling. You don't really care about Tide. Opens up for another hero. 'Cause I'm just worried that if it is Pugna Muerta support duo, I don't know how strong their lanes truly are. But
You would want to see the big combo, the Muerta carry, Pugna with behind, using the Cripify. Muerta with the innate ability can still attack. She's getting healed.
See?
They ban out the Monkey King. I mean, Nisha can play Monkey as well. Are we expecting this DK to be mid or safe lane? Because it can go either, I guess.
I'd say mid.
Yeah.
Just some casual DK just chilling there. That's why they ban out the Monkey and Shadow Fiend. They can answer it quite nicely. I mean, if Liquid wanted to be toxic and copy like a mid 1 playbook, you just pick the mid Venom answer, some dude who just stops DK ever having a game. And I think Tundra's entire draft falls apart a bit.
But
I
it
think
is overall last pick for Tundra.
Sure. They have one pick to fix many different problems.
I think Liquid needs some magic damage. I think they need to be able to kill the supports. I'd be fine. Even though there's Dragonite, which can be played from the mid lane, I'd be fine with some like Ember Spirit maybe some Queen of Pain as well, just to be able to dish out the damage. The reason why I like Ember is also because you're building into Spirit Vessel against Pugna, against Dragonite. It's very good, kind of forcing the supports. This also works. This is also very
That's a
good.
lot of magic
It
damage.
is.
Yeah, and you just buy Blink Dagger and Spirit Breaker will go, follow me, we're going to go kill this guy, or Hoodwink will set up a kill. Yeah, Liquid's lineup, it is really, really scary. And now for Tundra, they have to deal with Lesh getting the items it wants against DK, a Lycan that has to fight into a Tide protecting towers. And then Muerta carry into Lesh right now feels kind of uncomfortable. You need Mjolnir, Pike, and BKB. Maybe you just... Actually, no, you can't. I was going to say, maybe just pick anti-mage, but then there's no way you're going to ever scale. You're just going to lose the game. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually...
online too quickly.
I'm stumped to what Tundra should pick.
It's a very strong lineup from
Yeah.
Liquid. I like the protection, and especially the last 2 picks. Like, first, Kez looks good. Seems like Blitz is very happy with the draft that they got for themselves, and it looks very strong.
It's a really long cable on that headset. He's able to move quite far on the team.
No, I think it doesn't.
No,
it is a cable.
That's impressive.
Oh, I thought he had like one of those little boxes.
Yeah, that's why
That's a
PGL
Queen of
stands
Pain.
up. Great production.
Yeah, but they talk about the Queen of Pain matchup against Kez. Doesn't like to play into it too much, having the nuke damage, low HP hero.
Does Pure go for then? Because we've seen Natsumi go for the Frost on the Dragon.
Yeah.
Just another game where he might consider it, like into Lesh, into Tide.
He's
We
got
saw-
corrosive selected form.
Okay, look
now.
for
We saw 1 or 2 blue Dragon Knights, and we saw 1 from Whisper that he played on red facet. Seems like he's just choosing the green facet, at least for now.
Yeah. The thing is with Tundra's lineup, I'll be honest, not inspired.
No.
But I feel like they have the type of heroes and hero specialties that even if it doesn't look very good together, there will be a moment where Pure will have the 4 items, BZM will hit the perfect Sonic Wave, but I am just, if you took away the team names, Liquid's lineup just looks better for lane, better for game, easier to play. Tundra needs to like really play like perfectly, I feel.
I gotta agree. I really like what Liquid drafted for themselves, and I think Mikez is gonna own in this one. I feel like this his new hero, kind of new favorite hero. We did see some of the stats previously, sitting at like 60+% win rate on the hero, and not gonna be an easy lane for Lycan. Like you miss one dead shot, if this is gonna be the combo in the lane with Lycan, this lane could potentially feed.
I can't wait for the post game. Tundra just obliterate, and we're like, well, they did it, guys. They
got the answer to Kez.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. But
are we gonna have a even first 20 minutes? Because it doesn't sound like it. And if it is gonna be even, how is Tundra gonna do it?
Lycan and Quap together with the supports trying to wreak havoc.
Okay, let's see if Lycan and Quap can do it and pull out that third game that all the Tundra fans are waiting for. But before we get to the game, let's hear some words from Blitz and Slacks.
Thanks so much, Cheever. Pretty rough game for you guys last time, but we did see some changes in the draft. How did you recover from that one?
We won, so...
I didn't say you lost. I just said that it was a difficult draft. Do you feel like you lost?
No, I felt like we won. I think we won. I'm pretty sick right now, so I could be delirious, but I thought we won.
No, I never said that you didn't win, but the way that you're acting is like maybe you feel like the drafting wasn't, you didn't feel like you actually won that game and you could have done something else?
I probably didn't. I'm kind of cooked right now because I'm sleeping like 1 hour, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Why are you sleeping 1 hour? What's going on?
Because I'm really sick.
You're sick?
Yes.
What kind of sick?
I think I might have a cold or something. I felt really ill yesterday.
Why, you didn't want to wear a mask during this?
I tried asking for one, but none was available.
Okay. You think they're ever going to release those Epstein files?
Yeah, I mean...
All right, well, let's go into the game and see what perhaps our casters have to say about the draft.
What? Don't throw to us after that! What? What? Epstein files into us, and the MLP has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with it. No,
you like furry friends.
Shut. No,
you like furry friends.
Anyway, moving on. Game number 2.
Yes, game number 2 after a rough draft for Liquid. They do come out with a Kez first pick for Mikke. Now, mind you, Mikke Kez is probably one of the more winning Kezes. In fact, Ari could find out why.
Certainly so, Ari.
Oh,
Ari! Oh, he's got it! He's got it! Not even close. Not even close.
Oh, all that time and not the kill, but that's 20 seconds Ari's missing from. I mean, you're missing EXP here on Tundra. You know, you're not going to be feeling good. Too good on Ari at the very least. Taking a gander at the mid, as we had the strangest opening we could ask for. Not as strange of a matchup here for BZM and Nisha. The co-op should have a decent enough time. You can kind of zone out Nisha quite well. Once Misanthropy is up, you know, jumping in is not going to be advisable for BZM. He does opt for the Scream of Pain, so he is looking for a little bit more farm in comparison to Hero Poke, which we have been seeing a little bit more in this tournament. Keen on seeing what kind of timings Nisha can work for himself, because this Leshrac can be amazing. Like, you get that Blink Dagger up, you're in front of all of these people, you're doing all of this damage. the offlane Lycan doesn't necessarily want to go for a pipe. So your damage will stay relevant across the team until at least Glimmer Capes come in and mitigate some of that. It's a pretty clean Lesh game outside of maybe worrying about the ward coming out from Whitemon. Speaking of, copping a couple of bashes here from Boxy, good old Whitemon. This top lane, maybe not the most synergistic either. Like a DK plus Pugnut. Doesn't really do much with each other. I mean, outside of maybe just stun into Nether Blast, you're not really combining anything of course, with Decrep. And Ace is pretty tanky to withstand that, so you're not too concerned. Boxy will have to soak as much EXP as he can. As you would know, Mike, the laning phase for Spirit Breaker, not its strongest point right now.
No, absolutely not. BZM and Nisha still going at it. Pretty even affair here in this mid lane. Shadow Strike gonna get annoying as time goes on, but everything's still fine. Mickey on the hero that we love casting, John, you and I.
Great.
Kez. Oh, this could be a great game for Kez. Considering you do have the early game with the Spirit Breaker, you know, you can get very, very aggressive with these combinations on Team Liquid.
That you can. My main concern here for Mika is just Decrep. I think that's already a good answer. Ari, once he has his ult, pops it on. If he's getting jumped by Mika, that's another answer. Kez does have a lot of mobility, but there is some form of kiting you can do here. The calling is going to be big. Dead shots are going to be key here from Ari. Try to work that up against Mika. See if they can find some good use of that later on. But at the same time, it might not be enough. You know, like depending on how well Mika's early game goes, this Kez can pop off quite fast, as we have seen before. And so far, it's been pretty smooth here for Mika. Not too far behind. Finding a CS, 33 can't really contest, can't really stop that. 33 should still be able to hit a decent timing on the Dominator, but again, in terms of stopping Mika, it doesn't seem like we'll get that anytime soon. One more thing as well later on, the Howl can do quite a fair bit with the damage reduction onto someone like Mika is top.
Ace, body blocks, very nice from Boxy, but Whitemon, who'll have enough damage with the final right click. First blood to go to the Pugnut.
It's going to be feeling good to get that little bit of extra gold going there. And EXP for Whitemon. Pugna does enjoy these higher levels. Getting a value point in that ward, level 2 on the blast. Just more damage that can come in there. Love the emphasis from Liquid here. Look at their wards early on. Very early rune wards. Just to provide an angle perhaps for Boxy later on to charge if any sort of engagement happens. Speaking of Boxy though, still not a good time here.
No, certainly not. Tries to charge out of there, but Whitemon with another blast. Not going to allow it. Both kills for Tundra so far, all on Whitemon.
The Southeast Asian tax coming into play here, of course.
Absolutely.
Whitemon must find, since Whitemon has sacrificed his eating habits, he must find kills. This is the trade-off that Tundra has made with Whitemon, because they cannot provide his noodles anymore.
Ari
more.
Charges out. Ari will go down. Boxy. I mean, I'm not sure if he was really required there, John, but it doesn't matter. He's there.
He's helping. You know, he's providing vision.
It's what I tell myself too.
And eventually, you know, Boxy will have that impact, like you said, but not at the moment. He is checking the triangle. He might be able to snipe a courier under Watcher, but he's not quite grabbing that courier of... Well, now he will. Ari's courier just falls. Walks right into him, which you do appreciate. It's a lot of regen that he's trying to sustain that lane for good old 33. Already forced the jungle early on. Again, look at the vision game from Liquid. Just very deep wards. Wards to set up from some surprise charge trues. The big thing right now for Liquid is Ace at level 4 is a hero that you can leave alone here. So that does provide some avenues out. Boxy will just charge back into the lane. There's not been much on mid.
Not so much. Tofu, gonna hang around. 6-minute power runes are spawning in 15.
Oh yeah, baby!
Very nice voice line.
Oh, wait, man.
Charges out. Box is going to be there to try and help with this power and secure. It is going to be an arcane rune spawning top. Whitemon will try for the deny, but can't quite get there with the attack animation in time. And so Liquid pretty happy with that secure on Nisha. One of the better runes for the Leshrac. 33's already left the lane as well here on the Lycan, not wanting to stick around for the level spikes of Mickey on this Kez. And speaking of Mike, he's having a fantastic time. Top CS. This is the stage where you really don't want to lane against Kez.
No.
He'll just kill you. You have no idea what he did.
Yep.
He basically just pressed all his buttons.
Yeah, it's that early laning spike into 6. In fact, 6 is about to come out. And, oh, Ari?
Yeah, Ari's going to get charged up. Boxy, one of my favorite Spirit Breaker players to watch. No Bash, though. Come on now. Bash? No?
No.
Okay, 33. Gonna be chased down. A lot of TPs are incoming. BZM will be around as well. Keep in mind, Mike, he's pretty low on HP with this hero. Tofu gonna try and run. Big charge from Boxy. Hitting 2 with that charge. They'll go after Whitemon and they will secure it. Meanwhile, Tofu still running, looking for a deny. He can't get it. 33 does secure. Who got the Shrines of Wisdom?
I believe they did manage to take it on Tundra. They do trade 1-for-1. A lot of action on mid. Again, some of that laning pressure coming in from Nisha, having to manually push, of course. Going for the Misanthropy means no quick push, but we haven't really seen anyone take the other facet. Anyhow, so just looking for that early presence, trying to maximize the Arcane Rune. Top lane's been left alone. Ace has been able to camp that lane, though. Again, no kill threat onto a Tide anytime soon. No Ravage here either, though. But we'll have the spare skill point if they'd want to attempt it here.
Pure gonna be charged. She'll get the stun off onto Ace, but now nothing to cancel this charge coming in, and even Nisha is gonna show up. And this is the really scary thing. We talked about it while we were watching the draft happen, John, but this draft of Liquid, it can run so fast. And where you and I, we usually just have zero confidence in this Kez hero.
Yep.
This is the one kind of draft with a Breaker with a Leshrac where I have a lot of confidence because they can just play so aggressive.
And that's just what you need. Utilize an early spike on Kez. I like what Tundra is doing. They're trying to push themselves. They have a really quick push with a Pugna as well on mid. Mid's going fast enough, but they are in time to at least force a defense. Mind you, a little bit harder for Nisha to reach forward with the Nether Ward up. To make it a little bit painful to spell spam here as the Leshrac. So they take the bigger tower on Tundra's end. They open up this pathway into the triangle. Again, Liquid have preempted that with some really good wards from Boxy still watching on mid and getting that deep plant up top to monitor some movement across. The key thing for Liquid is all of this vision will come into play because you have that Spirit Breaker. And that's where their Terror Storts. You know, you've been talking about Boxy. He hasn't had the best game yet, but they are setting up for a good game of Spirit Breaker with all of this vision around. Tundra, though, they're playing across the map. They're playing across the river. They want to keep punishing.
Yeah, they certainly do. BZM, he'll go after Nisha. Nisha worth a lot, and he will go down. BZM able to secure the kill. Boxy unable to get within range to help out, and they'll realize now there is indeed an Observer Ward watching him this whole time. Why won't we even deny it off?
Yeah, just take away even the gold gain that you'd get there. Maybe kind of make Liquid gaslight themselves just a little bit, as we saw earlier on.
Yeah.
No, the attempts to gaslight have been there.
Absolutely.
They have been running.
Mid lane. They are having a look at BZM. I'm going to see Nisha join in as well. 10-minute power runes are spawning. Boxy going for the charge onto Ari. Deadshot feared not going to kick in. BZM actually getting stunned as well, blinking into the charge. And Boxy, he'll take the illusion rune. Not too big of a deal. They'll also protect the stacks here for Nisha to go ahead and take himself.
Yeah. Could be a nice injection of gold for Nisha to get into that blink. They've been trying to connect quite nicely on Liquid, but the key thing is, look at these side lanes. You're just so free. Mike still free farming. No contest onto the Kez. Ace has been allowed to recover up top. Just get that free siege going with the Tidehunter. Go into the full Vlads. There's no real answers early on. They're starting to rotate heroes down onto Mike, though. Maybe they've got enough, but it does feel like without BZM around, you likely can't really stop the Kez. And his time it's coming in. One hammer left to farm up for to get that full Deso up. And then you're talking about melting supports. Mind you, these two supports do have a save. Once you hit 6 on Ari, get into that Pierce the Veil, and just with Decrep on Whitemon, the support hunting here for Mike is not going to be all too easy in this game, at the very least early on.
No, absolutely not. 33 going to just deny off that tier 1 bottom tower. Ari's got 4 blood grenades right now in the bag. You'd love to see it.
Was it Insania back in the day that bought like 6? just stock up on them.
I mean, they really... It's probably one of my favorite additions to
It
Dota
is.
2. It really is a great item. I do enjoy myself a good blood grenade. Ari. It's a bloody situation. He has no idea what he just saw, Ari. He's just dead.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
And it is. Just a bit of a Raven's Veil. Throw out a katana and, you know, Kez him around. You Kez it up.
You Kezzed it up.
If only he had its full deso, but this should allow a faster farm into the Desolator. And it's been rough for Ari. He was, what, just 24 XP away from 6?
Sonic Wave is going to be enough. Very nice from BZM, not allowing the TP play from Nisha. Now they'll take their own stacks here for the side of Tundra.
I mean, you're talking about playing fast. Tundra's starting to hit that point where pressure onto the objectives is going to be massive. Overlord's not too far off here. 433. You've got the early output from BZM. Blade Mail already flying out. And, you know, with the DK, once you hit your armlet timing here for Pure, you should be set to go. Look at that difference in stacks. Tundra's just been on point. Whitemon building up so much for his team to enjoy. And that investment will pay off. There's still 2 tier 1s on the sidelines they can take off relatively quickly. Ace is just trying to get a little bit of a poke and prod himself. Still has Ravage, but is isolated.
Ace will be okay. Charge in from Boxy to help out. The Ace will eventually just walk himself safely out of there. Everyone on the side of Liquid is struggling in terms of the net worth department, apart from Mikke, who's still sitting at the top. Kind of thing with Kez, though. We've seen it drop off so many times. It is one of those heroes that does need a good team around it.
Yeah. Do love that heat map as well as to where Boxy's been staying, mainly on mid and top. As there hasn't really been action bot, to be fair. Like, Mika doesn't really need the help. He does have Deso, so they're going to go hunting now. Looks like a movement across the gate. Pure is standing in that area. A little bit tankier with that armlet up, and of course, with more of that Dragon Blood in play. Just need to catch him off guard here.
Yeah, absolutely. Pure, big target. Bushwhack from Tofu. Gonna lock him down. And Mikke will finish off the job. Boxy even charging right through. How's it going, boys? Ace jukes out a scream from BZM. Powerun gonna spawn bottom. Ace gonna be perfectly fine, as they will find a nice region now for BZM.
Maybe can set up for a play around to sustain. I mean, again, you've got this life drain that Whitemon can keep people alive in the front line. Not offensively like this, though, as he can just...
Oh, the charge! Oh, BZM with the angle! Agent B! BZM, sharpshooter! It's gonna land! And now the grappling hook into Pure. Tofu gonna be chased down by 33. They'll lock down, and here is the ulti, I believe, of Mikke hitting absolutely nothing. Zari gonna go down as well. And BZM, it was a hard blink. He blinks away, thinking surely Boxy's gonna cancel. He didn't cancel.
No.
33.
Still not done.
No. He is certainly not. 33 in trouble. Grappling hook forward. They're going to try and fight with Pure. Life drain out from Whitemon, saving as BZM.
Oh.
The revenge of BZM. Mikke on the run. Gets down with the grappling hook once again. But he is going to die. Pure will secure. Ace trying for a TP play out. Do they have a cancel? They do. Pure with the Dragon Tail. And this time, the charge, it should have been cancelled.
And it should have. A little bit of a deep dive, not respecting how low respawns are, and off of the back of that, Tundra does swing it back their way. 8-8 with less than 1k lead. Very happy days for BZM, who does end up gaining much more than he lost initially. And I will say as well, with Nisha not around for that fight, you lose out on a lot of your magical damage here. Like, the Lesh isn't there to leverage some more output. Again, that deeper dive just not amounting to much. As the sustain was there, you can see the effect again of just having this Pugna that can stand back. No lucky bashes for Boxy.
Nothing.
And they get cut off by a beautiful position out from BZM.
BZM now will find Boxy this time on the Spirit Breaker. This is where things start to feel a little bit scarier for Team Liquid. Tundra, slowly but surely, fighting back. As I say that, BZM has been caught, has been silenced, and he is just gone.
Very even game. I mean,
He just looks so confused, BZM. Like, what happened? What is this? Why did I die?
Yeah, yes.
We don't know either, BZM. We don't know either.
Mobility, an invis, a big slashy slash. That lets him lifesteal as they catch Pure.
They sure do. Very, very big pickoff. Team Liquid not slowing down. Even with those previous engagements, they understand with this kind of draft, they're not interested in a slow game. Boxy's on the hunt for more. Ari's going to be spotted. Nether Strike will, of course, connect. Ari being charged as well, and here comes the backup. Nisha will be there. Even a courier to be taken from Ari.
It's starting to really add up for Liquid after that one bad engagement. Their lineup is still much better suited for this hit and run because you've got that Spirit Breaker, you know, all across the map. You can kind of manage the split push as well from 33. Just charge the creep, get it bashed up. You've got the damage to kind of take care of it. We're about to hit the major spike for Kez. Mike is very close to his full ags now. And once you've got that up, those lower cooldowns on abilities, you know, having an extra toolkit to switch to as you're switching disciplines, it's massive. It allows Kez to just play ultra forward, leverage a lot of control and damage, and not really holding back. Aura game as well for Ace. Pipe, still lacking the recipe, will cut off a lot of that output outside of that Sonic Wave.
He doesn't know he's being charged right now. Nikkei's just playing games with him, pretending. But Boxy will decide better of it. Plenty of heroes around. They won't go for the big charge in. Nikkei's still top of the net worth board now, looking towards the Ags into the BKB. The Tundra, they will four-man smoke. Where are we going though? Manisha is very low if they do go through those twin gates, and they do. Boxy, bit of a charge, I believe, out onto Pure. He might charge right through this smoke if he's not too careful. We'll stop at the right time. Tundra now looking towards that Radiant Triangle, but nobody from Liquid around. No stacks, nothing.
No, really good.
Absolutely nothing.
I mean, we just saw Nisha clear out all those stacks anyhow. And the timing, again, very impeccable here for Liquid. They're already done farming that area. It's a little bit strange that, you know, no one's showing up in the ward up top, so they know there's maybe a movement across right by that tier 2.
Ace.
Oh,
He's a tanky boy. They don't even seem like they want to go for Ace. And they won't. They don't see it. It's just going to take too much time. Too much opportunity for rotations to come in. And speaking of rotations, Team Liquid, 3-man smoke up. Boxy will just lead the front line. Without a smoke, the vision at that top lane will catch the stragglers. But nobody will run that way. Everyone runs out the pretty much every other way.
White Mark
has been left behind. Goes for the Watcher. He'll pay for it.
yeah, nice pickup. Not the most meaningful. I think you're happy enough again on Tundra to surrender White Mon away if you can keep farming the rest of your cores. You're about to hit that Atos relatively soon up for Ari. And at least with that, with more control, again, provide some tools to maybe try to stop Mikke before the BKB, prevent this rundown coming in from Nisha. Tormentor is just given for free here towards Liquid, and Tofu will have his little boomerang ready, which when you're playing with Leshrac, that magic res reduction is going to be massive and just melting these heroes down. There's some concerns for Tundra, for sure. I mean, again, Pure is going for his BKB. You've got an AC build up here for 33 to mitigate some of that physical output from Mikke. They're still playing fast.
They are. Sharpshooter's going to land. Ari's still okay, but not for long. Boxy right in. No trouble with the secondary bash either. Such a debilitating kind of game. Like, you just don't feel safe anywhere on the map.
No.
If you are Tundra. They've just got to bide their time, try to drag this out late. Whitemon's being charged now. Silence will at least wear off, but that's not really going to help because Boxy's coming. They know exactly where Whitemon's going. No escape.
Jeez.
Just death.
It feels bad to be Whitemon in this game. Has 5 armor without any items up. So he's just dead. If the Kez does decide to stare at you.
Well, at least they might find Tofu here. Ari's setting up for a quick one of the Hoodwink. Sonic Wave committed. Tofu still alive for a little bit longer, but not for too much longer. He will go down, but here comes Boxy. Where are we going this time? He'll cancel the charge.
Maybe just a bit optimistic in that area. You are getting a ton of space out. I do appreciate what 33 is doing, trying to cut the creep wave with his Ancient Black Dragon, doing quite fine work to ensure the top lane's not going to be shoving too hard.
Targeted, Nether Strike gonna be out. Mickey holding him down. BZM's gone. Nisha secure as they'll silence up Whitemon now. Mickey trying to catch up, so is Ace. There's your charge out. Poor old Whitemon.
Jeez.
Leave him alone.
No.
Leave him alone.
The Pugna is easy food for Kaz. Unfortunately, I mean, it's a whole lot of physical output. Like, plus Gush as well, if you can get that out from Ace. Decrep can only save you for so long, and I thought it would be a bigger issue. It's really not, with how piecemeal these engagements are. Tundra and Liquid have been playing really smart Dota. We saw this in Game 1 as well, very measured in their position, only surrendering the supports. But now you get a big win coming out for Liquid. They take Roshan for free. Tundra aren't in a position to contest. Now I have to deal with 2 lives up on Mike really early on. Or Nisha, which is also massive here. And he even has a regen rune if you'd want to play some hyperactive Dota at this moment. So a lot of options open for Liquid at the 16-10. Boxy just being a menace, charging across the map, make you think that a smoke is coming in.
Nisha. It's be a big pick-off, they can get it, but he does have the Aegis up. It's going to have to be 2 lives you go through. Sonic Wave, Nisha, they will get through the first. Ace, meanwhile, trying to find an angle for this Ravage. Hasn't popped it yet. 33 trying to find himself a target. Whitemon just getting sniped. He's not down yet, though. Meanwhile, Mickey trying to jump 33, but the Wolf form movement speed will get him out of there.
All right, they nullify Aegis on Tundra. That's a start, but at the same time, Liquid get to hold on to a lot of tools. They don't have to pop Ravage. They don't even have BKBs up, so chances are, without the Aegis, you'll play a little bit slower, but you'll just work your way into the BKB timing and get that confidence back here for Liquid. A good holdout from Tundra, at least preventing any action onto further tier 2s. But nothing really major lost for Liquid. Like, again, there wasn't really anything committed. They're happy enough to get that done. It almost looked like Nisha could have gotten away with the regen rune usage, but just not quite enough HP to tank through the Sonic Wave. And at least for Tundra, again, one less thing to worry about. Still, what are we looking for in terms of build-up? Pure just got his BKB 9 seconds up right now. You've got the Ag still being worked on here by BZM. And 33 is going for a nullifier to help control. You have some steady answers. The damage is starting to stack up, and at least for 33, the front line to deal with the Kez damage is somewhat there. It's just a matter of when do you want these engagements to break out for both sides.
BZM?
It's still sniping.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it really is that easy. I don't think, and I said this the last time we casted Liquid, I don't think you should allow Boxer to have this hero.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No.
Don't do it.
Yeah, he's just too good at, the entire team's just too good playing around it. Pure. It's a good image.
Pure. We'll find Boxy. Yeah, that's about how this game's going. Thank you. They will find at least Fox.
I mean, he is bulldozing, but bulldozers aren't fast, are they?
John, you don't need to get technical. You don't need to get that technical, John.
We're reaching a bit.
You want me to put a V8 in there or something?
Yeah,
Turbo,
I'd appreciate that.
We'll supercharge it.
Yeah. Find a way to make it lighter. A lighter bulldozer.
I know. We'll make it happen, John. Jump in. Tofu. Gonna get taken out. Pure. Nice pickup. Even the amp damage rune. They want to keep it going. They'll see Nisha. But Nisha, he's gonna blink away. Will be perfectly fine as Liquid. Will successfully disengage.
Yeah, not much of value lost. Just the supports once more. It evens out the game just a tad bit. Liquid are still hitting these item spikes, though. BKB up for Mike, BKB set for Nisha. And yeah, you don't pop Ravage, you don't use the BKBs. You're happy enough. I think Tundra, for them to take these fights, they have to waste both of their transformation spells. You know, Shapeshift and Dragon Form have to come in, so when it's down, you're not able to pressure as much onto objectives or another team fight. Liquid just disengages, and they're happy with a farm game. It's going to be a Crystallis next for Mike. More damage to fly in on top of everything else. Well, and we'll have to see again. The tempo has slowed down, though, and that does give hope for Tundra, because we were talking about how quick Liquid wanted to play. Has been mildly slower, although they have been steady with these support kills.
I just came to the realization I'm one of these guys.
Which one?
The Spirit Break.
Oh, I thought you were like Whitemon, just dead every single time.
I am dead inside, Ari. Pops. The Pierce the Veil charge. It's not going to make it.
Foxy's not. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go.
That's what you do. Just keep going.
Oh, he's going to go.
Commit. Oh.
Ah, come on.
You gotta love the Bull Rush facet.
Yeah, but when will Bulls hit be good?
Probably never. I'm not gonna lie to you. Probably never.
But it's such a good name.
Yeah, it is a good name.
Can't it be good?
No. Not as good as Black Grimoire.
Yeah, Black Grimoire. Oh, what?
Ace.
What an ability.
Tofu, nice little steal. Deadshot not gonna land. And Tofu, a man on the run. Sharpshooter away to boot. They know he's there somewhere, but he is a very fast squirrel.
51% accuracy. Not the highest we've seen, but not bad. Half the time it works. Pretty decent.
Is Hoodwink a squirrel or a possum?
Squirrel.
Okay.
No way a possum.
But we don't have squirrels in Australia or New Zealand. And that's a New Zealand.
Wait, really?
No, we don't. We have possums.
But possums aren't even close to squirrels. They're bigger.
They're bigger and much more aggressive. Oh my goodness, they're aggressive, John. Don't mess with possums.
Yeah, but they're pretty cute, aren't they? Or am I thinking of...
Cute until you lose your eyesight, John.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
Ask me how I know.
You lost your eyesight?
Well,
no wonder the casting this way.
Shut up. You're meant to set the jokes up for me.
Oh, well.
I'm meant to be the punchline guy. Team Liquid. Net worth now. Oh, you've made me lose my train of thought, John. 33.
You just said Team Liquid. All right, you have a point here.
Pure's got a Daedalus up now. The top net worths are 33 in Pure. They're starting to get very scary. This is where the Kez might start to feel a little bit on the lackluster side.
That it does. I mean, the burst damage is still there, but again, the game's slowing down by a severe amount. Still a high win probability for Liquid, but still a very even game in the bigger picture of things. Tundra has done a great job of avoiding, although.
Dead in the water from Ace. Bushwhack as well on Pure. Jump in from Mike, trying to burst him down. Look at the damage. Pure, he's forced to BKB and run, but Boxy's coming. Boxy, no, he cancelled. It doesn't matter though. Oh. They've still got it. It doesn't matter. BZM. He's out of there. Ari will pierce the veil and run. What a great hero.
Yeah. Just, you know, invulnerability is good from physical hits in this game. And Liquid, it was a bit of a messy opening. You know, the really good BKB usage out from Pure, just being able to kite, but you were seeing the damage of the Kez. And this is without the Daedalus up on Mike, right? Like, he's still able to rip a DK with BKB quite a fair bit. All this physical damage coming in. Again, there's a reason why Mike is 100% win rate on Kez in Wallachia Season 6.
Yeah.
He knows how to push this hero on its limits. He knows when to use those spells. The Raptor Dance in the perfect position on top of everyone almost. Just getting max value from every single spell. And for Tundra, this slower style can still have a lot of impact. We haven't really seen 33 join in too much. He's still going for the BKB. Still has this room down bot to farm. You've got that full Ags running now on BZM. Again, a lot of output now with the Shadow Strike spam that can come in. High ground hold can be amazing. If Whitemon can just find a good position.
Oh, they're going to lose Ari straight off the bat. BZM now silenced up. I mean, come on.
No.
How is this fair? How is this hero fair?
Boxy will die. Mickey, just go to the fountain. Just fight the fountain. Pure. I didn't mean literally, boys. Get back.
The one saving grace for Tundra, Mika's courier dies. His Daedalus is stalled out by a good amount, 2.5 minutes. He does have the gold for it, so the recipe is taken away. I don't know if you care right now on the side of Liquid. Look at all of that damage coming in there. The pure damage coming out from Nisha, just massive, and then the physical output of the Kez. You're covering both bases. If they do decrep and pierce the veil, Nisha's there. If they don't, well, guess what? You're just dying to some bird. Randomly. A very angry magpie.
Absolutely. Pure will try to move in. Ace is just so tanky, though. In fact, Pure could be in danger. Ace has got teammates around. They're coming. Ace eventually will just pop the Ravage. They've even got the Death in the Water and the Bushwhack out. Pure!
No.
He just melts, and Mika, he can't believe what he's seeing.
No.
Yes!
That is just...
Yes!
Wrong. I mean, he's so... It's a Tide Hunter. Coming in so far, they don't have vision to watch that backline either. Look, again, this spread of damage. Sometimes it's Mika providing all that coverage. Sometimes the magic damage coming in from your supports plus Nisha. And it's just overwhelming. Another Roche going the way of Liquid. No answers coming out here from Tundra by far. And for Tundra, they've got to find a way to make this work. I'm trying to think of ways to just leverage some damage now. If 33 can get into BKB, into the Ags, maybe biting the DK could be one way to go. I don't know if you necessarily want that, but it just feels lacking. And that's with the Daedalus on this DK. They might be able to snag away the Tormentor. 33 and Whitemon getting that work done for themselves. A free shard up for Ahri. Can be quite nice, but it's not like anything's happening with his usage of Pierce the Veil. It's not been offensive whatsoever. No kills under it, so no spell land.
Here he comes again. Just Tundra, get out. Get 33 just pops the Wolfform immediately. He doesn't want to borrow this.
No.
Dear Tofu. Tofu. Have a guess, Tofu. Have a guess. Ward down. 33, he's out of there, but BZM. Well, BZM's down.
Yeah.
33 at least gets the TP out.
That he does, but at the same time, BZM's been much more active in these fights. These Sonic Waves have been so important. The slow poke damage with that Shadow Strike and the Scream of Pain. It's much more impactful right now than, say, the Howl coming out from 33.
You are? Gonna get charged up. Boxy's got the Nether Strike to cancel a TP if Pure wants to commit it. But he won't. In fact, Pure will just run south. Boxy, he doesn't have the teammates to back him up. Meanwhile, Ace just casually pushing mid lane by himself on the Tide. In fact, Ahri wants to say hello. Well, this is cute. Boxy gonna charge in. Nether Strike not gonna be on Whitemon. The Glimmer Cape was there. Of course, Ahri is gonna die as Boxy will just get himself back to the low ground. Team Liquid. Onto the mid racks. What a Tundra meant to do.
I mean, I'm not sure. They don't really have teamfight control. They have decent single target control. The ideas they had with these two supports haven't really amounted to much. I mean, you go for a Pugna, you go for a Muerta. These by themselves are great in
He's
this
got a Daedalus up now. They're going to try and jump him, but he just got a Daedalus. The Ravage, it will come out, landing on 2 in the back, but there's no follow-up to a Pure being chased. Mickey not giving up. He's afraid of nothing, this guy. Nothing. Raptor dance out. Life drain from Wyman, at least keeping BZM alive.
Great.
33 doesn't know who to move in on. Who do you target? They'll try again. Go for the Aegis. They'll find Mickey. The first life is gone. Can they find him a second time? Nisha, he disagrees. He'll jump in on Pure. Pure, he is just dying. He'll get out barely thanks to Whitemon. Just barely. Mickey jumping in again. Can they burst down this chicken? Mickey with the Raptor dance again. Hits on nothing. BZM back in, but so is Nisha. Hits the split earth. Can they lock down BZM? They can. They're dead in the water. Not going to allow him to get out. Triple kill for Mr. Nisha.
I mean, there were a couple of great moments from Tundra. This Decrep is holding back the damage of Whitemon, and this time the re-engage on Liquid maybe stalled out a little bit more, staggered out, quite a fair bit in that the damage just doesn't fly out, and you get some opportunities out for Tundra. Not massive opportunities by any means. He still lost a lot. Your high ground is very exposed at this point, and Liquid can just kind of go back. No Ravage though, at the least. Less to worry about, but I don't know if you're even needing to Ravage anyhow. For the most part, Ace, when he does Ravage, true, he's not catching out the big core targets anyway outside of BZM. Pure's been free to run around there and still hasn't made the difference. Bot racks will fall, top left standing, and Liquid can just look for the reset if they'd want. They do have that full Satanic up on Mike. So he has the sustain even outside of the Raptor Dance now. Would maybe want a Nullifier for sure. And we'll see if that can fit into the item build. Ace is the one queuing that up. And once you get that done, the saves from Whitemon aren't going to be impactful. It's not going to cut it. So you have a choice to make on Tundra. How are you going to go defend?
Tundra.
We've seen that build up in Pure. The damage is just, it's there, but it's not enough.
If Tundra can pull off this win, Jonathan, I'm ordering chicken tonight in celebration for Tundra.
Some Kez fried chicken, huh?
Oh, absolutely. It's a great meme, John. Well done. Just realized what you did there.
We had a graphic for it a while ago, so I'm just stealing ideas.
I'm not paying attention, John. Team Liquid. Moving into the tier 2 tower. Daedalus up on Ace.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, he didn't bother with the Nullifier.
That's
all
okay.
right. Anchor smash away.
More damage.
Yeah. Randomly kill Whitemon if someone else is decrep.
Yeah.
Funny.
Amazing.
Gotta love it.
That's a big watermelon.
I mean, to be fair, he did take, Krill Eater.
Hell yeah.
So Anchor Smash AoE is kind of nuts.
It's a big boy.
But for the first time, people should play Turbo. You see that every time. It's a nightmare.
That's what 6 foot looks like, John.
Oh, yeah.
Don't even doubt it. 33. Jumps in. Here we go. 33. Only standing at 5'10". Sadly. Ace just towering over him. Meanwhile, Whitemon. Charge in. Boxy. Boxy, don't make the hero look this broken. It's all I have left. It's all I have left. Oh, and he gets the Lotus Orb on Pure. And now Niche is in. Oh, the humanity. Mickey onto Whitemon. Ravage up from Ace. Catching a couple. Pure, he's actually armlet talking through this. He's still alive. Maybe they can actually take the fight. Mickey, he'll get stunned up, trying to chase the DK. Whitemon just draining him away, but they're ignoring him. Mickey with the Raptor Dance.
No buybacks.
What killed the dinosaurs, John?
The Ice Age?
No. I said Raptor Dance. John, you see? Anyway, doesn't matter.
Why would the dinosaurs die to Raptor Dance?
Team Liquid.
Yeah.
2-0 victory over Tundra.
They make that first pick Kaz work, and they rally after a rough draft from game 1. And you know what? Liquid look clean here in this game too.
You know who else looks clean? Heisenberg on the panel. Let's ask him how this game went.
This was Team Liquid Kezing it up, and this was overall first pick Kez. We thought maybe Tundra has the answer to it. The answer is big fat no, T-Gov.
Huh?
Yeah.
Sorry, I honestly wasn't.
No answer for Kez.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry. I heard Heisenberg. I got real confused. Anyway, yeah, I mean, both teams, Kez teams, Liquid, they first pick it. Happy days, easy days. I have, honestly, no idea what Tundra was thinking in this Game 2 draft.
Wow.
Maybe they also weren't thinking at the top of their level. Because
Because
they're a strong team. But that second draft, when you look at A versus B, A being Liquid, B being Tundra, yeah, speechless. Great draw from Liquid.
Yeah, I really liked the way they opened up with Kez immediately showing the strengths of the hero, and also the Spirit Breaker plus Lash combination throughout the whole game. Charge on a single target, blink dagger, easily delete before you can even take a fight. And this Tidehunter as well against Lycan, it gives you a lot of protection with the supports, dead in the water, you're pretty much fighting around him as well, reducing the damage. You can see the 2 supports are immediately running towards Titan. He's like, big brother, help me. Like, I need something.
But this is like all these fight constructs from Liquid. You've got the physical damage of Kez, you have the magic damage of Leshrac, the control of Spirit Breaker, and just everyone's playing around Ace. Like, Ace at the center, and because of that, Tundra never can truly commit. They just don't have the heroes to beat out a Tidehunter.
Dragonet was still not ready at the time. In this fight, you can see how much more Kez is doing with his items, even though he is relatively close by in terms of net worth. This hero is just insane. I don't think many people, many teams out there understand, me included, what this hero can do. But big numbers, big crits, a lot of damage, also sustain. Yeah, I really like that also Mike did go for Satanic on this hero. It's not something that I've seen other Kez players do. It basically gives you your 2/3 life, because with the Raptor Dance, you are getting the heal. It's not much. It's not as much heal as you maybe want to, but Satanic gives you that extra couple of hits, and then the damage, it just keeps stacking.
I am also a little worried that, I mean, at the moment, it's Mike and Pure that are most successful in playing Kez, as we've seen. Once more pros start to get on board on this hero, I feel like we're going to see it versus Ben every single time.
Yes, but also I think those teams will have a lot of growing pains because they're not as dominant in the early game. They're not able to have this skirmishing style, because Liquid, of all the teams we've seen so far in this tournament, they are the best team at, after lanes, bringing the correct heroes to quick little pickoffs, right? And if you don't do that perfectly, Kez will look like a average hero. We've seen it already in the tournament. So I fully agree that Kez should be the hero of this tournament, future tournaments, but some teams just aren't quick enough to make it work.
Well, it definitely was quick enough this time around. Let's compare Kez to a Pure's DK on the other side.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a massive difference in terms of hero damage. Kill participation was kind of there, but this is the carry Dragonet we're talking about. This is the Armlet, this is the Mask of Madness, but it's still nowhere as close at what Kez can do. Like, he completely bullied Lycan out of the lane. At least he didn't feed, but he was forced to get out of the lane and go to the jungle, which did allow Kez to actually have complete free farm.
Room for improvement, though, from Kez. Only 79 building damage.
Ooh, 79?
He was busy killing heroes.
How dare you kill heroes?
This was at the 30-minute mark, so I bet he got a lot of the damage done in the buildings later on. But speaking of Kez and the Kez Master, Slacks gets to talk to Mike for his winning interview.
Absolutely. I'm not making it weird. The interview is starting, Mickey. Please don't take away the thunder. I'm here with Mickey. And as the panel was talking about, earlier today, we said that there were 2 samurais left. All right? It was Pure and Mickey. Now, after defeating this team, you are finally the last samurai, the ultimate Kez warrior. Why are you good at this hero and no one else?
I don't know. I didn't think I played that well. I kept misclicking my buttons because the Lycan Howl messed with the FPS in the game. No excuses. Just putting it out there. But I don't know. It's a fun hero, and it's a new hero, so nobody knows what he does. So it's good.
Traditionally, though, your team has been quite nerdy. You figure things out quickly. You become masters of them. You know, you go out there and flaunt your stuff, you know, show your feathers as if you're a peacock. That's a bird joke. But why you? Why are you so good? Do you practice, or does it just come naturally?
On Kez or not?
Yes, on Kez. Why would I ask you if you're peacocking on other heroes?
I don't know. Yeah, we have some nerds on the team that theorize, and we use a lot of theory. And I'm just putting it into practice, so that's...
What's the worst theory that your team ever came up with that didn't make it to practice?
I think it's probably some boxy idea. I'm guessing like some... I don't know, maybe some Huskar 4 or something? I don't know. Something like this.
I mean, we've seen some pretty good stuff from Huskar support, but maybe not here. Anyway, a lot of teams I've been talking to, they say they fear Liquid the most. Mostly because you guys, they claim, have a very aggressive style. You close out games quickly. Another unique thing about your team. Is this on purpose, or is this just a playstyle deal?
If I'm being honest, we're just being kind of reckless, and we just play with our brains. And maybe that's why they fear us.
Reckless and play with your brains. That's what that
off, bro.
Oh, brains off! Thank God, because those were 2 very condescending statements. I was trying to figure out how to make that make any sense. Reckless and play with your brains off. Now, is this something that you would recommend to a normal human?
No, of course not. This is like years of playing with throwing games and making bad decisions. So yeah, you need some bad practice before you get to this point.
Okay, fantastic. All right, well, absolutely enlightening interview there. Play with your brains off, be reckless, but don't try this at home. You should be a pro player. So kids at home, keep going to school, turn those brains on, okay? Thank you, Mickey. You saved a lot of lives here today.
I got you. No problem.
All right. You want to do this bad boy? Oh, shit! He's in. Oh, come here, pimp. That's my boy. That's my boy. Back to you.
Okay, well, I'm sure he's fine after that. Nobody was hurt in the making of that interview, and everybody's happy.
I just wish Slats can carry this energy throughout the entire event. And also, we have loser interviews, because that energy in a loser interview, we're going to see some new things that we've never seen before.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's ready for that, so potentially, you are.
I really
one
want
of the few. No, it is Team Liquid moving forward, and they did play very well, and indeed condescending and contradicting are words that are very similar to each other. But we are going to be looking at the road that the teams are having here. So far, I mean, we're all friendly here. They're top 8. Nice today. All 8 teams played. And
None eliminated. Yeah.
It's about happy times.
I'd say PARIVISION versus MOUZ.